8 billion people from around the world were simultaneously transported to an endless forest and began an extreme survival challenge. But as soon as the others landed, either their shelters collapsed under the weight of the blizzard, and they almost froze to death, or they were chased by wild beasts and had to run for their lives in the forest, where they could become food in the next second. Even more outrageous, some people would even give away their girlfriends for half a piece of moldy bread. Meanwhile, I was living in a villa, lying on a soft sofa. Beside me, the aloof school beauty blushed as she massaged my shoulders and legs, while a gentle young woman peeled grapes and personally fed them to my lips. All of this is because everyone who enters the endless forest will randomly awaken a special attribute. Some awaken the white attribute, iron stomach, allowing them to instantly digest any amount of food they eat. Others awaken the green attribute, fire element, enabling them to easily start fires and no longer fear the cold. And I am named Lin Han. What I have awakened is the most top-level term, knowledge of all things. In my eyes, the terms of all things in the world can be seen, extracted, and even reassigned. At that moment, I had just extracted the fire resistance, green, from the fire, which could slow down the burning speed and extend the duration. I intended to take this opportunity to walk around the cabin and familiarize myself with the surroundings, but as soon as I looked up, I realized something was wrong. Behind the large tree directly opposite the wooden door, a pair of blood-red eyes lurked in the darkness, staring intently at the wooden house. Just as my eyes met theirs, the thing seemed to notice me as well, its heavy footsteps crushing the dry branches as it slowly emerged from the shadows. It was a black bear, but it was nothing like an ordinary wild animal. It was over 2 meters tall, with a robust build. Beneath its jet-black fur was a layer of bluish-gray rock armor, and it exuded a strong sense of oppression, making it difficult to even entertain the thought of running away. The rock-skinned black bear panted heavily, watching the wooden house approach step by step. But just as it was about to step into the range of the firelight, it suddenly stopped, clearly extremely wary of the faint light, and could only pace anxiously back and forth at the edge of the light and shadow. Then, I saw the data appear above its head: rawhide black bear, rock armor, green, increases defense, brute force, blue, increases strength by 80%. The moment I saw the blue entries, my heart tightened. The probability of such entries appearing is extremely low. The moment the thought of extraction crossed my mind, I immediately tried. Extract! But the system coldly indicated failure. A living target cannot be forcibly removed, it must be dead or incapacitated. This result instantly brought me to my senses. I stared at the entry above the black bear's head, but an even crazier idea popped into my head: if I couldn't extract it, I'd kill it. But then I looked down at my empty hands and couldn't help but smile bitterly. I couldn't exactly go up there and fight barehanded. Time was of the essence. The cabin couldn't hold off the monster any longer. I quickly realized that its hesitation to attack was solely due to its fear of the firelight. My gaze swept over the thatch and firewood beside the fire, and a risky plan rapidly took shape in my mind. The next second, I flung open the wooden door. A blast of icy wind, carrying shards of ice, rushed in, causing the fire to shake violently and its flames to shrink abruptly. The black bear seized the opportunity, letting out a furious roar as it charged madly toward the cabin. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Even as the black bear closed in, I remained rooted to the spot. Just as it reached the doorway, I swiftly tossed the dry straw into the fire. With a deafening roar, the flames erupted instantly, a nearly 2-meter-high pillar of fire shooting up, the blinding light instantly dispelling the darkness. The black bear, blinded by the bright light, let out a painful howl and instinctively froze for a moment. Now! I seized the opportunity, rushed out, and stabbed the black bear's right eye with a sharp piece of firewood in my hand. You stole the cassock! With a thud, the splinter pierced through the eyeball and went straight into the skull. The black bear roared madly, launching a desperate counterattack. Without hesitation, I pulled out the splinter and plunged it into its other eye, completely blinding it. The bear swung its paw in fury, sweeping it across the air with the force of a tear. I decisively retreated and rolled away, narrowly avoiding the attack. The bear's paw slammed heavily on the door frame, sending wood chips flying everywhere. The entire wooden house shook violently, and the system's durability warning kept popping up. The blind bear had completely lost control, rolling and thrashing wildly outside. I crouched by the fire, panting heavily, but dared not relax for a moment. I knew very well that even severely wounded, this monster could easily crush a human. A few minutes later, under the pressure of the firelight, the black bear finally exhausted its life force, letting out a final, unwilling cry. Its massive body crashed to the ground, resting on the edge of the firelight, and never moved again. I stood there for a while before I could barely stand up. Luckily, I made the right bet. I walked out of the cabin, came to the corpse, reached out and aimed at the giant bear, and whispered, "Extract." The next moment, 2 orbs of light emerged from the corpse, one green and one blue, which were the rock armor and brute force attributes, and they were successfully added to my panel. Immediately afterward I thought again. Decompose. The huge bear carcass turned into white light and dissipated, and system notifications sounded one after another. I obtained mutated bear meat, complete fur, bear paws, and several hard and sharp rock armor fragments. The cold wind howled wildly outside the door, but my heart burned with passion. I stood in the center of the dilapidated wooden house, staring at the spoils that the system had just dismantled at my feet, my eyes burning with fervor. The entire 200-pound mutated bear meat was neatly cut, so clean that there wasn't a trace of blood. A soft, black bear skin was laid on the ground, next to 4 processed bear paws and 6 sharp, bluish-gray rock armor fragments, piled up in a small heap. Looking at these supplies, I felt truly safe for the first time. But before I could relax, a gust of cold wind mixed with ice shards suddenly rushed into the room, the fire shook violently, sparks flew everywhere, and I shivered from the cold. When I looked up, I realized that the wooden house was in a terrible state. The walls were covered with claw marks, and the wooden door was mostly smashed and teetering on the verge of collapse, as if it would be completely overturned by the strong wind at any moment. What goes around comes around. I sighed, but didn't panic. Instead, I focused my gaze on the entry I had just extracted from the system, rock armor, green. I took a deep breath and focused my mind on the entire wooden house. Grant! The green light instantly dispersed, transforming into countless streams of light that merged into the wooden house. Immediately afterward, the wooden planks made a crackling sound, their textures changing wildly as a layer of bluish-gray rock quickly covered them. Even the broken door frame has reformed into a thick stone wall. In just over 10 seconds, the dilapidated house has been completely transformed, with wood and rock intertwined, looking incredibly sturdy. I opened the interface to check. Simple wooden hut covered in rock armor, durability 100%. The wind was still howling outside, but there was no longer any chill inside, and the fire had reignited and was burning steadily. I patted the hard wall and nodded in satisfaction, then turned my attention back to the pile of materials, especially the few rock armor fragments, which reminded me that a campfire could be used to make tools. The moment the thought crossed my mind, a crafting interface popped up on the campfire, displaying a variety of basic tools. I locked onto the stone axe and added wood and 2 rock armor fragments as needed. A flash of light, and a bluish-gray axe landed on the ground. Rock armor hand axe, sharpness plus 15, armor penetration plus 10. The evaluation was simple and direct, a weapon powerful enough to split skulls. I gripped the stone axe and couldn't resist trying it out, gently chopping at the petrified wooden door. A clang rang out, sparks flew, and only a shallow mark remained on the door, the axe blade unharmed. Not bad, I muttered. Now that I had the equipment, it was time to replenish my firewood. I pushed open the door and stepped out. The night was already deep, but the glow of the campfire had widened somewhat. I went around to the back of the house, selected a tree about 7 or 8 meters tall, and gripped my stone axe tightly. You're the one. I chopped down with the axe, and the dull thud made my hands go numb. Looking at the trunk again, only a shallow cut had appeared. The system notification read, logging progress, 2%. I frowned. So tough? This is a green weapon with armor-piercing properties, and a full-force attack only has this effect? The strength of this forest is clearly abnormal. I stopped holding back and directly summoned the system, granting myself the brute force attribute. Blue light surged into my body, and my power instantly skyrocketed, as if I could shatter a mountain wall with a single punch. When I gripped the axe again, it felt almost as light as a twig. My eyes narrowed, my muscles tensed, and the stone axe blurred into a blur as it slammed into the tree trunk. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, splinters flew everywhere, and a massive gash was blasted into the trunk. Logging progress 40%. What a powerful entry! My eyes lit up, and I unleashed 3 consecutive axe blows, a piercing cracking sound ringing out as my progress was instantly maxed out. A flash of white light, and the tree vanished, leaving behind a neat pile of firewood on the ground. Gained, wood X 60. Looking at the 60 neatly stacked pieces of firewood in the snow, I exhaled a puff of white breath, and a weight was finally lifted from my heart. With this fuel, I wouldn't have to worry about the fire going out at any time for a while. I carried the firewood back to the cabin in batches, added a few more thick logs to the fire, then walked to the door and looked out at the dark forest. The night wind howled, and the temperature plummeted. I decisively whispered, "That's enough for tonight. We'll explore again tomorrow." After saying that, I closed the heavy petrified wood door tightly. The moment the door closed, the howling of the wind and snow was shut out, leaving only warmth and quiet inside. My nerves, which had been tense all day, finally relaxed a little. I went to a corner, used a stone axe to cut off a thick piece of meat, skewered it with a branch, and slowly roasted it by the fire. Then, I brought up the system panel and opened the chat channel. After most of the day, the number of messages in the channel had noticeably decreased. I glanced at them and saw that most were pleas for help inventing, which weren't very valuable, so I switched directly to the trading channel to check the market information. The trading channel is filled with traces of struggling players trying to survive: 3 earthworms for firewood, trees for food, stones for tinder. Occasionally, someone will post rabbit meat or firewood, but the prices are outrageous, and the comments section is filled with curses. After assessing the market situation, I had a plan. I cut off about 100 grams of mutated bear meat and put it up for trading. Requirements: please provide your own price. Only exchange for useful supplies, no spam. The moment the item was listed, the chat exploded. Holy crap! Bear meat? Anyone can kill bears now? Mutant? What are the specs, Pro? Some even shouted, Pro, take me with you, I can do anything. I ignored the gasps and simply sat by the fire, turning the roasting meat. Soon, the system's back end was flashing wildly, and transaction requests flooded in like snowflakes. I glanced through them casually. Purple wild fruit might be poisonous, so I ignored it. Wet soil was even more outrageous. Someone even tried to trade original sneakers, which I immediately blocked. Just as my patience was about to run out, a special request caught my attention: Fanjian, water, with a rough earthenware pot. My eyes lit up. This was exactly the supplies I desperately needed. Meanwhile, in a drafty, dilapidated thatched hut by the river, Fanjian huddled beside a dying fire, shivering with cold. The firewood was almost completely burned out, and he could only tear down some thatch from the roof to keep the fire going, but the cold wind only intensified. Hungry and cold, he barely had the strength to move, and could only stare intently at the trading panel, desperately trying to survive. Just then, a notification sound rang out: trade successful. Seeing the bright red bear meat that had appeared out of nowhere, Fan Jian's eyes instantly reddened, and he stammered excitedly, Thank you, boss. You're like a second parent to me." On the other side, I took the earthenware pot filled with water, placed it over the fire to heat it, and sent a private message. "Where did this container come from?" Fan Jian hesitated for a moment, and stammered that he could only reply, "I picked it up outside." I could see his wariness, chuckled, and handed him 3 pieces of firewood. The moment the firewood hit the ground, Fan Jian completely broke down. This was his chance to survive the night. He immediately revealed everything. "I have the green attribute Master Craftsman, which allows me to create things that aren't in the system using materials, and I can even speed up the production process." He went on to explain that he had sculpted the pottery jar from the riverbank silt, but the exertion was so great that he almost died inside the house. By the end, his voice was filled with lingering fear. After hearing this, I raised an eyebrow slightly. The ability to manually craft items outside the system interface was quite valuable. I replied simply, "Live well. If you need supplies in the future, come to me. I'll prioritize the good stuff." After closing the chat, the water in the earthenware pot was boiling, and the bear meat next to it was sizzling and dripping with oil. Although there were no seasonings, the aroma was still rich. I took a bite, and the scalding hot juices exploded in my mouth. I could clearly feel my strength rapidly returning as the bear meat entered my stomach, and even my muscles felt a warm sensation. I ate the entire roast meat clean, with some hot water in hand. Outside, the cold wind still howled, while inside it was warm and cozy, a stark contrast. I added enough firewood to the fire to last until dawn, then spread out the black bear skin in the corner, and lay down. Warmth enveloped my body, and I quickly closed my eyes and drifted off to sleep. The next morning, the dim light of dawn seeped in through the cracks in the wooden cabin. I sat up from the bearskin and stretched. Perhaps it was because I was too tired last night, or perhaps it was because the high-grade bear meat had strengthened my physique, but I slept exceptionally soundly and woke up feeling refreshed and full of energy. I heated the remaining bear meat over the fire, eating it while opening the system chat channel. After a long, cold night, the number of survivors had plummeted. Looking at the glaring numbers, I silently swallowed a piece of meat, knowing full well that far too many hadn't even made it through the first night. I glanced at the map again. It was still pitch black all around, with no danger warnings. After eating, I began to plan for the day. The system had warned that the extreme cold blizzard sweeping across the entire region was less than 2 days away. This was no ordinary snowfall, but a natural disaster capable of wiping out most people. Thinking of this, my heart immediately tightened. In the time to come, I had to frantically stockpile firewood, food, and water. I wasn't even sure if this level 1 cabin could survive. I added more firewood to the fire, picked up my rock armor hand axe, and headed for the door. A chill seeped in through the crack in the door. I glanced down at my thin clothes. I had intended to make warm gear from bearskin, but the system warned me that my level was too low to use it. I frowned and muttered, "Rules are rules, but people are flexible." I used a stone axe to cut 2 pieces off the bearskin. I simply processed one piece into a rough vest and wore it, and wrapped the other around my neck. Although it looked very primitive, it was very effective at keeping warm, and my body warmed up quickly. After preparing, I pushed open the wooden door and stepped into the gloomy forest. I followed the direction in which the giant bear had appeared yesterday, and soon arrived before those towering black trees, hundreds of meters tall. I gripped my stone axe and brought it down with a mighty chop. Clang! A piercing crash echoed through the forest, the shockwave making my arm go numb. Looking at the tree trunk again, only a faint white mark remained, not even a sliver of bark had been removed. The system hadn't even given any logging progress. I couldn't help but mutter under my breath, "Crazy." I tried using the knowledge of all things ability to examine the area, but I couldn't get any information, let alone extract any entries. With my current strength, I couldn't possibly move these giant trees, so I had to turn to looking for smaller trees instead. Therefore, I marked the path along the way and carefully ventured deeper into the forest. The further you go, the more eerie the environment becomes. It's eerily quiet all around. There are no insects chirping, no animals in sight. Instead, various mutated plants are everywhere, and words like mildly toxic and hallucinogenic float overhead. I glanced at them and immediately lost interest. These negative terms were useless to me, and even dangerous. But precisely because of this, I could easily avoid those hallucinogenic plants, saving me a lot of trouble. As I continued on my way, I suddenly noticed a vibrant blue flower in the bushes. It stood out starkly against the gray backdrop. As I approached, I saw a floating entry above it. Cold-resistant, white. Great stuff. My eyes lit up, and I immediately extracted and equipped it. The inscription merged into my body, and a warm current instantly spread out, keeping out the biting cold and invigorating me. Just as I was feeling the changes in my body, A hoarse voice suddenly came from behind me. At a time like this, when others can't even save their lives, you still have the mind to pick flowers here? My expression turned cold, and I whirled around, gripping the stone axe tightly in my right hand. 10 meters away, a middle-aged man with a full beard emerged from behind a tree, dressed in thin clothes and shivering from the cold. The man also held a stone axe, but it was crude and worn. But when he saw my condition, a ruddy complexion and a fur coat, an uncontrollable surge of jealousy and greed welled up in his eyes. When our eyes met in the cold air, a fleeting glint of greed flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes, which he quickly suppressed. He noticed the gleaming, menacingly shaped bluish-gray stone axe in my hand, but instead of immediately attacking, he forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. We were less than 10 meters apart, the atmosphere stiff and oppressive. I didn't speak, just stood there quietly, my gaze calmly fixed on him, while subtly activating knowledge of all things. The next second, a semi-transparent message appeared above the man's head. Player Ding Laowu possesses the Hunter attribute, which enhances perception and stealth abilities. I immediately realized that it was no accident that the other person could sneak up behind me silently. This seemingly disheveled middle-aged man, who had survived the first cold night and possessed wilderness skills, was definitely not someone to be trifled with. A biting gust of wind howled past, swirling up fallen leaves and sending a shiver down Ding Lao's spine. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he rubbed his stiff hands and tentatively approached me. "Young man, are you Chinese too? I still don't understand this godforsaken place." As he spoke, his eyes remained fixed on the fur on my body, and his throat bobbed as he said, "You must have had a good night, right? This fur is quite warm, how about?" He probed as he continued to approach. Just as he was less than 5 steps away from me, I suddenly raised my hand, the heavy, rock armor hand axe, pointing directly at his face, forcing him to stop. Old Ding was startled, quickly taking half a step back, raising his hand with a dry laugh. "Don't misunderstand, I meant no harm, we should all help each other." But my gaze was as cold as if I were looking at a dead man. I could see clearly that although Ding Laowu spoke sweetly, his right hand was always tightly gripping the stone axe, ready to strike at any moment. Seeing that I had no reaction, Ding Lao's pretense finally crumbled. He snorted coldly, completely abandoning his pretense. "You're not that old, how can you be so ignorant? Take off that fur coat and the axe, let me use them." He even made up an excuse for himself. "You're too small to chop wood. Maybe I can share some with you after I've chopped the wood." His tone was self-righteous, as if it were all just how things should be. Without even lifting my eyelids, I uttered a single word. "Get lost." That one word instantly ignited Ding Lao's fury. His expression changed drastically, and he cursed. "You're asking for it." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly swung his stone axe, aiming a vicious blow at my head, clearly intending to kill me. However, I didn't move at all in the face of this attack. I had been waiting for the right moment. A cold glint flashed in my eyes, and my brute force erupted instantly. I swung the rock-armored hand axe with one hand and met the attack head-on from below. With a loud clang, crack, the two weapons collided violently in midair. The outcome was predictable. Enhanced by its armor-piercing properties and terrifying power, Ding Lao's stone axe shattered instantly, sending fragments flying everywhere. Ah! The enormous recoil traveled back along the broken handle, instantly tearing Ding Lao's hand and causing blood to gush out. He was thrown backward by the shock, staggering a few steps before crashing heavily onto the snow. His face was deathly pale, his teeth clenched tightly, and he hid his trembling, bleeding hand behind his back, his eyes filled with horror as he looked at me. The fact that a seemingly frail student possessed such terrifying power completely threw him into a panic. Ding Lao shrank back while shouting menacingly. "You dare to lay a hand on me? This is a society governed by law. You dare to hurt someone? I'll call the police when we get back and have you jailed." I sneered. This kind of person just now wanted to kill and steal, but now that he can't win, he resorts to the word rule of law. It's laughable. I approached him step by step, stone axe in hand, my imposing presence almost suffocating him. Lying on the ground, Ding Lao began to calculate rapidly. The more he thought about it, the more something seemed off. Impossible, this kid shouldn't be that strong. There must be something wrong with that axe, and also with the fur on his body. A thought flashed through his mind, and greed resurfaced in his eyes. If there's fur, it means there's meat. He must be hiding more supplies. Driven by hunger and cold, fear was quickly consumed by greed. The next second, the terror in Ding Lao's eyes turned into madness and resentment, and he stared intently at me. As I approached step by step, carrying the stone axe that gleamed with an eerie light, Ding Lao suddenly collapsed to his knees as if he had broken down. His face was deathly pale, and his whole body was trembling uncontrollably. He begged for mercy repeatedly. Don't kill me! I was just confused for a moment. You're still a student, you can't ruin your future. Maybe we can still go back. He pleaded as he frantically scratched at the frozen ground, putting on an extremely pitiful appearance. But the instant I stepped within 2 meters, a ruthless glint flashed in Ding Lao's eyes. He suddenly raised his hand and threw the mud mixed with ice shards at my face, then turned and disappeared into the dense forest. I simply turned my head slightly to avoid him, and when I looked again, he was gone. I didn't chase after him, but just stood there and coldly said, "You ran pretty fast." The hunter attribute made Ding Lao almost blend into his surroundings. His footsteps were so light they were almost inaudible. Then, his voice came from my left front. "You little brat, your life is over." The words had barely left my lips when the voice drifted in from my right. He was clearly moving rapidly, trying to distract me. "This isn't Earth. You think you're invincible with a broken axe?" He swaggered. "Yesterday I crippled someone's arm, and he's just waiting to die. As for you, I'll make you kneel down and hand over all your resources." Hearing these words, my gaze turned completely cold. I slowly closed my eyes, carefully listening for the subtle movements around me. Footsteps could be concealed, but the smell of blood and disordered breathing could not. "Found you." I snapped my eyes open, locking onto a tree at the 10 o'clock position. A faint scent of blood lingered there, along with suppressed breathing. The next second, I charged forward. Boosted by brute force, I smashed through the dead branches like a beast, my speed astonishing. Before Ding Lao could react, I had already grabbed his neck tightly. With a bang, I slammed him against the tree trunk, lifting him off the ground. Let go!" He struggled desperately, but to no avail. Only at this moment did he truly feel despair. His face turned purple, and his eyes almost bulged out. "I have information. Trade my life," he managed to squeeze out. I loosened my grip slightly, signaling him to continue. Ding Lao gasped for breath. "There's a frozen lake near my camp. There seems to be something glowing in the center of the lake. I'm too scared to go over." "Is that all?" My tone remained calm. "That's all, please let me go." Pfft. Before he could finish speaking, the stone axe in my hand had already slashed across him. Ding Lao's eyes widened, and he fell to the ground with a face full of resentment, completely lifeless. I wiped the blood from the axe blade, my expression unchanged. From the moment he laid a hand on me, his fate was sealed. I reached for the corpse and whispered, "Extract." A ball of white light appeared and landed in my palm. Hunter, white, successfully acquired. Immediately afterward, a system notification sounded. Player killed successfully. The fire core is now unclaimed, and its coordinates have been marked. I opened the map and quickly locked onto the red dot 800 meters away. I didn't linger, grabbing my stone axe and heading straight for my target. A dozen minutes later, after passing through a thicket of bushes, I finally saw Ding Lao's camp. It was just a tattered tent, drafty from all sides. With its owner dead, the fire had gone out, leaving only a pile of cold ashes, and in the center of the camp floated a red crystal. A system notification sounded. "Plunder?" I replied calmly. "Yes." I carefully stored the faintly glowing level 1 campfire core away from my body, then stood up and scanned my surroundings. There were only 2 pieces of wood and a few wild fruits with mild toxicity left on the ground, clearly of little value. I couldn't be bothered to look any further. The only thing I could take was the neatly packed tent. After hoisting the tent onto my back, I didn't linger and turned to disappear into the dark jungle. Following the markings on the tree trunks and the guidance of the system map, I made my way back to my camp without incident. Once the heavy stone door was closed, completely shutting out the cold wind, I immediately opened the system panel. Sure enough, in the territory interface, the golden, upgradable, indicator had lit up next to the level. I clicked on it, but the requirements made me frown: 300 wood, 50 stone, and 1 campfire core. I still have some wood in reserve, but it's far from enough, especially considering I need to keep the fire burning. As for stone, it's even harder to obtain at this stage. Without hesitation, I opened the trading channel. I knew very well that the value of mutated bear meat was definitely more than just ordinary food. I cut off 50 grams of bear meat and listed it for trade at an extremely high price, 20 wood or 10 stone, with a note emphasizing its restorative effects. This message immediately caused an uproar in the channel. "That big shot who sells bear meat is back. You dare to trade 50 grams for this much? Are you crazy? Restores physical strength and mental energy? Do you think this is a magic pill?" Doubts and ridicule continued, and some people even clamored for me to try it, while others insisted that I was a fraud. Looking at these comments, I couldn't help but scoff. A taste test? Dream on. After saying that, I casually took a bite of the roasted bear meat, my expression completely calm. Little did I know that while everyone was furiously criticizing, far away in another area, in a secluded stone house in a valley, a girl was sitting by a fire, hugging her knees. Behind her lay a mountain of timber and stone, resources plentiful indeed. But before her lay a gray rabbit bound by vines. The girl held a stone axe in one hand and clutched her stomach with the other, her expression one of deep distress. "Rabbit, I'm so hungry!" She gestured for a long time, but still couldn't bring herself to do it. Finally, she could only sigh, put down the stone axe, and gently comfort the rabbit in her arms. "Never mind, I won't eat you," she muttered, opening the trade channel to search for edible food. She looked at the earthworms and strange mushrooms with disgust. Just then, the bear meat trade I had posted caught her eye. She stared at the description and picture for a few seconds, then looked at her mountain of resources and her empty stomach, and almost without hesitation, clicked the trade button. On the other side, I was considering whether to lower the price when suddenly, ding! Transaction successful. Gained wood X20. Looking at the wood that appeared out of thin air, I was stunned for a moment, then chuckled. Someone actually bought it. At that moment, I completely abandoned the idea of lowering the price. The value of mutated bear meat was undeniable, and now was precisely when it was at its scarcest. At the same time, the people in the channel saw the item change to sold, and they instantly exploded again. Holy crap, it really sold? Who bought it? Trading so many resources for a piece of meat? Are you crazy? I ignored these comments, which only strengthened my resolve. I decisively cut off another 50 grams of bear meat, kept the price the same, and put it up for trade again. However, this time, before the crowd could continue their tirade. Ding! Notification: player Fan Jian has sent you a targeted trade request. Unbeknownst to me, Fan Jian sat in a dilapidated thatched hut by a small river, watching the commotion on the trading channel caused by my listing of 50 grams of bear meat, his heart unable to calm down. A mere 50 grams of meat could be exchanged for 20 units of wood or 10 units of stone. The value was ridiculously high. He suddenly remembered last night, when he was on the verge of freezing and starving to death. He had traded just a can of water for 100 grams of bear meat, along with firewood. Now, comparing the two, he truly realized just how much of a favor that anonymous big shot had done for him. Fan Jian looked at the tool he had just made that day. He could have traded it for more resources, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and made a decision. I'll just make another one. I have to repay this favor. Soon after, he sent me a trade request. After the transaction was connected, Fan Jian sent a series of messages. Boss! I was able to survive last night thanks to you. Today I realized how precious that meat is. Please accept this tool as my way of repaying your kindness. I opened the trade window, and my gaze immediately sharpened. Wilderness Traveler's simple backpack, green quality, 10 storage slots, and a 30% weight reduction bonus. This kind of item isn't even in the system. Without the slightest hesitation, I accepted the backpack, then cut off 2 large chunks of bear meat, each weighing a pound, and added 10 portions of firewood in return. Take it, keep these. The blizzard is coming soon, survive. On the other side, Fang Jian's eyes instantly reddened as he looked at the supplies that had arrived. In this stage where everyone was struggling to survive, such a donation was almost equivalent to saving a life. His respect for me deepened as a result. Meanwhile, inside the stone house in the valley, Lu Qingruo was staring at the 50 grams of bear meat in her hand, her brows furrowing slightly. Could I have been scammed? But she didn't dare to eat any of the things in the trading channel. She grilled the bear meat until it was cooked, then carefully took a bite. The next second, a surge of heat swept through her body, her strength rapidly returning, and the chill dissipating. Her eyes lit up, and she finished the meat in a few bites, unable to resist whispering, "It's actually real!" Realizing the value of bear meat, Lu Qingruo immediately decided to stockpile it. "A blizzard is coming, we have to buy more of this." She quickly sprang into action, preparing to continue buying. Inside the cabin, I listed 10 more 50-gram portions of bear meat. As soon as they were listed, a system notification sounded, "Transaction successful." Lu Qingruo paid 10 stones. Her again? I raised an eyebrow. The other party's resources were clearly substantial. Immediately afterward, a private message arrived. "Any more? I'd like to buy in bulk, price negotiable." I glanced at the mountain of bear meat piled in the corner but replied casually, "This kind of meat is extremely rare. I don't have much left. How much do you want?" Lu Qingruo tentatively offered a price. 5 jin for 500 pieces of timber. I instinctively frowned, almost replying with 50 jin. But the message was immediately caught by her. "Didn't you say there wasn't much?" I paused for a moment, then immediately corrected myself. "Slip of the tongue, it's 5 jin." My tone was so natural that there wasn't a single flaw. Lu Qingruo rolled her eyes, but she was basically certain that I definitely had quite a lot in stock. She gritted her teeth and raised the price. 500 pieces of timber for 5 jin or else. I continued to raise the price, preparing to tell a story of life or death struggle. But she interrupted me directly. "Add 1 more blueprint, 10 jin." Hearing the word blueprint, I immediately became interested. "What blueprint?" She texted me directly. "All-terrain anti-slip snow paddle blueprint, allows for free movement in deep snow, significantly reducing movement speed penalty." My eyes lit up. This item is extremely valuable in blizzard conditions. But outwardly, I still tried to negotiate a lower price. "Is this only worth 5 kilograms? Lu Qingruo finally lost her temper. "Add another 50 stones or forget it." I immediately replied, "Deal." The transaction was complete, and 500 pieces of wood and 50 pieces of stone instantly filled the cabin, pushing me into a corner. Just as I regained my footing, I discovered that all the bear meat I had previously listed had been sold out in seconds. Looking at the room full of resources, I felt a pang of regret. They sold out too quickly. I underestimated the market. They should have been more expensive. Meanwhile, the chat channel had completely exploded. Those who managed to snag some bear meat were raving. "1 bite and all my energy is back. This meat is amazing." Those who missed out could only continue their sour mockery. I paid no attention to this, as I was focused on the territory interface, putting all the wood, stone, and camp core into it. A system notification popped up. "Materials sufficient, upgrade?" A glint of anticipation flashed in my eyes, and without hesitation I clicked yes. As my fingertip touched the ground, the pile of wood and stone inside instantly transformed into streams of light. A deep rumble resounded, the floor trembled violently, and I instinctively took a step back, staring intently at the changes before my eyes. The entire wooden house began to undergo a dramatic transformation. The 4 walls expanded outwards, and the wooden planks were pushed by an invisible force, causing the space to rapidly enlarge. The originally narrow room continued to extend, and the ceiling rose accordingly, increasing from a cramped height to nearly 3 meters, making the whole space spacious and airy. At the same time, the rock armor, patterns on the walls spread wildly, the bluish-gray texture diffusing along the wood, eventually enveloping the entire wall in a solid layer of rock. The wooden house's defensive capabilities were significantly enhanced, and its texture became thicker and more solid. With a crisp crack, a wall on one side caved in and cracked, quickly forming a new window. Looking through the window, I saw that the ground outside was also expanding, the soil constantly turning over, gradually forming a solid foundation. As expansion came to a halt, a ring of spiked wooden fences broke through the ground, firmly enclosing the wooden house. At the entrance, a simple wooden door took shape, and the entire territory instantly transformed from a rudimentary outpost into a safe zone with basic defenses. The campfire was also upgraded. Rocks rose from the ground to form a stone hearth, and 4 pillars at the corners converged to form a chimney on the roof. Boom! The flames suddenly shot up, and a wave of heat swept out, illuminating the room brightly. After the final tremor, 2 wooden crates appeared on the floor. The scattered supplies automatically gathered together, with meat and raw materials sorted and stored in the crates, instantly transforming the previously cluttered space into a neat and spacious one. Ding! Territory upgrade successful. Current level, Level 2, new facilities unlocked, basic storage box, basic workbench, territory area expanded, new wooden fence added. After the light faded, I stood in the newly renovated stone house, my eyes filled with awe. I walked to the window. Outside, the wind howled, but inside, it was warm and cozy. This stark contrast greatly increased my sense of security. Then, I opened the panel and quickly glanced at the data. The territory had been upgraded to Level 2, facilities and defenses were fully improved, and my own condition was at its best. Only 2 days left until the extreme cold blizzard, I said softly, my expression turning serious again. Once the blizzard arrives, it will inevitably bring a brutal elimination, and I must prepare in advance. I quickly locked onto my target, the frozen lake that Ding Lao had mentioned before his death. The glowing object, there was very likely the treasure chest, which was of paramount importance to me at that moment. To do a good job, one must first have the right tools. I walked to the newly unlocked workbench and opened the crafting interface. Compared to the campfire, the crafting list here was significantly more extensive. I quickly stopped at the weapon bar and selected to craft a spear. After adding the materials, accompanied by a few crisp knocks, a 2-meter-long bluish-gray spear appeared in my hand. Rock armor spear, quality, green, attack power plus 22, armor penetration plus 15, attack range greatly increased. I gripped the spear and tested it a few times. It felt excellent. The spearhead was sharp and menacing, and with the added brute force, a full-force throw would undoubtedly unleash terrifying power. Once ready, I added more firewood to the fire, grabbed some roasted bear meat, slung my equipment over my shoulder, and pushed open the gate. Standing at the gate, I glanced at the gloomy sky and quickly assessed my route. After confirming the direction, I opened the map and quickly disappeared into the depths of the forest, heading straight for the icy lake that Ding Lao had mentioned. A biting wind, carrying withered branches, raged through the forest. With the hunter perk, my footsteps were completely masked by the wind. I moved through the forest like a ghost, much faster than before, and soon found myself back near Ding Lao's dilapidated camp. But as soon as I got close, I stopped abruptly, sensing something was wrong. Yesterday, after I took the hearth and the tent, there were clearly 2 pieces of wood left on the ground, but now they were gone. I immediately bent down to check and soon found several fresh, messy footprints in the mud. My eyes narrowed, and I instantly went on high alert, gripping my stone axe tightly as I followed the footprints. But when I reached the edge of the forest, the footprints abruptly stopped, as if the person had vanished into thin air. I noted the location and scanned the dark jungle around me, vaguely sensing that someone might be watching me from the shadows. After a fruitless search, I focused my mind and continued towards the frozen lake that Ding Lao had mentioned. Not long after, I heard a faint cracking sound from the ice ahead. Through the bushes, a frozen lake appeared before me, its surface smooth, with several large black boulders scattered about. I hid behind a large tree and quickly spotted a makeshift tent in the open space to my right. I lowered my profile and stealthily approached using the hunter's concealment ability. But as I got closer, the sight before me made me pause in surprise. The tent had been torn in two, the fire had died down to a pile of black ash, and even the core had been ripped away. Even more horrifying, in a snow pit not far away lay a player's corpse, mangled beyond recognition, its death extremely gruesome. Just as I was about to search, I suddenly heard a crackling sound of sharp claws scraping against the ice. I instantly held my breath and looked over, and saw a wild boar, as big as a small tank, slowly emerging from behind a huge rock in the middle of the lake. The monster was covered in blackish-gray steel bristles, with protruding fangs and a ferocious aura. I quickly deduced that the player had most likely been randomly assigned here, mistakenly strayed out of the safe zone, and was torn to pieces on the spot by this mutated wild boar. But then my eyes turned cold. Old Ding only mentioned the glowing object in the lake, without saying a word about the monster, clearly deliberately concealing it to use someone else to kill him. Thinking of this, I sneered inwardly, feeling that killing him with an axe earlier had been too lenient. Just then, the wild boar suddenly moved. It propelled itself across the smooth ice with all four hooves, its movements fluid and without the slightest slippage. Even more astonishingly, its speed increased rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it traversed the entire frozen lake, leaving a trail of afterimages. My heart skipped a beat, and I immediately activated my ability to check. A piece of information appeared: ironclad steel-bristled boar, possessing the blue attribute, swift shadow, increasing speed by 50% when sprinting. The moment I saw the blue attribute, my breath hitched slightly. Once obtained, this level of attribute, combined with brute force, would unleash terrifying power. My gaze involuntarily burned with fervor, but I forcibly suppressed the impulse and continued to observe the situation. The wild boar suddenly stopped and began frantically shoving its tusks at a patch of ice. I looked down and saw a faint yet alluring light shimmering beneath the thick ice. It was the treasure chest. After confirming my target, I took a deep breath to calm myself completely. A sneak attack was almost impossible. The ice was too slippery and offered no cover. A head-on confrontation would be suicidal. With that speed and impact, a single mistake could kill me instantly. At this moment, I was lurking behind a boulder on the shore of the frozen lake, my eyes fixed on the mutated wild boar that was constantly poking at the ice, while my mind raced through possible countermeasures. This ironclad steel-bristled boar has thick skin and tough flesh, but it's not actually the most deadly thing. The real problem is its swift shadow attribute. Once it enters sprint mode, its speed and movement trajectory become extremely unpredictable on the slippery ice surface. A head-on confrontation is almost suicidal. We can't fight it head-on. We must first disable its speed. I quietly retreated to the edge of the jungle, activated knowledge of all things, and began searching for a breakthrough among the mutated plants around me. I first spotted a clump of thorny bushes. Its mild poison, white, only causes slight paralysis, which is too weak. Then I glanced at a red mushroom. Its hallucinogenic, white, will cause wild boars to run wildly, which may actually increase the risk. About 10 minutes later, a purplish-black vine twining around a dead tree caught my attention. Powerful paralysis, green, can significantly sever neural signals, restricting the target's ability to move. It's you. I decisively extracted the entry, then took out a piece of roasted bear meat and applied strong paralysis to it. The originally fragrant and tempting surface of the meat now faintly glowed with an eerie purple light. After I had prepared, I sneaked back behind the boulder and, while the wild boar was focused on pounding the ice, I threw the poison meat along the ice and silently slid to a spot a dozen meters behind it. I immediately concealed my presence and waited quietly. The wind was biting cold, and the air seemed to freeze, but thanks to my cold resistance and bearskin coat, I was able to maintain my body temperature and focus on observing the prey's movements. After an unknown amount of time, the wild boar suddenly stopped moving, its nose twitching violently a few times, clearly having smelled the aroma of meat. It slowly turned around, locked onto its target, and cautiously approached. It didn't swallow it immediately, but circled the piece of meat, warily scanning its surroundings. I completely disappeared into the shadows, and the two of us remained locked in this stalemate for several minutes in the wind and snow. In the end, appetite prevailed over vigilance. The wild boar grunted and swallowed the poisoned flesh in one gulp. It ate it! I thought to myself, but still didn't act immediately. A few seconds later, something unexpected happened. The wild boar's hind legs suddenly buckled, its massive body instantly losing its balance, sliding several meters across the ice before crashing heavily to the ground. The poison had begun to take effect. It roared in alarm and anger, trying to stand up again, but found its limbs gradually stiffening and its movements completely out of control, only able to stumble and crash onto the ice. However, what happened next startled me slightly. This wild boar actually forced itself to change direction and slammed into a boulder in the lake, trying to use the intense pain to keep itself awake. We can't wait any longer. I immediately made the judgment. If we continue to drag it out, the wild boar might break free from its paralysis and even enter a berserk state, at which point the situation would be completely out of control. In the brief moment of stiffness after the boar's impact, I suddenly burst out from behind the boulder, my feet slamming onto the ice. The force of my power exploded, even causing the ice to crack slightly. My brute force erupted in full force, power gathering throughout my body. I leaned back like a fully drawn bow, and in the next instant, I hurled the heavy, sharp, rock armor spear, with tremendous force. The spear tore through the wind and snow, carrying a surge of violent kinetic energy, aimed directly at the sluggish armored steel-bristled boar. Thud! With the hunter attribute boost, my throw was terrifyingly accurate. The spear pierced through the air, striking the mutated boar squarely in its vulnerable neck, embedding itself deep into its flesh. The wild boar let out a piercing roar. The excruciating pain instantly jolted it awake, its eyes turning bloodshot. Ignoring the spear around its neck, it abruptly turned, its forehooves pounding the ice as it charged madly towards me. The distance was rapidly closing, but under the combined effects of its injuries, dizziness, and paralyzing toxins, its charge was clearly out of control, its steps faltering, and its wounds were constantly being torn open. I didn't retreat a single step. My legs were taut, and I gripped the rock-armored stone axe tightly. 15 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters, in just a few breaths, the wild boar, accompanied by a gust of wind, pounced upon me. The fangs suddenly snapped upwards, aiming straight for my chest. In a split second, I jerked to the side, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow, and simultaneously leaped into the air, veins bulging in my arms. Die! I growled, swinging my hand axe down with a ruthless, cunning angle, cutting straight down my neck and into my skull, the force instantly penetrating my brain. Pfft! Blood splattered, and the wild boar let out a muffled cry, but continued to charge forward due to inertia. Finally, it crashed into a dead tree with a bang, and its huge body twitched a few times before going completely still. The biting wind still howled, but the frozen lake had returned to its deathly stillness. I stood there, letting out a long breath. Although the battle had been meticulously planned, the process was still incredibly dangerous. After confirming that the wild boar was completely dead, I stepped forward, pulled out the stone axe and spear, and then, with a thought, said, "Extract." I successfully obtained the Swift Shadow entry. Immediately afterward, I looked at the corpse, my gaze slightly heated. Disassemble. System notifications popped up one after another. I obtained a large amount of wild boar meat, pig's trotters, steel bristle hide, and steel teeth. After collecting the loot, I finally turned my attention to the blue treasure chest in the center of the frozen lake. I quickly stepped forward and fished it out of the ice cave. Activate! A flash of light appeared, followed by the rewards: refined iron ingots, pure copper blocks, and 3 bottles of basic life potions. My eyes lit up at the sight of these metal materials. At this stage, these were undoubtedly revolutionary resources. Finally, there was a blueprint, a water purification and storage device. It could not only filter the water source but also store 50 liters of clean water, crucial for the impending extreme cold. Good stuff, I murmured. With it, the water problem would be completely solved. After gathering all the supplies, I glanced at the sky. Night was falling, and danger was approaching. I had to return immediately. I equipped myself with the Swift Shadow skill, confirmed my direction, and suddenly exerted my speed. With the boost, I became a blur, speeding through the jungle. By the time I returned to camp, it was already late at night. The fire cast a warm glow as I entered, packed the supplies into the crates, and then sat down by the fire. After adding a few more pieces of firewood, my expression gradually became serious. Less than 48 hours remained before the extreme cold and blizzard struck. Inside the wooden cabin, the stone-built fire burned brightly, filling the air with warmth. I sat by the fire, feeling my strength gradually returning, and let out a long sigh. Then I opened the system panel and began to take stock of the current supplies. Food is plentiful. There are 160 gene of mutated bear meat left, plus 4 bear paws, 100 gene of wild boar meat, plus 4 pig trotters. However, basic materials are somewhat scarce. Upgrading the territory previously consumed a huge amount of resources, and with the increased efficiency of campfires, only a little over 100 units of wood remained, and all stone was completely depleted. As for the treasure chest loot, it included iron ingots, copper blocks, potions, and a water purifier blueprint. I frowned after reading it. Food is plentiful, but timber and stone have become a bottleneck, not to mention the water purifier requires 50 units of stone. With a blizzard approaching, resource pressure is considerable. As I pondered, I muttered to myself, "Looks like I need to get some more ingredients. I wonder if Lu Qingrao is still buying meat." With that, I cut off a piece of wild boar meat and put it over the fire to roast. As the fat dripped into the fire, the aroma gradually filled the air. I took the opportunity to open the trading channel, only to find my private messages flashing wildly. After checking, I quickly understood the reputation of bear meat had exploded. Those who had bought the bear meat shared their testimonials, praising its restorative effects and effectively establishing my reputation. Now countless players are seeking to buy bear meat. I smirked and said, "In that case, I won't stand on ceremony." I quickly cut the meat and put 100 servings of 50-gram bear meat on the shelves, priced at 10 wood or 5 stone, with a note that the first 100 servings are half price. The moment the item went live, the channel exploded. "The big spender is back. Grab it now!" In just 3 seconds, all 100 units sold out, and 1,000 units of wood were instantly credited to my account. I nodded in satisfaction and immediately listed a second batch of 100 units, this time at the original price, 20 wood or 10 stone per unit. Even with the price increase, they were still snapped up in a frenzy. Afterwards, I listed several more 100-gram portions of bear meat, but changed the exchange condition to 5 pieces of charcoal. This change immediately caused a drop in interest, with many people hesitating. The chat was buzzing with discussion. Some didn't know how to make charcoal, while others pointed out that it required high temperatures and extra wood, which ordinary players simply couldn't afford. I wasn't surprised. Charcoal was a luxury in the early stages, and just as I was preparing to research it myself, a private message popped up, "Fang Jian. Brother Lin Han, do you need charcoal?" I was taken aback. "You have some?" Fang Jian replied. "I don't have any on hand, but I can make a charcoal stove." These words caught my eye, and I immediately offered to provide the materials. But Fang Jian flatly refused. "No need, brother, I'll give this to you." Soon, a half-person tall, simple charcoal stove was traded to me, capable of converting 20 wood into 5 charcoal. After reviewing its attributes, I was very satisfied. Although I didn't say much, I still promptly gave him a pound of wild boar meat and 30 pieces of firewood. Fan Jian on the other side was deeply moved, further solidifying his resolve to follow me. With the charcoal stove, the charcoal problem was solved, and the water purifier was also secured. I checked the trading panel again. The second batch of bear meat was almost sold out. Just as I was considering whether to continue listing it, my private message notification rang again. My eyes lit up the moment I saw the name, Lu Qingrao. The other person sent a message. "Do you have any other erotic content?" Seeing the probing message from Lu Qingrao, I didn't rush to reply. I turned to look at the sizzling wild boar meat on the fire pit and immediately activated the system's camera function. Click! A high-resolution photo of the roasted meat was sent. In the photo, the fat dripped along the meat's grain into the flames, and you could almost smell the aroma through the screen. Meanwhile, inside the stone house in the valley, Lu Qingruo sat by the fire, holding a gray rabbit. Her room was piled high with wood, making her seem exceptionally wealthy compared to other players. A notification sound rang, and she immediately opened her private chat. When she saw the picture of roasted meat, her eyes widened instantly, and she couldn't help but swallow hard, muttering softly, "This smells so good." She typed quickly, "How much for this meat? How about 500 pieces of wood for 10 jin?" I chuckled at the offer. If it were before, I might have been tempted, but now that resources were plentiful, I was more interested in seeing what other tricks she had up her sleeve. I replied slowly and deliberately, "We have enough basic materials. If you want to change, just take something else." Lu Qingruo immediately understood that this was a disguised way of raising the price. She gritted her teeth in anger, her hands trembling as she squeezed the rabbit, but under the temptation of hunger, she finally chose to compromise. "You're ruthless! Look at this!" She immediately laid out 2 items, fresh corn X10, and repeating crossbow blueprint. The moment I saw them, I sat bolt upright, a look of surprise flashing in my eyes. To be able to produce corn in this situation, she was clearly no ordinary person. I quickly deduced that this woman had most likely opened treasure chests, and more than one. Suppressing my emotions, I gave her a price. 15 caddies of wild boar meat. 15 caddies? You're robbing me! At least 20 caddies! Lu Qingruo immediately exploded. I replied calmly, "The blueprint is useless without metal. 15 jin, not an ounce more." After some back and forth, Lu Qingruo finally gave in and reluctantly confirmed the transaction. The supplies arrived, and the corn and blueprint were in my hands. At the same time, the bear meat I had listed was completely sold out, and my storage box was overflowing with resources. I let out a long breath, feeling much safer. Then I picked up the roasted wild boar meat and took a big bite. Hiss, delicious! The meat was firm and tasted even better than bear meat, but it didn't restore my strength. I knew what was going on. It seems bear meat is more special. We can't just sell it casually anymore. After finishing my meal, I got up and went to the charcoal kiln in the corner to prepare for making charcoal. I noticed some dry thatch next to it, and a sudden idea struck me. Extract! Quick combustion, white, was applied to the charcoal kiln. After ignition, the temperature inside the kiln soared, and a refining process, which originally required a whole night, was compressed into a few tens of minutes. After the successful experiment, I turned to the workbench and began crafting the anti-slip snowboard. The materials were quickly gathered through trading. This item would be extremely valuable in Blizzard in the future. Then I took out the rapid-fire hand crossbow blueprint and started crafting it immediately. The crossbow body was made of refined iron ingots, the mechanism of copper blocks, and the bowstring of vines, a top-of-the-line set of materials. Clang, clang, clang! The forging was complete, and a heavy hand crossbow appeared in my hand. Steel repeating crossbow, blue, repeating fire X5, armor penetration plus 30, accuracy plus 15%. I cocked it and tried it out. The mechanism made a clicking sound, and the feel was excellent. But I knew very well that without arrows, even the best crossbow was useless. I immediately began making crossbow bolts. 30 were quickly completed and neatly packed into the bolt case. Just then, a crisp sound came from the charcoal kiln. The first batch of charcoal had come out. I was very satisfied after inspecting it, and continued firing 3 more batches, gathering all the crucial materials. Next, I created the water purification storage device. This device collects rain and snow through an external funnel, filters it through charcoal, and finally stores it in a large capacity water tank. Seeing that the room was fully equipped and well stocked, I nodded in satisfaction. After a busy night, exhaustion finally overwhelmed me. I collapsed onto the bearskin mat, and, amidst the howling wind outside, quickly fell into a deep sleep. At dawn, a piercing system notification abruptly broke the silence. I jolted awake, sat up from beside the fire, and instinctively pulled my black bearskin tighter around myself. I looked out the window. The chill was even more intense, and the temperature had clearly dropped further. Immediately afterwards, a system announcement rang in the minds of all players. There are 30 hours until the extreme cold blizzard. The first batch of supply crates will be dropped in 2 hours, and their coordinates will be marked on the map. The supplies include cold weather resources, blueprints, and special items. On the surface, this seemed like a lifeline, but my expression turned serious. Resources were limited, yet the entire map was exposed, meaning all players would flock to the same location. From then on, competition and slaughter would become the main theme. I opened the chat channel, which was already buzzing with excitement. Some people were excitedly shouting, "There's hope!" while others were starting to recruit people to form teams, even proposing a 50-50 split. Soon, the location sharing feature was discovered, allowing players to synchronize their coordinates with each other. This feature instantly ignited everyone's hopes, and the channel was filled with messages asking to team up and ask for help from stronger players. Some people even started calling each other brothers as soon as they confirmed that they were not far apart, and threatened to monopolize the supply boxes in the area. I simply shook my head. In this lawless environment, easily revealing one's location is tantamount to suicide. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, these people will soon find out. Of course, some people made direct threats. Someone posted a picture of a blood-stained stone axe, arrogantly declaring that anyone who dared approach the chest he had his eye on would be killed without mercy, immediately sparking a flame war. I couldn't be bothered to watch any longer and simply turned off the channel. I got up and began preparing. First, I prepared food, cutting bear and wild boar meat into chunks and roasting them. For a long trip, food is essential for survival and my confidence in scrambling for supplies. Next, I prepared weapons. I picked up the newly crafted, fine steel repeating crossbow, loaded it with bolts, and pushed open the wooden door. A cold wind, carrying fine snow, rushed into the room. I looked up at the sky and whispered, "It's starting to snow." Standing at the doorway, I raised my crossbow, aimed at a large tree in the distance, and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! The crossbow bolt instantly pierced through the thick trunk, creating a hole that went straight through, its power astonishing. Next came protection. I looked at my thin clothing, took out ironclad steel for leather, to craft armor, but the system prompted that my workbench level was insufficient. I paused slightly, remembering Fang Jian. I sent her a picture. "Can you make armor?" Fang Jian replied almost instantly. "I can try." I immediately traded the materials over. Not long after, she sent me several design sketches to choose from. I selected a form-fitting style that wouldn't restrict my movement, and added, "You can use the rest of the materials yourself." Fang Jian, on the other end, was shocked when she saw the message. Half an hour later, the finished product arrived. A neatly folded dark gray short armor, steel main inner armor, blue quality, providing high defense and cold resistance. A hint of surprise flashed in my eyes. The quality clearly exceeded my expectations. Before I could even take a closer look, Fang Jian sent me another package. "I made you a backpack with the remaining materials. You'll definitely need it today." I opened it and saw a blue quality, ironclad backpack, with excellent capacity and attributes. I knew in my heart that this couldn't have been made from scraps. Fang Jian had clearly used his own resources. I didn't stand on ceremony and reciprocated with a large amount of wood and bear meat, leaving only the words, "Survive." After preparing, I donned my inner armor and donned a bearskin overcoat, fully equipped. I stood at the doorway, my gaze calm and sharp. At this moment, only 10 minutes remained before the supply crates were dropped. In the howling, dark forest, I moved at lightning speed like a ghost. With the aid of swift shadow, I ran faster and faster, almost becoming a blur, while my eyes constantly scanned my surroundings. I casually harvested the mutated plants along the way, and quietly extracted a few rays of light into my palm. White entries such as trace toxins, mild paralysis, and blindness came one after another. Although these entries weren't high grade, they were insidious and practical. Without the slightest hesitation, I immediately assigned them all to the crossbow bolts in my backpack, instantly creating a batch of truly cunning weapons. Just then, a server-wide notification suddenly sounded. The first batch of supply crates has been dropped. I immediately opened the map and saw countless points of light shining in the darkness, with white being the most numerous, green scattered here and there, and blue being extremely rare. I quickly locked onto the nearest blue dot of light, about 2 kilometers away, and then burst into speed, heading straight for my target. At top speed, I soon arrived at an open, flat area. In the center of the open space, a blue metal supply box sat quietly. After confirming that no one was around, I went forward and opened it, and system notifications sounded one after another. I obtained refined iron ingots, 20 caddies of flour, and a fence reinforcement blueprint. I was particularly satisfied with the flour, and the blueprint would also greatly improve the territory's defense. After collecting the supplies, I didn't linger. I locked onto the second blue dot, and quickly disappeared into the snowstorm. A dozen minutes later, another player finally arrived. He was bundled up but still shivering from the cold. The moment he saw the blue box, his face lit up with ecstasy, and he scrambled over to it. However, when he opened the crate, he found it completely empty. At that moment, his expression completely collapsed, and he sat in the snow, screaming in despair. No! Meanwhile, I was still speeding forward in the distance. Along the way, I casually opened a white supply crate. Inside were only wood and a frozen piece of bread. As expected, it's trash. I casually closed the box, too lazy to even pick it up, abandoning all the white targets and focusing on finding the more profitable blue boxes. The prolonged high-speed run had made my breathing increasingly heavy. While Swift Shadow was powerful, it also consumed a great deal of stamina, forcing me to slow down to avoid unexpected battles. After passing through a dense coniferous forest, I finally approached the second blue supply crate. But just as I got close, I suddenly stopped. Using the stealth effect of the hunter trait, I silently disappeared into the shadow of a giant tree, my gaze piercing through the snow and wind, locking onto the clearing ahead. There, beside the blue supply crate, stood 2 players armed with weapons. They stared intently at the crate, their eyes filled with greed and murderous intent. I remained hidden in the shadow of the giant tree, not in a hurry to reveal myself. With a slight thought omniscience, instantly locked onto the 2 players in the open space, and information rapidly appeared. One of them was named Wang Pihu, who possessed the green attribute, weakness insight. The other was named Lu Erdi, who only had the ordinary defensive ability, hard skin. My gaze lingered on the former for a moment longer. On the open ground, the 2 men cautiously approached the blue supply crate, while keeping a close watch on their surroundings. Lu Erdi's voice trembled. "Brother Wang, it really is a blue crate. We're rich." Wang Pihu licked his lips, gripped his stone axe tightly, and his eyes were full of greed. "This time there's definitely something good in it. I never want to eat earthworms again." As they talked, the topic quickly turned to bear meat. Suddenly, Wang Pihu launched into a tirade of insults, threatening to rob me clean if he ever encountered me. Hearing this from behind the tree, my eyes instantly turned cold, and a cold smile crept onto my lips. Soon, the 2 arrived at the supply box. Just as Lu Erdi was about to open it, Wang Pihu suddenly slammed his axe down on the box, startling Lu Erdi. "Brother Wang?" Lu Erdi asked, puzzled. Wang Pihu sneered. 50-50? You think you're worthy?" His tone had completely abandoned any pretense of civility. Lu Erdi's face stiffened, and he could only force a smile. "Then you tell me how to split it, I'll do as you say." Wang Pihu, however, immediately turned hostile, launching into a tirade of insults, and even dredging up old grievances, leaving his opponent no way out. Driven to the brink, Lu Erdi's eyes also turned crazed. He pulled out a sharp wooden stick and roared. "Trying to take it all for yourself? Dream on! I'll fight you to the death!" He even revealed their past of killing and robbing for resources, instantly freezing the atmosphere. "You're asking for death!" Wang Pihu roared, activating weakness insight, and slashing out with his stone axe. Lu Erdi had no time to react. The axe blade precisely avoided his strongest point of defense, slicing directly into his neck. With a splat, blood gushed out, and he died instantly. Wang Pihu spat, his face full of disdain. "Useless trash." Then, he turned to look at the supply box, his eyes almost overflowing with greed. Just as he trembled and reached out to open the box. Whoosh! A crossbow bolt pierced the air, precisely striking his thigh. Ah! Wang Pihu screamed and fell to the ground. The paralyzing poison spread rapidly, rendering him unable to move in the blink of an eye, leaving him only able to lie paralyzed on the ground, screaming madly. Who's there? Show yourself! He roared, his voice trembling with fear. I then slowly emerged from behind the tree, a cold smile playing on my lips. Weren't you looking for me? The Monkey King's pupils constricted sharply when he saw the black bear skin on my shoulder. He instantly recognized me, and fear completely shattered his defenses. He immediately adopted a fawning expression, begging for mercy. Boss Lin! It's a misunderstanding. I was just talking nonsense. Please let me go, I'll be your slave. I didn't even bother to respond, my eyes as cold as ice. Then, I slowly raised my repeating crossbow and aimed it at his forehead. Bang! The crossbow bolt pierced his skull, the sound abruptly ceasing. Wang Pihu lay on the snow, his eyes wide open in death, his gaze still fixed on the supply crate so close to him. System notification. Player Wang Pihu successfully killed. This player's fire core has been changed to an unclaimed state. Coordinates have been synchronized to the map. On the snow-covered open ground, the stench of blood was gradually swallowed by the cold. I walked to Wang Pihu's corpse and activated, all-knowing. Extract! A ball of green light appeared and instantly disappeared into my palm. A notification sounded. I've acquired the attribute, Weakness Insight Green. I felt a chill run through my eyes, and when I looked around again, the weak points of the trees and rocks were vaguely visible. I muttered to myself. A divine skill! As for Lu Erdi's white entry, I couldn't even be bothered to look at it. After dealing with the loot, I turned around and opened the blue supply box. The contents inside made my eyes light up. A down sleeping bag, 2 bowls of beef noodles, a hot cocoa, and a bathtub blueprint. Just thinking about taking a hot bath, eating hot food, and then crawling into the sleeping bag to rest made me look forward to the days ahead. I packed all the supplies into my backpack. Thankfully, Fang Jian gave me one, and the capacity was more than enough. After organizing, I ate some bear meat to regain my strength while checking the map. The nearby blue dots had disappeared, clearly snatched up by someone else. The distant targets were too dangerous, so I quickly focused my attention on the unclaimed flame core. I'll just raid their base while I'm at it. Having determined my direction, I finished the bear meat and set off again, braving the wind and snow. Along the way, the snow gradually thickened, and the environment became increasingly harsh. I even witnessed people stone each other to death in a fight over supplies. Similar scenes played out repeatedly throughout the forest, as everyone risked their lives for the impending blizzard. Soon, I arrived at the outskirts of Wangpi Monkey's territory. This area was quite large, clearly having reached level 2. A wooden fence surrounded an expanded thatched hut, but overall it remained very simple. Outside the fence lay piles of unmoved timber, clearly the result of the 2 men's frantic felling. I stepped directly into the area, and a system prompt popped up. Plunder territory resources? I chose, yes, without hesitation. The next second, the fence and thatched hut crumbled into specks of light. The system began calculating campfire core, wood, thatch, and a pile of earthworms and mushrooms. Looking at the so-called food, I couldn't help but shake my head. This quality of life was truly appalling. I only took the core and the wood, and was about to leave when I suddenly remembered that Lu Erdi's territory was also nearby. I opened the map and sure enough, there was another glowing dot in the distance. Since I'm already here, I said, turning to leave. After passing through the bushes, I soon saw a dilapidated wooden hut. Half the roof had collapsed, and the fire had long since died down. A flickering ember core lay quietly in the ashes. Just as I was about to approach, a sudden, intense sense of crisis exploded within me. The hunter tag triggered a frantic warning. I stopped abruptly, my hair standing on end, and quickly hid behind a giant tree, barely breathing. The next second, heavy footsteps echoed from the depths of the forest. Thump, crunch. With each step, the snow was compacted, and the ground trembled slightly. The stench of blood in the air grew stronger. I hid behind a tree, gripping my repeating crossbow tightly. The crossbow bolt was already cocked, and I stared intently ahead as the heavy footsteps drew ever closer. Soon, a massive black shadow appeared deep in the forest, nearly 5 meters tall, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. As several large trees were snapped in two, the monster was fully revealed before my eyes. My pupils contracted. It was a giant, mutated bull, entirely blood-red. Its muscles bulged, its skin covered in scabs, and especially its pair of jet-black horns, which were still adorned with bits of flesh and entrails, making it look extremely ferocious. I forced myself to calm down and activated knowledge of all things. The moment the information appeared, my heart sank. Berserk Bull, level, Tier 1, Bloodlust, purple strength doubles, surges again when near death, flesh and blood body, blue blood coagulates into armor after injury. Tier 1, purple attribute. My breath hitched slightly. Compared to the black bear and wild boar I'd encountered before, this monster was clearly a higher level being. I even tried using weakness insight to find its weaknesses, but to no avail. Almost instantly, I made my decision. I absolutely could not engage it head-on. I don't eat beef, I muttered to myself, my gaze fixed on the other person. At that moment, the berserker bull had reached an abandoned wooden hut. With a casual jerk, it overturned the entire hut, then walked to the extinguished fire. It lowered its head and blew, scattering the ashes to reveal the core of the fire within. The next moment, the raging bull actually swallowed the core whole. Buzz! After swallowing it, the crimson color on its body became even more vibrant, and its aura suddenly surged. Then, it roared to the sky, the sound waves shaking the snowflakes backward, its power terrifying. I then realized that the warnings in the survival rules were far more terrifying than I had imagined. Black bears and wild boars were utterly insignificant compared to it. The true danger of this forest had only just begun to reveal itself. Without lingering, while the opponent was still immersed in the surge of power, I quickly suppressed my breathing and retreated in the opposite direction. I don't know how far I retreated, but only when the oppressive feeling completely disappeared did I stop, sit down on a snow-covered rock, and let out a long breath. I opened the regional chat channel, where the battle for supply crates was raging, and the channel was in an uproar. Some people were showing off that they had grabbed green crates, others were complaining about encountering mutated wolves, and still others were spending resources to hire people to retaliate. It was utter chaos. I quickly scanned the logs, trying to find information related to level, but to no avail. Clearly, most people hadn't encountered monsters of this tier yet. After a moment's thought, I sent a message in the channel. Has anyone seen a Tier 1 mutated creature? The message sent the channel into an instant silence, followed by an explosion of chatter. A big shot has appeared. A big shot selling bear meat. What's Tier 1? I can't even beat a rabbit. I was looking at these worthless replies and was about to close the channel when someone suddenly mentioned a name, Xing Lu. Call Xing Lu out, he'll definitely know. Yeah, isn't his entry an encyclopedia entry? Xing Lu, come out quickly, the big shot wants to ask you a question. Xing Lu? I raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised, as the chat was flooded with the same name. I quickly scrolled through his past posts and discovered that he was indeed a know-it-all. From effortless tree-cutting techniques to identifying poisonous mushrooms and quickly starting a fire, to making traps and methods for keeping warm, Xing Lu seems to know everything. He can answer almost anyone's questions, which has earned him a considerable following. Just as I was browsing, Xing Lu finally popped up. Why are so many people calling me? Aren't you going to grab the supply crates? Then, seeing my question, he directly called out. At Lin Han, a Tier 1 mutated creature? Your area is going to be dangerous. These words caused an immediate uproar in the channel, with everyone pressing for answers. But Xing Lu changed the subject, laughing. Want to hear? I'm quite interested in your bear meat. He was clearly asking for a price. Without wasting any words, I cut off a piece of bear meat and sent it over. A few seconds later, Xing Lu exploded. Holy crap! This meat is amazing! The recovery effect is outrageous. His exaggerated reaction instantly drew a wave of envy and skepticism. Many people started complaining that I had been scammed, but Xing Lu responded smugly. I'm going to chat with the big boss privately. Want to get information for free? No way. After saying that, he ignored the public chat. Soon, the private chat lit up. Xing Lu's tone was much more subdued. Where did you see the first-tier creature you mentioned? What did it look like? I briefly described the scene that had occurred by the frozen lake. There was a moment of silence on the other end, and when he spoke again, he was noticeably more serious. If that thing is near your territory, I advise you to leave immediately. I frowned and pressed for the reason. Xing Lu explained that the player's campfire core is not only crucial for survival, but also has a deadly attraction to mutated creatures. Once the campfire goes out, the core is exposed, and not only the player can see it, but wild beasts will also be attracted and devoured. More importantly, ordinary mutated creatures will advance to Tier 1 after consuming 10 cores. At that point, their strength, speed, and defense will be greatly enhanced, and they may even awaken special abilities, making them far beyond the capabilities of players at this stage. Hearing this, my heart sank. I remembered the mutilated corpse by the frozen lake and the torn tent, and instantly understood the reason. That steel-bristled boar had likely already devoured the core of the campfire. Xing Lu continued. When Blizzard arrives, a large number of players will die, and cores will be everywhere. At that time, there will only be more and more of these advanced monsters. His tone was serious. I was silent for a moment, then asked, How do you know all this? Xing Lu laughed and chuckled. It's top secret, related to the entry. If you want to know more later, just bring some good stuff in exchange. He quickly ended the conversation. I'm not chatting anymore, I'm going to grab some boxes. With that, his profile picture went dark. I pulled myself out of my thoughts and opened the map. The first round of supplies was almost over. The points of interest had been nearly cleared, with only a few still flickering in remote corners. I weighed the backpack stuffed on my back and decided against being greedy. Go back first, wait for the next round, I muttered to myself, turning and stepping into the snowstorm. 20 hours until the extreme cold and blizzard arrives, accompanied by the dull sound of wood scraping. The wooden fence surrounding my territory continued to rise and thicken, with menacing spikes extending from the sides, visibly increasing its defensive capabilities. I stood quietly in the snow, observing. Not long ago, I braved the wind and snow to rush back to my territory. After a brief rest, I immediately began to reinforce my defenses. Now the weather was getting worse, the wind was howling, and the snow was pouring down, piling up rapidly until it was above my shoes, making movement increasingly difficult. I looked down at my gear, a pair of newly made all-terrain, non-slip snowboards. They distributed my weight well, and the non-slip sole allowed me to move almost unimpeded on the snow. Good stuff. I nodded. Then I remembered that before upgrading the fence, I had mass-produced 30 snowshoes and listed them all in the trade channel. I priced them at 50 wood, which wasn't cheap at the current stage. Sure enough, as soon as they were listed, the channel was filled with skepticism. Selling this junk for 50 wood? Are you crazy? I couldn't be bothered to explain. I knew perfectly well that as the blizzard intensified, movement speed was crucial for survival, and smart people would naturally understand its value. Before long, someone realized. By the time the second round of supply crates spawns, you'll still be crawling through the snow, while everyone else has already looted them. The tide of conversation turned instantly. The next moment, all 30 pairs of snowboards were gone. Seeing the skyrocketing material prices, I immediately rushed to make a new batch, but it was also sold out in seconds. Just then, Lu Qingruo sent me a private message. Are there any snowboards left? I couldn't get any, could you sell me one? After a moment's thought, I immediately handed her a pair of snowboards, saying, You gave me the blueprints, consider this a return gift. If you have anything good in the future, come to me first. I knew very well that this woman had abundant resources and was very likely to have special means of acquiring things. Such connections were far more valuable than a pair of snowboards. Unbeknownst to me, deep within the snowstorm, a player's corpse lay in a pool of blood. Lu Qingruo sat on a rock, clad in light silver armor, a short blade gleaming coldly in her hand. When she received the trade request and saw the free snowboard, she paused slightly, a meaningful smile playing on her lips. "This person isn't so heartless after all," she murmured to herself. Night fell, and I stood inside the reinforced fence, gazing at the forest swallowed by the wind and snow. Just then, the server-wide announcement sounded again. The second wave of supply crates was about to drop, and it was the last round before the blizzard, with the highest quality, purple. My eyes sharpened instantly, and I immediately opened the map. Countless points of light lit up again. I filtered out low-level targets and quickly searched. Soon, I spotted a purple dot in the distance. Without hesitation, I pushed open the gate, stomped on my snowshoes, and vanished into the snowy night. 15 hours until the extreme cold blizzard arrives. In the dark forest, a blur of motion swept across the snow. I sped along on my snowboard, the thick snow barely hindering my speed. I moved through the woods like a ghost. If anyone were following behind, they would be astonished to find that the tracks in the snow appeared only every few meters, indicating that I was moving at top speed. On the map, the purple supply crate was extremely far away. I adjusted my breathing as I continued to advance in the darkness, my goal unwavering. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to me, in a level 2 territory near the supply crate, a fortified wooden house was brightly lit and comfortably warm. Inside, Zhao Feng sat on a wooden chair, holding a skewer of golden brown, juicy roasted chicken, its aroma filling the entire space. With a creak, the wooden door was pushed open, and 3 men covered in snow carried in wood. After placing it down, they immediately gathered around the fire to warm themselves, but their eyes were unconsciously fixed on the roast chicken. Zhao Feng looked at the 3 men and nodded in satisfaction. One of them immediately flattered him. "Brother Zhao, thanks to you for leading us to form an alliance, otherwise we wouldn't be where we are today." Another quickly echoed, praising his wise decision. Zhao Feng smiled as he turned the roast chicken, his tone calm. "Many hands make light work, much better than fighting alone." The third person couldn't help but sigh, realizing that if Zhao Feng hadn't intervened so forcefully, they would have been fighting to the death for the supplies long ago. Zhao Feng's confidence stemmed from the blue attribute he received at the start, mixed martial arts, which allowed him to almost completely dominate ordinary people in close combat. During the initial battle for the blue supply crate, he single-handedly defeated 3 men, easily subduing them and stunning everyone present. He then proposed an alliance, which the 3 men agreed to after weighing the pros and cons. Upon opening the crate, they obtained a large amount of supplies and 2 frozen chickens. After being impressed by his strength and methods, they voluntarily acknowledged Zhao Feng as their leader, fused with the core of the campfire, and successfully upgraded their territory to level 2. "The chicken is ready!" Zhao Feng took the roasted chicken down. The 3 men's eyes lit up, but they dared not move. Zhao Feng nodded in satisfaction, personally dividing the meat, and the 4 of them sat around the campfire, carefully savoring this rare delicacy. As Zhao Feng ate, he said, "Follow me, and you'll never have to worry about food again." "Thank you, Brother Zhao," the 3 replied hastily, their faces full of gratitude. Just then, one of them casually opened a map, but froze a second later, the bone in his hand falling to the ground. He jumped to his feet, his voice trembling. "Brother Zhao! The purple supply crate is right next to us!" "A purple supply crate?" Inside the cabin, the other 3 stopped abruptly upon hearing this and simultaneously summoned their maps. Sure enough, a purple dot was flashing wildly in the distance. Zhao Feng locked onto the target at a glance, then slapped his thigh and laughed loudly. "It's fate! A purple supply box, we're rich this time!" He immediately stood up. "Brothers, grab your weapons, let's go!" Overjoyed, the 4 of them quickly devoured the remaining chicken, grabbed stone axes and wooden spears, and headed straight for the coordinates against the wind and snow. On the other side, I trudged through the snow, my body completely covered, only my calm eyes visible. After a long journey, I finally arrived near my destination. But the scene before me was somewhat unexpected. There was no aftermath of a battle, but rather a group of people facing off, the atmosphere tense and eerie. Zhao Feng led 3 others to form a semicircle, protectively holding the purple supply crate behind them, their expressions wary. Opposite them were 7 or 8 players shivering from the cold. Leading them was a burly man in a tattered down jacket, wielding a spear, his eyes darting around. Beside him, a thuggish-looking young man with a menacing expression stared intently at Zhao Feng. Further away, others hid behind trees, watching, hesitant to approach but unwilling to leave. I narrowed my eyes and activated knowledge of all things. Instantly, information appeared above everyone's heads. Almost all of them were white entries. Until I looked at Zhao Feng, a flash of blue light was particularly dazzling, mixed martial arts, blue. I nodded slightly. No wonder he dared to take it over. The stalemate in the center of the open space was finally broken. Zhao Feng gripped his stone axe and warned coldly. I'll say it one last time, this is ours. If you want to live, get out of here. His imposing presence and sheer numbers deterred many, but the allure of the purple supply crates kept them from leaving. Just then, a thug suddenly stepped forward, brandishing a sharp rock and shouting, Bullshit! Whoever sees it gets it! Why are you hoarding it all? Anger flashed in Zhao Feng's eyes, but he still suppressed his temper. If you really fight, you won't have a good ending. Don't just wait here to die. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man in the down jacket immediately spoke up. Why don't we all open the boxes together and divide the resources equally? No one will have to fight to the death. He spoke with high-sounding words, but in reality, he was inciting the crowd. Sure enough, several people behind him immediately echoed him, and the atmosphere became agitated again. However, the thug had completely lost control, his eyes bloodshot as he roared. Share my ass! I'm starving to death! Today it's either you die or I live! Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly sprang up, seizing the moment Zhao Feng was distracted, and swung a rock straight at his neck. Die! The next second, the situation instantly reversed. Zhao Feng almost instinctively dodged to the side, and then kicked out fiercely. Bang! The thug screamed as he was kicked several meters away, crashing heavily into the snow, curled up and unable to get up. The force of the kick silenced the entire area instantly. The man who had been shouting moments before turned pale, frozen in place, not daring to breathe too loudly. Zhao Feng retracted his kick, looking at the disheveled group before him, and said coldly, I told you you're no match for me. You'd better find somewhere else to survive. That kick had completely shattered their mental defenses. The group exchanged glances and immediately turned to flee into the forest. The thugs lying on the ground were also terrified, scrambling to escape, not even bothering to pick up their weapons. Soon, only the middle-aged man in the down jacket remained in the room. He stood there, his face grim, staring intently at Zhao Feng, but he hesitated to make a move. After a dozen seconds of silence, he snorted coldly and turned to leave unwillingly. But the viciousness in his eyes did not diminish in the slightest. After everyone left, Zhao Feng and his 3 henchmen breathed a sigh of relief, their faces beaming with excitement. Brother Zhao is awesome! These guys even tried to rob us! Just as they were about to open the supply crates, Zhao Feng suddenly raised his hand to stop them, his gaze fixed on a large tree not far away. Come out, stop hiding! A moment later, a thin, pale-faced little boy emerged, trembling. He was dressed in thin clothes, his lips were purple from the cold, and his eyes were filled with fear. Zhao Feng looked at him, his expression softened, he sighed, and took a chicken leg wrapped in leaves from his pocket, placing it in the boy's hand. If you can't hold on, come find me with the core of the fire. He gave me a coordinate. If you can get there alive, I'll take you in. The little boy clutched the chicken leg tightly, his eyes red-rimmed, and he could barely speak. He just bowed deeply and then stumbled and disappeared into the snowstorm. Brother Zhao, this chicken leg. The underling hesitated, feeling a little reluctant. Stop talking nonsense, open the box. Zhao Feng waved his hand, his eyes fixed intently on the supply box emitting a purple light. Just as he reached out, clear footsteps echoed through the snow. Zhao Feng whirled around, his body tense. When he saw who it was, his pupils constricted sharply. In the snowstorm, I stood holding a crossbow, the bolt pointed directly at his brow. His heart sank. He immediately signaled to his underlings not to move, while secretly shocked that I had been able to approach this close so silently. Zhao Feng suppressed his unease and tentatively said, "Brother, thank you for not intervening earlier. We've already claimed this box. How about we all go our separate ways?" I replied casually. "What a coincidence. I've also taken a liking to this box." The atmosphere instantly froze. Zhao Feng narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing me closely, quickly noticing the bearskin on my body and the snowboards on my feet. A name suddenly flashed into his mind, and he blurted out, "You are Lin Han?" Before I could finish speaking, whoosh! Without warning, I pulled the trigger, and the crossbow bolt shot through the air. "Brother Zhao, watch out!" Zhao Feng thought I was going to kill someone and dodged to the side. But the next second, he froze. The crossbow bolt wasn't aimed at them at all. It had pierced straight through a dead tree behind them. Zhao Feng whirled around and saw the middle-aged man who had just left hiding behind the withered tree. He was drawing back his bowstring, the arrow aimed at where Zhao Feng had been standing, clearly having been lying in ambush for some time. Before he could react, whoosh! A second crossbow bolt followed closely behind. Blood splattered instantly, the arrow piercing his throat with pinpoint accuracy. The middle-aged man let out a hoarse, strange sound, the bow and arrow slipped from his grasp, and he collapsed onto the snow, clutching his bleeding neck. After a few struggles, he was completely lifeless. It all happened so fast that Zhao Feng and the others didn't even have time to react. Zhao Feng scrambled to his feet from the snow, his back soaked in cold sweat. He looked at me, his expression complex. I hadn't come to steal from him. Instead, I had saved his life. But what truly frightened him was my judgment, and the terrifying power of that crossbow. Zhao Feng knew very well that once he made a move, he had almost no chance of winning. "Thank you for saving me," Zhao Feng said in a low voice, but quickly gritted his teeth and looked at the purple supply box and his brothers behind him. "This box is related to whether we can survive or not. I can't let it go." He stared at me, his tone hardening. "If you insist on taking it, the four of us will fight to the death to seriously injure you. The blizzard is coming soon, you won't be able to hold on." His words were tough, but they sounded more like the struggle of a cornered beast. I knew in my heart that they weren't bluffing. The crossbow was powerful, but if the four of them fought desperately to get close, I might not escape unscathed. The price wasn't worth it. At this moment, Zhao Feng took a step back. "One-on-one close combat, no crossbow needed. If you win, the chest is yours. If I win, you leave, and we won't hurt you." Clearly, he wasn't willing to gamble either. I smiled slightly and said, "Okay." With that, I put away my crossbow and gripped the rock armor hand axe in my other hand. No sooner had I spoken than Zhao Feng made his move. Boosted by mixed martial arts, he charged through the snow, feinting at my face with his left hand while simultaneously slashing my shoulder with his right stone axe, his movements ruthless and practiced. Instead of retreating, I advanced directly to meet the attack. Clang! The moment the two axes clashed, Zhao Feng's expression changed drastically. A terrifying force surged through the axe handles into his arms, making his entire arm go numb. "This power," he thought in horror. Before he could recover, I had already launched a fierce attack, my axe swings wide and sweeping, forcing Zhao Feng to parry helplessly. Each block felt like being struck head-on by a heavy object. After 3 blows, Zhao Feng's weapon was nearly shattered, his legs were deeply embedded in the snow, and he was nearing his limit. "It's over." I seized the opening in his distorted movements, flipped my wrist, and swung the back of my axe fiercely. Bang! Zhao Feng was sent flying 2 or 3 meters, crashing heavily into the snow. "Brother Zhao!" The 3 men, their eyes red, were about to rush forward, but Zhao Feng stopped them. He forced himself to stand up despite the excruciating pain, his eyes filled with shock as he looked at me. Just now, I hadn't used my full strength at all. If it had been a true fight to the death, they would have all been wiped out. "I lost, I admit defeat," Zhao Feng said, panting, pointing to the supply box. "It's yours." With that, he prepared to leave with his men. "Wait!" I called out to him. Zhao Feng turned around and saw me casually toss 2 pairs of all-terrain snowboards to him. "Take these and go find another box." My tone was calm, but very practical. Zhao Feng was stunned, his eyes slightly reddening. Finally, he bowed deeply and left with his men. In the snowstorm, the area was finally cleared. I walked to the purple supply crate and opened it. A series of notification sounds followed: guard tower blueprints, a cold weather enhancement kit, and plenty of food and seasonings. I looked at the blueprints first. The tower could automatically attack intruders, but required continuous resupply of crossbow bolts. Not bad. I nodded. Next was a cold weather material pack, which could permanently enhance the shelter's cold resistance, a significant advantage before a blizzard. Following that was a set of blue quality, polar cold weather suit, whose high defense and extremely strong cold resistance surprised me slightly. This haul truly exceeded my expectations. Finally, there was the food. The top-quality Wagyu beef, served with a ton of seasonings, caught my eye. After eating plain meat for so long, the seasonings were surprisingly valuable. I quickly packed the supplies into my backpack and looked up at the increasingly raging blizzard. 8 hours until extreme cold and blizzard arrives, the wind howled and the snow fell heavily. I sped through the forest, pulling up the map to check the distribution of the second round of supplies. By this time, almost all the supply crates had been looted, especially the purple crates, which had long since disappeared. It seems the surviving players have become more efficient. I closed the map, but my gaze fell on the territory interface. The upgradable notification was flashing, and I suddenly remembered that I had an extra level 2 campfire core. I then clicked on the upgrade requirements. The moment I saw the material list, I paused in my tracks. A level 3 territory required 1,000 wood, 500 stone, and an additional core. The consumption was outrageous. I quickly checked the inventory. There were over 2,000 pieces of timber, but only a little over 100 pieces of stone, a huge shortfall. More than 300 stones short. I frowned, deciding to sell another batch of bear meat to exchange for resources when I got back. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to me, in the darkness near my territory, a figure was lurking, intently watching the wooden house enclosed by the reinforced fence. When that person saw the firelight inside, their eyes were filled with greed, but upon seeing the spiked fence, a sense of apprehension arose within them. In the end, they could only retreat quietly, leaving not even a footprint on the snow. I sped up again, looting any remaining supplies along the way. As I climbed over a slope, a blue dot suddenly appeared on the map, making me slightly taken aback. There's a blue chest? I didn't approach rashly, but instead used knowledge of all things to scan the surrounding area, quickly discovering the problem. Beside the supply crate, a strange purple plant was growing silently, the mutant man-eating flower, possessing the hallucinogenic green ability, capable of luring targets closer and devouring them. Near its roots lay several player corpses, their faces bearing eerie smiles. Clearly, these people had all died after being poisoned. It was a trap. I quickly pinpointed its weak point, raised my hand, and fired 3 crossbow bolts with pinpoint accuracy, piercing its trunk. The carnivorous plant trembled violently a few times before withering completely, and its fluorescent glow went out. After confirming it was safe, I stepped forward and opened the supply crate. I obtained refined iron ingots, rice, and a comfortable wooden bed blueprint. Finally, I don't have to sleep on the floor anymore. I chuckled to myself, and packed up all the supplies. Afterward, I casually opened a few more white crates until my backpack was full before stopping and starting my return journey. Along the way, I opened the chat channel to kill time. The regional chat was still chaotic, so I quickly switched to the world chat. The messages refreshed more slowly, but the content was even more depressing. The screen was filled with cries for help and despair. As I was browsing, a player named Fang Mu caught my attention. 10 minutes ago, he was begging for medicine to save his sister, offering a low price, and no one paid any attention. 5 minutes ago, he directly increased his offer to 500 wood, 100 stone, plus meat, but still no one responded, and he was even mocked. Just now, the other party was almost on the verge of collapse. "I'll give you as much as you want. I'd give my life to save her." Upon seeing this, my eyes suddenly narrowed. "As much as you want." After seeing Fang Mu's message, I abruptly stopped, my eyes flickering, clearly weighing the pros and cons. After a brief moment of thought, I immediately initiated a private chat, sending a screenshot of the basic life potion, without uttering a single unnecessary word. In less than 3 seconds, Fang Mu replied, almost in despair. "Big brother! Please give me the potion! My sister can't hold on any longer. I'll give you anything you want." Immediately afterwards, the other party sent a screenshot showing a staggering amount of wood and stone piled up. Fang Mu hurriedly explained that he possessed the blue attribute, Gatherer, granting him extremely high resource acquisition efficiency, and that he could give away all these supplies as long as it could save his sister. Seeing this, my gaze sharpened slightly, and I already had a new plan in mind, but I didn't rush to name a price. I briefly inquired about the situation, and Fang Mu immediately explained that he had found his sister in the channel and had gone through many hardships to reunite with her, but his sister had been ambushed while she was out and had suffered severe bleeding from her wounds. After listening, I didn't ask any further questions and immediately sent the life-saving potion via trade. "Save her first, we'll discuss the price later." Meanwhile, the atmosphere inside the wooden house was extremely oppressive. Fang Mu, his face streaked with tears, stood guard beside his sister, almost in despair. Just then, a notification sound rang. He looked up abruptly, saw my trade request, and felt like he had grasped at a last straw. Trembling, he took the medicine and, without even a word, immediately fed it to his sister. As the medicine entered her mouth, the wound glowed red, and the flesh began to heal. In just half a minute, the bleeding stopped, and the wound began to scab over. The girl's complexion gradually returned to normal, her breathing became steady, and she finally slowly opened her eyes. "Brother!" Fang Mu could no longer hold back and knelt on the ground, crying bitterly. Meanwhile, I returned to my campsite. Pushing open the door, the warm firelight dispelled the chill, allowing me to completely relax. The water tank was full of clean water, and with the snow and wind outside, I wouldn't have to worry about water for the foreseeable future. Just then, Fang Mu's message came again. "Big brother! My sister is awake! Thank you so much!" Immediately afterward, he sent a screenshot of the archive. I clicked on it, and couldn't help but fall silent for a few seconds. With 4,738 units of timber, 2,156 units of stone, and a large quantity of food and supplies, their resource reserves were astonishing. Fang Mu's attitude was extremely sincere. "Brother, take whatever you want, I'd be willing to give you everything." After a moment's thought, I gave a clear price. 1,000 for timber, 500 for stone, cash on delivery. Fang Mu repeatedly said it was too little and hoped I could take more. I didn't change the price. Instead, I cut off a piece of mutated bear meat and traded it over. "For your sister to nourish her body." This gesture completely moved Fang Mu, and the trade was completed immediately. A flash of white light, and a large amount of wood and stone poured into the storage box, replenishing all the materials needed for the upgrade. Afterwards, I organized my spoils one by one. The blue supply box contained refined iron ingots, food, sleeping bags, and crafting blueprints. The purple supply crate even contained the Guardian Arrow Tower blueprint, cold weather enhancement materials, and top-tier ingredients. Everything was ready. A system notification popped up. The territory upgrade requirements have been met. Without hesitation, I made the choice. Yes. System notification. Consumed 1 level 2 campfire core, 1,000 wood, 500 stone. The notification appeared, and the ground trembled slightly. The campfire core burst forth with a dark red light, completely illuminating the entire territory, and the wooden house began to change drastically. The original petrified wooden house rapidly expanded outwards, with thickened walls and a restructured architecture, transforming it into a multi-area stone and wood mansion in the blink of an eye. The roof was continuously raised, significantly increasing the available space. The central bonfire also evolved, the rubble merging into a rock fire pit nearly 2 meters in diameter, with a ring of stone platforms extending around it. The high temperature spread out, completely enveloping the entire room in warmth. Meanwhile, the territory's boundaries expanded outwards. The fence continued to advance, encompassing ordinary trees. But those towering giant trees vanished the moment they touched the boundary, and the ground instantly returned to its flat state. The fence has also been reinforced, nearly doubling in height. The wooden stakes are thick and sharp, covered with spikes, significantly improving its defensive capabilities. Ding! Territory upgrade successful. Current level, Level 3, unlocked, planting function, residence system, workbench and storage box upgraded. I stood inside the house, looking at my newly renovated territory, my eyes filled with undisguised satisfaction. At this moment, only an hour remained before the blizzard arrived. Suddenly, the wind stopped, the snowfall subsided, and an eerie silence descended upon the world. Not far away, a group of 7 or 8 people were struggling forward. They were ragged, their faces purple with cold, but their expressions were strangely frantic. The man in the lead was noticeably different. He barely sank into the snow, moving with ease. He turned back and muttered, "Stop dawdling, we're almost there." Someone asked in a trembling voice, "Brother Chen, do you think there's really food there?" "Chen," he said impatiently, "I saw it with my own eyes. There are mountains of wood and meat. Once we go in, it's all ours." Upon hearing the word meat, the greed in everyone's eyes surged instantly, and their pace quickened. Soon, they passed through the bushes and arrived outside my territory. Chen He parted the branches and leaves, and after just one glance, he froze on the spot. Before him was no longer a simple shelter, but a sturdy fortress standing in the wind and snow. A spiked fence, as tall as 2 or 3 people, tightly protected the interior. Everyone was stunned, especially after feeling the faint warmth emanating from inside. Their breathing quickened, and their eyes became sickly and greedy. But Chin He's face was extremely ugly. Damn it! How did it turn out like this? He had originally planned to scale the fence and launch a surprise attack, but with the current height and defenses, it was impossible to force his way in. Some people began to back down. "Brother Chin, we can't get in." Chin He remained silent for a moment, his cold gaze sweeping over the crowd, finally settling on a woman at the back of the line who was nearly frozen unconscious. He walked over, dragged her out, and whispered a few words. Then, he and several burly men quietly retreated, hiding in the snow not far away. Right now, within my territory, I've already toured the upgraded room and am in a good mood, planning its layout and casually starting to craft items. A double bed, a bathtub, cold-resistant reinforcement materials. One by one, I'm methodically crafting each item. The room is warm and quiet. I've even started humming a little tune. Just then, "Is anyone there? Help!" A piercing cry for help, mixed with a woman's sobs, suddenly came from outside. Hearing the cry for help coming through the wind and snow, I frowned slightly. At this time, it seemed very strange for a woman to suddenly appear at the gate of the territory shouting for help. I wasn't planning to pay any attention, but when my gaze fell on the Guardian Arrow Tower blueprint on the table, and then I glanced at the pitch-black night, a playful smile suddenly appeared on my lips. I put away the blueprint, hung up my crossbow, and pushed open the door to leave the wooden hut. Outside the fence, the woman was leaning against a wooden stake, desperately shouting. She was already exhausted. After a few shouts, she felt dizzy, but dared not stop. She glanced back at her accomplice in the shadows of the snow. Chin He was gesturing threateningly with the stone axe. She could only grit her teeth and continue the act. Just as she was about to despair, the door of the wooden cabin finally opened, and warm firelight poured out. The people in the shadows saw the supplies inside and their eyes lit up. I, however, walked out unhurriedly, not even looking at her, but instead looking around the yard, muttering to myself about where to put them. The woman froze, her desperate performance ignoring her. She could only raise her voice and cry for help again. This time, I finally seemed to notice her and slowly walked towards the door. Seeing this, the woman immediately put on a weak expression, even deliberately lowering her neckline, and said in a coquettish voice, "Handsome guy, save me, I'm cold and hungry." But as soon as she got into position, she noticed that I had stopped again, and actually took out a drawing and marked the location on the ground. This repeated ignoring drove the woman to a complete breakdown, and she began grabbing the fence and screaming. Just then, an impatient voice rang out in front of her. "What's all the noise about so late at night?" The woman looked up abruptly, only to find me standing in front of her, separated by a fence. She paused for a few seconds, then quickly forced a smile. "Handsome, how about I come in and warm your bed?" I looked her up and down, then shook my head dismissively. "No need, it's quite warm in my room." As I spoke, I noticed the messy footprints on the snow behind the woman. I sneered inwardly, but didn't immediately expose her. When the woman's attempt to seduce her failed, she immediately resorted to pleading. "Brother, I'm freezing to death. Please let me in, or I won't survive the night." I nodded in agreement, feigning sympathy, but said earnestly, "Good luck, I believe you can make it back." With that, I turned and left. The woman was nearly driven mad with anger. In desperation, she collapsed to the ground, feigning weakness and near death. "I can't walk anymore." I stopped, turned around, and walked closer, pretending not to hear, putting my ear close to the fence. "What did you say?" At that moment, a fierce glint flashed in Chen He's eyes from the shadows. "Grab him for me!" With a roar, Chen He leaped out of the snow. At the same time, the woman who had been slumped outside the fence suddenly changed her expression, grabbing my leg fiercely and screaming, "Hurry! I've got him!" However, I remained calm and didn't even glance at her. My leg muscles tensed, and with a slight jerk, a crack sounded, and the woman's wrist twisted instantly, causing her to scream as she released her grip. I took a half step back, pulled out my crossbow, and fired a bolt that grazed the woman's scalp, heading straight for the crowd behind her. The woman fell silent instantly, too afraid to move. Chen He and the others also abruptly stopped, their faces grim. I glanced at the crowd. They were mostly ordinary players. Chen He was different. He left almost no trace on the snow. The information for the stat, "light as a swallow," popped up, instantly reminding me of the footprints that had disappeared earlier. Chen He stared at the crossbow in my hand, his eyes filled with apprehension. He quickly forced a humble expression and said, "Brother, we were forced into this situation. If you take us in, we're willing to hand over the core of the campfire and work for you." I chuckled and pointed to the weapons in their hands. "You've come to join us with axes?" My words pierced through their pretense, and Chen He froze. I was too lazy to argue any longer. I glanced at the system countdown. Only 10 minutes left. I put away my crossbow and said calmly, "Fine, I'm going inside first. If you can get in, this place is yours." With that, I turned and walked into the warm house. This sentence completely ignited Chen He's madness. "Break down the door!" he roared, and several men lifted broken logs and frantically rammed into the fence. Bang! 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 The sounds of impact continued, but the durability barely decreased. I stood inside, watching their futile struggle through the window, my expression indifferent. The hands of everyone outside the door were cracked and bleeding, but the door remained unmoved. Chen He's eyes were bloodshot, his mind filled with thoughts of how he would retaliate against me after breaking down the door. At that moment I yawned and said, "Keep your voice down." My casual remark completely enraged everyone. They rammed it again with all their might, and the durability finally dropped to 99%. I had already lost interest and turned to take out the blueprints. A few seconds later, the open space behind the door suddenly lit up with construction light, and a 3-story heavy arrow tower instantly rose from the ground. A chilling notification sounded, automatic defense activated. The arrow tower slowly rotated, aiming at the group outside the door. Chen He's scalp tingled, and he roared, "Run!" He turned and fled. Almost simultaneously, crossbow bolts roared out. A man beside him had his chest explode in a cloud of blood mist, instantly pinned to the snow. Screams followed one after another. Chen He didn't dare look back, desperately fleeing into the forest. He ran for an unknown amount of time before the screams finally ceased. Just as he was about to catch his breath, an eerie silence descended, the wind stopped, and the snow hung suspended in midair. The next second, a visible, pale, icy current swept in. Wherever it passed, everything froze instantly, all life extinguished. Chen He's pupils contracted, despair washing over him. He ran back like a madman, rushing towards my territory. Where there was fire, the only hope for survival. He burst out of the woods, saw the fence and the firelight inside the window, his eyes filled with longing, even reaching out to grasp that warmth. Whoosh! A cold current swept by. Chin-hee's movements froze instantly. His expression, his breath, even his outstretched hand were frozen in place. Along with the few people who had escaped behind him, they too were turned into ice sculptures, frozen in this desolate snowfield. Chapter 33 Different Fates. Lin Han stood by the window and pushed it open a crack with one hand. A chill instantly crept in through the gap, penetrating directly into his collar. Hiss! Lin Han shivered violently, quickly closed the window tightly again, rubbed his arms which were covered in goosebumps, and sighed helplessly. Why has it suddenly gotten so cold? He turned and walked to the hearth, picked up the earthenware jar he had exchanged with Fang Jian, scooped out most of the jar of water, and placed it on the stone platform. The combustion efficiency of a 3-stage fire pit is terrifying. The water in the earthenware pot began to boil almost instantly. Lin Han took out instant hot cocoa powder from the supply box, opened it, poured it into a rough ceramic cup, and then poured boiling water into it. The rich aroma of cocoa instantly filled the room. While the water in the bathtub was being heated by the fire pit, Lin Han held the ceramic cup, leaned against the stone platform next to the fire pit, and took a small sip. The scalding heat spread down his throat, completely dispelling the last trace of chill in his chest. After the water in the bathtub was heated, Lin Han took off his clothes and slowly sank into the hot water. Call! A groan, seemingly emanating from the depths of one's soul, echoed within the room. The firewood crackled and popped as it burned in the hearth. Meanwhile, outside, the pale white air current carrying the aura of absolute zero had completely swept across the entire forest. The gale howled again with a tearing force, and the snowfall reached an extremely terrifying level in just a few minutes. Dense snowflakes fell, but the enhanced level 3 territory remained completely unaffected. Even the snow that fell on the roof and near the high walls, before it could accumulate, was quickly melted by the high temperature emanating from the room, turning into white steam that rose up. In this extreme cold blizzard that could wipe out everything, everyone is experiencing a different fate. Outside the territory, Chin-hee remained in a desperate pose, reaching out towards the gate, completely transformed into a lifeless ice sculpture in the wind and snow. Meanwhile, by a small river, inside a newly renovated thatched hut, Fang Jian was wrapped in a thick, warm coat that he had hastily made himself, huddled around the fire. There was a fairly ample amount of timber piled up around him. Fang Jian reached out and gathered the 2 thinnest sticks in the fire together, then pulled his hand back and placed it above the flames to warm himself. His eyes were fixed on the pile of firewood, and he was silently calculating in his mind. At this rate of burning, it should last for 10 days without any problem. Fang Jian took a deep breath, wrapped herself up even tighter, closed her eyes, and prayed repeatedly in her heart for the same thing. Hang in there, you have to get through this. Inside another secluded stone house in a valley, a fire was burning brightly. At this moment, Lu Qingruo was curled up in a thick sleeping bag, holding the rabbit in her arms, sleeping soundly. Inside the house, a piece of meat that hadn't been finished was still sitting by the fire, sizzling and dripping with oil, its rich aroma filling the entire room. In another forest further away, Fang Mu was squatting beside a pile of firewood that had already formed a small mountain, stuffing thick pieces of firewood into the fire. In the corner of the wooden house, an iron pot, taken from a supply crate, was placed on a simple stone platform, bubbling and churning. A girl with a simple ponytail was sitting by the pot, slowly stirring the hot soup with a wooden stick, her cheeks flushed slightly from the steam. "Brother, it's almost done." The girl turned around and said softly to Fang Mu. The gale howled for countless days and nights. During this period, Lin Han completely secluded himself, never leaving his home. Every day, besides eating and drinking, I would sit by the warm fireplace and study some of the system's functions. Occasionally, I would open the chat channel to see what the surviving players were saying and to find out about the current situation of other players. Before we knew it, half a month had passed quietly. The extreme cold and blizzard have finally passed. Lin Han walked to the door, took a deep breath, and pushed open the heavy petrified wooden door with both hands. Click! The thick layer of frozen snow that had accumulated in the door cracks shook off in large flakes as the wooden door opened and closed. Lin Han narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the scene before him, remaining silent for a full 3 seconds. This is way too exaggerated. The snow outside the territory had reached an astonishing depth. When he saw the scene before him, even though he was mentally prepared, he was still dumbfounded. The snow outside had piled up to an alarming depth, reaching 3 or 4 meters high, completely burying the surrounding bushes and the lower half of the tree trunks. However, a boundary was clearly drawn around Lin Han's house. Because of the radiation from the level 3 fire, snow will melt quickly if it falls within a few meters of a house. This has caused his house to look like it's at the bottom of a huge white pit. The entire forest was completely submerged, with the lower half of the tree trunks disappearing beneath the snow. Lin Han stood at the door, exhaling a puff of white breath. He recalled the information he had seen in the chat channel these past few days, and his brows furrowed slightly. This extreme cold and blizzard that lasted for half a month claimed the lives of countless players forever. But my life wasn't too bad. He marinated various meats with spices and salt, then fried or stewed them, creating all sorts of dishes he had never tried before. Pair it with pancakes made from the white flour you got from the supply crates, or a bowl of hot rice. Lin Han had a very comfortable time eating these past 10 days. When I'm bored, I'll sit by the fire and browse chat channels to find out what's going on outside. During the blizzard, the activity level in chat channels dropped drastically compared to before the blizzard. Even so, the horrific situation can still be glimpsed from the scattered chat logs of the surviving players. Someone suddenly sent a final message in the channel. "My fire is about to burn out. Take care, everyone." And then it never appeared again. Some people witnessed their neighboring players' shelters being crushed by the heavy snow, and their campfires going out. Then they heard a terrifying sound of footsteps coming from the forest. Someone calmly reported a number in the channel. Based on a rough estimate of the remaining players in various regions, he said that this extreme cold blizzard had taken the lives of at least 30% of the players on Earth. Lin Han frowned when he saw the number. 30%. 30%. How many lives are involved? But what alarmed Lin Han even more was not the death toll itself, but what it meant behind the number. He remembered what Xing Lu had once told him. The player's campfire core has a unique attraction to the wild beasts in this forest. Once a player dies, the core is exposed, and the surrounding mutated creatures will track down and devour them. For every 10 cores a creature devours, it will undergo a qualitative transformation, advancing to the first tier. The deaths of 30% of the players meant that hundreds of millions of campfire cores were scattered throughout every corner of the endless forest over the past 10 days. Lin Han closed his eyes, and the image of the raging blood bowl that he had witnessed firsthand suddenly appeared in his mind. After this extreme cold and blizzard, who knows how many more such creatures will appear in the forest. "It seems the days ahead won't be easy either," Lin Han murmured with a sigh. He raised his head and looked up at the sky above. The thick clouds had dissipated at some point, and the long-awaited sun hung high in the sky. Although the temperature remained shockingly low, the sun was shining on the thick snow, and the surface was showing signs of melting extremely slowly. Lin Han subconsciously glanced at the snow's surface that was sparkling in the sunlight. The next second, a sharp pain suddenly came from deep within his eyeballs. Lin Han quickly turned his head and rubbed his eyes, which were sore from the stinging pain. This? Snow blindness. In such a snowy environment, looking directly at the sunlit snow's surface, even for just a few seconds, can cause considerable damage to the eyes. Lin Han frowned as he returned to the house and closed the door behind him. Lin Han turned around and walked to the fire, placed the earthenware pot on the fire, rinsed the rice, and added water. After the water boiled, he cut some beef and put it in, then sprinkled in the appropriate seasonings. Before long, a pot of fragrant beef congee was ready. Just as Lin Han placed the scalding hot ceramic pot on the wooden table, the system's private chat notification sounded. "Lu Qingruo, hey, what delicious food are we making today?" Lu Qingruo contacted Lin Han on her own initiative the day after the extreme cold and blizzard. She originally intended to ask Lin Han if he had any other types of animal meat. At that moment, Lin Han was using a pot made by Fang Jian to cook thinly sliced snowflake beef. The broth in the pot was just water, with added spices and salt. But it is also very tempting. Lin Han casually took a picture and sent it over. This caused Lu Qinghua to fall silent for a full half-minute. Half a minute later she sent only 3 words. "Give me a quote." So after Lu Qinghua took out a few relatively fresh vegetables and a batch of timber, Lin Han gave her a share. From then on, Lu Qinghua seemed to have figured out the pattern, and would send a message almost every day around mealtimes. Lin Han wasn't opposed to it. This woman had quite a few good things about her, and each transaction yielded some unexpected items. Both parties got what they needed, which formed a strange tacit understanding. Lin Han picked up his phone, took a picture of the beef porridge wafting from the earthenware pot, and sent it directly. There was a 2-second silence on the other end. "Lu Qinghua, give me a bowl." Lin Han offers a bid. "Lu Qinghua, we're so close, can't you give me a bowl for free?" "Lin Han, let's keep things separate." Inside the stone house, Lu Qinghua, seeing Lin Han's unyielding reply, angrily reached out and pinched the long ears of the rabbit in her arms, causing the rabbit to kick its legs in dissatisfaction. In the end, she couldn't resist the temptation of the beef porridge. With great reluctance, she rummaged through her inventory and selected 2 cabbages and a few potatoes before clicking trade. Chapter 34 Melting Snow and Ice, Snow Blindness? In the days following the complete cessation of the extreme cold and blizzard, the endless forest has enjoyed a series of sunny days. Under the direct sunlight during the day, the temperature rises rapidly, and the snow surface begins to melt quickly. But once night falls, the temperature will drop sharply again, refreezing the snow that was half melted during the day into a hard layer of ice. As this cycle continued, the terrifying snow, which was originally 4 or 5 meters thick, was gradually compacted and melted, eventually turning into an ice and snow shell only about half a meter thick, and it was frozen extremely solid. During this period, many players have been spamming the chat channel, saying that the snow outside is now perfectly safe to walk on. "The snow is safe to step on. I just tried it, and you won't sink in at all." "Really? I'll go try it." "It's working. It's rock hard when you step on it. I can finally go out." After seeing these messages, Lin Han pushed open the door, walked onto the snow, and stomped hard on the thick snow crust. Sure enough, it made a dull sound, indicating that it was indeed frozen solid. However, Lin Han was not in a hurry to go out. Lin Han understood perfectly well that those players who had been trapped in the house for more than half a month, and whose fuel and food supplies were running out, were definitely more eager than him to go out and find life-saving supplies. In this situation, the value of tools that can provide great convenience on icy and snowy roads is self-evident. Lin Han turned around and returned to the intermediate workbench, using the ample materials at hand to begin mass production of all-terrain anti-slip snowboards. As expected, when Lin Han listed the snowboards on the trading channel, they were instantly snapped up by players eager to get out of the house. Lin Han stared at the sudden surge in the various basic materials in the storage box, narrowed his eyes in satisfaction, and casually crafted another batch, putting it back on the shelves. This batch disappeared even faster than the previous batch. After making a windfall, Lin Han casually used an iron ingot to forge a large iron snow shovel. Under the sun's rays during the day, combined with the heat emanating from the territory's fireplace, the efficiency of clearing snow is extremely high. Lin Han wielded a snow shovel and quickly cleared a path between the house and the gate. However, when he reached the vicinity of the fence gate, the scene before him made him stop in his tracks. Lin Han paused for a moment, then slowly walked over. Those were several human-shaped ice sculptures in different poses. They were frozen in the snow, half of their bodies buried in the thick snow, with only their upper bodies exposed. Each ice sculpture retains the expression and posture of its last moments, frozen in time with remarkable realism. Lin Han slowly walked past the ice sculptures, his gaze sweeping over each one. His gaze stopped when it landed on the last ice sculpture. It was a man, half a head taller than the others beside him, with wide-open eyes, a slightly agape mouth, and a face frozen in utter despair. Most importantly, the orientation of his entire body. He faced Lin Han's territory, even his arms were outstretched forward, as if he was desperately running towards that flame in the last moment of his life. It's Manhwa. I thought these people had either died from the continuous fire of the guard towers or had already escaped into the depths of the forest, but I never expected that they would all be frozen here. Lin Han blinked, and a string of familiar information appeared in his vision. Even after being dead for so many days, the glowing spot in the entry still faintly appears above Manhwa's head. Lin Han's gaze fell on that entry. Light as a swallow green. Extract. Without saying a word, Lin Han activated his talent. A faint green light silently detached from Manhwa and disappeared into Lin Han's palm. Lin Han immediately put on his gear, and then took a few steps in the snow. The effect was immediate. Wearing snowshoes was already quite light and easy on the snow, but with the added benefit of light as a swallow, my movements on the snow felt almost like floating. You can hardly feel any resistance from the snow under your feet, making turning and acceleration extremely agile and smooth. Then Lin Han raised his head, looked around at the dark forest covered by thick snow, and took a few steps further in. The weight of the snow bent the low-lying branches, and occasionally a clump of snow would silently slide off a branch, making a shallow crater on the snow surface. Quiet. It was unusually quiet. Lin Han slowed his pace, his ears twitching slightly. Oh! A very long wolf howl suddenly came from deeper in the forest. Immediately afterwards, a whoa! More wolf howls echoed across the depths of the snowfield. Judging from the direction and scale of the sounds, they were definitely not far from Lin Han's location. Lin Han's brows furrowed sharply. With the blizzard just over, these wild beasts, starving for half a month, are definitely in their hungriest and most frenzied state. Most importantly, he wasn't sure if any of these wolves might have devoured enough cores to successfully advance to the first tier. If a Tier 1 mutated beast were to lead the way, encountering it unexpectedly in the wild would definitely be a huge problem. For safety reasons, Lin Han decisively turned around and returned to his territory along the same route. He had only been outside for a short while when Lin Han pushed open the door and stepped into the room. Instead of warmth, he felt an extremely strong dryness and stinging sensation in his eyes. He instinctively closed his eyes, his vision filled with a blur of white. Snow blindness. Lin Han rubbed his temples and immediately realized what was happening. Although the weather outside had cleared up, the icy and snowy roads were extremely slippery and had an absurdly high reflectivity to the sun's ultraviolet rays. If you stay in this environment for an extended period of time without taking any protective measures, you will definitely go blind. This hidden danger must be completely eliminated, otherwise we will find it impossible to move forward in the future. Just as Lin Han was secretly worrying about how to solve the problem of snow blindness, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him, and he remembered something. Wait, that purple supply box! Lin Han took 3 steps at a time to the storage box and took out a set of clothes. He shook out the clothes, his gaze immediately locking onto the head of the winter coat, then a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Sure enough, this outfit included a pair of goggles. Specialized polar cold weather clothing. Quality blue excellent. Attributes: physical defense plus 50, extreme cold resistance plus 80%. Since the extreme cold and blizzard struck, he hadn't been able to go out at all, so Lin Han had naturally forgotten about this set of equipment. But now it has come in very handy. Lin Han quickly changed into the black winter coat and put on the goggles. After changing his clothes, Lin Han turned around, pushed open the door, and went outside again. Sure enough, after putting on the goggles, my vision became extremely soft and clear, and the soreness and discomfort in my eyes disappeared instantly. Chapter 35 Outdoor Barbecue, Frostclaw Wolf King. With the help of goggles, Lin Han was finally able to stay outdoors for extended periods of time. He picked up a snow shovel and continued clearing the snow from his territory. After the expansion of the Level 3 territory, not only did the area increase, but it also included the few trees that were originally on the edge of the territory. Lin Han casually chopped down the trees and harvested a batch of timber. Looking at the completely cleared territory, Lin Han nodded with great satisfaction. He looked up. The sunlight, filtering softly through the goggles of his winter coat, was a rare sight on a clear day. The weather is so nice, it would be a shame not to have some outdoor barbecue. Lin Han had an idea and immediately opened the private chat interface, found Fang Jian, and asked him if he could make a simple barbecue grill. But after the message was sent, it disappeared without a trace, and Fang Jian did not respond for a long time. Lin Han frowned slightly, his heart sinking. Could it be that Fang Jian didn't survive this extreme cold and blizzard and died in the shelter? Just as Lin Han was secretly lamenting that he had never met Fang Jian, a private chat window suddenly popped up. Fang Jian, yes. Brother Lin Han, I'm so sorry. The weather was good and the ice was solid, so I quickly took the opportunity to go out and cut down trees to find supplies. You have no idea, I almost ran out of wood to burn. Fang Jian, Brother Lin Han, you haven't contacted me in so long. I thought you, oops, no, brother, you're so strong, you must be alive and well. I'm so happy to see you're alright. Looking at the series of messages sent by Fang Jian, Lin Han's lips curled up slightly. Lin Han, it's okay, as long as you're alive, that's good. Can we make a barbecue grill? Fang Jian, yes. Big brother, just wait 2 minutes, it'll be ready soon. A short while later, a simple barbecue grill, though somewhat crudely designed, looked extremely sturdy and was sent over through the trade window. Lin Han, of course, didn't take Fang Jian's things for nothing. He directly sent Fang Jian some food, which made Fang Jian thank him profusely once again. With everything prepared, Lin Han moved the barbecue grill to the cleared open space. Another batch of charcoal was made and placed under the grill, which quickly emitted high temperatures. Lin Han cut off a little bit of each kind of meat, as well as various vegetables that he had traded with Lu Qingru over the past few days, and neatly skewered them, placing them on the grill. As the temperature rises, rich fats are forced out of the meat, dripping onto the charcoal fire with a sizzling sound and sparks. Then sprinkle on a mixture of spices and a pinch of salt. In an instant, an extremely rich aroma of roasted meat rose within the territory, drifting slowly into the air with the gentle breeze. Lin Han moved a wooden stool and sat down next to the barbecue grill, flipping the meat skewers while enjoying the delicious cooked meat and admiring the beautiful snow scene before him. Just as Lin Han was enjoying himself, suddenly, from the quiet forest in the distance, came the very faint sound of footsteps crunching through the snow. Lin Han's eyes narrowed instantly, a cold glint flashing in them. He casually placed his hand on the crossbow that had been lying beside him. The sound was getting closer. Immediately afterwards, a series of extremely muffled growls came from the edge of the woods. Dozens of gray-white figures silently emerged from the dark jungle and walked step by step to the gate of Lin Han's territory. They were a pack of wolves. Lin Han instantly recalled the howling wolves he had just heard in the forest. They must be the wolves. Looks like they were lured here by the aroma of the grilled meat. Lin Han suddenly realized that in this season of heavy snow blocking the forests and extreme food scarcity, the difficulty of hunting wild animals increased exponentially. The wolves had clearly been starving for a long time. Their bellies were shriveled and their ribs were clearly visible. At this moment, they were staring intently at the kebabs in Lin Han's hand through the wooden fence, their mouths agape and their saliva dripping onto the snow. Perhaps because he hadn't seen a single living creature in the past 2 weeks, Lin Han didn't immediately chase them away. Instead, with a mischievous grin, he picked up a skewer of sizzling, oily roasted meat and waved it over the fence. Want some? This provocative act instantly provoked a riot from the wolves outside the door. They let out anxious growls and scratched at the snow and ice with their front paws. But looking at the reinforced fence covered with menacing spikes, they couldn't find any way to break in and could only pace back and forth outside the gate. Lin Han had originally thought that these starving beasts would settle for second best and become interested in Shin He's half-buried corpse in the snow not far away. Unexpectedly, the alpha wolf of the pack slowly walked up to Chin-hee's ice sculpture. It approached the ice sculpture in Chin-he and casually sniffed it, seemingly extremely disgusted by this frozen, hard, lifeless flesh. Immediately afterwards, the alpha wolf casually raised its front paw and slammed it down. Bang! With a crisp sound, Chin-hee's frozen, rock-solid ice sculpture was smashed into pieces by this claw, scattering ice shards all over the ground. The remaining ice sculptures didn't fare any better. They were all smashed to pieces by the wolf's claws, as if it were a show of force to Lin Han. When Lin Han saw Chin-hee's mangled body, he silently mourned for Chin-hee for a second in a very perfunctory manner, but then a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. This power is a bit too exaggerated. Could it be that some of these wolves have already advanced to the first rank? With this in mind, Lin Han's gaze quickly swept over the pack of wolves outside the door. Fortunately, no class markings appeared in the distance. All that emerged were rows of monotonous white words. Frostclaw wolf. Terror, white, swiftness, white, bloodlust, white. Phew, looks like just a pack of ordinary mutated wolves. However, when Lin Han's gaze finally settled on the dark gray alpha wolf that had smashed the ice sculpture, the smile on his lips instantly vanished, and the skewers of barbecue he had been casually holding were slowly put down. Blue entry. Frostclaw Wolf King. Bloodlust howl. Blue when uttering a howl, nearby allies gain the berserk status, strength and movement speed increased by 30%, and pain is temporarily blocked, and the buffs gained by the user are doubled. Before Lin Han could even think of a solution, the alpha wolf outside the door seemed to have noticed Lin Han's gaze locked onto it with remarkable sharpness. Its bright green eyes narrowed sharply, and the thick, icy ground beneath its feet cracked with a dull thud. Immediately afterwards, the alpha wolf raised its neck high and let out a long, extremely shrill howl filled with violent power, facing the biting cold wind. Awoo! With that howl, the mutated wolf pack, which had been anxiously pacing outside the fence, suddenly changed in the next second. Their originally shriveled bodies suddenly swelled up in an eerie way, their muscles bulged high, and their eyes turned blood red at a visible speed. With the collective boost from the blue-labeled amplification, the wolves' original fear was completely suppressed, replaced by pure madness and a bloodlust. They stared intently at Lin Han inside the fence, and with a sudden burst of strength from their limbs, they charged recklessly towards the reinforced fence covered in spikes. Chapter 36 Offending the Abbot and Trying to Run Away? With the Frostclaw Wolf King's mournful and violent howl, the eyes of the entire wolf pack turned completely crimson. Under the terrifying amplification of Bloodlust howl, this group of originally emaciated Frostclaw wolves not only swelled up in size, but also completely lost their fear of death. They pushed off the ground with their hind legs, displaying an astonishing jumping ability, and fearlessly pounced on the reinforced fence that was several meters high. The wolves at the front of the charge crashed into the sharp wooden splinters, instantly piercing through to the core, blood rolling down the splinters. However, they didn't even let out a scream. Instead, they struggled frantically, using their bodies to firmly trap the spikes. Without hesitation, the wolf pack following behind used their companion's bloody corpse as a springboard to leap forward once more. Wow, they're really going all out! Lin Han exclaimed as he brushed oil onto the skewers, watching the wolves' fearless display of courage. Bang! Using the corpse of its companion, a large, mutated wolf managed to leap over the several-meter-high fence and land heavily in its territory. After landing, it quickly steadied itself, and when it looked up, it locked its gaze on Lin Han, who was sitting on the open ground grilling meat not far away. At this moment, the mutated wolf bared its fangs, and nauseatingly foul-smelling saliva dripped wildly from its chin. With a sudden burst of strength, it pounced straight at Lin Han. 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters. A foul stench wafted through the air, but Lin Han, sitting in his chair, didn't even lift an eyelid. He even casually flipped the skewers of grilled meat in his hand, sprinkled a small handful of salt on them, and muttered something under his breath. Don't overcook it. Just as the mutated wolf was less than 4 or 5 meters away from Lin Han, its gaping maw almost biting him. Whoosh! With an extremely piercing whistling sound, a dark shadow descended from the heights of the territory like lightning. A thick arrow pierced the mutated wolf's neck with perfect accuracy, instantly penetrating its entire body. Biological intrusion detected. Automatic defense activated. The system's announcement rang in Lin Han's ears at just the right moment. At that moment, several more mutated wolves jumped over the corpses of their companions and into the enclosure. But before they could land, the guard towers standing in the territory had already turned around. The cold launch port was already locked onto the target in midair. Whoosh! 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 Several dull thuds of bowstrings snapped in succession, precisely reaping the lives of each mutated wolf that had crossed the line. In just a moment, the wolves that had just leaped over the fence, without even touching Lin Han's clothes, were shot into pincushions and died completely, howling in agony. The First-Claw Wolf King, who was continuously buffing the wolf pack outside the fence, immediately noticed the tragic situation inside its territory. Watching his proud wolf pack die one by one as they went in, the Frostclaw Wolf King then let out a short, mournful howl. Upon hearing the Alpha Wolf's command, the remaining mutated wolves, who were about to leap over their fallen comrades, abruptly stopped in their tracks. The bloodthirsty instincts brought on by their berserk state finally gave way in the face of extremely gruesome death. They began to pace restlessly outside the fence, clearly having developed the intention to retreat. But having offended the abbot, do you really think you can just run away? There's no concept of stopping to rest when guarding an arrow tower. After quickly clearing out the wolves that had invaded the territory, the launch platform on top of the arrow tower immediately turned around and aimed directly at the remaining wolves outside the fence. A dense rain of arrows poured down from the sky. Faced with this overwhelming firepower, the wolf pack completely collapsed, tucking their tails between their legs and scattering in all directions. Lin Han had stood up at some point, pushed open the camp gate, and walked outside. As the wolf pack scattered and fled, a glint flashed in Lin Han's eyes. With the help of weakness insight, the vulnerable spots of this pack of wolves as they ran were magnified clearly in Lin Han's eyes. He raised the repeating crossbow in his hand, and with each bolt fired, a mutated wolf fell to the ground with a shrill scream. Under the firepower of the arrow towers and Lin Han's precise targeting, the number of wolves was decreasing rapidly at a visible rate. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the Frostclaw Wolf King wanted to turn around and flee back to the dark depths of the jungle. But just as it turned around, with several muffled thuds, several arrows struck the ground in front of it with extreme precision, directly blocking its retreat. The Frostclaw Wolf King abruptly stopped, turning its head to look with some surprise and uncertainty. At this moment, Lin Han had already approached it at a leisurely pace. But the repeating crossbow made a soft click as if it had run out of bolts. The magazine was empty. Seeing the Ghost Wolf King less than 10 meters away, Lin Han slung his crossbow back to his waist and drew his hand axe from behind. Cornered and desperate, the Frostclaw Wolf King stared intently at the human before him, letting out a desperate howl. The next second, it suddenly exerted force with its hind legs, its huge body carrying a foul stench, and opened its blood-red maw to bite directly at Lin Han's throat. With a very short, muffled groan and a mournful cry, the sharp axe blade sliced open the Frostclaw Wolf King's neck without any resistance. The enormous wolf head was severed in an instant, and hot blood splattered onto the snow, sending up plumes of white mist. Lin Han had already put away his axe and stood still, his body completely untouched by even a speck of blood. From the moment the wolf pack launched its charge to the moment the Frostclaw Wolf King's head fell to the ground, the entire pack was wiped out in an instant. Lin Han turned around and looked back. Inside and outside the camp, the ground was littered with the corpses of mutated wolves, and arrows were deeply embedded in the snow. He walked to the headless corpse of the Frostclaw Wolf King and successfully extracted the Bloodlust Howl entry. Afterwards, Lin Han began to skillfully clean up the battlefield. Breakdown. With a thought, the wolf carcasses turned into white light and disappeared. System notifications rang out continuously, and a large amount of mutated wolf meat and mutated wolf pelts appeared before his eyes. Just as Lin Han was dissecting the corpses one by one, he walked to an inconspicuous pit outside the fence. His movements suddenly stopped, and he let out a soft "Ha!" Lin Han keenly noticed that something was off about the wolf lying in the pit. It was completely unharmed, either hit by arrows from the tower nor injured by the fence. Moreover, it is smaller than other wolves, and its fur is an extremely rare pure white. It lay quietly in the pit, and if Lin Han hadn't looked closely, he wouldn't have even noticed its existence for a moment in the vast white environment. Playing dead? His gaze sharpened slightly as he swept it over the white wolf's body. A message instantly appeared before Lin Han's eyes. Frostclaw Wolf. Pragmatism, Green. Your survival instinct is extremely strong. When danger strikes, your body will make judgments faster than your brain. You will fight when you should fight, flee when you should flee, and lie down when you should lie down. That's interesting. Lin Han chuckled as he looked at the entry in front of him. Seemingly sensing someone approaching, just as Lin Han was checking its entry, the white wolf lying motionless on the ground quietly opened its right eye a tiny slit, as if it were guilty and wanted to observe its surroundings. As a result, when she opened her eyes, she met Lin Han's deep gaze, which seemed to be both smiling and not smiling. Wah! The white wolf was so frightened that its white fur stood on end, and it let out a very weak whimper. It quickly and tightly closed its eyes again. To make it look more realistic, it even hunched its head down into the ground and stretched its forelegs straight. Just as Lin Han raised the rock-armored hand axe, still stained with the Wolf King's blood, and deliberately brought the cold aura of the axe blade close to the white wolf's neck. The white wolf finally couldn't control itself and shuddered violently. Chapter 37. There is an old Chinese saying. The cold hand axe, still stained with wolf blood that hadn't fully congealed, slowly approached the snow-white Frostclaw wolf. As the strong smell of blood almost reached his nose, the white wolf, who had been pretending to be dead in the snow pit, could no longer keep up the act. It realized that the creature in front of it had not been fooled by its disguise at all. Roar! The white wolf suddenly leaped out of the snow pit, its previously closed eyes snapping open instantly, and a low growl emanating from its throat. It arched its back, bared its fangs menacingly, and tried to scare Lin Han away with its ferocious appearance. However, a hint of surprise flashed in Lin Han's eyes when faced with the white wolf's sudden outburst. Oh ho, you dare to bare your teeth? Lin Han extended his left hand, his large hands like iron clamps, precisely pressing down on the white wolf's snarling head. With an irresistible and terrifying force, Lin Han forcefully shoved the white wolf's head back into the snow pit. Snowflakes flew everywhere. The white wolf, who had just tried to act fierce, was now pinned to the ground by Lin Han with one hand. Its forelegs kicked wildly in midair, but it couldn't move an inch. The overwhelming power forced White Wolf to finally see reality. The next second, something Lin Han hadn't expected happened. The White Wolf, which had been displaying a ferocious demeanor just moments before, suddenly stopped struggling. The low growl in its throat smoothly changed direction, turning into a pitiful, whimpering sound. Immediately afterwards, following the force of Lin Han's palm, it took the initiative to turn its entire body over, exposing its most vulnerable belly to the air without reservation, while its two front paws were still curled up in front of its chest, frantically trying to win over Lin Han. Lin Han. Seeing this utterly absurd scene, Lin Han's lips twitched violently twice. Are you really a wolf? Lin Han looked at the white wolf on the ground, which was frantically trying to please him, his tone filled with deep doubt. You didn't infiltrate the wolf pack, did you? However, seeing that the white wolf showed no sign of resistance, Lin Han slowly released his grip. The white wolf, now free, did not attack again. Instead, it scrambled to its feet and moved closer to Lin Han's feet. Then it rubbed its fluffy head against Lin Han frantically, its white tail wagging so fast it left afterimages. Lin Han took a step back, looking down at the white wolf, and tentatively gave the command. Sit! The white wolf stood frozen in place, tilting its head, its eyes revealing a clear stupidity, clearly not understanding what the creature was saying. Spin around! The white wolf remained unresponsive, simply wagging its tail foolishly. Lin Han sighed softly, stretched out his hand, pressed his palm down, and made a sit-down gesture. The white wolf simply tilted its head, seemingly finally understanding what Lin Han meant. Then it bent its hind legs and sat down on the snow in a very standard and upright manner, even obediently putting its two front paws together. Lin Han drew a circle in the air with his finger again. The white wolf immediately stood up, chased its own tail and spun around twice in a very cheerful manner, then sat down obediently again, looking at Lin Han with a face full of anticipation. Watching the white wolf move freely according to his commands, Lin Han's expression became quite intriguing. "Are you really a wolf?" he couldn't help but ask again, a question that seemed to pierce the soul. Lin Han thought for a moment, then hung the hand axe back on his waist, turned around and walked into the gate of the territory. Seeing that extremely dangerous figure leave, White Wolf instantly breathed a sigh of relief. It quickly stood up and vigorously shook off the snow that had settled on its body. It glanced back at Lin Han, who had turned away, and began to exert force with its limbs, intending to take this opportunity to run away. But just as its muscles tensed, a sickening mechanical whirring sound suddenly came from the towering guard tower in Lin Han's territory. The cold launch port slowly turned around, aiming precisely at the white wolf. The white wolf, who had just been preparing to flee for its life, was so frightened that its limbs went limp, and with a plop, it lay back down in the snow pit, clutching its head tightly, not daring to move a single hair. Not long after, Lin Han returned. He held a piece of wild boar meat in his hand and walked straight back to the edge of the pit. Looking at the white wolf shivering in the snow pit, Lin Han couldn't help but find it amusing. He crouched down and placed the piece of raw meat next to the white wolf's nose. The rich smell of blood and flesh instantly filled his nostrils. The white wolf sniffed, his tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, his gaze instantly becoming fixed, and his saliva uncontrollably secreted in a frenzy. But the white wolf didn't dare to open its mouth and eat directly. Because Lin Han was holding the meat in one hand, and with the other hand he naturally drew the rock armor hand axe from his waist, and placed the axe blade steadily against its neck. Lin Han nodded with great satisfaction as he watched the white wolf swallow hard but dare not make a move. He pushed the meat forward, tossing it to the white wolf's mouth, and said casually, "Eat it." Having received permission, the white wolf no longer cared about the axe around its neck. It opened its mouth wide and swallowed the piece of raw meat whole in a few bites. However, to Lin Han's surprise, the system's announcement suddenly rang out at that moment. Ding! The Frostclaw Wolf's taming level has reached 100%. Do you wish to establish a contract with it and bring it under your territory's management? Lin Han raised an eyebrow, not expecting that a combination of carrot and stick tactics would actually maximize the wolf's taming level. At this moment, the white wolf in front of him had finished eating and was wagging its tail wildly in front of Lin Han, completely lacking any dignity as a wolf. Lin Han's mind raced, and he decisively chose yes. In an instant, a strange golden light appeared in the white wolf's pupils. Immediately afterwards, Lin Han felt a strange connection appear in his consciousness. He could even clearly feel that he could decide its life or death with just a thought. Immediately afterwards, another system prompt popped up, asking Lin Han to name the Frostclaw wolf. Lin Han stroked his chin and pondered for a moment. He looked at the white wolf crouching on the ground, wagging its tail wildly, and said in a serious tone, "Did you know that there's an old Chinese saying, 'Those who understand the times are the heroes'?" Although the white wolf couldn't understand, it saw its master talking to it, and wagged its tail even more enthusiastically, responding with "woof woof." "Since you're so sensible, then I'll call you Wonkai." "Oh, oh, Wonkai obviously didn't realize the meaning of the name, and instead happily rubbed against Lin Han's palm. "All right, since you're following me, I'll give you some benefits." A blue light flashed in Lin Han's eyes, and the bloodthirsty howl, extracted from the Frostclaw Wolf King, came in handy at this moment. "Bestow upon Wonkai." Lin Han slapped Wonkai on the forehead, and blue light instantly entered its body. Seemingly sensing the change in his body, Wonkai let out an excited howl. With that howl, its size increased dramatically at a visible speed. Its originally slender body became robust, and its snow-white fur emitted a faint glow. A majestic aura belonging to the Wolf King suddenly erupted from its body. Feeling the surging, violent power within him, Wankai felt it was enough. It leaped onto a nearby boulder, its posture upright, gazing proudly into the depths of the forest. It took a deep breath, preparing to unleash a wolf howl that would shake the world. Just as it was about to make its sound, Lin Han leisurely wiped his hand axe down below, then coldly uttered a sentence. "If you dare to make a sound and attract other mutated beasts, I'll stew you tonight." The wolf's howl, which was already on the verge of bursting, was abruptly cut off. One's eyes widened, and its neck, which had been raised high, suddenly shrank back. Then, looking dejected, he tucked his tail between his legs and slid off the rock. Ouch! Chapter 38 identified as an NPC. Breakdown! Breakdown! Outside the territory, with a thought from Lin Han, the corpses of Frostclaw wolves scattered all over the ground turned into streaks of white light, and were all collected into the system's storage box. After finishing all this, Lin Han patted the snow off his hands, turned around, and walked into the territory gate. He stood inside the door, turned to look at Wankai, who was still peeking out from the snowdrift outside, and waved. "Come in." Upon hearing its owner's call, Wankai instinctively wagged its tail and took 2 steps forward. But the moment its front paws stepped through the territory's gate, it raised its head, its eyes meeting the towering guard tower in the center of the camp. "Oh!" Wankai shuddered, his newly grown courage instantly deflated. It hadn't forgotten how, just moments before, this strange thing had instantly turned its companions into hedgehogs. Wankai retreated back into the snow pit. No matter how Lin Han called to it, it refused to move forward even half a step, its eyes filled with extreme fear of the arrow tower. Lin Han sighed helplessly, strode out the door, grabbed Wankai by the back of the neck, and dragged him directly into the territory. "Awoo! Awoo!" Wankai let out a pig-like scream, its 4 paws digging tightly into the ice and snow, carving 4 deep furrows in the snow as it tried to resist the terrifying pull. But Lin Han's strength was immense, and he effortlessly dragged it into his territory and threw it to the ground with a bang. As soon as it entered the territory gate, Wankai immediately closed its eyes and trembled like a leaf, as if countless sharp arrows would pin it to the ground at any moment. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds passed. The imagined scenario of being pierced by 1,000 arrows did not materialize. Wankai peeked through a crack in one eye at the arrow tower. The arrow tower stood there silently, its cold firing port not aimed at him. "Ugh!" It breathed a sigh of relief as if it had been granted a pardon, and its tense nerves instantly relaxed after confirming that it was all right. The next second, the heartless white wolf completely unleashed its nature and began to run wildly in its spacious territory. Lin Han ignored Wankai and walked back to the barbecue grill, holding a piece of freshly cut Frostclaw wolf meat in his hand. He had always been quite curious about the taste of wolf meat. Back when he was on Earth, he vaguely heard people say that wolf meat would turn sour and be tough, but he had never tried it himself. Now that we've arrived in this endless forest, I wonder if this mutated wolf meat will bring any surprises? Lin Han skewered the small piece of wolf meat and grilled it over the charcoal fire for a while. Soon, the surface of the meat turned golden brown. Lin Han tore off a small piece and put it in his mouth, savoring it carefully. Then, he shook his head with extreme disgust. "SOSO, identified as an NPC." Just as rumored, although the wolf meat was mutated, it was not only not as delicious as bear meat, but the texture was also extremely coarse. You could not taste any meaty flavor when you chewed it, and you could also faintly taste the sour and astringent taste. Although there are no side effects from eating it, and it's perfectly fine to use it to stave off hunger and save lives. But for Lin Han now, this kind of meat doesn't suit his taste at all. "Forget it, keeping them is just taking up inventory, might as well sell them all." Lin Han opened the trading channel. During the recent extreme cold and blizzard, the vast majority of players were trapped in their shelters and unable to leave their homes. After more than half a month of attrition, the benefits from the 2 rounds of supply boxes previously released by the system have long been exhausted. The trading channel is now lifeless, with only a few trading messages occasionally appearing, and they are mostly commonplace items. Almost all players are facing extreme shortages of resources. Without hesitation, Lin Han dragged all the several hundred kilograms of mutated wolf meat from his backpack onto the trading shelf. As for pricing, he gave a figure that can be described as extremely reasonable in the current environment. Seller Lin Han. Item available now, 1 pound of frostclaw wolf meat. Requirement: 20 units of basic materials, timber/stone are both acceptable. Note 1. There are currently nearly 800 jin, 400 caddies, of stock left. Sufficient quantity available, please purchase in an orderly manner. Note 2. The taste of wolf meat is subjective, and cannot be returned or exchanged after purchase. Click to list. The moment this transaction information appeared in the channel, the previously silent trading channel fell into a deathly silence that lasted for 3 seconds. Immediately afterwards, the entire channel exploded. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Meat! It's fresh meat! Am I seeing things? 800 jin! Did Boss Lin Han add an extra zero? Wah! I've been eating snow these past few days, let me buy some first. What are you saying? What are you saying? There's meat already, why are you being picky about the texture? Boss Lin Han, you're overthinking it. After a brief moment of shock, countless players frantically clicked the buy button. These basic supplies can be exchanged for a pound of meat, and almost every player who has survived this long can afford them. Wait a minute, didn't you guys realize how terrifying this is? Over 800 pounds of meat. Did Boss Lin Han wipe out an entire wolf pack? Hiss. Yes, that's absolutely terrifying. I saw a pack of wolves in the territory yesterday, and they were the size of calves. How did Boss Lin manage to do that? Isn't it obvious? The boss's combat power is on a completely different level from ours. The key is the price, brothers. A pound of meat for only 20 basic materials? In these days when everyone is on edge, this price is practically free. Boss Lin Han, no. God Lin Han. This is practically charity. Lin Xin is truly righteous. Lin Han underestimated the current predicament of most players. He didn't expect that wolf meat would be so sought after. After watching for a while, Lin Han closed the trading channel and turned to look at Wang Kai, who was frolicking in the territory. By this time, Wang Kai had run countless laps around its territory, and was now lying on the snow, panting heavily with its tongue lolling out. As Lin Han watched Wang Kai's figure, a meaningful expression slowly appeared on his face. Wang Kai, come here! Lin Han beckoned. Upon hearing the command, Wang Kai immediately trotted over and obediently sat down in front of Lin Han, its tail sweeping back and forth on the snow. Lin Han squatted down and gently stroked Wang Kai's fluffy head. But in those deep eyes there was a light that sent chills down Wang Kai's spine. Wang Kai, Lin Han said slowly in a devilish whisper. Wolves are social animals, right? Huh! Wang Kai tilted its head. When you were living in the forest, did you have any cousins or other relatives there? Lin Han patted its shoulder and said in a kind tone. If you have any, you can invite them all to play in our territory. Lin Han pointed to the towering arrow tower behind him. Look how spacious our territory is, how about we invite them over for a party? Wang Kai. Chapter 39 Genius. Seeing Wang Kai tilting its head, its eyes filled with clear stupidity, Lin Han could only give up helplessly. Go have fun. Lin Han waved his hand. Wang Kai felt as if he had been granted a pardon. His tightly tucked tail instantly perked up, and he once again took off running wildly in his spacious territory. Lin Han ignored it and reopened the trading channel. At this moment, the several hundred kilograms of wolf meat he had just put on the shelves had already been snapped up. The channel was no longer as lifeless as before, but was filled with a long-lost lively atmosphere. Those players who managed to snag the wolf meat have already eagerly posted photos of themselves roasting it over a campfire, while others excitedly shared lengthy messages. It's so delicious! Wah, this wolf meat is so chewy and delicious, it's heavenly after being roasted. I've never eaten such delicious meat in my life. Thank you, Lin Xin. After eating a bite of meat, I feel full of hope for life again. Lin Han was slightly taken aback when he saw the comments on the channel praising the deliciousness of wolf meat. Is it really that delicious? He looked at the remaining half of the roasted wolf meat beside him and couldn't help but question his life. Lin Han had considered trying it again, but upon thinking of its sour and dry texture, he shook his head and gave up. At this point, several players who had managed to snag the wolf meat in the trading channel actually listed it on the trading house for resale. Moreover, the price is more than double that of Lin Han's original price. This opportunistic, middleman, behavior immediately drew a barrage of angry curses from countless players in the channel who hadn't managed to snag any meat, and the two sides began a fierce online battle. The next morning, Lin Han pushed open the door of the wooden house and looked down to see Wang Kai fast asleep in the open space not far from the door. Last night, Lin Han had planned to bring Wang Kai into the room to spend the night. But it's unclear whether it's because the fire was too hot, or because forest creatures have an innate fear of fire. In short, as soon as Wang Kai stepped into the wooden house, he appeared restless and listless, staying close to the door frame and refusing to take even a step closer to the fire. Seeing that it was really resisting, Lin Han had no choice but to put it back outside the door. Hearing Lin Han open the door, Wang Cai's ears twitched sharply, instantly waking him from the snow. It scrambled to its feet, wagged its big tail, and approached Lin Han's legs, expertly rubbing its head against his trouser leg. Lin Han looked down at the fawning white wolf, his gaze growing increasingly strange. I'm starting to think that your genes aren't pure at all. This spineless behavior has no trace of the majesty of a wolf. After casually tossing a piece of raw meat to Wang Kai for breakfast, Lin Han looked up and surveyed the weather. Today, the sky remains clear and the sunlight shines on the snow-covered plains, reflecting a dazzling white light. Lin Han opened the system panel and glanced at the time. Current season, winter. 50 days remaining until the end of winter. Looking at the time, Lin Han frowned slightly. The extreme cold blizzard claimed the lives of countless players, but it only lasted for a little over 10 days. But for the entire winter, there are still a full 50 days left before it ends. Lin Han instinctively felt that the extreme cold blizzard that eliminated 30% of the players might just be an appetizer that the endless forest was serving up to these blue star players. The system would absolutely not allow them to spend the remaining 50 days in such a peaceful and comfortable manner. Thinking of this, Lin Han turned around and went back to the cabin, put on a full set of cold weather clothing, put on goggles, hung the repeating crossbow and rock-armored hand axe in a very convenient position on his waist, and finally put on snowshoes. He went out the door and called over Wang Kai, who was lying on the snow, sunbathing with his belly up after eating and drinking his fill. Let's go, let's get to work. The man and the wolf stepped out of their territory and headed towards the deep, dark, endless forest. However, not long after entering the forest, Lin Han sensed that something was wrong. Although the blizzard had long since stopped and much of the snow had melted, the remaining snow, which had been partially melted, has refreezed due to the sharp drop in nighttime temperatures over the past few days. A layer of extremely smooth, hard ice forming on the surface. Even with specially made snowshoes and the added benefit of the light as a swallow attribute, Lin Han still found walking on the ice much more strenuous than before. Unlike before when it was as easy as walking on flat ground, its movement speed has inevitably decreased significantly. If the base speed cannot be increased, the swift shadow attribute becomes useless and cannot play its due role. Lin Han took a deep breath of the cold air, steadied himself, and looked ahead thoughtfully. At this moment, Wang Kai is running happily on the snow not far ahead. Frostclaw Wolf, as its name suggests. Its four paws, as white as frost, have extremely special pads and claw bone structures, which make it completely unaffected on such an ice surface, as if it were born for ice and snow, walking on flat ground as if it were solid ground. In addition, Wang Cai's snow-white fur, which is different from other mutated wolves, means that when it runs at full speed in the snow, you can only catch a white flash of lightning darting through the forest if you don't look closely. At this moment, Wang Kai was full of energy. Not only was it much faster than Lin Han, but it also ran around Lin Han in an S-shaped route with ease. Every now and then, it would run up to a high slope in the distance, alertly prick up its ears and survey its surroundings, dutifully keeping watch for Lin Han. Seeing Wangcai's boundless energy, and its unique ability to adapt to snow, Lin Han slowly stopped. For some reason, an image suddenly popped into his mind without warning. He sat comfortably on a large sled, with plenty of supplies piled up behind him. He held a sturdy rein in his hand, the other end of which was looped around Wangcai's broad and strong body. As Wangcai let out a long howl, giving itself a buff, it then leaped across the vast snowfield, pulling itself along at breakneck speed. Genius! Thinking of this, Lin Han unconsciously rubbed his fingertips together. He stopped where he was and waved to the white wolf in the distance. Wangcai, come here! Upon hearing its owner's call, Wangcai immediately turned around and ran back, obediently sitting in front of Lin Han, sticking out its tongue and exhaling puffs of white breath. Lin Han didn't speak, but just stared at it. As Lin Han stared at him with such a direct and strange gaze, Wangcai's fawning expression gradually froze. Although it didn't quite understand what its owner was thinking, its instinct to be pragmatic made it feel a strange chill down its spine. It involuntarily shrank its neck, and its tail stopped wagging uneasily. Is Chapter 40 echoing this? Lin Han stared at Wangcai for a while, until Wangcai became so terrified that it dared not wag its tail, before he finally looked away with satisfaction. He stepped forward and gently patted Wangcai's large wolf head, signaling it to come back with him. Wangcai, on the other hand, is carefree. As long as Lin Han doesn't put an axe to its neck, it will happily follow him wherever he goes. The man and the wolf hadn't gone very far and soon returned to their territory. Lin Han walked straight to the workbench, opened the chat interface, found Fang Jian, and asked if he could make a sled. Immediately afterwards, Lin Han gave Fang Jian a very concise description of the appearance and purpose of the sled. After the message was sent, Fang Jian remained silent for a while, seemingly conducting an experiment using the term's ability. Not long after, Fang Jian's reply popped up. Fang Jian. No problem, brother Lin Han. I've figured out the general structure and can make it. Seeing Fang Jian's decisive answer, Lin Han couldn't help but be shocked by Fang Jian's ability to use the manufacturing master skill. With just a simple verbal description, without any blueprints, it can be created from nothing using a crafting table. To some extent, Lin Han even felt that Fang Jian's green attribute was as valuable as several blue combat attributes. Now that the level 3 territory has also unlocked the resident system, Lin Han couldn't help but have the thought of recruiting Fang Jian into his territory. However, this thought was fleeting and was quickly suppressed by Lin Han. Although the two had known each other since the first day they arrived in the Endless Forest and had maintained a friendly relationship, their understanding of each other was ultimately limited to a few transactions on the trading channel. Lin Han had no idea about Fang Jian's personality or bottom line, and didn't even know the exact coordinates of Fang Jian's territory. Let's talk about it another time. Lin Han snapped out of his thoughts. At this moment, Fang Jian had already sent over the list of materials needed to make the sled. Lin Han took out all the supplies from the storage box and traded them over in one go. Immediately afterwards, Lin Han turned to look out the window, where Wangcai was lying on the open ground, sunbathing belly up without any regard for appearances. Lin Han thought for a moment, then took out a few wolf pelts that he had just dissected yesterday from the storage box and sent them to Fang Jian. Lin Han, add a few more wolf pelts and make a soft cushion for the sled, making it more comfortable to sit on. Also, wrap the towing ropes with wolf pelts. Fang Jian readily agreed and immediately began making the materials after receiving them. Less than 20 minutes later, with a ding from the system, Fang Jian sent a targeted transaction request. With a flash of light, a ruggedly designed but extremely sturdy sled appeared out of thin air outside Lin Han's wooden house. Lin Han pushed open the door and went out. The wooden frame of the sled looked very sturdy, and the two iron blades at the bottom were also polished to an extremely sharp edge. The seats were covered with thick, soft wolf skin, and the vine ropes attached to the front were also meticulously wrapped and sewn together with wolf skin. The workmanship is impeccable. At this moment, Wangcai, who was originally sunbathing, was also attracted by this large object that appeared out of nowhere. It circled the sled incessantly, its nose frantically sniffing the iron blade and wolfskin pad, showing a mixture of curiosity and instinctive wariness towards this unfamiliar creature. Lin Han stepped forward, casually stroked Wang-Sai's soft wolf fur, then picked up the wolfskin-wrapped leash and waved it in front of Wang Kai. "Kai, look, this will be your personal car from now on." As soon as Lin Han finished speaking, before he could even figure out how to put the rope around Wang-Sai's body. Upon hearing the words, "exclusive ride," Wang Kai actually moved forward and smoothly burrowed its large head into the soft wolfskin reins. Looking at Wang Kai, which had bound itself tightly, Lin Han's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but give it a thumbs up. "You're on the right track." However, before Lin Han could give the order to start the test run, with the reins on, Wang Kai suddenly felt an extremely novel sense of restraint, as if the genes etched into its bones were completely activated at this moment. With a powerful push from its hind legs, Wang-Sai's massive body shot forward, pulling the empty sled behind it, and began running wildly in circles around the spacious territory. Although Lin Han had already cleared the snow from the territory, revealing the hard frozen soil underneath. However, thanks to Fang Jian's extremely solid workmanship and the streamlined design of the bottom iron blade, the sled was pulled very smoothly even on the not-so-smooth frozen ground, and the iron blade made a rustling sound as it rubbed against the frozen ground. Lin Han stood there, arms crossed, watching Wang Kai dash across the territory like a whirlwind with great satisfaction, a secret smug feeling welling up inside him. Could this be the legendary Echo? Wang Kai excitedly pulled the sled around 7 or 8 times before reluctantly returning to Lin Han's side. Wang-Sai's stamina is terrifying. After running for so long, it not only doesn't look tired at all, but it's also excitedly stomping its feet on the spot. Its sharp claws dug white marks into the frozen ground, and it made urging, woof woof, sounds, signaling Lin Han to sit on it and experience it. Lin Han smiled and patted Wang-Sai's head, then took out a piece of wild boar meat and accurately threw it into Wang-Sai's mouth as a reward. He then put on his backpack, checked the magazine of the repeating crossbow, and after confirming that the supplies were complete, opened the gate to his territory. Wang Kai had already skillfully pulled the sled out of the gate, its front paws firmly planted on the smooth, hard ice and snow outside its territory. Lin Han walked over and sat steadily on the sled covered with soft wolf skin. He gripped the reins tightly with both hands, feeling the pent-up power emanating from the white wolf ahead, and his eyes instantly sharpened. "Set off!" This was accompanied by a clear shout from Lin Han. "Awoo!" Wang Kai let out an excited howl and suddenly exerted force with all 4 limbs. The moment the sled touched the smooth ice surface, the resistance at the bottom of the sled dropped to its lowest point. Lin Han felt an extremely strong push against his back as the sled instantly drew a perfect straight line across the snow and roared into the forest. Due to the excessive speed, the wind howled sharply in Lin Han's ears. The tall trees on both sides were stretched into blurry afterimages by the extreme speed, rushing backwards. Wang Kai ran with increasing excitement, perfectly demonstrating what it means to have talent etched into your DNA. Its limbs did not slip at all on the smooth ice surface. On the contrary, it accelerated with each push with extreme precision. When encountering thick tree roots or protruding ice rocks blocking its path, Wang Kai doesn't even need Lin Han's control. Its agile body suddenly changes direction while running at high speed. With tremendous inertia, the sled drew an extremely graceful drifting arc on the snow-covered forest floor, kicking up large clouds of snow dust as it smoothly passed through various obstacles. Lin Han sat in the back, slightly lowering his body to reduce wind resistance. "Wang Kai! Speed things up!" "Awoo!" Chapter 41 Saint Santa Claus? The howling wind swept past his ears. Lin Han sat on the sled covered with soft wolf skin, watching the dark jungle rushing past on both sides. He simply changed to an extremely comfortable position and laid down halfway. Open the map in the system. At this moment, the unexplored areas on the map that were originally covered by darkness are being rapidly lit up as Wang Kai runs at top speed. Lin Han deliberately adjusted the direction, directing Wang Kai in a direction he had never explored before. Meanwhile, in a forest more than 10 kilometers away, a player wrapped in a cotton coat was carrying a simple stone axe and trembling as he walked out of his shelter. As he walked, he muttered to himself, "I have to cut down more trees today, otherwise we won't even be able to start a fire tonight. Sigh, if only I were as powerful as Lin Han, who has so much meat that he's already selling hundreds of pounds at a time." At this point, he unconsciously swallowed. But speaking of which, that pound of mutated wolf meat we got in exchange was really delicious. After we finish cutting down the trees, we'll go back and roast some more to satisfy our cravings. As he spoke, a trickle of saliva involuntarily dribbled from the corner of the player's mouth. He quickly wiped the drool from his mouth with his sleeve, picked up his axe, and went into the forest. Soon, he selected a small tree that was a few meters tall and of average thickness, raised his stone axe, and chopped it down forcefully. Bang! Bang! After shaking off a head full of snow, a system notification popped up in front of him. Logging progress 2%. After several more swings of the axe, the logging progress barely reached 10%. Looking at the disheartening progress bar, he shook his head helplessly, put down his stone axe, took a deep breath, and sighed. Sigh, in this freezing weather, how long will this take? If only this tree could suddenly fall down by itself. He stopped abruptly as soon as he finished speaking. A strange hissing or friction sound came from not far away, and the sound was extremely rapid, approaching him at an alarming speed. Having been in the endless forest for so many days, he knew that any unusual movement could be fatal. He was so frightened that he quickly took 2 steps back, gripped the stone axe tightly with both hands, and stared intently in the direction from which the sound came. A few seconds later. Whoosh! Suddenly, an extremely agile white figure darted out from the bushes to his right like lightning. Behind that white figure, there was a very cool sled being towed. Because of the extremely high speed, and the fact that there was a small uphill slope in the snow, the sled was almost airborne the moment it reached the top of the slope, with the entire vehicle tilting slightly in midair. The player was completely dumbfounded. He didn't even realize that his stone axe had fallen to the snow with a thud. He stood there, stunned, watching the sled fly past in the air right in front of him. Although the speed was so fast that it created a strong wind, he could clearly see that there was actually a person lying half reclined on the well-made sled. The man was wearing black goggles, and his clothes looked extremely light and comfortable. Immediately afterwards, the player seemed to hear the bottom of the tilting sled in midair hit something. With a dull thud, the sled landed smoothly and sped off into the distance without slowing down. The sound quickly faded into the distance, but a stern, angry curse lingered on the wind. Wonkai! You better watch where you're going. If you dare run off again, I'll stew you when we get back. After a long while, the player finally recovered from his extreme shock, rubbing his stiff cheek with the back of his hand. My goodness, who is this god? Click, click, click. Just then, a very crisp sound of wood breaking suddenly came from in front of him. He turned around abruptly and saw that the small tree he had just been chopping had a smooth, mirror-like, extremely deep cut in the center of its trunk. Immediately afterwards, a flash of white light accompanied the system's decomposition. The entire tree instantly disintegrated in midair, turning into a pile of wood that fell to the ground. The player looked at the wood on the ground, then at the direction the sled had flown off in, his mind a jumble of confusion. Santa! Santa Claus? On the other side. Lin Han held on tightly to the vines that were controlling the direction, and with great difficulty, he managed to slow down Wonkai, who was running wildly. When the sled was tilting in midair, he vaguely felt that it had scraped against something, but fortunately the sled was quite sturdy. Before he could think any further, a system notification suddenly flashed before his eyes. Logging progress 100%. Lin Han looked at the notification with a puzzled expression. What the heck? But in that moment of distraction, Wonkai in front of him seemed to be blocked by some terrain, and suddenly came to an extremely wild stop. Holy crap! Lin Han quickly grabbed the wooden handrail of the sled tightly, which prevented him from being thrown off by the terrifying inertia. After the sled came to a complete stop, a black line appeared on Lin Han's forehead. Why does Wang Kai act like he's gone mad as soon as he goes deep into the mountains and forests? However, when Lin Han looked up at Wang Kai, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Having dragged itself for such a long distance, Wang Kai was only panting very lightly with its tongue lolling out. Judging from its excited stomping of its feet, it had no intention of stopping if Lin Han hadn't held it back tightly. Along the way, Wang Kai did run rather wildly. But Lin Han had to admit that, as a native species of the endless forest, this frostclaw wolf was extremely familiar with the various complex terrains of the forest. It can avoid hidden pits and solid ice with extreme precision, and its speed has never decreased since it started. Looking at the still excited Wang Kai, Lin Han suddenly pondered for a moment, then seemed to have thought of something. He rolled off the sled, walked to a tree nearby, and casually broke off a relatively straight branch. Then, Lin Han walked to a flat snowfield, squatted down, and began to draw on the snow with great care using a twig. Seeing Lin Han's strange behavior, Wang Kai also wagged its tail curiously and came over, its eyes fixed on the branch in Lin Han's hand, its face full of confusion. After a while, Lin Han looked at the pattern on the snow in front of him and nodded in satisfaction. He threw away the branch, brushed the snow off his hands, turned around and patted Wang Kai's fluffy head, pointing to the pattern on the ground and saying to it, "Wang Kai, seeing how fast you run, you must be very familiar with this place." Lin Han paused, his tone tinged with longing. "Have you ever seen this thing before when you were wandering in the forest?" Following Lin Han's finger, Wang Kai looked down at the ground. At this moment, on the smooth, white snow surface, a square box pattern is neatly drawn. It clearly resembled a treasure chest. Chapter 42 Purple Treasure Chest. Wang Kai tilted its huge wolf head, its eyes fixed on the square treasure chest pattern on the snow, a rare hint of contemplation in its clear gaze. Lin Han squatted to the side, and seeing that there seemed to be a chance, he couldn't help but feel a little happy. In this endless forest, the system treasure chest is definitely one of the rarest and most valuable resource points. However, treasure chests are rare finds, and their spawn locations are extremely hidden. The only treasure chest Lin Han has ever opened was obtained by tricking someone else into revealing it to him. So right now, if Wang Kai really recognizes this thing, it would definitely be an unexpected bonus. Just as Lin Han was secretly looking forward to it. "Oh!" Wang Kai suddenly let out a short cry, then stretched out its front paws and excitedly scratched at the pattern on the treasure chest, sending the snow flying everywhere. Lin Han was stunned for a moment, then asked in surprise, "You've really seen it?" Wang Kai howled again, its tail wagging incessantly behind it. "Do you remember the exact location?" Lin Han stood up and continued to ask. Upon hearing this, Wang Kai vigorously shook off the snow that had settled on his body. It looked around very carefully, then pressed its nose close to the ground and began to twitch. After a while, Wang Kai seemed to have confirmed the route. It turned and walked to the sled parked to the side, voluntarily put its big head back into the reins, and then turned back to signal Lin Han to hurry up and get on. Looking at Wang Kai's extremely cooperative behavior, Lin Han couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and exclaim, "It's getting better and better at it. Walk!" Wang Kai tilted its head back and sniffed the air again, then identified a direction, strained its limbs, and pulled the sled towards the depths of the forest. This time the distance traveled was quite far. Along the way, as the surrounding scenery rushed past, Lin Han could occasionally see the ruins of completely destroyed territories by the roadside from the sled. The wooden huts that were once used to protect against wild animals were torn apart by extremely violent means, and the broken wood was stained with blood that had frozen and turned black. In the very center of the territory, the bonfire that should have been burning was now just a pile of cold ashes, its core long since vanished without a trace. These signs of decay silently proclaimed the deaths of each player. Seeing these tragic scenes, the ease on Lin Han's face gradually faded, and his expression became serious. After wandering through the forest for an unknown distance, Lin Han suddenly felt the scenery before him change abruptly. The view suddenly became extremely open, the originally dense and towering trees suddenly became sparse, and the entire terrain turned into an extremely flat snowfield. On this vast plain, apart from a few scattered footprints of unknown animals, there were almost no signs of large creature activity, which also meant that no other players had ever set foot here. With the trees no longer obstructing its path, Wansai's running speed increased once again on this vast plain. It wasn't until Lin Han spotted a dense, even eerie, black jungle at the edge of the plain that Wang Kai finally slowed down. To Lin Han's surprise, Wang Kai slowed down not because the road ahead had become rugged and difficult. Judging from Wansai's taut muscles and slightly drooping tail, it was clearly on high alert, guarding against something. As soon as Wang Kai stepped into the dark jungle, its speed dropped to the minimum, almost becoming a tentative pace of taking one step and then looking two. Lin Han got off the sled, packed it up, and followed Wang Kai on foot. As the man and the wolf ventured deeper, the towering trees around them grew increasingly dense, completely blocking out the sunlight overhead and making the light extremely dim. Wansai's bright green eyes gleamed faintly in the darkness. It kept pressing its nose to the ground to sniff, and every time Lin Han looked at it, he could see that the wolf's eyes were full of doubt. Lin Han stopped and crouched down, asking in a low voice, "Is it around here?" Wang Kai turned its head to look in a certain direction deep in the dense forest, let out a very slight woof, and then rubbed its head nervously against Lin Han's thigh. After receiving confirmation, Lin Han took a deep breath of the cold air and slowly stood up. He took out a crossbow from his backpack and skillfully loaded it with specially made bolts that were marked with various white negative abbreviations. He gripped the crossbow tightly and continued to follow Wang Kai quietly. Just as Lin Han was carefully walking around an unusually thick ancient tree, Lin Han suddenly felt an extremely strong chill run down his spine, and the hairs on his body stood on end. He was all too familiar with this deadly sense of crisis. When he first encountered that first berserk bull, he felt the same terrifying pressure that almost suffocated him. No, the oppressive aura here is even colder and more terrifying than that wild bull. At this moment, Wang Kai, who was walking in front, could no longer hold on. Its survival instinct, driven by a desire for advantage and a desire to avoid harm, forced its body, which had been exploring the path, to suddenly freeze. Then, it instinctively took 2 steps back and shrank directly behind Lin Han's buttocks. Lin Han held his breath and, using the tree trunk as cover, continued to probe forward a short distance. Lin Han's pupils contracted slightly as he looked through the extremely dense bushes ahead. He vaguely saw a faint light emanating from that dark depths. Because he was wearing goggles, Lin Han couldn't see the exact color of the light for a moment. Fortunately, they were now in a dense forest with vegetation blocking out the sun, and the reflection of the snow on the ground was not dazzling, so Lin Han took off his goggles. When Lin Han saw the color of the light, his heart skipped a beat, and a surge of joy welled up inside him. Purple. This means that the treasure chest that Wang Kai led him to find, which spanned dozens of kilometers, turned out to be an extremely rare purple treasure chest. Lin Han reached back and patted Wansai's wolf head as a compliment, then gripped the crossbow and strode forward. He carefully used the tip of his crossbow to push aside the bushes that were obstructing his view. Sure enough, in a slightly open clearing in the woods ahead, a magnificent treasure chest radiating purple light was quietly placed between 2 towering ancient trees not far apart. Upon closer inspection, the white vines were tightly intertwined between the 2 ancient trees, steadily suspending the heavy purple treasure chest in midair. Just as Lin Han was about to carefully observe the surroundings for any traps, Wang Kai, who was hiding behind him, suddenly opened its mouth, bit the hem of Lin Han's clothes, and pulled it back forcefully. Lin Han turned around, puzzled, only to find that Wansai's eyes were filled with an uncontrollable, extreme fear, and even the whimpering in its throat had changed tone. Although the feeling of palpitation persisted, Lin Han did not see any mutated creatures. Everything here was quiet and normal. Following Wansai's gaze, Lin Han turned his attention back to the purple treasure chest hanging from white vines in front of him. Could there be some kind of trap? Lin Han wondered to himself. Lin Han's gaze slowly moved upwards along the white vines. But this time, Lin Han only glanced at it a few times before an extreme chill instantly shot from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. The surface of the white vines, was undulating and contracting in an extremely slow but very regular manner. What was holding the treasure chest firmly in midair was not a white vine at all. It was a giant white python. Chapter 43. Take a gamble, and your bicycle might turn into a motorcycle. The moment Lin Han saw the true form of the white vines, his scalp tingled. With lightning speed, he grabbed One Eye by the back of the neck and pulled it along, silently retreating into the nearby bushes. Using the tall vegetation around them as cover, the man and the wolf concealed themselves extremely well. Lin Han crouched behind the bushes, held his breath, and cautiously peered through the gaps in the branches and leaves to examine the terrifying giant python in front of him once more. That was a mutated giant python with a body as thick as an adult's thigh and a length of over 10 meters. It coiled eerily between two towering ancient trees, its massive body writhing slowly and rhythmically. Its scales have a slightly transparent, gelatinous texture that is not yet fully keratinized. This is why Lin Han initially mistook it for a vine in the dim light. Lin Han's eyes narrowed slightly, and without hesitation, he secretly activated knowledge of all things. In an instant, several extremely dazzling rays of light emerged from the top of the giant python's head. Frosty white python. Level, Tier 1 mutated creature. Combo attack, purple, hibernation, white, molding weakness period, white. Combo charge, purple. When dealing consecutive damage to the same target, each hit increases damage by 10%, stacking up to a maximum of 50%. When the stack reaches its limit, the next hit will become a charged attack, ignoring a portion of the target's physical defense, and causing a brief stun effect. Hiss! Upon seeing the effect of the purple entry, Lin Han couldn't help but gasp inwardly. Although the purple treasure chest and purple attributes were right in front of him, Lin Han did not lose his mind. The oppressive feeling of a first-tier creature was no joke. Suppressing his greed, Lin Han looked at the two entries' flashing white light. This sight instantly put his previously anxious heart at ease. Deep hibernation, white forced into a state of hibernation due to extreme cold and blizzard conditions, heart rate and blood flow have dropped to minimum. Current awareness of the external environment is significantly reduced. Melting weakness phase, white. This creature has just completed a first-order life leap, shedding its old skin, and the newly grown scales have not yet fully hardened. Current defense is reduced by 70%. Remaining time in the weakness phase, 36 hours. The period of weakness, 36 hours left? Lin Han keenly grasped this extremely crucial moment. He poked his head out again and carefully observed the snow around the giant python. Sure enough, at the base of the ancient tree where the giant python coiled, there was a pile of dried snake skin that had long been frozen into ice crystals. This frost-white python must have devoured enough cores to advance to the first tier before the extreme cold and blizzard arrived. However, the most vulnerable molting period follows immediately after the advancement, which coincides with an extreme cold and blizzard that causes a sudden drop in temperature, forcing it to enter a deep hibernation. After figuring out the connection, Lin Han's eyes burned even brighter, and the palpitations he had felt earlier due to the pressure of the first-order aura had largely disappeared. Take a chance, and your bicycle might turn into a motorcycle. Lin Han knew very well that there were only 36 hours left in the period of weakness. Once this giant python recovers from its weakened state, coupled with its terrifying first-tier attributes, I'll never be able to kill it in my lifetime, let alone take that purple treasure chest. Now is absolutely the only and best opportunity to hunt. Lin Han slowly raised the crossbow, a barely perceptible glint flashing in his eyes. With the help of weakness insight, several dark red weak points with scales that were not yet fully closed were immediately exposed on the frost-white python, which was in the molting period. He raised his crossbow, held his breath, and aimed at a weak point exposed on his side. Pull the trigger. A crossbow bolt with the slightly poisonous attribute was silently shot towards the giant python. Pfft. Because its defense was weakened by a full 70%, the arrow pierced through the translucent flesh with unexpected smoothness, without any obstruction. Lin Han showed no intention of stopping to observe. The instant the first arrow was fired, his fingers moved rapidly, and the repeating crossbow emitted a low, clicking sound. Immediately afterwards, 3 specially made crossbow bolts, each imbued with the attributes of hallucination, paralysis, and itching by Lin Han, were all accurately thrust into the giant python's body. Almost the instant the arrow pierced the giant python's body, in Lin Han's vision, a long string of dense white negative status prompts appeared on the top of the python's massive head. This series of stinging pains and extremely uncomfortable negative effects combined to instantly break the python's hibernation. Hiss! With an extremely sharp and mournful hiss, the frost python instantly awoke from its hibernation. Those cold, terrifying vertical pupils snapped open, their eyes filled with a furious rage at being disturbed and an extreme chilling malice. Staring intently at him by the terrifying gaze of this level 1 monster, Lin Han felt not a trace of panic, but rather a sense of excitement. A great opportunity! The moment the giant python opened its eyes, Lin Han raised the repeating crossbow in his hand slightly, aimed it at the vertical pupil, and fired the last crossbow bolt in the quiver without hesitation, which was also the bolt he had deliberately saved. Additional entry: blinding. The crossbow bolt pierced the giant python's right eye with incredible accuracy. The frost python let out a heart-wrenching, ferocious roar, and its massive body suddenly stretched out between the 2 ancient trees. The purple treasure chest, which had been entangled in the air by the body, fell onto the snow. The giant python's coiled body twisted and writhed wildly in midair, smashing and thrashing about, sending splinters flying from the thick tree trunk. A terrifying pressure unique to first-order mutated creatures suddenly erupted from the frost-white python. In just a moment, the frost-white python, in its extremely frenzied state, locked onto Lin Han's location in the bushes. Its single remaining eye flashed with terrifying killing intent. Its massive body suddenly sprang up, crushing the snow and bushes along the way with overwhelming force, and pounced madly towards Lin Han. An almost suffocating aura of death instantly approached. Lin Han felt a chill run down his spine. Without hesitation, he turned around abruptly, and sprinted away at full speed behind him. As he ran, Lin Han shouted, "Wang Kai! The wind's getting strong, let's get out of here!" However, when Lin Han turned around, preparing to escape with Wang Kai, he suddenly stumbled and almost fell headfirst into a snowdrift. 50 meters directly in front of him, within his line of sight, a white lightning bolt was frantically fleeing across the snow, its mad dash so fast it was almost a blur. It even ran so fast that the snow it kicked up formed a white contrail behind it. Wang Kai, that rascal, somehow managed to get ahead of Lin Han some time earlier. Lin Han. Chapter 44. Well done, Wang Kai. You really don't hold back when disaster strikes, you just run away first, huh? Behind a secluded snow slope, Lin Han was currently gripping Wang Kai's furry face tightly, gritting his teeth, his face full of indignation. Lin Han expressed extremely strong condemnation of Wang Kai's lightning-fast betrayal of his teammates, saying, "Better to die than to die." Wang Kai's face was pinched so hard that all the soft flesh on its face bulged together, but instead of struggling, it grinned, wagged its tail wildly, and made a woofing sound in its throat to please. That appearance gave people a sense of helplessness, like someone who can't bring themselves to hit a smiling wolf. Lin Han reluctantly let go of it, and glared at it irritably. Just now, the man and the wolf were running desperately through the dense forest. Fortunately, the crossbow bolts with negative effects that Lin Han shot had a miraculous effect. In addition, the frost-white python had just been forcibly awakened from hibernation and was in a weakened state of molting, so its pursuit speed was not as fast as expected. The intricate terrain and robust vegetation of the dense forest also greatly hindered the python's straightforward, crushing charge. After running for a while, Wang Kai seemed to realize that he had left his benefactors behind, so he very generously slowed down. Lin Han quickly caught up with it, spotted the extremely secluded slope, grabbed Wang Kai by the scruff of its neck, and the two of them swiftly hid in the leeward side of the slope. After calming their heaving chests slightly, Lin Han and Wang Kai suddenly held their breath in unison. Behind the slope, a chilling, crashing sound was rapidly approaching. With the full activation of those white negative terms, the frost python appeared extremely frenzied and out of sorts. Its right eye was blinded, and its left eye, due to hallucinations, saw everything as a distorted double image. Even worse, the word, itch, causes its enormous body to experience waves of excruciating itching from time to time. Forced to chase it, it frantically rubbed against the thick tree trunks around it in order to relieve the deep-seated tingling sensation. The giant python swept across the slope where Lin Han and Wang Kai were hiding, without finding its prey so close at hand. But as the giant python charged forward a distance, its remaining senses detected that the two people were no longer present in the air ahead. The giant python stopped abruptly under a towering tree that was tens of meters tall, in a state of extreme agitation. Its massive body, several meters long, quickly coiled around the thick tree trunk, constantly wriggling and climbing upwards, raising its head high in an attempt to look down from above and search for Lin Han's whereabouts. However, under the double blow of hallucination and blindness, all it could see was a distorted phantom. The fruitless search, coupled with the increasing itching and numbness within its body, made it increasingly agitated. It suddenly slid halfway off the tree trunk, and in a fit of rage swung its massive head and launched a violent ramming attack on the towering tree before it. Bang! Lin Han, who was hiding behind the slope with half his head peeking out, watched as the giant tree, which required several people to encircle, suddenly shook violently under the impact of the giant python, and large swaths of snow fell from the treetop like an avalanche. Then came the second, the third, the fourth. Lin Han keenly observed that with each frenzied impact of the giant python, the degree of shaking and cracking of the giant tree increased exponentially. Until the fifth impact. Boom! With a deafening and terrifying roar, the towering tree, several tens of meters tall, was violently and completely snapped off at the point of impact, collapsing with a crash and sending up a cloud of snow mist. Seeing the giant python's destructive power, which could be described as world-destroying, Lin Han couldn't help but be somewhat astonished. Although I tormented it with a bunch of negative terms, judging from the terrifying impact force, this level of weakening was not enough to cause a fatal injury to this first-tier creature. Fighting head-on would be suicide. We have to think of a solution. Lin Han turned his head and looked at Wang Kai, who was shivering in the snow, with an extremely deep gaze. He pondered for a moment, then a glint of light flashed in his eyes, and an idea came to him. Lin Han grabbed Wang Kai and pulled him in front of him, a malicious smile playing on his lips. Wang Kai, I'm giving you a chance to redeem yourself, so you'd better seize it. Before Wang Kai could react in any way, Lin Han picked up a twig and began sketching on the smooth snow surface with extremely fast speed. After a while, Lin Han threw away the branch, pointed to the pattern on the snow, and said to Wang Kai in a very serious voice. Did you understand? When you go out to lure it later, just follow this route exactly. Remember, if you succeed, you'll get 2 extra pieces of premium roasted meat every day when you get back. If you fail... Lin Han paused, his tone icy. Success is the only option. Failure is not an option. Lin Han patted Wang Kai's sturdy body. Wang Kai turned his head to look at Lin Han's unyielding gaze, then looked back at the giant python that was wreaking havoc in the distance. After an extremely intense internal struggle, Wang Kai gritted his teeth and suddenly darted out from behind the slope. Wang Kai stood arrogantly on the snow where the giant python had just passed, took a deep breath, and let out a high-pitched and provocative wolf howl. A woo! The moment the howl rang out, a faint layer of bloody light suddenly appeared on Wang Kai's originally snow-white body, and its size seemed to have swelled up. Lin Han, who was hiding in the shadows, could also clearly feel a violent power surge within his body. This powerful howl instantly attracted the attention of the giant python in the distance. The moment its last remaining eye locked onto Wang Kai, the giant python let out a venomous hiss, its massive body twisting violently, crushing the snow and ice as it charged madly towards Wang Kai. Wang Kai stared fiercely at the approaching giant python, just as its gaping maw was about to swallow it whole. Wang Kai brought the Frostclaw wolf's mobility to its peak. With a sudden burst of power from its forelimbs, it carved an extremely dangerous afterimage on the snow, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. Then, it nimbly darted behind a towering tree to the left of the python, poked out half of its wolf head, and let out another howl in an extremely cheeky manner. The giant python was completely enraged. Its massive body forcefully reversed direction, and its huge tail swept towards the giant tree with an extremely terrifying whooshing sound. Bang! Wood chips flew everywhere, and the giant tree trembled violently. At the very moment the giant python changed direction, Wonkai, with its extreme speed and cunning, had already circled around to the center of another extremely dense forest and continued to provoke them. As Wonkai continued to change direction and howl, the irrational python began to writhe wildly in this densely wooded area, relentlessly pursuing the damned white wolf. Finally, after a series of dazzling and extreme pulls, Wonkai seemed to have completely exhausted its strength. Suddenly it stopped in the middle of a small open space, standing there panting heavily, motionless. Meanwhile, the giant python, tormented by various negative terms and having endured a frenzied pursuit, was already exhausted. Its only remaining eye was bloodshot, and everything it saw was a blurry, double image. When it vaguely saw Wonsai's figure stopping a dozen meters in front of it, the frost python unleashed its last strength, opening its gaping maw and lunging fiercely at Wonkai. This time, Wonkai didn't dodge, however. The gruesome scene that I had imagined, Wonkai being swallowed whole, did not occur. Just as the giant python's fang-filled maw was less than 3 meters away from Wonkai, its massive body suddenly stiffened and then froze in midair in an extremely eerie manner. No matter how frantically it stretched its neck forward, struggled and roared, it could no longer take even half an inch forward. Looking back along the python's body, Wonsai's seemingly clumsy but actually extremely cunning movements had allowed the python, which was over 10 meters long, to coil around itself several times in this extremely dense forest. Some parts were completely knotted, while others were stuck by tree trunks that were more than 10 meters thick. The more forcefully it lunged forward to bite, the tighter the knot in its body tightened, making it completely unable to move. Even more deadly. Because the python used too much force in its final attack, its body, which was trapped in a knot, was stretched to its limit. Under extremely terrifying tension, its translucent scales, which had only recently molted and were not yet hardened, finally could not withstand the pulling force and popped up outwards with a crackling sound. Extremely fragile, pink flesh and blood were exposed to the cold air without reservation. A very light sound of footsteps on snow rang out. Lin Han, carrying a hand axe, slowly emerged from the dense forest beside him. He walked over to Wonkai, patted the big wolf's head with great satisfaction, and fixed his gaze on the frost-covered white python that was stuck in front of him. "Well done, Wonkai, we're having snake meat tonight." Chapter 45: A Great Harvest. First Order Evolution Core. At this moment, in the frost-white python's single remaining eye, the figure of the human holding a sharp blade was vaguely reflected. Although its vision was distorted and doubled due to the hallucination, it instantly recognized that the human in front of it was the culprit who had just caused it to suffer such a miserable end. The frost python let out a furious hiss, and its massive body began to writhe wildly. But that extreme stretching just now has made it sink deeper and deeper into this natural cage. The more it struggled in a rage, the tighter the knots binding its body and the tree trunk that was stuck around it became, making it unable to move an inch. Even its exposed flesh was rubbed raw and bleeding from the rough bark. At this moment, Wonkai, which had been hiding behind Lin Han, changed its previous humble attitude. It rushed to Lin Han's side, raised its head and puffed out a series of extremely arrogant growls at the giant python. Lin Han ignored Wonkai, who was making a huge scene for him. He narrowed his eyes slightly, calmly examining the giant python before him, observing every flaw in its body. Although the frost python had just shed its skin and was in a weakened state, its translucent frost scales, even though not fully hardened, still shimmered with an extremely hard texture. If his axe blow fails to hit a vital spot and instead triggers its desperate counterattack, it would be extremely fatal at such close range. Just as Lin Han was patiently searching for the frost-white python's weakness, the trapped giant python could no longer contain its raging fury. It suddenly stopped its meaningless left and right twisting, and a look of extremely crazy savagery flashed in its single eye. Then it completely gave up trying to break free of the knot, and instead concentrated all the remaining violent power in its body on the part of its body that was not entangled. Then, it raised its head and, in an extremely abnormal posture, frantically pulled backward. The towering trees that were tightly bound by the giant python's massive body gradually began to tilt under this terrifying, spine-chilling pull. The thick tree trunk was stretched and bent more and more, and under the strain, it made a series of cracking sounds as if it was about to break. As the giant python frantically gathered its strength, its raised head moved further and further away from Lin Han's position. Upon seeing this, Lin Han's pupils constricted sharply, and he instantly guessed what it wanted to do. This beast was actually trying to use the resilience of these giant trees to bounce itself back. With several deafening cracks as the tree trunk snapped, the giant tree, bent to its limit, broke instantly. Using the terrifying rebound force that had been accumulated to its peak, the giant python opened its abyssal maw, which was large enough to devour everything, and crashed into Lin Han at an extremely fast speed. Ouch! Just moments ago, Wang Kai was arrogant and domineering beside Lin Han. Upon seeing this scene, it instantly let out a scream in fright, tucked its tail between its legs, and whoosh! It darted behind a slope more than 10 meters away. But Lin Han, after seeing through the giant python's intentions, stood still, which was unusual. Faced with the gaping maw of blood that was crushing him, he not only did not retreat an inch, but instead took a deep breath with extreme calmness and advanced instead of retreating. Lin Han gripped the handle of the rock armor hand axe with both hands, lowered his body slightly, and adjusted the angle of the axe blade to meet the attack with exquisite precision. Under the perspective of weakness insight, Lin Han's eyes were now filled with the flaws exposed by the giant python due to extreme stretching. His icy gaze locked onto the python's lower jaw, where a piece of tender, pink flesh had been completely turned outwards due to the forceful pull earlier. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. In that life-or-death moment when the giant python was just one step away from him, Lin Han moved his feet slightly with extreme agility, then suddenly exerted force in his waist, narrowly dodging the giant python's frontal attack with a very dangerous sideways movement. At the same time, he raised the heavy rock-armored hand axe with both hands, and in the instant of the body shifting, he fiercely thrust the sharp axe blade towards the fatal flaw in the giant python's lower jaw. Lin Han doesn't need to unleash much more power. The immense momentum of the giant python's charge instantly transformed into the most lethal cutting force when it collided with the blade of the rock armor hand axe. With a piercing sound of flesh being torn apart, the axe blade, propelled by the giant python's forward momentum, sliced through its jaws without hindrance, completely cleaving its body open. The tangled mass of bodies behind them was also instantly torn apart by this terrifying kinetic energy. The enormous python slammed down heavily beside Lin Han, and due to inertia, it slid forward for another 7 or 8 meters before finally coming to a stop. Countless internal organs, along with scalding blood, spilled onto the ground, instantly creating a cloud of blood mist on the cold snow. Even though Lin Han was just acting as a knife holder, he was still pushed backward involuntarily by the terrifying impact. Lin Han only managed to regain his balance after retreating more than 10 meters. His arms were numb from the recoil and trembled slightly. Thick, steaming blood continued to drip from the blade of his rock-armored hand axe. Looking at the lifeless corpse of the giant python, Lin Han let out a long breath, finally relaxing his tense nerves. Once the danger was over, Wang Kai, who had been hiding in the distance, immediately rushed out with extreme obsequiousness. It ran up to Lin Han, wagged its tail, then trotted over to the giant python's corpse, scratched at it with its paws, and once again growled arrogantly at the massive body. Lin Han walked forward irritably and kicked Wang Kai away. He walked straight up to the enormous head of the giant python. Extract! A deep purple halo was instantly drawn from the giant python's body and entered Lin Han's body. Purple entry obtained. Then, Lin Han took a deep breath, placed his hand on the giant python's cold corpse, and silently recited. Break down! The enormous corpse, as large as a small mountain, instantly transformed into an extremely dazzling white light under the power of the system and vanished on the spot. Immediately afterwards, a series of falling notifications popped up in front of Lin Han's eyes. Received 800 units of frost white python meat, note, 500 G per unit. Obtained, Frost Pouch X1, an extremely cold organ developed within a Tier 1 mutated frost white python. Direct consumption permanently and significantly increases one's resistance to extreme cold. Obtained special material, Frost Python Eye Scales X15, mutated scales from newly formed frost white pythons, extremely flexible, thin, and far harder than fine steel. Naturally possesses extreme cold resistance, making them suitable for crafting top-tier close-fitting inner armor. A bumper harvest! Looking at the 800-pound mutated beast meat in front of him, along with these special materials and items, Lin Han couldn't help but smile. After carefully packing all the loot into his backpack, Lin Han was about to open the purple treasure chest. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a strange light shining brightly in the center of the snow where the giant python's corpse had disappeared. Lin Han's heart stirred, and with a hint of curiosity, he quickly stepped forward and picked it up from the snow. It was a mysterious crystal, only the size of a baby's fist, crystal clear, with an extremely pure energy slowly flowing inside. The moment the crystal touched his hand, a powerful aura that made every cell in his body tremble emanated from his palm. A system notification sounded in my mind at just the right moment. Obtained, Tier 1 Evolution Core ×1. This core contains the pure, primordial energy for life's leap forward. Absorbing it allows for the ultimate transformation of one's life level, ascending to the status of an evolver. Note, there is a chance of failure during this advancement. Please use with caution. Looking at the crystal in my hand and the few lines of description on the system panel, Lin Han's breath froze completely at that moment. At this moment, only 3 words remained in his mind. An evolved being? Chapter 46 Promotion. Server-wide announcement. Number 1 on Earth. At this moment, Lin Han stared intently at the crystal radiating brilliant light in his palm, his mind filled with only 3 words that kept reverberating: Evolver. From the first encounter with the raging blood bull in the forest to the recent experience with this frost-white python that can easily break towering trees, the 2 first mutated creatures brought Lin Han a sense of despair that was almost suffocating. In the cruel laws of the endless forest, these players who had just arrived had long since fallen from the top of the food chain and become food for these terrifying mutated creatures. But now, Lin Han took a deep breath, the cold air filling his lungs, which only made his blood boil even more. The evolution core right in front of us is the key to breaking down the barrier. He gripped the crystal tightly in his hand, his eyes gradually shifting from initial shock and lingering fear to an intensely pure fervor and ambition. As long as you eat it, you can become an evolved being, or even a being that surpasses those mutated creatures. Just as Lin Han was filled with enthusiasm, a warm, sticky drop of liquid suddenly fell onto the snow with a soft patter. Lin Han was taken aback. He looked down and saw that Wang Kai, who had been swaggering just moments before, had somehow moved closer to his legs. The white wolf was staring intently at the evolution core in Lin Han's hand, drooling like a waterfall. Driven by intense desire, his entire body was restless, and his bright green eyes were filled with the words, "Want to eat?" Seeing Wang Cai's instinct-driven behavior, Lin Han was immediately pulled back to reality. "What are you looking at? This isn't for you to eat." Lin Han patted Wang Cai's head impatiently and muttered to himself, "Looks like I need to find an absolutely safe place to use this thing quickly, otherwise this energy might attract some crazy mutated creature." Lin Han decisively stored the evolution core into his system inventory. As the core light faded, Wang Kai smacked its lips and reluctantly shifted its gaze away from Lin Han's chest. "Let's go, let's get down to business." Lin Han patted the snow off his legs and strode towards the bushes that had been crushed by the giant python's massive body, with Wang Kai in tow. Before long, the man and the wolf arrived at the spot where the frost-white python had been hibernating. Amidst the scattered snow and broken wood, a treasure chest radiating a purple light sat quietly. Hint: a purple-quality treasure chest has been detected. Do you wish to open it? Activate! Lin Han issued the order without hesitation. With a crisp click of the mechanism, the treasure chest was followed by a dazzling flash of purple light. The heavy lid slowly opened, and a series of system notifications popped up frantically. Obtained, dark blade dagger. Obtained architectural blueprints, constant temperature cultivation greenhouse. Received, potato seeds X20, cabbage seeds X20, tomato seeds X20. Received, 100 pieces of deep-seated high-quality coal. As expected of a purple treasure chest obtained through a life-or-death struggle, the richness of the rewards made Lin Han feel dizzy as if he had become rich overnight. He quickly opened the item panel and began to examine the detailed descriptions of each item one by one. Dark blade short dagger. Quality, purple rare. Attributes, sharpness plus 85, armor penetration plus 50, attack speed plus 20%. Special feature, any wound inflicted by this dagger will have a tearing effect, causing the target to continuously lose health and the wounds to have difficulty healing themselves. Drawings for a constant temperature incubation room. Description, an independent ecological building with its own lighting and temperature control system, always maintaining the most suitable environment for plant growth. Unaffected by external temperature and seasons, it allows for the planting of any crop across seasons. The growth rate of all crops inside the building is increased by 30%. Construction requirements, 200 wood, 100 stone, 20 refined iron ingots, 50 bewitching stones. Deep coal seam. Description, high density, high quality coal mine from deep underground in the endless forests, suitable for direct combustion as fuel. After reading all the item descriptions, Lin Han was satisfied and put most of the items into his backpack. When he saw the unfamiliar material called bewilderment stone on the greenhouse blueprints, he raised an eyebrow slightly. After searching his memory without finding any relevant information, Lin Han had no choice but to give up and planned to inquire in the chat channel when he got back. Finally, Lin Han took the dark blade dagger in his hand. The dagger is about 30 centimeters long, with a matte dark black blade and a handle that fits the hand perfectly. Lin Han walked to a tree nearby, gripped the short dagger, and without even exerting any force, simply flipped his wrist and swung it lightly and casually. With an extremely faint sound, the dark dagger pierced the thick frozen wood without any resistance, as if cutting through a block of tofu. When it was pulled out, a smooth, mirror-like, and bottomless cut was left on the tree trunk. Hiss! Such terrifying sharpness! Lin Han gasped, then lovingly placed it into the leg wraps on the side of his winter coat. Lin Han turned his head and looked at Wang Kai, who was staring at him expectantly, with a great mood. Wang Kai deserves a lot of credit for this bumper harvest. He took out several pieces of freshly cut frost-white python meat from his backpack and tossed them to Wang Kai. While Wang Kai was enjoying his meal, Lin Han looked around. The place where the giant python hibernates is surrounded by towering trees hundreds of meters high, with extremely lush vegetation and very dim light, naturally forming a hidden depression. More importantly, a Tier 1 frost-white python just died nearby. The lingering scent in the air and the overwhelming aura were enough to keep ordinary mutated beasts within a radius of several kilometers from daring to approach even a step closer. This place has ironically become the most perfect safe zone right now. It's right here! Lin Han found a sheltered and clean spot at the base of a tree root and took out the first Tier evolution core from his backpack. Wang Kai, who was frantically tearing at the snake's flesh, caught a glimpse of the core out of the corner of his eye and suddenly became agitated. It was still eating meat with its mouth, but its body was uncontrollably moving closer to Lin Han. Lin Han glanced at it coldly and pointed to the outside. After you finish eating, go and stand guard for me. Startled by Lin Han's imposing presence, Wang Kai shrank back, reluctantly carrying the remaining snake meat in its mouth, and obediently went to stand guard a dozen meters away. Everything is ready. Lin Han sat cross-legged on the dead leaves, took a deep breath of the cold air, then with a resolute look in his eyes, tilted his head back and swallowed the evolution core that was radiating a dazzling light in one gulp. The moment the core entered my stomach, there was no stiff feeling of the crystal as I had imagined. Instead, it melted in my mouth and instantly transformed into an extremely pure warm current that surged into my limbs and bones. At this moment, an extremely strange scene is unfolding outside. In the dim light of the dense forest, the surface of Lin Han's body, which was sitting cross-legged, began to faintly emit a sacred and dazzling golden light. The light grew brighter and brighter, and through his skin, one could even see the network of blood vessels beneath his skin, where a violent, golden liquid-like energy was flowing. Wakai, who was not far away, was still greedily watching this side, but as the terrifying pressure unique to high-level life forms emanating from Lin Han grew heavier, the golden light gradually dispelled the surrounding cold and darkness. The greed in Wang Cai's eyes completely disappeared, replaced by an extreme awe and fear from the depths of his soul. Wah! Its limbs went limp, and it collapsed onto the snow, burying its head between its paws, not daring to even breathe. It's unclear how long this lasted. When the last bit of energy from the evolution core was completely absorbed and transformed by Lin Han, a system notification sounded in Lin Han's mind. Ding! Congratulations on successfully advancing to a Tier 1 Evolver. Congratulations on awakening your attribute, Light. Congratulations on obtaining the Tier 1 Light attribute skill, Radiant Flame. Congratulations. Your territory has received the buff aura, Radiant Protection. Lin Han slowly opened his eyes. In that instant, two extremely dazzling golden rays flashed across his eyes, and Lin Han's entire demeanor underwent a tremendous transformation. Bite! At that very moment, in the endless forest, the same voice rang in the ears of billions of surviving Earth players. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Lin Han for becoming the first player on Blue Star to advance to the Evolver level. Achieve the unique and exclusive title, Pioneer. Obtain the Territory Wonder, Tree of Life. Chapter 47. We and him have long since ceased to be on the same dimension. At this moment, the world chat was filled with a mix of languages, flooding the screen. My God! Who is Lin Han? What has this man done? What is an evolver? Is it some kind of term? Can someone explain it? You idiot upstairs, don't you have a brain? This means he's no longer an ordinary human. My God, I've seen that name before. He killed a bear on his very first day. This is terrifying. We're still struggling to start a fire, and people have already become evolved beings? This damn survival game! Compared to the shock on the World Channel, the regional channel where Lin Han was located was even more frenzied, with a sense of pride and fervor evident in the words. Holy crap! What did Lin Han do this time? He actually triggered a server-wide announcement. The first evolved being. That sounds incredibly awesome. Does anyone know what happened? Where's Xing Lu? Old Xing, come out and analyze this. What exactly is the significance of Lin Shen's move? As everyone called out, Xing Lu finally appeared on the channel. At this moment, beside a stream in the endless forest, a man who looked weathered was rubbing his stiff hands. He bent down, put his hand into the icy stream, scooped up a mouthful of the frigid water, and tilted his head back to gulp it down. Xing Lu took a deep breath, looking at the questions that were flooding the chat channel, a complex sense of awe flashing in his eyes. Instead of answering directly, he slowly typed out a message. You ask what this means? Let me put it this way, if we compare this brutal struggle for survival to a race, we're still barefoot in the snow looking for shoes to get ready to start, while Lin Han, he's already driving a heavy armored vehicle. We and him are no longer in the same dimension. As soon as Xing Lu said this, the previously bustling regional channel fell silent for a good 10 seconds. Everyone gasped in shock upon reading the analogy. It wasn't until this moment that they truly realized just how terrifyingly powerful Lin Han, who usually, kindly, sold them meat in the trading hall, was. By the stream, Xing Lu, seeing everyone's shocked reactions, silently closed the chat channel. He looked down at his feet and muttered to himself. An evolved being. I wonder if I'll ever have a chance to reach that threshold. Another part of the endless forest. Lu Qingruo was carrying a bulging backpack and walking in the thick snow wearing snowshoes. She would stop every few steps and carefully observe her surroundings, as if she were looking for something. When the server-wide announcement echoed in her mind, she was visibly startled. She stood there, motionless, for a long time before slowly coming to her senses. At this moment, an unusual light flickered in her clear eyes. Then, she suddenly laughed and muttered to herself. An evolved being? Sounds impressive. I wonder if he'll get his hands on even more delicious food? Looks like I'll have to find more good stuff to trade with him. After saying that, Lu Qingruo patted the backpack behind her, her steps became much lighter, and she walked into the depths of the forest again. Meanwhile, Lin Han, who was at the center of the storm, was listening to the server-wide announcement that was gradually fading away, and touched his chin in surprise. Making such a big fuss? He stood up and looked around, only to be surprised to find that the thick snow within a few meters of the area where he had been sitting cross-legged had all melted away, revealing the damp soil underneath. What? Not far away, Wang Kai was lying tightly behind a snowdrift, shivering all over. The light attribute pressure that Lin Han just unleashed almost scared its soul away. Come here, Lin Han called out. Upon hearing its owner's call, Wang Kai cautiously raised its head, tucked its tail between its legs, and shuffled over. Seeing that it was all right, Lin Han didn't pay any more attention to it, and instead eagerly opened the system interface. Territory interface. Level 3. Members, 1 person. Chilling, 1 person. Buildings, rock-armored, petrified, cold-resistant reinforced wooden cabin, 100% durability, level 3 stone fire pit, reinforced spiked fence, guard arrow tower. Facilities, intermediate workbench, intermediate storage box. Wonder, tree of life, not placed. Territory aura, radiant protection. 1. Within the halo area, the penetrability of all light sources is enhanced. 2. All crops within the halo coverage area have a slightly shorter growth cycle and a slightly higher yield than normal. 3. Within the aura's range, all units within the territory experience faster recovery of stamina and mental energy, and a slight increase in the natural healing of ordinary wounds. Looking at the increasingly long prefix on his little wooden house, Lin Han couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth before looking at his personal interface. Personal interface. Name Lin Han. Civilization Earth. Status healthy. Entry knowledge of all things, prism unique, brute force, blue, cold resistance, white, hunter, white, swift shadow, blue, weakness insight, green, light as a feather, green, combo charge, purple. Level Tier 1. Attribute, light. Skill, blazing light, applies extremely high temperature blazing light to the body or weapon surface, ignoring some defenses and causing true penetrating damage, as well as continuous high temperature burning. Title, Pioneer. When worn, all attributes are slightly increased, and a certain degree of pressure is exerted on creatures of a lower level. Hiss. After seeing all the changes, Lin Han couldn't help but gasp in amazement. This trip has been incredibly fruitful, from acquiring entries and treasure chests to advancing to evolver status, obtaining wonders and titles. Then Lin Han pulled out the dark blade dagger he had just obtained from his leg wrappings. He took a deep breath and gently activated the light attribute source energy he had just acquired. A faint sound of energy ripples rang out, and a layer of golden flames, almost tangible, instantly rose from the dark dagger's surface. As the flames flickered, the surrounding air was slightly distorted by the terrifyingly high temperature. Lin Han's eyes narrowed, and he gripped the dagger imbued with light and flame, casually stabbing it at an extremely thick frozen tree beside him. Without the slightest hindrance, the dagger pierced into the hard tree trunk as smoothly as if it were a block of tofu. Even more terrifying was that the real damage and high temperature brought by the flames actually melted the inside of the frozen wood in the blink of an eye, creating a charred hole that emitted bursts of pungent white smoke. Lin Han satisfiedly put away the flames and tucked the dagger back into his waistband. It had gotten completely dark. Lin Han stretched and took the sled directly from his backpack. Wang Kai, who had been standing to the side for a long time, immediately lit up when he saw the sled appear. He skillfully put his head into the reins and wagged his tail wildly. Lin Han patted Wang Kai with great satisfaction, then flipped himself onto the sled and waved his hand. Go home! Chapter 48 Manifesting Territory Wonders. Cool. The scalding hot water washed over his shoulders, and Lin Han leaned against the edge of the large wooden bathtub, letting out an extremely comfortable sigh. Today, it can be said that there hasn't been a moment's rest. From having Wankai lead him on a long journey to find treasure chests, to killing a Tier 1 frost python, and then advancing to become an evolver. This series of high-intensity actions almost completely drained Lin Han's energy. But at this moment, soaking in the hot water with rising white steam, feeling the warm water soothing his tense muscles, Lin Han felt that even if the sky were to fall, he wouldn't want to get out of the tub. On the left edge of the bathtub, there was a cup of freshly brewed hot cocoa, emitting a rich, sweet aroma. Behind the bathtub, the stone hearth was burning brightly. Lin Han squinted his eyes and enjoyed the moment, casually picked up a hot cocoa and took a sip, then turned his head to look at Wankai lying in front of the fire pit, and couldn't help but chuckle. He originally thought that Wankai would be like before, with a natural fear of firelight and would not dare to approach the fire pit at all. Who knew that when he returned tonight, the white wolf acted completely out of character. Not only did it follow him straight into the house, but it wasn't even afraid of the roaring fire pit anymore. At this moment, Wankai was lying comfortably on his side by the fire pit, fast asleep with his eyes closed. However, as soon as Lin Han stood up and walked out, the white wolf would immediately wake up and follow him closely, as if it could only stay in the room with Lin Han by its side. After enjoying a moment of peace, Lin Han put down his cup and took out a blueprint to examine. Looking at the construction requirements below the blueprints, Lin Han frowned slightly. Constant temperature cultivation greenhouse. Materials required: 200 wood, 100 stone, 20 refined iron ingots, 50 bewitching stones. He has no shortage of timber and stone, but the remaining two are a big problem. He currently has very few refined iron ingots in stock, not to mention the bewitching stone, which is in high demand of 50 units, and he has never even heard of it. Lin Han pondered to himself, then casually opened the trading channel, edited a purchase request, and sent it out. Seeking high-value items, bewitching stones or related clues. Private message me with your offer if you have any accurate information or have any details. Generous reward offered. As soon as the message was sent, Lin Han thought he would have to wait a while, but to his surprise, the reply notification sound below started ringing frantically almost instantly. Holy crap! Holy crap! Front row seat! Let's take a picture with the living Lin Xin. Lin Xin! What's it like to be an evolved being? Do they need to eat? Does Brother Lin need someone to warm his bed? I eat very little and I often whine. Lin Xin is still here. So, advanced evolved beings don't ascend. Looking at the screen full of extremely abstract replies, Lin Han couldn't help but feel a few black lines appear on his forehead. What the hell have I been telling myself all this time? Ascension my ass. I only advanced a level, but these people are making it sound like I've successfully transcended the tribulation of the great ascension stage of immortal cultivation. Lin Han patiently scrolled down, but apart from various flowery compliments and meaningless replies that made no sense, not a single person provided any clues about the bewitching stone. It seems that everyone's exploration scope is still too small at this stage. Lin Han shook his head helplessly and decisively closed the chat channel. After getting out of the bathtub, drying himself off, and changing into dry clothes, Lin Han continued to take stock of his gains for the evening. First, there were those 3 bags of seeds. In this freezing weather, not even a weed can survive outside, so it's definitely impossible to plant anything. The greenhouse cultivation room is temporarily idle due to a lack of minerals and iron ingots, so these seeds can only be carefully stored away in storage boxes to gather dust. Next came the 100 units of deep coal. Lin Han walked to the fire pit, carefully selected a fist-sized piece of black coal, and threw it into the fire that was burning firewood. Just a few seconds after the coal came into contact with the flame, the originally orange flame instantly shot up, and the core of the flame even faintly revealed an extremely hot blue-white color. The temperature in the room even rose a little more. Lin Han took 2 steps back with some surprise. The combustion efficiency and high temperature released by this deep-seated refined coal were more than several times that of ordinary wood. It was like a dimensional reduction attack. Looking at the blazing blue and white flames, Lin Han had a flash of inspiration. Ordinary wood has an upper limit to its burning temperature, but with this deep-seated refined coal, as long as I can get the blueprints for the furnace and the ore in the future, I can completely handcraft all kinds of rare materials in large quantities. However, as exciting as it may seem, there is currently no stable way to obtain this thing, and it's becoming increasingly scarce with each use. Lin Han quickly and carefully stored away the remaining fine coal, just in case. Finally, there was the python's pouch. Lin Han held the icy blue sack-like object in his hand. He hesitated for a moment, then tilted his head back and swallowed it. The icy touch slid down my throat to my stomach, and then a burst of cold air exploded from my abdomen. This feeling lasted only a dozen seconds before the chill subsided, replaced by an indescribable refreshing sensation. Ding! You have consumed the frost pouch, permanently increasing your extreme cold resistance by plus 50%. After taking inventory of the supplies, Lin Han walked to the storage box and cut off a large piece of white python meat. The tender, jade-like snake meat was placed in a pot and, after only a very simple stewing process, an irresistible aroma filled the wooden house. Wakai, who had been fast asleep with his eyes closed in front of the fire pit, twitched his black nose with remarkable alertness. The next second, it darted to Lin Han's feet, its eyes fixed on the bubbling snake meat in the pot, and its saliva began to drip uncontrollably. Lin Han glared at Wakai with annoyance, scooped out a large piece of cooked snake meat and threw it on the ground before sitting down and enjoying his meal. With one bite, the meat is incredibly tender and firm, leaving a lingering fragrance in your mouth, transforming into a warm energy that nourishes your cells. As expected of meat from a first-order mutated creature, it is definitely superior to the previous bear meat in terms of taste and energy content. Most importantly, the amount of meat is far more than that of bear meat. After a satisfying meal, Lin Han leaned back in his chair and suddenly remembered something. By the way, when the system announced it to the entire server before, it seemed like they also rewarded us with a wonder? Lin Han immediately opened the territory interface and, sure enough, saw the Tree of Life in the Wonders section at the bottom as being in the unplaced state. He rubbed his hands together excitedly, and immediately clicked Place. As he performed the action, a series of system notifications instantly popped up in front of him. A territorial wonder is materializing. The legendary World Tree, which nurtures endless life, when it reaches its full maturity, can block out the sky and the sun. Its life-giving leaves can cure all terminal illnesses and even bring the dead back to life. Upon seeing this extremely domineering description, Lin Han's heart skipped a beat as he looked expectantly at the dazzling green light beneath his feet. The light gradually faded. Lin Han looked down and saw Wankai curiously bringing its huge wolf head closer. The man and the wolf stared at each other, wide-eyed and utterly dazed, at what lay ahead. On the solid floor of the wooden house, a small clump of dirt appeared out of nowhere. In the middle of the soil, a withered sapling, not even as tall as Lin Han's ankles, stood all alone, with only two pitiful green leaves hanging from its top. The atmosphere fell into an eerily silent stillness. Lin Han's lips twitched slightly. Pointing in utter disbelief at the meager little green seedling at his feet, he gritted his teeth and said, "You call this thing the ancient Tree of Life?" Chapter 49 Unveiling the Fog of War. Lin Han stared in disbelief at the tiny green seedling that seemed to break at the slightest breeze, his lips twitching slightly. He held his breath and carefully lifted the seedling, still attached to the tiny bit of soil at the bottom. He walked extremely slowly, even slowing his breathing, as if afraid that a single heavy breath would blow this wonder apart. Wakai, standing nearby, seemed to sense the tension in its master. It clung tightly to Lin Han's legs, its four paws barely making a sound on the wooden floor, cautiously following behind. Lin Han, carrying the sapling, pushed open the wooden door with his elbow. It was already late at night. In the past, opening the door would have meant being faced with absolute darkness. But at this moment, Lin Han's entire territory has undergone earth-shattering changes. A soft, pale golden light perfectly enveloped Lin Han's entire territory. Under this faint light, everything within the once pitch-black territory became clearly visible. Lin Han walked to the center of the open space behind the wooden house and gently buried the sapling of the ancient tree of life in it. Then, when he looked at the information about the tree of life again, the doubt in his eyes was gradually replaced by amazement. Spectacular sight, ancient tree of life, seedling stage. Unaffected by seasons, climate, soil, or any other external environmental factors, its natural growth rate is extremely slow. Its growth process can be significantly accelerated through any core. The higher the core's rank and quality, the more energy it provides. Growth stages: seedling stage, growth stage, prosperous stage, eternal stage. Unaffected by any environment, and can be accelerated with any core? Lin Han stroked his chin, involuntarily recalling the introduction to the tree of life. The leaf of life, capable of bringing the dead back to life. Thinking of this, Lin Han no longer disliked its shabby appearance. After patting the dirt off his hands, Lin Han turned his head and saw Wang Kai curiously approaching the sapling, sniffing it with its black nose, seemingly assessing whether it could even fill a tooth gap. Smack! Lin Han slapped the wolf on the head without hesitation, pointed at the sapling and warned seriously. If this thing loses even a single leaf, I'll use you for hot pot right now, understand? Wang Kai shrank back when it was slapped, glanced at Lin Han's serious expression, whimpered, and quickly took 2 steps back. For the next period of time, Lin Han's daily routine consisted of taking Wang Kai to explore the fog of war on the map. He had been hoping someone would come up with information about the bewitching stone, but after several days, no one contacted him. Over the past few days, Lin Han has explored almost the entire map of the area surrounding his territory, spanning dozens of kilometers, and has gained a clear understanding of the surrounding situation. Head to the right from the territory gate, and you'll soon reach the frozen lake you visited before. There isn't a single living person in that area right now. Heading to the left, you'll find a few scattered level 1 territories belonging to other players. If you start from the rear of the territory, a few kilometers away, there is a relatively large secondary territory. Lin Han observed it from a distance when he passed by. A crooked makeshift fence surrounded the level 2 territory, and inside, several people were breathing out white vapor as they carried wood and some food in. Life is still alright. But Lin Han was unaware that his mode of transportation had already caused a huge uproar among the surrounding player community. Initially, people often saw a huge white wolf roaming in the forest from afar, scaring the local players so much that they dared not go out to cut down trees for several days. Until one day, a daring player hid in a tree and was shocked to see that the terrifying mutated wolf was pulling a wooden sled across the snow. This caused an uproar in the surrounding chat channels. Everyone was frantically speculating about which powerful figure had managed to tame such a terrifying mutated creature into a sled-pulling laborer. In a dense forest more than 10 kilometers away from Lin Han's territory, a group of players were enthusiastically cutting down trees. Their attire was somewhat strange. Each of them wore a curved piece of wood over their eyes. This piece of wood was cleverly crafted into the shape of an eye mask, with only a small slit opening directly opposite the pupil. The group waved their stone axes while chatting and boasting, creating a relaxed atmosphere. Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps echoed through the snow. A lean man who was keeping watch on the perimeter rushed over, panting, and shouted in a low voice to the crowd. "Quick! Stop! I saw a huge fox behind that embankment up ahead." Upon hearing the word fox, the players, who had been complaining about their exhaustion, instantly brightened up through the cracks in the wood. "A fox? How big could it be?" "Who cares how big it is, it's wild game. My mouth is practically tasteless. Let's go! Everyone grab your weapons and surround it. We'll have fox meat tonight." Driven by the irresistible temptation of meat, the group gripped their stone spears and axes tightly, and cautiously followed the lean man toward the earthen slope. Before long, everyone poked their heads out. Sure enough, under a thick, withered tree not far away, they saw an animal with its back to them. Its shape did indeed resemble a fox. At that moment, It was sticking its rear end up and frantically digging in the snow with its two front paws, as if it were burying something. One of the slightly younger players stared intently at the fox's retreating figure, swallowed hard, and muttered, "Guys, is this fox meat tasty?" A burly man next to him licked his dry lips. "Who cares if it tastes good or not, as long as it's meat? Everyone line up and press it down, don't let it escape, go!" Then, the group formed a semi-encirclement, and, stepping through the thick snow, crept towards the fox. As they drew closer, the soft crunching of their footsteps on the snow eventually reached the fox's ears in the vast, silent forest. The fox that was shoveling snow in front of them suddenly stopped, its two sharp ears twitched, and then it slowly turned its head. The moment the group of people saw the fox's face clearly through the gaps in their wooden goggles, everyone was frozen in place as if under a spell, a chill running straight to the top of their heads. That was no ordinary wild fox. The moment it turned around and stood up, its body length was almost as tall as an adult. Its mouth gaped back in horror, revealing a mouthful of jagged, sharp fangs. What's even more disgusting is that its mouth is covered with terrifying dark red blood clots, and its bloodshot, triangular eyes are gleaming with a fierce light as it stares intently at them. In the snow pit it had just dug, the group was shocked to see. What it had just been burying was a human limb that had been gnawed and was now a bloody mess. Ah! A piercing scream shattered the forest's tranquility, and a timid player was so frightened by the horrific scene that he fell to the ground in the snow. The enormous fox let out a chilling roar, crouched on all fours, and began crawling toward the group of people, its mouth dripping with foul-smelling saliva. The men were so frightened that their legs trembled, but in order to survive, the burly man in the lead gritted his teeth and roared, trying to calm their fear. "Don't be afraid! Don't run away! Running means death! There are so many of us, and we all have weapons. Let's fight it together!" Just as this group of people desperately gripped their tools, preparing to fight like cornered beasts, a muffled rustling sound suddenly came from the bushes not far from them. The group turned around in alarm. A snow-white wolf emerged arrogantly from the bushes. It stopped, then raised its cold, arrogant green eyes and let out a deep, menacing roar at the group of people and the fox. At that moment, a feeling of utter despair instantly enveloped everyone's hearts. One man-eating mutated fox was already enough to kill them all. Now an even larger mutated wolf has appeared? Today, it truly is a matter of life and death. Chapter 50, The Night Watcher's Memories. The group exchanged glances, their eyes filled with despair. With man-eating mutant foxes in front and terrifying, enormous white wolves behind, their hands, gripping stone axes and spears, trembled uncontrollably, unsure which direction to break through. The fox stopped its approach, its eyes fixed on the suddenly appearing white wolf. Its fur stood on end, and it growled in extreme alertness. With a wild wolf howl, Wonkai suddenly exerted force with all four limbs and pounced towards the group. "Ah! Let's give it our all!" One of the young players collapsed, closed his eyes, gripped the stone axe tightly with both hands, and swung it wildly in front of him, letting out a desperate roar. However, the expected agony of being torn apart by a wild beast did not come. Just a second or two later, a very strange and shrill scream suddenly rang in my ears, accompanied by a muffled sound of bones breaking. The man trembled as he stopped swinging his sword, slowly opened his eyes, and found that the terrifying white wolf had not pounced on them. He turned his head in the direction of the sound and saw that the terrifying fox that had just made them feel despair was now lying on the snow, its neck twisted at an extremely strange angle. The white wolf stood arrogantly on the fox's corpse, flicking its head dismissively and snorting contemptuously. Just as the group was stunned into a mental breakdown by this extremely shocking scene, a very leisurely sound of footsteps in the snow came from the forest. The group turned around stiffly and saw a man wearing black goggles walking easily through the snow from a distance. He looked at the fox carcass on the ground, then at Wonkai, and sighed helplessly. "Wonkai, how many times have I told you to look for animals that look delicious? Do you think fox meat will taste good? Let's go, let's go." Hearing the man's call, Wonkai looked down at its prey with great reluctance, then whimpered pitifully, released its paws, and ran briskly towards the man. The man and the wolf turned around casually, and quickly disappeared into the jungle ahead. Only when the figures of the man and the wolf disappeared completely did the tense nerves of the group suddenly relax, and they collapsed into the snow as if all their strength had left them, panting heavily. After a long while, someone finally came to their senses. He looked at the fox's corpse, then stared in utter disbelief at the direction Lin Han had disappeared, and swallowed hard. I didn't see wrong, did I? That person just now was commanding a wolf, right? The burly man next to him wiped the cold sweat from his brow and muttered. I think I heard old Wang from the neighboring territory mention it. He's seen this wolf before, saying he often sees it pulling a sled in the forest. I thought old Wang was just bragging. The group looked at each other in silence, their hearts filled with deep awe at the overwhelming power that had defeated them. They helped each other to their feet, walked to the fox's carcass, and sighed as they looked at the half-buried human remains. Afterwards, the group worked together to completely bury the severed limbs in the snow pit before carrying the fox's body back to their territory with mixed feelings. On the other side, Lin Han was lying comfortably on the sled, letting Wang Kai pull him through the snowy forest. He opened the system map. With the exploration over the past few days, many areas on the map had lit up, and the outlines of various terrains and the locations of surrounding player territories were clearly marked on it. Lin Han's gaze fell on a certain area. A very conspicuous red dot has just lit up there, yet another player has died. Lin Han pointed in the direction of the red dot, and Wang Kai immediately understood, pulling the sled to adjust the route and speeding towards that area. Before long, the man and the wolf arrived at their destination. This is a level 1 territory, but to Lin Han's surprise, the person's initial shelter was a sturdy stone house that was built quite well. Lin Han got out of the car and pushed open the door. Inside the dimly lit stone house, a middle-aged man leaned quietly against a wooden chair, his head slightly lowered, completely lifeless. The fire beside him had gone out, leaving only ashes on the ground, and in the center of the ashes, the core of the fire was emitting a faint light. Lin Han stepped forward, picked up the core, and put it into his backpack. Over the past few days, with his explorations and want-sized speed, Lin Han has gradually obtained 3 level 1 campfire cores. After putting away the core, Lin Han finally had time to look around the stone house. In the corner, there was an extremely neatly stacked pile of wood, enough to burn for several days. On the table were several moldy wild fruits and roasted mushrooms. On the other side of the stone platform, there were even several pieces of raw meat from some unknown animal. In the corner, several tools such as stone axes and stone spears were neatly arranged. Lin Han frowned slightly. Judging from these supplies, this person's living conditions are definitely not bad among players at this stage. He has no worries about food and drink, and his housing is also quite good. So why did he die? With a sense of doubt, Lin Han walked up to the man and carefully examined him. The man's face looked somewhat old, but unexpectedly, there was no fear or despair often seen on his face before death. Instead, he showed an extremely calm and relaxed expression. Lin Han's gaze swept over the man. The man's information instantly appeared before Lin Han's eyes. Player, Wang Jingshan. Night Watcher, green while staying awake at night, physical strength and energy will remain abundant, and nighttime perception will be significantly enhanced. Looking at the green entry, Lin Han reached out and hovered his hand above the man, silently reciting in his mind. Extract. No sooner had he finished speaking than a strange thing happened. This time, along with the stripping away of the entries, countless fragmented images instantly appeared in Lin Han's mind. It was an extremely spacious factory building, with dim yellow lights casting long shadows on the ground. A middle-aged man in an old jacket sat in the gatekeeper's chair, holding a cup of strong tea that had gone cold. He didn't drink it, he just held it quietly. Occasionally, the headlights of night buses sweep across the streets outside, while the machines inside the factory emit a dull hum. But he just sat there quietly, silently guarding this night that belonged to him. The scene shifts, and the man finds himself in this unfamiliar world. The factory buildings were transformed into stone houses, and the dim lights were replaced by flickering fires. Everything has changed, the only thing that remains unchanged is the man's deteriorating health. He has a serious chronic illness, and his life would be in danger if he didn't take his medication for a long time. But after he arrived here, facing the desperate situation of having no medicine, he miraculously came to terms with everything. He meticulously cleaned his cabin every day, went out to chop trees and hunt, and even helped novice players who encountered difficulties on the road. In the evening, he would sit by the fire, just like he used to guard the factory, quietly staring blankly at the burning flames. Several players who were in a group invited him to join their territory and cooperate, but he simply smiled gently and declined. He survived the terrifying blizzard, but without medicine, his physical functions began to deteriorate rapidly afterward. Finally, he finished chopping the last batch of firewood, neatly arranged the raw meat, then sat down in a chair by the fire, closed his eyes, and peacefully ended his life. Lin Han slowly opened his eyes, looked at the peaceful middle-aged man in front of him, and fell into a long silence. After dismantling the man's territory, Lin Han stepped out. As the cold wind blew outside, Wang Kai seemed to keenly sense that Lin Han's mood was off. It obediently nestled beside Lin Han's legs, gently rubbing its large wolf head against Lin Han's knee, making soft whimpering sounds. Feeling the furry touch and warmth of the body on his legs, Lin Han smiled slightly. He reached out and vigorously rubbed Wang Kai's big head, letting out a long puff of white breath. "Let's go fishing." Lin Han got back onto the sled and opened the system map. Above him, not far from his current location, was a small river that had been explored for a while. Chapter 51. He's a cash cow. The river was frozen solid, and the cold wind blew, stirring up layers of white ice mist. In a sheltered hollow not far from the riverbank, there stands a rather flimsy thatched hut. At that moment, accompanied by a chaotic and arrogant stomping sound in the snow, 7 or 8 figures swaggered toward them. The leader was a burly man with a face full of scars, and he was dressed in an extremely luxurious thick fur coat made of mutated beast. The men following behind him were also carrying stone axes and spears, and they looked like thugs. All of these people wore goggles made of polished wood with a narrow slit in the middle. At this moment, a large pile of wood chips that had not yet been processed was stacked on the open ground outside the thatched house. Besides the wood, there were also various finely polished tools scattered around, as well as many stone axes and spears that were far sharper and tougher than those made by ordinary players. Bang! As they approached the thatched hut, a gaunt man suddenly darted out from the group. He quickly ran to the door of the thatched hut, kicked open the already flimsy wooden door, and then poked his head inside and looked around. "Boss, Fang Jian isn't home." The skinny man turned around and called out obsequiously to the burly man draped in animal skin. Judging from his appearance, he probably went upstream to drill a hole in the ice to fish. "How about I take 2 brothers over and catch him for you?" The burly man, who was called the boss, also walked up to the thatched hut. He ignored the gaunt man and casually picked up an exquisitely crafted ceramic jar with a simple sealing lid from a wooden shelf next to him. The burly man held it in his hand and examined it carefully, clicking his tongue in amazement as he looked at it. "This craftsmanship is amazing. This kid is truly a talent." After gently setting the earthenware jar down, he shook his head at the gaunt man. "No need to catch him. We'll just wait for him to come back here. You guys all remember this. When he returns, be damn polite to him." The burly man then snorted coldly, glancing disdainfully at his men. "Those are skilled professionals. Unlike you bunch of good-for-nothings. All you do is open your mouths and beg for meat. You can't do a single thing. You're all a bunch of good-for-nothings." After being scolded so harshly by their leader, the group shrank back and lowered their heads in frustration. The burly man ignored his men and instead, with his hands behind his back, continued to wander around the thatched hut as if surveying his own territory, occasionally picking up some finished tools, his eyes gleaming with greed. The group of men finally breathed a sigh of relief when their leader strolled around to the back of the thatched hut. The skinny man who had kicked the door earlier spat on the ground disdainfully and muttered, "Damn it, why does the boss expect us to be so polite to that weakling named Fan Jian? With his pathetic appearance that looks like he could be blown away by the wind, I could take on 10 of him by myself. A scarred man next to him, who looked somewhat shrewd, quickly nudged him with his elbow and whispered a shushing sound. Are you fucking tired of living? You dare to speak ill of someone the boss values. Don't underestimate him just because he's weak. When it comes to value, 10 of you tied together wouldn't be worth as much as one of his toes. The skinny man stuck out his neck indignantly. Why? He only has a lousy green skill point, can make some wooden glasses to prevent snow blindness, and his axes and spears are a bit better than ours, plus he can mold a few bottles and jars, right? I also have a green skill point, so why am I considered a good-for-nothing? Scarface sneered. You're still not convinced when I call you a good-for-nothing. What's the use of your green stats? Let me ask you, do you remember that cave the boss took me to explore in the deep mountains a few days ago? I remember, so what? Scarface glanced around, lowered his voice even further, and his eyes gleamed with an excited fervor. That night, in the middle of the night, the boss and I saw with our own eyes that light was emanating from the depths of that cave. And it was really weird. That night, even though it was freezing cold, as soon as we got close to the entrance of that glowing cave, we could feel streams of heat coming out. Glowing light? And emitting heat? The gaunt man's eyes widened. Yes. Think about it, if there's such a strange phenomenon, there must be a top-tier treasure chest or some incredible material that has been created inside. But such places are definitely guarded by terrifying monsters. Scarface sneered. If the boss doesn't have top-tier armor and weapons, taking us in is just suicide. Besides, although Fang Jian is a weakling, his crafting skill is a money-making machine. The boss came here today ostensibly to ask him to craft equipment, but actually... A ruthless glint flashed in the scarred man's eyes as he pointed to the pile of goggles beside him. Look how stupid this kid is. These goggles are so useful, and he only traded 5 pieces of wood for a pair. The boss's idea is, either we talk to him about cooperation today, or we just break ties with him and take him and his core back to keep him captive. In the future, we brothers will not only be able to wear top-tier equipment ourselves, but we can also monopolize all these goggles and sell them at exorbitant prices. Then, we won't even need to cut down trees, we can just lie back and be the bosses. Oh! The gaunt man suddenly realized, and then a sinister and greedy smile appeared on his face. So that's what the boss was planning. Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! Just as the two were fantasizing about the wonderful days ahead where they could relax and enjoy life to the fullest, the sound of footsteps crunching through the snow suddenly came from the distant riverbank. Along with the footsteps came a rather cheerful humming. Fang Jian, dressed in a somewhat worn winter coat, was carrying 2 fresh small fish that had just been dug out of an ice hole, humming an unknown tune in a good mood as he walked back from a distance. Hearing the commotion, the burly leader, draped in an animal skin, slowly emerged from behind the thatched hut. Seeing Fang Jian standing unsuspecting in the distance, the burly man's fleshy face instantly broke into a kind smile. Hey, brother Fang Jian! The burly man clapped his hands enthusiastically and went up to greet him. It's freezing cold, and you're so frail, why did you go fishing? You could have just told us. My brothers and I have been waiting for you here for ages. Fang Jian, who had been walking at a relatively easy pace, suddenly stopped after seeing the group of people standing in front of his thatched hut. His humming stopped abruptly, and the expression on his face froze instantly. A flash of extreme vigilance and displeasure crossed his eyes, and he then hid the hand holding the fish behind his back. Chapter 52 Tearing Off the Face. The displeasure in Fang Jian's eyes vanished in an instant. He quickly adjusted his expression, strode up to the burly man draped in animal skin, and forced out a slightly stiff smile in the freezing cold. Brother Yi, you're here. What do you want me to do today? As she spoke, Fang Jian hung the straw rope she was carrying on the wooden frame next to her. In this weather, even though the fish were freshly caught from the ice hole, they were completely frozen solid on the short walk back. Zhao Yi chuckled as he stared at Fang Jian, his gaze following Fang Jian's reddened hands to the 2 shriveled little fish on the shelf, and he let out an exaggerated sigh. Sigh, why bother? Brother Fang Jian, how can you eat this kind of bland food every day? It has no nutritional value at all. Look at you, you have to make so many delicate items and weapons for us every day. If you don't get enough nutrition, your body will collapse sooner or later. Fang Jian ignored Zhao Ye's hypocritical face, instead squatting down and neatly rearranging the wooden pieces and tools that had been kicked around by the group. He replied calmly. Thank you for your concern, Brother Yi, but I'm all alone, so it doesn't matter what I eat, as long as I can stay alive. Zhao Yi quickly waved his hand and said righteously. Hey! What do you mean just being alive is enough? We should enjoy life while we can. How about this, stop suffering in this wretched place and come to our territory. Let's form an alliance. We'll provide you with good food and drink every day, and guarantee you meat at every meal. You can focus on making things for us all and won't have to go out and suffer from the cold and hunger anymore. How about that? Fang Jian lowered his head, and his hands, which were tidying up the tools, paused slightly. After a brief silence, he stood up, looked up at Zhao Yi, and gave him a polite smile. No need to trouble Brother Yi and the brothers. I'm used to being alone, and I'm fine on my own. What kind of armor or weapons are you planning to make today? Just tell me, and I'll give you a discount. Upon hearing Fang Jian's words, Zhao Ye's bright smile instantly turned cold. He didn't answer Fang Jian, but slowly turned around and picked up the exquisite pottery jar that he had just praised so highly from the shelf. He carefully examined the patterns on it, muttering to himself. What a pity! Before he finished speaking, Zhao Yi suddenly swung his arm and smashed the pottery jar hard against the sturdy wooden frame right in front of Fang Jian. Bang! With a muffled thud, the earthenware jar shattered into pieces, scattering clay fragments all over the ground. Zhao Ye's smile vanished, his eyes turning sinister as he took a step back. He casually waved to his impatient subordinates behind him. Smash it! All right, boss! Instantly, the group of ferocious people sprang into action. They brandished their stone axes and spears, and began a frenzied smashing of everything Fang Jian had painstakingly accumulated outside his territory. The carefully crafted tools were broken by trampling, the neatly stacked timber was kicked away, and the newly made semi-finished armor was deliberately chopped to pieces with axes. The group's foul language and maniacal laughter sounded particularly jarring on the empty riverbank. Fang Jian stood there quietly, without moving an inch. His eyes, which had initially shown restraint, gradually turned completely cold. From an angle unnoticed by anyone, his hand, which had been behind his back, slowly reached down to the bottom of the wooden frame and gripped a piece of sharpened iron tightly. After an unknown amount of time, amidst the mess on the ground, Zhao Yi finally coughed lightly. The group of henchmen stopped immediately, and arrogantly retreated behind Zhao Yi. But by this time, Fang Jian's territory had already been completely destroyed. Even the already dilapidated thatched hut was deliberately pierced by several people with spears, leaving it in ruins and revealing the pitiful few belongings inside. A simple workbench, a wooden plank bed covered with hay, and a small fire burning in the center. Zhao Yi, stepping on the wood chips scattered on the ground, turned around with a grin and looked down at Fang Jian. Now you can agree, right? You have nothing left. In this freezing weather, this dilapidated house is drafty at night. Even with a fire, you'd freeze to death. Come to our territory. At this point, Zhao Yi paused deliberately, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. By the way, when you get to our place, I'll arrange for a woman to warm your bed tonight. You know that woman, she's the one you always bring things to. Now you'll be willing to come, right? As soon as Zhao Yi said this, Fang Jian's face, which had been as still as a pool of water, finally underwent a dramatic change. He suddenly raised his head, looking at Zhao Yi with disbelief in his eyes. When Fang Jian saw the undisguised mockery in Zhao Yi's eyes, a certain string in her heart snapped completely. Fuck you! Fang Jian let out a desperate roar of despair. He suddenly raised the sharp piece of iron in his hand and stabbed it fiercely towards Zhao Yi's neck without any regard for the consequences. However, Zhao Yi remained unfazed by this desperate attack. He simply extended one hand casually. Zhao Yi's large, iron-like hand precisely and firmly gripped Fang Jian's wrist as he thrust forward, preventing him from advancing even an inch further. Then, A hint of ferocity flashed in Zhao Ye's eyes, and he suddenly clenched his fist with all his might. Ugh! Fang Jian let out a painful groan as the sharp pain in his wrist made him instinctively loosen his grip. Then the sharp piece of iron fell limply onto the snow. Zhao Yi sneered, shaking off Fang Jian's hand as if throwing away trash, and said calmly to the group behind him. Don't kill him outright. Leave him with a breath left so I can ask him one last time later. Hee hee! It should have been done a long time ago. A hint of joy immediately flashed in the eyes of the skinny man who had been scolded earlier. He suddenly lunged forward and kicked Fang Jian hard from behind, knocking him to the ground in the snow. Immediately afterwards, 7 or 8 people swarmed forward, raining down punches and heavy kicks on Fang Jian's thin body. Fang Jian curled up in the cold snow, his arms tightly protecting his head. The intense pain began to blur his consciousness, and his mouth was filled with the sweet, metallic taste of blood. In a daze, Fang Jian suddenly had a clear flashback in his mind to the days since he came into this world. Fang Jian roared desperately, his eyes bloodshot, trying his best to sit up and resist. But the other side outnumbered him, and his struggles seemed so pale and powerless in the face of such a disparity in numbers. Oh! Just as Fang Jian's consciousness was about to dissipate, a wild wolf howl suddenly appeared above the riverbank. The group of people shuddered and stopped what they were doing. They felt a sense of oppression, and a hint of fear crept into their eyes as they frantically looked around. Even Zhao Yi, who had been observing coldly, showed a hint of surprise and wariness on his face and looked up in the direction of the sound. At this time, on the leeward slope next to the thatched hut, covered in wind and snow, 2 figures stood quietly, seemingly out of nowhere. Under the glaring sunlight, a man, a wolf, and a sled beside him. The massive white wolf raised its head once more after noticing that everyone's eyes were on it. Oh whoa! Chapter 53 Rock-Solid Armor. Half an hour ago, Lin Han rode a sled and sped along until he finally arrived at the winding river in the forest. He originally planned to comfortably chisel a hole in the ice and fish for a couple of fresh fish to enjoy. But when he actually reached the river, he was disappointed to find that the river was already frozen solid, with the ice layer estimated to be several meters thick. Lin Han looked down at the tools he had brought, a hand axe and a dagger. Using these things to chisel through ice several meters thick? Lin Han only had to imagine the scene in his mind before he felt a deep sense of exhaustion. Lin Han decisively abandoned this thankless and arduous plan. He patted Wang Cai's bottom and made Wang Cai run along the river. Lin Han planned to check if there were any areas with thinner ice or areas that had thawed, and also unlock the map of that area. Oh whoa! Wang Cai responded happily and ran wildly across the ice with its 4 paws. Lin Han lay back comfortably in the sled, watching the scenery rushing past on both sides of the river. It must be said that, if we disregard the harsh survival background and rules, the scenery of this endless forest is absolutely stunning. There was not a trace of pollution in the air, the colors were highly saturated, the sky was a deep blue, and the snow was dazzlingly white. At first glance, it looked just like a comic book. The man and the wolf ran along the river for an unknown distance. Suddenly, out of the corner of Lin Han's eye, he saw a player walking in the snow with 2 fish in his hands on the shore not far ahead. After running around for a long time, Lin Han finally spotted a living player. Out of curiosity, he glanced at him. Unexpectedly, the information panel that popped up in his field of vision startled Lin Han. Player Fang Jian. Master Maker. Fang Jian? Lin Han raised an eyebrow as he looked at the familiar name. He suddenly remembered that Fang Jian had indeed mentioned before that he lived by the river. Unexpectedly, they ran into each other here. Lin Han wanted to ask Wang Cai to stop and say hello. As a result, Wang Cai ran more and more excitedly on the flat ice surface, and the ice on the river was very smooth, with almost no friction resistance. Before Lin Han could even call a stop, Wang Cai kicked wildly with all 4 limbs, pulling the sled so fast it sped past Fang Jian. Fang Jian, who was on the bank, only heard a strange friction sound coming from the river. When he turned his head to look, There was nothing on the river surface except for a wisp of white ice mist that had not yet dissipated. Lin Han gripped the reins tightly, and with great difficulty, managed to bring Wang Kai to a stop at a bend in the river a few miles away. After scolding Wang Kai, Lin Han then followed the footprints along the edge of the riverbank back to search for him. After finally finding the thatched hut by following the messy footprints, Lin Han saw this scene before him. Since arriving in this cold and desperate world, Fang Jian has only ever been truly grateful to two people. One of them is named Lin Han. That extremely mysterious big shot used a piece of mutated bear meat that cost an exorbitant price to pull him back from the brink of starvation and freezing to death, giving him the material basis to survive in this apocalypse. The other was a middle-aged woman whose name he couldn't even recall. It was she who gave Fang Jian the hope to live in this world. Fang Jian's mind flashed back to the second day after he arrived here. He ate bear meat and regained some strength, then took his simple stone axe and went outside to chop down trees. They hadn't gone far when they encountered the same pale and thin woman. At first, the two were wary of each other and neither spoke, simply cutting down trees at a distance. Although the woman was thin, she was very resilient and quickly finished cutting down the tree in front of her. Fang Jian, being extremely weak, swung his stone axe and chopped for a long time, but the progress bar barely moved. Just when he was exhausted and sweating profusely and about to give up, the woman silently walked to his side, said nothing, and simply picked up the axe to help him. From then on, every day when Fang Jian went out to cut down trees, he would always see that woman's figure. In return, Fang Jian also gave her some more durable tools for free. They hadn't even had much in-depth communication, but in Fang Jian's heart, he already respected this woman who had silently helped him as an elder. But just now, when he heard Zhao Yi utter those extremely filthy words from that foul mouth of his, Fang Jian felt a sudden darkness before his eyes. Only one insane thought remained in his mind: kill this man. Kill him. But he couldn't do it. He sadly discovered that his only use was to create tools that ordinary players couldn't make. Faced with such absolute power, he was not even as good as a dog. Fang Jian felt his vision being covered by a horrifying crimson, the foul language in his ears gradually fading away, his consciousness rapidly sliding into the abyss, and the pain in his body slowly disappearing. In this despairing silence, "Awoo!" a domineering wolf howl instantly pulled Fang Jian's consciousness back to reality from the brink of death. On the leeward slope, "Awoo! Awoo! Awoo!" When Wang Kai saw so many humans below focusing their attention on him, the white wolf's vanity instantly surged. He raised his neck and howled several times in an extremely domineering manner to establish his authority. Before it could even finish howling, Lin Han's large hand reached out without hesitation and grabbed its ear tightly. "Ooh!" Wang Kai cried out in pain, and the arrogant howl it had started instantly turned into a pitiful whimper, and it obediently shut its mouth. At this moment, the group of people at the bottom of the slope were dumbfounded as they watched this scene on the slope. The gaunt man, who was pressing his foot firmly against Fang Jian, swallowed hard and said to Zhao Yi in a trembling voice, somewhat incredulous, "Hey bro, who the hell is this? Pretty arrogant, daring to bring a dog out with him?" Zhao Yi stared coldly at Lin Han on the slope. He was quite calm and composed at the moment, but when he saw Lin Han's equipment, and the exquisitely crafted wooden sled in front of him, a glint of extreme greed flashed in his eyes. "Brother, you've got quite the entourage." Zhao Yi twisted his neck, and his joints cracked and popped. "But this place is currently handling private business. Whether you're lost or just want to meddle, I advise you to get lost, understand?" Lin Han remained silent in the face of Zhao Yi's warning. He merely narrowed his eyes slightly, coldly scanning the group of people around Fang Jian before finally fixing his gaze on Zhao Yi. Player Zhao Yi. Rock armor, blue when attacked. Extremely sturdy rock armor instantly forms on the body's surface, greatly reducing the damage and impact force received. Chapter 54. Don't say I'm bullying you. Damn it! You little brat, are you deaf? Seeing that Lin Han remained unmoved by his boss's words, the gaunt man suddenly took a step forward, pointed his finger at Lin Han, and angrily cursed. My brother is asking you a question, so show me some respect, or believe me, I'll slaughter you and eat you right now. However, before Lin Han could react, it's unclear whether it was because he was pointing at Lin Han, or because Wang Kai understood the word dog. Almost the instant the gaunt man finished speaking, a white figure suddenly flashed past everyone's eyes. It was so fast that it even left a trail of afterimages in the air. With a short, shrill scream, the once arrogant, gaunt man was violently tackled to the ground in the snow. The massive Wang Kai pinned him down, its gaping maw, filled with sharp fangs, hovering above the gaunt man's neck. A pair of cold, cruel green eyes were staring menacingly at the prey beneath him. Only at this moment did he see the true nature of this beast. That cold gaze, that terrifying size and those fangs. That wasn't a dog at all, it was a wolf. Wolf, wolf! The gaunt man's pupils contracted sharply, and his voice trembled like a leaf. However, before he could say more than a few words, Wang Kai took a big bite. The skinny man's neck was instantly severed, and warm blood spurted out. Wang Kai then raised its huge wolf head, its mouth full of scarlet blood, and fiercely glared at the group of people around it, letting out low growls. This bloody scene terrified the group of henchmen who had been surrounding Fang Jian. Their legs involuntarily retreated several steps, fearing that this killing god would pounce on them next. As the crowd dispersed, Fang Jian, lying on the snow, was finally able to catch his breath. He struggled to open his eyes, which were covered in blood and mud, and his vision blurred as he looked up at the white wolf. He saw the figure in the winter coat, and next to that figure, a finely crafted wooden sled. The moment Fang Jian saw the sled clearly, his body jolted violently. He recognized it. It was the sled he had built himself. At this moment, Fang Jian finally knew who the man in front of her was. 2 streams of hot tears mixed with blood slid down Fang Jian's cheeks. He struggled to move the corners of his mouth, using all his strength to squeeze out a faint, hoarse sound from deep in his throat. Brother Lin! Brother Lin Han! Lin Han slowly stepped down, and went straight to Fang Jian's side. At this moment, Zhao Ye's face turned completely gloomy as he watched his underling being bitten to death in front of him. But when he looked at the terrifyingly powerful white wolf, the greed in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. Lin Han looked down at Fang Jian, whose appearance was appalling. At this moment, Fang Jian's lips moved slightly, and his hand, which had been broken and deformed, was raised with great difficulty, pointing to the snow not far away. Lin Han looked in the direction he was pointing and saw a sharp piece of iron lying quietly in the trampled snow. With a casual flick of his toe, he kicked the piece of iron precisely to Fang Jian's side, his tone revealing a chilling killing intent. Here you go, we'll need it later. Upon hearing this, the group of henchmen who had just retreated instantly became furious. Damn, that's too arrogant! What did you say, you brat? Everyone, attack him! Surround him! 7 or 8 people gripped their stone spears and axes tightly, slowly moving their feet to form a semi-encircling formation, surrounding Lin Han and Wang Kai. Wang Kai lowered its body and kept making low, warning growls. Just as the group was about to get close, Lin Han merely glanced at them indifferently. The next second, a terrifying pressure belonging to a first-level evolved being suddenly erupted from Lin Han. The surrounding air seemed to become extremely viscous in that instant. The group of people who had gathered around suddenly felt their breath catch in their throats. Their survival instincts kicked in, and they frantically called the police. The men were so frightened that their hands trembled, their weapons fell to the ground, and their legs went weak as they staggered backward. Standing at the back, Zhao Yu looked at his subordinates who were inexplicably terrified, a flash of extreme displeasure in his eyes, and he cursed inwardly. A bunch of useless trash! Zhao Yu clapped his hands, looking at Lin Han with undisguised greed on his face. Brother, where did you get this wolf? It looks quite imposing. Would you mind naming a price? I'm really interested in it. Lin Han looked at Zhao Yi, suddenly grinned, then shook his head with a helpless expression and said, That won't do. Catching this wolf took me a lot of effort. I'm not selling it. Upon hearing the word catch, Zhao Yu was taken aback at first, then a disdainful sneer involuntarily curled up at the corner of his mouth. Almost instantly, Zhao Yu guessed that the attribute on Lin Han's body was probably closely related to taming wild beasts. Zhao Yu has the right to be arrogant. Since he came into this world, he has drawn the blue term. From the very beginning, he ran rampant in this area, stealing timber when there was a shortage and taking food when there was a shortage. Anyway, thanks to this entry, the tools of ordinary players can't harm him in the slightest. He even encountered a ferocious mutated wild boar in the wild. He managed to withstand the boar's charge and not only survived unscathed, but also wore the boar down to death. This battle allowed him to establish himself firmly in the region, recruit a group of followers, and become a true local tyrant. At this moment, looking at Lin Han's frail body, Zhao Yi had already sentenced Lin Han to death in his heart. Kill him, and the wolf will still be yours. Lin Han suddenly squatted down, patted Wan Cai's huge head, and sighed. Kai, this guy over there wants to buy you. If he sells you, you won't be able to eat meat with me anymore. Upon hearing this, Wan Cai realized that someone was actually trying to ruin his prize job. This was unacceptable. It turned its head instantly, locked its gaze on Zhao Yi fiercely, and then used its hind legs to exert force, opening its blood-red maw that was big enough to crush bones, and bit down on Zhao Yi's arm. Zhao Yi neither dodged nor avoided, nor even frowned. A dull thud of hard objects colliding rang out. The imagined blood-soaked scene did not appear. Wan Cai's terrifying bite force was completely blocked by a layer of rock armor that instantly appeared on Zhao Yi's body. That's it. Ha ha ha, I thought you were some kind of powerful wolf. Zhao Yi laughed arrogantly. At this moment, Lin Han's calm voice came from behind. Wan Cai, let go! This turtle shell is too hard. Don't break your teeth. Upon hearing Lin Han's order, Wan Cai, though unwilling, immediately released its grip, making a threatening gurgling sound in its throat, and retreated to Lin Han's side. Seeing this, Zhao Yu looked at the unarmed Lin Han and felt as if he had heard the biggest joke of his life. He arrogantly patted the thick layer of rock armor on his chest and loudly mocked. What? You're not convinced? Do you think you, this young master, want to test your skills against this turtle shell? Ha ha! Zhao Yi arrogantly spread his arms wide, completely exposing his chest to Lin Han, his eyes filled with mockery. Come on! I'll stand right here and let you piece of trash, beat me up. Don't say I'm bullying you. Chapter 55, Left punch deals high damage, right punch deals high damage. Upon hearing Zhao Yi's extremely arrogant words, Lin Han couldn't help but reveal a strange expression on his face. He looked Zhao Yi up and down, his gaze as if he were looking at a hopeless lunatic. At this moment, the underlings who had been scared away by Lin Han's aura as an evolved human suddenly felt like they had found a backer when they saw their boss exuding such domineering power, and they all hid behind him and started to cheer loudly. Big Brother is awesome! Let this kid see what true absolute defense looks like! Ha ha ha, this young master with his delicate skin, if he punches him, he probably won't even be able to break through the boss's defense, he'll break his own bones first. Kid, hurry up and kneel down and kowtow a few times, then hand over the wolf, lest you twist your hand and cry for your mother later. Amidst the increasingly loud praise for Zhao Yi, Lin Han glanced down at Wan Cai, who looked somewhat dejected beside him, and reached out to rub its fluffy wolf head. Then, Lin Han raised his head again, a cryptic smile on his face, and strolled over to Zhao Yi, asking seriously, Are you serious about what you said? Looking at Lin Han's serious expression, he couldn't help but chuckle. Alright then, don't say I'm bullying you. I'll let you hit me 3 times. If I can't hold back and utter even a single sound today, I'll kneel down and kowtow to you 10 times right here and now. At this point, Zhao Yi's tone shifted, his gaze instantly turning sinister, as he stared intently at Lin Han, as if he were looking at a cold corpse. But after 3 punches, if you expect me to still be standing here, I guarantee you, your fate will be 10 times worse than that piece of trash's. As Zhao Yi spoke, he pointed to the gaunt corpse next to him, whose carotid artery had been severed by Wan Cai. Despite Zhao Yi's threat, Lin Han's smile remained unchanged, even appearing somewhat innocent, Is this kid scared out of his wits? The surrounding henchmen launched into another round of unrestrained mockery. In the snow not far away, Fan Jian struggled to lift half of his body, supporting himself on a broken wooden frame. He was covered in blood, and looked at Lin Han's unguarded back with pain. He opened his mouth to try to stop him, but at this moment he even had difficulty breathing and could not make a sound. Zhao Yi snorted coldly, casually stretched his neck and shoulders, then slightly parted his legs, clenched his fists, and a heavy luster flashed across the thick layer of rock armor on his chest. Come on! Zhao Yi beckoned with his finger in a provocative gesture. Lin Han didn't stand on ceremony. He stood still, shook his wrists, and even twisted his waist, making a very amateurish warm-up move. This comical scene caused Zhao Yi and his men to burst into laughter once again. They were now 100% certain that the man in front of them was a useless piece of trash who relied on the White Wolf's intimidation and was completely incapable of fighting, with absolutely no real combat experience. Seeing Lin Han's movements full of flaws, Zhao Yi's last bit of vigilance completely vanished. His gaze even passed over Lin Han, greedily locking onto the majestic white wolf behind him, as if it were already his. However, in that brief moment when Zhao Yi was distracted, Zhao Yi's expression suddenly changed. He didn't even see how Lin Han made his move. By the time he realized what was happening, Lin Han's fist had already struck him hard in the abdomen. Thump! A dull, loud bang. Although the rock-solid armor on Zhao Yi's abdomen surged instantly the moment Lin Han's fist made contact, negating most of the physical damage, the force transmitted into his body by that punch caused Zhao Yi's pupils to shrink sharply. Something's not right. This is definitely not a power that an ordinary person could possess. Zhao Yi groaned, and was forced back half a step by the violent impact, feeling as if his internal organs had been violently squeezed. He was horrified and hurriedly opened his mouth to speak. Wait! However, the word slow hadn't even been uttered yet. Lin Han's figure moved closer in an instant, like a ghost, his left hand forcefully pressing down on Zhao Yi's shoulder. His once innocent voice now carried a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. 2 more punches to go. Before he finished speaking, a faint purple light appeared on Lin Han's right fist. The second punch came crashing down. Bang! This punch was far more ferocious and violent than the first one. Zhao Yi felt a tearing pain in his abdomen. Even with the absolute coverage of the rock armor, the terrifying kinetic energy still penetrated the armor and surged wildly into his body. Zhao Yi felt a churning sensation inside his body, and a strong, metallic taste of blood welled up deep in his throat. He was given no chance to catch his breath or react. The purple light on Lin Han's fist instantly intensified, and the third punch followed immediately. Boom! As the punch landed, Zhao Yi felt a sudden darkness before his eyes. The heavy rock armor, which originally only covered part of his torso, instantly covered his entire body and completely enveloped him after being stimulated by Lin Han's punches. Even so, Zhao Yi still stumbled back several steps, his feet carving 2 deep furrows in the snow before he finally managed to regain his footing. The entire room fell silent. The underlings who had been grinning and joking were now staring wide-eyed, their faces ashen. Is this even human? Our boss's defenses, which even mutated wolves couldn't break, were actually defeated by a delicate-skinned guy with his bare hands. At this moment, Zhao Yi felt that the sweet blood in his throat could no longer be suppressed and overflowed from the corner of his mouth, and he also felt dizzy. Since arriving in this cruel world, he has been dominating the world by relying on his defensive attributes. This is the first time he has truly experienced the fear of being injured and having his defenses breached. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Lin Han again, only to find that the other party had shaken his hand and still had that relaxed smile on his face. Not bad, you really didn't say a word. I underestimated you. Zhao Yi practically ground his teeth to powder, glaring fiercely at Lin Han. But too bad, you didn't seize the opportunity just now. I'm still standing here. Zhao Yi's face suddenly darkened, his eyes filled with a crazed killing intent. I've changed my mind. I won't kill you today. I'm going to spare your dog's life and torture you properly. With a roar like that of a wild beast, Zhao Yi raised his huge fists, which were encased in thick rocks, and charged violently toward Lin Han. Faced with this fierce counterattack, Lin Han remained calm and didn't even move an inch. He looked at Zhao Yi charging towards him and calmly said, I forgot to tell you, my left fist actually deals quite a lot of damage and… Zhao Yi was taken aback by Lin Han's seemingly nonsensical words, and his charging motion inevitably paused slightly. In the blink of an eye, Lin Han suddenly dodged Zhao Yi's heavy swing, then suddenly lowered his body. The left fist, carrying an even more intense purple light, struck Zhao Yi's abdomen hard. Click, click, click! With a crisp cracking sound, the hard rock armor covering Zhao Yi's body actually cracked noticeably under this punch. Just as Zhao Yi's face contorted in pain, Lin Han slowly straightened up and completed his sentence. Moreover, the damage from my right fist is even greater. With a deafening, terrifying thud, Lin Han's right fist, carrying unstoppable force, slammed into Zhao Yi's chest without reservation. A terrifying shockwave exploded out instantly. Zhao Yi coughed up a mouthful of blood in midair. Like a kite with a broken string, he was directly knocked off the ground by this terrifying force and flew through the air in an arc. The group of people standing to the side were completely dumbfounded. Their worldview completely collapsed at that moment. Their invincible leader, whom they revered as a god, had actually been knocked away by a young man with his bare hands? Bang! Zhao Yi crashed heavily onto a thick, withered tree more than 10 meters away, causing the snow on the tree to fall in a flurry. At this moment, he was in an extremely miserable state. The heavy armor he was so proud of was now mostly cracked. His entire body was shattered, as if he were about to break apart completely at any moment, and he was in a strange, rigid state. Through his blurred vision, Zhao Yi saw Lin Han calmly walking towards him step by step through the snow. Zhao Yi tried to get up, but he had no strength to move his body at all, not even a finger would obey his commands. Then, he felt his feet suddenly lighten, and his 200-pound body was lifted into the air by Lin Han, who casually grabbed his neck with one hand. At this moment, Lin Han's calm, devilish voice once again echoed in Zhao Yi's ears. Then let me test you. Which do more damage, my left punch or my right punch? Zhao Yi's eyes were filled with extreme terror. He desperately opened his mouth, trying to speak, trying to beg for mercy. But the gushing fragments of internal organs and blood from his throat left him only able to make gurgling, desperate sounds, unable to utter a single complete sentence. Seeing Zhao Yi's miserable state, Lin Han shook his head slightly, a look of regret on his face. Unfortunately, you couldn't answer that. So now I'll tell you. The killing intent in Lin Han's eyes erupted instantly, and his other hand clenched tightly. Combo charge stacked to the maximum. Charge up and unleash a powerful attack. This punch dealt the most damage. The rock armor, already riddled with cracks, shattered completely into dust under this attack. The terrifying force even penetrated Zhao Yi's body, causing a noticeable crack to appear in the thick tree behind him. Lin Han casually let go of his hand. Zhao Yi collapsed like a lump of mud in the snow under the tree, his chest completely caved in, his face filled with disbelief. After doing all this, Lin Han didn't even glance at Zhao Yi, who was half dead on the ground. He turned and walked back to Fang Jian's side, his tone still calm. You've got one last breath left, do it yourself. Fang Jian's swollen eyes were fixed on Zhao Yi under the tree. He gasped for breath as he struggled to his feet from the cold snow, gripping the sharp piece of iron tightly with his bloodied hand. Chapter 56 Kill Them All. Fang Jian staggered along in the snow. His clothes were already soaked in blood, and the crimson blood dripped continuously from his fingertips onto the white snow, a shocking sight. Those eyes, swollen to the point of being just slits, no longer held their usual cowardice, but instead revealed a hysterical madness. Fang Jian stared intently at Zhao Yi, who lay sprawled under the tree. As he approached, Zhao Yi, though his ribs were shattered and his body stiff and unable to move, still glared angrily at Fang Jian's approach, attempting to intimidate Fang Jian, who had always been respectful to him, with his former imposing manner. Not far away, the group of terrified underlings saw their leader hanging by a thread. Several of them gritted their teeth, gripped their stone spears, and instinctively wanted to step forward to stop him. Roar! The moment they took a step, Wonkai blocked their way. It lowered its body, growling softly, and coldly surveyed the crowd. This scene instantly terrified the men, causing their legs to buckle and them to retreat repeatedly, no longer daring to move forward even a fraction of a step. Fan Jian's face was ashen at this moment. He slowly raised the sharpened piece of iron in his hand, looked at Zhao Ye's face contorted with pain, and the grievances and despair that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time finally erupted at this moment. The piece of iron pierced Zhao Ye's body hard. I never intended to harm anyone. Fan Jian completely broke down. He frantically swung the metal sheet to vent his anger, roaring in a hoarse, tearful voice. I've helped so many people. I made the sharpest weapons and the warmest armor for you first. I even shared the food I wouldn't eat myself with you beasts. It pierced in again with a fierce thrust. I don't want to get involved in your fighting and killing. I don't want to fight. I just want to live an honest life in this damn world. Tears of blood streamed from Fan Jian's eyes, her voice hysterical. I've already yielded so much, why won't you even give me a way out? I've been so good to you all, why are you treating me like this? Why won't you even spare her? Die. All of you die. With Fan Jian's final, heart-wrenching roar, the iron plate precisely severed Zhao Ye's throat. The life force in Zhao Ye's eyes quickly dissipated. He stared at them resentfully, then fell completely still. Fan Jian, who had avenged his great enemy, seemed to have all his soul and strength drained away in an instant. He fell straight backward and fainted. Lin Han watched all this quietly, and couldn't help but let out a long sigh in his heart. In this cruel world, an honest person will never be able to gain a foothold unless they are driven crazy at least once. He strode over, took out a bottle of basic life potion from his backpack, pried open Fan Jian's lips, and poured it down his throat. A faint light flowed across Fan Jian's body, and his horrific skin wounds were healing rapidly at a visible speed. Lin Han helped Fan Jian up from the snow, turned around and walked into the dilapidated thatched hut, settling him on a wooden bed covered with dry grass. Wonkai stayed right at Lin Han's feet, never leaving his side. Meanwhile, the group of thugs outside, seeing that Lin Han had entered the house and had no time to deal with them, exchanged glances and began to retreat quietly. But as they passed Fan Jian's courtyard, a few people couldn't help but gleam with greed as they looked at the finely crafted spears and goggles scattered on the ground. They quietly bent down, grabbed a handful of goggles, and stuffed them directly into their arms. Seeing that they had the tools in hand, the men even showed a smug smile on their faces, as they turned around and prepared to make a run for it. However, at that moment, a calm voice suddenly came from inside the thatched hut. Kill them all! Upon hearing the command, Wonkai let out an excited growl and darted out of the thatched hut. A one-sided massacre. These people didn't even have a chance to run out of the yard before Wonkai easily took their lives with a single claw. Don't kill me! I'm valuable! Spare my life! I'll take you to that bastard Zhao Ye's territory. He has lots of supplies there, and I even know the exact location of a treasure. Amidst the thick stench of blood, a humble plea for mercy suddenly rang out. Lin Han called out to Wonkai in time, who was about to continue his attack. At that moment, Wonkai was firmly stepping on a person with a clear scar on his face. One side's originally snow-white fur was now stained with specks of scarlet, giving it a rather mystical appearance in the icy and snowy landscape. Lin Han walked slowly out of the house, ignoring the scarred man who was frantically kowtowing. Instead, he opened the system map and looked at it for a while before his brows furrowed slightly. Although Zhao Yi had already been killed, no red dot representing an unclaimed core lit up on the map, and the system did not pop up any prompts about Zhao Yi's territory coordinates. Logically, if a player dies, their campfire core should become unclaimed. Could it be because there's more than one player in Zhao Yi's territory? As Lin Han pondered this in his mind, he walked closer to Scarface. He looked down at the other man, his gaze sweeping over the top of the scarred man's head. Player Wang Chang. Lumberjack, white timber felling efficiency has slightly improved. Lin Han withdrew his gaze, his voice low. Treasure? What treasure? Seeing that Lin Han was interested in what he was saying, Scarface knew his life was spared. He first let out a long sigh of relief, and then hurriedly recounted the situation of the cave that Zhao Yi had led him to. It's deep in the mountains. That cave was emitting light in the middle of the night. And what's even stranger is that, despite the cold weather, hot air was billowing out of the cave entrance. There must be some top-quality treasure inside. After listening, a glint of light flashed in Lin Han's eyes. Glowing light? A treasure chest? Have you ever been inside that cave? Lin Han continued to ask. Scarface quickly replied. No. Zhao Yi sent 2 people down to investigate, but they didn't come out for most of the day, not even a sound. It must be. Scarface lowered his voice at this point, then cautiously continued. So that's why I came here today to find that good-for-nothing Fang Jian. Before he could finish speaking, Scarface subconsciously looked up at Lin Han. When he met Lin Han's icy gaze, which was as cold as if he were looking at a dead man, he shuddered violently and quickly changed his words. Isn't this why I came to see Brother Fang Jian today, to help us forge some good equipment so we can explore that cave? Lin Han ignored the scarred man sweating profusely and turned to walk to Zhao Ye's corpse. He reached out his hand towards Zhao Ye's corpse, and a barely perceptible ray of light instantly entered Lin Han's palm from Zhao Ye's body. Extraction successful. Obtained entry, rock heavy armor blue. Then, he walked over to the skinny man who had been bitten to death by Wang Kai and started extracting again. Extraction successful. Obtained entry, hoarder, green backpack space and weight limit plus 30%. Then, a series of notification sounds rang in my mind. Extraction successful. Obtained entry, obsessive compulsive disorder, white a compulsion to arrange items perfectly, exhibiting symmetry. Extraction successful. Obtained entry, picky eater, white extremely averse to unpalatable and poor quality food. Recovery effects are slightly increased when consuming well-cooked delicacies. Extraction successful. Obtained entry, sleepyhead, white can fall asleep within 3 seconds simply by lying down, significantly improving sleep quality. Looking at the strange new entries on the knowledgeable of all things panel, Lin Han couldn't help but think to himself that it was a miracle these people had survived this long with these bizarre entries. After looting all the spoils, Lin Han walked to Wang Kai, patted its large wolf head, and whispered instructions. You stay here and keep an eye on the people inside. If anyone dares to come near, kill them on the spot. Woo-woo. Although Wang Kai was reluctant to leave Lin Han, it would still obey Lin Han's orders. Then it obediently lay down at the door of the thatched hut, cautiously looking around. Finally, Lin Han turned around and walked to the trembling scarred man, then raised his toe and kicked him. Lead the way. Chapter 57 Entering the Territory. The cold wind howled. Lin Han followed behind Scarface, heading towards Zhao Ye's territory. Scarface struggled to walk through the thick snow, while Lin Han followed behind him with ease, as if walking on flat ground. The two were not far apart. According to Scarface's description, Zhao Ye's territory was only about a kilometer away from Fang Jian's thatched hut. Scarface led the way, stumbling along the path, while occasionally glancing back at Lin Han walking behind. In order to cling to this powerful figure and save his own life, Scarface's eyes darted around, and he deliberately slowed down, taking half a step closer as he spoke. Brother, I see you're quite interested in that cave. Its location is very well hidden. It's hard to find it accurately just by describing it. To avoid delaying your important business, how about I share the coordinates with you directly? Scarface suggested, bowing and scraping, his face full of obsequiousness. Lin Han glanced at him and nodded lightly. Okay. After saying that, Lin Han had a thought and summoned the system panel, granting Scarface sharing permissions. Upon seeing this, Scarface immediately opened his map panel with great joy and sent over the coordinates of the glowing cave that he had previously recorded. The next second, a system notification popped up in front of Scarface. Ding! You have successfully shared the coordinates, 845-112, with player, Pioneer, Lin Han. Looking at the name on the panel, and the very conspicuous golden title in front of the name, Scarface was as if he had been struck by lightning, and instantly froze in the snow, even his breathing stopped. Lin Han? That evolved being who made the server-wide announcement. How could he not know what the name, Lin Han, meant? After a brief moment of shock, Scarface's heart began to pound wildly and uncontrollably. He secretly swallowed, and when he looked at Lin Han's composed back again, the fear in his eyes had been completely replaced by an almost fanatical worship. Following that local tyrant Zhao Yi, at best you'll just be a lackey here, barely getting enough to eat or wear. But if you could follow this real big shot, that would be like getting a get-out-of-jail-free card in this cruel world. Thinking of this, Scarface felt his blood boil. At the same time, he thought to himself, Brother Zhao, should I say you're unlucky or lucky? Scarface bent even lower, leading the way with even greater effort, his resolve to cling to this powerful patron even if it meant working like a slave. Along the way, Scarface also gave Lin Han a general overview of Zhao Ye's territory. A level 3 territory with no defensive buildings and no reinforced buildings. Especially when it came to the level 3 territories, Scarface was full of resentment and complained bitterly about Zhao Yi, saying that in order to upgrade the territory, he treated them like animals. Before long, a massive complex of buildings came into Lin Han's view. Lin Han stopped and squinted as he surveyed the campsite before him. It must be said that, as a level 3 territory, Zhao Ye's territory has far more buildings than Lin Han's own territory. Looking around, 7 or 8 simple houses are densely packed inside the simple wooden fence, while in the middle is a very luxurious wooden house that occupies the largest area. However, despite its large scale, the overall architectural structure and layout appear chaotic and disorganized, with obvious signs of shoddy workmanship. Did you build all these houses yourselves? Lin Han asked curiously, looking at the cluster of buildings that resembled a refugee camp. Upon hearing Lin Han's question, the scarred man walking ahead quickly stopped and turned around to respectfully reply. Replying to elder brother, it wasn't built by us. That bastard Zhao Yi never tries to form alliances with us. He only uses occupation tactics. Anyone who dares to disagree with the core fusion will be killed on the spot. As Scarface spoke, a hint of lingering fear flashed in his eyes. Back then, he killed 2 tough players in a row to make an example of them. The people around us, intimidated by his blue stats and strength, didn't dare to resist and could only submit to him. These buildings are constructed by fusing our own campfire cores with Zhao Ye's core. The system will automatically generate the corresponding shelter construction qualifications based on the number of cores. As long as we have enough materials, we can build them. Upon hearing this, Lin Han nodded thoughtfully. Are there any other people in this territory now? Lin Han withdrew his gaze and continued to ask. That's all. Scarface waved his hands repeatedly, saying with absolute certainty. Zhao Ye's purpose in going this time is to completely force Fang Jian to submit and turn him into his personal tool for making money, so he brought all of us along to scare him. At this point, Scarface paused, his eyes flickering as if he hesitated. But after glancing at Lin Han's expressionless face, he gritted his teeth and told him everything. However, there is actually a woman being held captive in the territory. Zhao Yi forcibly abducted her a couple of days ago. This woman is very familiar with Fang Jian, and Zhao Yi originally intended to use her as a bargaining chip to control Fang Jian. Seemingly afraid that Lin Han would misunderstand something, Scarface's survival instinct suddenly kicked in, and he hurriedly raised his hands, humbly and desperately explaining. But brother! I swear to God! I absolutely did not touch that woman. It was Zhao Yi who did it. I am innocent. Lin Han completely ignored Scarface's guilty-looking explanation. At this moment, the two had passed through the messy outer wooden houses and arrived at the very center of the territory, in front of the tallest and most luxurious wooden house. Lin Han raised his chin, gesturing for Scarface to open the door. Scarface jogged forward and pushed open the heavy wooden door. The moment the wooden door was pushed open, a wave of heat rushed out, creating a stark contrast with the sub-zero temperature outside. In the very center of the room, a huge fire was burning brightly, dispelling all the chill. The wooden table next to the fire pit was piled high with all kinds of roasted meat and wild fruit, and a large amount of basic materials were piled up on the ground next to it. Scarface stood at the doorway, staring wide-eyed at the luxurious scene inside. He looked as if he were entering the room for the first time, his face filled with undisguised shock and extreme astonishment. After watching for a while, Scarface seemed to recall the bitter days he endured freezing cold and hunger outside, and suddenly anger welled up inside him. He spat fiercely on the ground and angrily cursed. "That son of a bitch Xiao Yi! He hides in his room all day eating so well and tending such a roaring fire, while we brothers get to eat garbage. He deserves to die." Lin Han approached the house, looked around, and then turned to ask with some curiosity. "Your cores have all been merged with Xiao Yi, and even your supplies have been confiscated by him. So how do you keep warm in those houses outside in this weather?" Scarface quickly suppressed his indignation and turned to respectfully reply. "Brother, after the core fusion, the system will regenerate a secondary campfire in each of our newly built shelters. The level of that campfire is linked to our own level, and apart from not having a core, everything else is about the same." Lin Han nodded slightly, having grasped some of the intricacies of the matter. Then, Lin Han's gaze passed over the fire pit, and he suddenly noticed that at the very back of the room, there was a small partitioned room made of wooden planks. At this moment, Scarface was quite shrewd. He was determined to make a good impression on this young man who could easily kill Xiao Yi. After all, with Xiao Yi dead, following Lin Han would definitely be a better choice if he flattered him well. Scarface followed Lin Han's gaze to the cubicle. Without Lin Han needing to give any instructions, he rolled up his sleeves and rushed over like a loyal dog. Scarface violently kicked open the already flimsy wooden board of the cubicle, then quickly retreated outside the door, bowed obsequiously, and gestured for Lin Han to come in. "Hey, big brother, please come in." However, when Scarface, still bowing, looked up expectantly at Lin Han, he froze. He discovered that Lin Han did not walk over as he had expected, but stood quietly in place, without even moving a step. Moreover, Lin Han looked at the expression on his face, which seemed extremely strange. Scarface's heart skipped a beat, before he could even react to why Lin Han was looking at him like that. Scarface felt a sudden gust of cold wind sweep past him, followed by a piercing pain that exploded from his right shoulder. "Ah!" Scarface let out a shrill scream and turned to look. Inside the cubicle, a middle-aged woman, barely clothed and with disheveled hair, stood there, her face ashen. Her face was expressionless, and the scars on her exposed skin were faintly visible. At this moment, she was gripping a stone axe tightly in her hand, and most of the axe blade had already been deeply cleaved into the scarred man's shoulder. Chapter 58 Plunder. "Ah!" A piercing scream echoed through the wooden house. Scarface's face was contorted in pain as he screamed and ripped his body off the stone axe. Blood spurted out instantly, and Scarface scrambled back several meters before collapsing heavily to the ground, clutching his bleeding shoulder and curling into a ball. At that moment, at the door of the cubicle, the middle-aged woman, dressed in tattered clothes, looked like a soulless walking corpse. Her face was devoid of any emotion, any fear. Her empty eyes held only numbness and despair. All she wants now is to kill every living person she sees. The woman, carrying the stone axe that was still dripping with thick blood, turned around and walked with heavy, stiff steps toward Lin Han, who was not far away. Faced with this bizarre scene, Lin Han stood still, his face calm as still water, without even making a move to dodge. However, the woman hadn't taken more than a few steps. Having caught his breath, Scarface, in order to impress Lin Han, endured the excruciating pain and pounced on the woman from behind, roughly pinning her to the ground. "You filthy bitch! Are you fucking asking for it?" Scarface had completely lost his mind. The severe injury to his shoulder had driven him utterly insane. He gripped the woman's neck tightly with his intact hand, grinning maliciously as he cursed loudly. What the hell are you pretending to be, some virtuous and chaste woman? When I was having sex with you the other night, why didn't you grab an axe and chop me up, you bitch? You really think you can turn the world upside down just because Zhao Yi is dead? Despite the scarred man's vicious insults, the woman, whose neck was being tightly gripped, offered no resistance whatsoever. She lay there quietly on the ground, her eyes unfocused, as if life and death, humiliation and pain in this world had nothing to do with her anymore. Seeing the woman's appearance, a wicked glint flashed in the scarred man's eyes, and he continued with a sinister grin. What? Not saying anything now? Still thinking about that good-for-nothing Fang Jian? Ha ha! Let me tell you, we brothers gave him a good beating outside just now. He probably won't live much longer. Perfect, I'll send you down there right now, so you two can keep each other company down there. Scarface laughed wildly. However, he didn't notice at all that the woman, who had been like a corpse, suddenly contracted her empty pupils the moment she heard the name, Fang Jian. Ugh! Suddenly, the woman let out a desperate roar, like a dying wild beast. The hand that was hanging by his side suddenly burst forth with terrifying power, and he raised the heavy stone axe in his hand and chopped it down hard towards the scarred man's head. The stone axe struck Scarface precisely on the side of his neck, severing his artery instantly. Cough! Hee. Scarface's eyes widened instantly, and a large amount of blood mixed with bubbles gushed from his mouth. He was terrified. Although the woman's breath was extremely weak, he was still afraid. He quickly explained. Fang Jian, ho, he's not dead! Fang Jian isn't dead! That big shot over there, that big shot saved, ho, him! Don't kill me! Although the woman's all-out axe blow had killed Scarface, her already weakened body had exhausted its last bit of life force during the struggle, and her consciousness began to rapidly dissipate. In the final moments of her life, the madness and numbness in the woman's eyes completely faded, and she regained a brief moment of clarity. She turned her head with difficulty, looked at Lin Han gratefully, and with her last bit of strength, weakly uttered a sentence. Thanks. As soon as she finished speaking, the woman's hand holding the axe fell limply to her side, and she fell silent. Lin Han looked at the woman's corpse and sighed silently. At this moment, Scarface, whose arteries had been severed, was still breathing, but his life was rapidly slipping away. His mouth was full of blood, one hand was covering his neck, and the other hand was stretched out to Lin Han, begging this deity to save him as he had saved Fang Jian. But Lin Han just stared at him coldly. A few dozen seconds later, the scarred man slammed his hand heavily on the ground and breathed his last in despair. Just as Scarface died, the system notification finally sounded. System notification: Player Wang Chang is dead. All members of player Zhao Ye's territory have died, and the fire core to which this player belongs is now unclaimed. Do you wish to plunder its territory resources? With this notification, the level 3 fire pit, which had been burning brightly in the center of the room, suddenly went out as if some kind of connection had been severed, and the entire fire pit turned into a deathly silence. Lin Han stepped forward and took out the core of the fire that was buried in the ashes. Received, 1 Tier 3 campfire core, 10 Tier 1 campfire cores. Could these 10 level 1 cores be those people who merged with Zhao Yi? Lin Han looked at the system's notification and the campfire core that had instantly disintegrated in his hand, and was surprised. After putting away the core, Lin Han stepped out of the wooden house and looked at the campsite in front of him. Plunder! The moment the words fell, the vast level 3 territory before them, including the fence and the few messy outbuildings, collapsed with a roar, turning into countless points of light. Looting successful. Received 4,500 wood, 2,200 stone. Received iron ore X100. Received basic furnace blueprint X1. Description: basic smelting equipment with stable flame temperature and simple operation. It represents the first step in the industrialization of the territory. Construction requirements: 20 stone, 10 copper blocks. Received wheat seeds times 10. Looking at the hall that kept appearing before him, a hint of surprise flashed in Lin Han's eyes. I underestimated Zhao Ye's wealth. Meanwhile, inside Fang Jian's thatched hut, Fang Jian, who was in a coma, opened his eyes with difficulty. His injuries had been almost completely healed after being treated with the life-saving potion. In a daze, Fang Jian saw a huge white, furry figure in front of him. Fang Jian's mind was a little fuzzy. Her already weak body had only been awake for a short while before she closed her eyes again. As darkness fell, night gradually enveloped the endless forest. Lin Han quickly returned to the vicinity of the thatched hut. Upon hearing the noise, Wang Kai, who was dutifully guarding the door, first lowered his body warily. But when it caught a whiff of Lin Han's familiar scent in the air, it instantly retracted its fangs, let out a joyful howl, wagged its tail, pounced over, and began to snuggle up to Lin Han. Lin Han rubbed Wang Cai's huge head, then reached out and pushed open the drafty, broken door of the thatched hut. Fang Jian, who had just fallen into a coma, opened his eyes again because of Wang Cai's wolf howl. Chapter 59 Voluntary Abandonment. Inside the dilapidated thatched hut, Fang Jian opened her still somewhat red and swollen eyes with difficulty. His vision was still a little blurry at first, but in a daze he saw again the white, furry back that had almost scared him to death. However, at this moment, the mutated giant wolf did not show any bloodthirsty ferocity. Instead, it was docilely rubbing its huge head against a person's thigh and acting cute. As her vision gradually cleared, Fang Jian finally saw the figure sitting next to her. It's Lin Han. Fang Jian's chapped lips trembled slightly, and in a hoarse voice she weakly called out, "Brother Lin! Brother Lin Han?" Lin Han stopped petting the wolf, turned to look at Fang Jian, and said in his usual calm tone, "You're awake. Have some water." After saying that, Lin Han casually handed over a bottle of water from the table. Fang Jian hurriedly took the water jug, first taking a small sip, and then gulping it down without a care in the world. After drinking the entire can of water in one gulp, Fang Jian was finally fully awake. He was panting heavily, looking down at his body in disbelief, then reaching out to touch his cheeks and chest in astonishment. The bones that Zhao Yi and his men had broken and the flesh that had been torn apart had miraculously scabbed over and healed. Apart from some lingering pain, there wasn't even a trace of fatal threat left. You should know that anything that can instantly heal such a fatal wound is an extremely precious and priceless treasure, and Lin Han actually used it on himself. Fang Jian put down the water jug, her eyes slightly red, and looked at Lin Han. "Brother Lin, what's wrong with me?" Lin Han didn't follow up on his words, but instead asked directly, "Tell me, what's going on with Zhao Yi and the others, and what's the situation with that woman?" Fang Jian was visibly taken aback upon hearing the question. He lowered his head, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes, then took a deep breath and began to calmly recount the events that had transpired over the past few days. "Actually, ever since I recovered thanks to the bear meat you gave me last time, I've been working hard to forge tools." Fang Jian looked at his hands and gave a bitter smile. "The stone axes and spears I made are much more durable and sharper than the system's default ones. By trading these tools I managed to get some basic survival supplies and barely survive. As for that woman," Fang Jian's voice lowered, "we met before the extreme cold and blizzard hit. Everyone was frantically cutting down trees and stockpiling timber. I wasn't strong enough, so she lent a hand. After the extreme cold and blizzard passed, when I went out to look for supplies, I found that she was still alive. I don't know why, seeing an acquaintance always makes me feel happy. We got to know each other better over time, and we would help each other out and exchange supplies. Later, in order to solve the problem of snow blindness, I used my previous knowledge and vocabulary to make a batch of wooden glasses to prevent snow blindness, and to my surprise, they were quite popular." At this point, Fang Jian clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his flesh. "It was because of this that Zhao Yi set his sights on me. He wanted to capture me and take me back to be his exclusive money-making tool. I disagreed, so he kept pressuring me until today, when we completely broke off relations." Lin Han listened quietly, and nodded slightly. Possessing a treasure is a crime. A player with this attribute has no ability to protect themselves and is like a piece of fat meat placed among a pack of hungry wolves. A brief silence fell over the room. After a moment, Fang Jian raised her head, a faint glimmer of expectation and nervousness in her swollen eyes, and asked with difficulty. Brother Lin Han, what happened after Zhao Yi died? Is she all right? Lin Han looked at Fang Jian and, without any concealment, recounted what had just happened in the most calm tone. Zhao Yi's remaining henchmen are all dead, leaving only that scarred-faced man to lead the way to their territory. In Zhao Yi's house. Lin Han paused. That woman used a stone axe to split open Scarface's neck, and they died together. As for Zhao Yi's territory, it has been completely destroyed by me. Hearing the words, to perish together, Fang Jian's body suddenly stiffened. He sat blankly on the wooden bed. When he heard that the woman had chosen to die with him, finally getting her revenge before she died. A hint of relief flashed across Fang Jian's face at first, but what followed was endless loneliness and sorrow. He fell into a long silence. In this cruel world, good people not only cannot survive, but they also cannot even protect those they want to protect. Lin Han sat quietly in the chair, watching him. A long time. Lin Han slowly stood up, casually patted Wang Kai, who was dozing off to the side, and said in a detached tone, Go home. After saying that, Lin Han turned around and walked towards the drafty, broken door. Wang Kai stood up, shook its snow-white fur, and followed Lin Han. Just as Lin Han was about to step out of the room, a sudden system notification sounded in Lin Han's mind without warning. System prompt: Player Fang Jian has voluntarily relinquished his independent lord status, surrendered his core, entered into a subjugation contract, and joined your territory. Do you agree? Lin Han paused slightly in his steps. He turned his head, his deep gaze fixed on the room. He stood before the fire, solemnly holding a glowing core of the embers in his hands. At this moment, Fang Jian's eyes were red, but the previous cowardice and confusion were gone from his eyes. In their place was a resolute determination to completely sever ties with the past. Seeing Lin Han turn around, Fang Jian bent her knees and knelt heavily on the ground. Brother Lin Han. Fang Jian raised the core in his hand high, his voice hoarse but firm as he spoke each word clearly. You saved me twice and avenged me. I, Fang Jian, have no more attachments in this world. From this day forward, my life belongs to you. Lin Han silently watched Fang Jian. A moment later, Lin Han clicked, agree, on the system panel that popped up in front of him. The next second, a miraculous scene unfolded. The core of the bonfire that Fang Jian was holding in his hands transformed into countless warm streams of light the instant he received permission. The light streamed through Fang Jian's fingers, gradually becoming ethereal and transparent, before finally dissipating completely into the cold air. Meanwhile, several kilometers away in Lin Han's territory, the once calm level 3 fire pit seemed to have been injected with some kind of energy. The flames at its core suddenly shot upwards without warning, and then burned even more fiercely. System notification: contract successfully concluded. Player Fang Jian has joined your territory. Chapter 60 I Struck Gold. Under the pitch-black night sky, the forest was completely shrouded in darkness. With a screeching sound of snow scraping against the ground, a wooden sled sped across the snowfield, leaving a long white trail in its wake. On the sled, Fang Jian gripped the wooden handrail on the right side tightly with both hands, his knuckles turning slightly white from the excessive force. His entire body was stiff, his eyes fixed intently on the huge white figure rushing forward. Beside him, Lin Han was lounging comfortably on a soft wolfskin mat, even having the leisure to admire the rapidly receding night view on both sides. Lin Han glanced at Fang Jian, who was so nervous he looked like he was facing a formidable enemy, and couldn't help but find it amusing. He casually asked, You built this sled yourself, don't you know how sturdy it is? Why are you so nervous? Upon hearing Lin Han's voice, Fang Jian, clutching his belongings, opened his mouth as if to speak. A sudden gust of biting wind rushed into his mouth, choking him and causing him to cough repeatedly. Having finally caught her breath, Fang Jian tightened her tattered clothes, her voice trembling. Brother Lin Han, of course I'm confident in my skills. But the problem is, you never told me you used wolves to pull the sled. This speed is just too. Before he could finish speaking, Fang Jian was suddenly blasted with a gust of cold wind. Lin Han smiled, offered no further explanation, and then opened the system interface. Fang Jian's name has now been added to the list of territory members. Lin Han clicked on his detailed information. With the supplementary contract taking effect, Fang Jian no longer had any secrets from Lin Han. Lin Han knew everything about him, from the details of his master maker entry to all the resources he possessed. What pleased Lin Han the most was that all the areas Fang Jian had previously explored on the system map had been synchronized into Lin Han's map view, saving him a lot of time in exploring and clearing new areas. Before long, with Wankai running wildly, the surrounding environment gradually became familiar. We're almost there, Lin Han casually reminded him. Fang Jian looked ahead and, in the pitch-black night, a faint, soft, golden light shone through the depths of the dense forest. As Wankai pulled the sled out of the dense forest, the entirety of Lin Han's territory was revealed to Fang Jian without reservation. At that very moment, Fang Jian's eyes widened suddenly, and his breath seemed to catch in his throat. Under the holy golden glow, rows of extremely thick reinforced fences, with sharpened tips and spikes, stood tall, exuding an oppressive aura. Behind the fence, a guard tower exuding a chilling killing intent stood silently, locking onto all movements on the outside without any blind spots. At the very center of the territory stood a level 3 wooden house, reinforced with numerous layers of materials, so solid and heavy it was almost unbelievable. For Fang Jian, who had always lived in a drafty thatched hut, what he was seeing was like a miracle. He wasn't unfamiliar with level 3 territories. The chaotic refugee camp he visited before was also a level 3 territory. But even though they're both at level 3, Zhao Ye's place is like a rat's nest in a sewer compared to Lin Han's place. It's like the difference between an impregnable war fortress and Lin Han's place. This is a world of difference. Cough. Seeing Fang Jian still in a daze, Lin Han coughed lightly at the right moment. Fang Jian snapped out of his daze and scrambled off the sled. Clutching his belongings, he stood awkwardly to the side, barely daring to breathe. Come in. Lin Han pushed open the heavy wooden door. Fang Jian cautiously followed Lin Han into the house. The moment the door closed, the howling sound outside was completely shut out. A wave of heat washed over me, making every pore on my body open up. When Fang Jian saw the furnishings in the room, he felt as if his worldview had been thoroughly shattered once again. In the very center of the room, a huge 3-tiered stone hearth was burning with intense flames. In the corner was a large, comfortable wooden bathtub. Next to it was a warm bed covered with thick fur. Further in were neatly arranged storage boxes and a medium-sized workbench. Fang Jian was dumbfounded. He looked at his tattered winter clothes and then at the luxurious interior. Is this still considered survival? However, as shocking as it was, when Fang Jian saw the intermediate workbench placed in the corner, his gaze was instantly drawn to it. Brother Lin Han, may I go and take a look at that intermediate workbench? Fang Jian asked in a trembling voice. Go ahead, Lin Han replied casually as he was taking supplies out. With permission, Fang Jian immediately put down his meager belongings and rushed to the workbench. When he placed his hand on it and performed a few actions, a look of surprise instantly appeared on Fang Jian's face. Brother Lin Han! Look! Fang Jian excitedly turned around and shared the interface in front of him with Lin Han. Lin Han had only glanced up out of curiosity, but after that one look, he suddenly sat up straight and could no longer sit still. Since his territory was upgraded to level 3 and the intermediate workbench was unlocked, this thing was practically useless to Lin Han. Aside from occasionally using it to craft a few blueprints, the options on the workbench, such as refined iron axe, ordinary iron spear, and basic leather armor, were completely useless to Lin Han, who had no shortage of basic resources. So, he usually used the workbench as a table to store miscellaneous items. But at this moment, there is a fundamental change in the interface shared by Fang Jian. Beyond the basic tools that every player can unlock, Fang Jian's interface has an incredible array of additional branches. For example, Fang Jian can forge a uniquely shaped, heavy armor-piercing battle axe from a regular iron axe, which comes with a heavy-hitting effect. Below the spear, barbed spears and throwing spears extend out. Even bows and arrows have advanced versions. If it were merely a branch of these tools, it wouldn't be enough to make Lin Han lose his composure like this. What truly shocked Lin Han was that Fang Jian's interface could actively detect the special materials already in the territory's warehouse and generate exclusive items that could be crafted from those materials. Lin Han's gaze was fixed on an icon in the center of the interface. The special material, Frost Python Ice Scale, that he obtained from dismantling a Tier 1 mutated giant python had been gathering dust in his warehouse because he couldn't craft it. However, in Fang Jian's interface, a crafting option called Ice Scale Armor appeared, with a list of materials that needed to be matched. But the most outrageous thing is that there is a special area at the very bottom of Fang Jian's creation interface. Inside were all sorts of objects that Fang Jian had come up with in his daily life: pottery jars, windproof torches, goggles, and even the sled that Lin Han was using was inside. After reading it, Lin Han remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he couldn't help but gasp in amazement. This incredible ability to reverse engineer materials without relying on blueprints, and even independently develop technologies. Is this really something a green skill tag could accomplish? This is absolutely amazing. Lin Han concealed the shock in his eyes, then directly summoned the system panel and waved his hand. The next second, 2 system notifications popped up in front of Fang Jian's eyes. Notification: Your Lord Lin Han has granted you access to all resources within his territory. Notification: Your Lord Lin Han has granted you full building permissions for your territory. Chapter 61 Level 4 Territory? Exaggerated Conditions. Fang Jian stared blankly at the 2 system notifications that popped up one after another. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling involuntarily. Brother Lin Han, you've given me such a huge amount of authority, just like that. These materials are too valuable. I'm afraid you'll ruin them. Seeing Fang Jian's anxious and uneasy appearance, Lin Han stood up from his chair, walked up to Fang Jian, and patted him on the shoulder with great solemnity. Lin Han's eyes were filled with depth and encouragement as he said in a steady tone. Fang Jian, from the first time I saw the tools you made, I knew your potential was limitless. Fang Jian was stunned and looked up at Lin Han. In this world, materials are inanimate, but people are alive. Lin Han continued to escalate the challenge, his voice revealing a commanding presence. Go for it, don't be afraid of wasting resources. Even if you ruin 10 items, as long as you produce one top-quality piece, you've made a profit. Lin Han turned around and looked at the snow-covered night outside. My goal is not just to survive. What I want to build is the most impregnable fortress in this endless forest. From now on, the equipment and logistics of the territory will all depend on you. I have high hopes for you, so don't let me down. With his back to Fang Jian, Lin Han was trying his best to control his expression, afraid that Fang Jian would notice anything amiss. Fang Jian never expected that Lin Han would not only save his life, but also give him unreserved trust and a stage to showcase his talents. The intense fervor of, "A scholar will die for one who understands him," surged into my heart instantly. Fang Jian's eyes were red-rimmed. He suddenly stood up straight and loudly promised, Brother Lin Han, don't worry. As long as I, Fang Jian, have a breath left, I will absolutely not let the territory lack a single piece of equipment. I'll do it tonight. Ahem, no rush. Lin Han turned around and interrupted him. Now that the core has been integrated, the system should have given you the option to build an auxiliary shelter. It's getting late, and you've been given the building permission. Go outside, pick a good spot, and build yourself a place to settle down. Fang Jian nodded vigorously, then immediately grabbed his belongings and rushed out of the wooden house like he'd been injected with adrenaline, to start planning his employee dormitory. Watching Fang Jian's energetic back, Lin Han nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that he did have some potential to inspire people. Sitting back down by the fire pit, Lin Han took out the level 3 fire pit core that he had obtained from Zhao Ye's raid on his house that night. Let's see what conditions are required to upgrade a territory to level 4. Lin Han had a thought and immediately opened the territory interface. An upgrade prompt immediately popped up on the system panel. However, when Lin Han saw the required conditions on the panel, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. 1. Level 3 Campfire Core, 1 first, satisfied. 2. Timber, 10,000/10,000 stone, 5,000 saved. 3. Iron ingots for 500s, not satisfied. 4. Number of independent buildings, February 5th, not met. 5. Territory resident population, 2/10, not satisfied. 6. Territory prosperity, 5,200/100, satisfied. When Lin Han saw the long list of upgrade requirements, his pupils constricted sharply, and his face showed undisguised shock. 10,000 units of timber? 5,000 units of stone? Lin Han couldn't help but gasp. Keep in mind that previously, the materials required to upgrade from level 2 to level 3 were only 1,000. The requirements for upgrading to level 4 are more than 10 times higher than before. In addition to the outrageous base materials, the demand for iron ingots is also extremely high, and the other conditions are also unprecedented in previous upgrades. Shocked, Lin Han quickly calmed down and decisively opened the system's built-in query panel, wanting to figure out why the 4-level gap was so exaggerated. In the system's territory hierarchy introduction, an evolutionary tree-like structural diagram appeared before Lin Han's eyes. According to the system's brief introduction, territories of levels 1 to 3 are collectively referred to as camps of different sizes. At this stage, the player's main challenge is survival, and the area serves as a shelter in the early stages of survival. However, once a territory reaches level 4, it will undergo a fundamental transformation and officially upgrade to a tribe. Lin Han squinted and looked at the back of the structural diagram. Beyond the node representing the tribe, there are even longer and larger branches, but all of them are shrouded in a thick gray shadow. In the haze, one could only vaguely make out the outlines of a few imposing structures that resembled cities and empires, but could not discern any specific information. After reading all this, Lin Han closed the panel and sat in the firelight, letting out a long sigh. This is no longer a simple struggle for survival. It is clearly a naked evolution of civilization and a power struggle. Starting from level 4, the lone wolf route of going it alone has been completely condemned to death by the system. To establish their own power in that endless forest, they must begin to plunder, expand, gather people, and establish true order. Seeing that he still couldn't meet several of the requirements, Lin Han had no choice but to temporarily put aside his thoughts of leveling up to level 4 and put the level 3 core back in his backpack. However, when Lin Han's gaze fell on the last line of Prosperity, 5120/100, he paused for a moment. He clicked on the prosperity level details. Rock-armored, petrified, cold-resistant reinforced wooden house, plus 100. Defend arrow tower, plus 40. Reinforced spiked fence, plus 60. Spectacle ancient tree of life, seedling stage plus 5,000. I never imagined that such a seemingly fragile sapling could grow so vigorously. It's truly a wonder. After closing the system interface, Lin Han's gaze fell on another pile of cores in front of him. Besides that level 3 core, he now has 10 level 1 cores that were separated from Zhao Ye's territory, plus the ones he obtained before, for a total of 14 level 1 cores. Lin Han glanced at Wang Kai, who was dozing by the fire pit, and a thought struck him. As Xing Lu mentioned before, for a mutated creature to advance to the next level, it needs to devour the cores of 10 players' campfires. Wang Kai, get up and eat! Lin Han patted one size huge head, turned around, pushed open the door, and walked out. As soon as Lin Han stepped outside, he saw Fang Jian busily setting up in a corner to the left of the territory. The basic shape of a wooden house has already appeared on the open space. At this moment, under Fang Jian's control, the position and appearance are being constantly adjusted. Lin Han nodded in satisfaction, not wanting to disturb Fang Jian, and led Wang Kai around to the back of the wooden house. With a wave of his hand, Lin Han sent 10 level 1 cores, each emitting a faint glow, rolling onto the snow. Upon seeing the 10 cores, Wang Sai's breathing suddenly became heavy, drool dripped onto the snow, and his eyes were filled with longing. But without Lin Han's command, it just paced anxiously in place, desperately suppressing its instinct to pounce. Eat. With permission granted, Wang Kai pounced on its prey like a hungry tiger. Snap! It swallowed the first core whole, chewing it up like a candy bean. The second one, the third one. As each core is swallowed, the pure energy contained within it begins to dissolve within Wang Sai's body. Its body surface shimmered with an eerie, ghostly blue sheen. The once soft white fur began to harden like steel needles, and even visible ice crystals quickly condensed on the tips of the fur. When Wang Kai ate the 8th piece, his body began to expand dramatically, and his bones made a series of dull, crackling sounds as if they were undergoing some kind of deep restructuring. The moment the 10th core was completely swallowed, Wang Kai suddenly froze on the spot. Roar! A deep, penetrating roar exploded from the depths of its throat. Wang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, which had turned into a deep, dark green. A terrifying pressure unique to first-order mutated creatures suddenly spread out from its body. Fang Jian suddenly shuddered, glanced back with lingering fear, and then continued building the wooden house in front of him. Feeling the raging power surging within his body, the ferocity in Wang Sai's eyes gradually faded. It withdrew its oppressive aura and walked very affectionately to Lin Han's side, nuzzling against him. However, after only a couple of rubs, Wang Kai seemed to lose all its strength, its limbs went limp, and it collapsed onto the snow. Immediately afterwards, a large amount of extremely cold white mist poured out from its body, completely enveloping its body in the blink of an eye. The fog quickly solidified, eventually turning into a huge block of ice. Chapter 62 Exclusive Workshop. Lin Han looked at the huge block of ice in front of him, which was radiating an astonishingly cold aura, and opened the system interface to check Wang Sai's current status. Spirit Contract, Frostclaw Wolf. Status: in the process of first-order life leap. Countdown: 19 hours 59 minutes. A full 20 hours? Lin Han muttered to himself. Anyway, Wang Kai is currently inside the territory, with fences and guard towers, so there's no need to worry about its safety. He stretched and turned to walk towards the cabin. Before entering the house, Lin Han glanced at a corner of the territory. Fang Jian's detached wooden cabin is now completely finished. Although it is not large, it is tightly fitted and looks extremely sturdy and warm. There is even a faint light coming from under the door crack. That kid is really fast. Lin Han smiled, pushed open the door, and entered the main room. After a quick wash with hot water, he lay comfortably on the bed. Recalling the entries extracted today, Lin Han had an idea and equipped this sleepyhead entry into his own entry field. 3, 2, 1. As Lin Han silently counted to 3 in his mind, a deep drowsiness instantly surged into his brain, and he fell into a deep sleep without even turning over. Meanwhile, inside the newly built wooden house in the corner of the territory, Fang Jian had already organized all his belongings. Although the house is small, it has all the essentials. A warm fire was burning, and in the corner stood a mid-level workbench that he had rebuilt. Fang Jian lay flat on the wooden bed, his hands behind his head, staring at the solid ceiling and listening to the howling wind outside. Looking back on everything that happened today, and seeing the shelter I now have, everything felt so real, yet so unreal, like a dream. Whether it's a dream or not, I'm going to give up my life here from now on, Fang Jian murmured to himself, his eyes growing increasingly resolute in the firelight. Night was falling. Behind Lin Han's main house, the huge ice cocoon that encased Wang Kai was shimmering with an extremely mysterious, deep blue luster under the pale golden glow of the territory. Meanwhile, in the dark forest just a few hundred meters from the outskirts of Lin Han's territory. Click, click! The snow was being violently trampled. A mutated cheetah, the size of an adult buffalo, is fleeing frantically through the dense forest like a stray dog. Its eyes were filled with fear, and it would turn around in terror every now and then, as if some terrifying being was lurking in the darkness behind it, making it unable to even muster the will to resist. Finally, the mutated cheetah burst out of the dense forest. Directly in its field of vision, a territory radiating golden light and enclosed by a towering fence suddenly appeared. But just as it approached the territory's warning range, the towering guard tower behind the fence suddenly reacted. The cold, mechanical sound slowly started, and sharp, heavy crossbow bolts changed direction in the darkness, locking onto the mutated cheetah. However, the mutated cheetah seemed completely oblivious to the deadly arrow tower. The threat right in front of us is nothing compared to the fear behind it. It continued to charge forward like a madman. The mutated cheetah suddenly stopped running. Roar! It opened its mouth in terror, but a half-scream of agony was cut short as soon as it escaped its throat. In the darkness, something seemed to have violently wrapped around its hind legs. The next second, this massive mutated cheetah was forcibly dragged backward into the depths of the dark jungle. Only a deep, long drag mark remained on the snow. A few seconds later, the forest returned to a deathly silence, as if nothing had happened. The next morning, Lin Han opened his eyes right on time. He sat up in bed, feeling every cell in his body brimming with energy, and his mind clearer than ever before. I must say, the effect of these white entries is quite good, Lin Han exclaimed sincerely. As Lin Han pushed open the wooden door, preparing to breathe in the fresh morning air, he suddenly froze in place. He rubbed his eyes, looking at the open space in front of him with some disbelief. Right to the right of his main house, a large, sturdy wooden shed had appeared out of nowhere. The wooden shed's load-bearing pillars are made of sturdy round logs, and the roof is laid out seamlessly. It even takes advantage of the terrain and wind direction to create a semi-enclosed structure, which can both shield against wind and snow and ensure excellent ventilation. At this moment, Fang Jian, sporting two huge dark circles under his eyes, was huffing and puffing as he carried a pile of materials down to the bottom of the wooden shed. Seeing Lin Han come out of the door, Fang Jian quickly put down what she was holding, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and greeted him excitedly. Good morning, brother Lin Han! Lin Han walked over, looked at the building in front of him, and asked in surprise, What is going on? Fang Jian rubbed his hands together, and explained with a sheepish grin. Hee, brother Lin Han, I was so excited last night that I couldn't sleep. I just lay in bed thinking about how to upgrade our territory's logistics. While I was thinking, the system suddenly notified me that a special building had been unlocked. As he spoke, Fang Jian gestured excitedly. This building is called the Exclusive Workshop. As long as you burn charcoal and smelt iron within the area of this wooden shed, your efficiency will increase by at least 20%. Moreover, as long as you move your workbench in, the tools you forge will have certain attributes increased, and even the probability of crafting top-quality equipment will be greatly increased. Lin Han. Hearing Fang Jian's description, Lin Han's heart was once again stirred. Unlocking buildings while lying in bed? Moreover, this building can directly improve industrial efficiency and the rate of producing high-quality products. Is this really something a green label entry could do? Lin Han thought to himself, clicking his tongue in amazement. Lin Han stepped forward and patted Fang Jian's shoulder forcefully, his praise undisguised. Excellent! Well done! I'm completely at ease and trusting the territory to you. Go ahead and get to work. After a pause, Lin Han pointed to his main house. By the way, anything in my house, whether it's wood, stone or rare materials, as long as the workshop can use it, you can take it. If you need any materials, just tell me and I'll try to get them. Hearing Lin Han's words of trust and affirmation, Fang Jian nodded vigorously. Although he hadn't slept all night, hearing Lin Han's praise made him feel like he had inexhaustible energy, and his spirits were even higher. The daytime flew by as Fang Jian was being built. Lin Han lay on a wooden recliner that Fang Jian had casually made from scraps of wood that morning, basking in the sun. Under the wooden shed not far away, Fang Jian was like a tireless robot, constantly hammering and moving materials. The daytime passed quickly, and Lin Han felt that the days were getting shorter and shorter, perhaps because of the winter. As evening fell, an extremely rich aroma of meat broth filled the air above the territory. On the newly built stove, a large iron pot was boiling, stewing large chunks of python meat and some vegetables. At this moment, Fang Jian finally put down the tools in his hand. Behind him in his private workshop, a rudimentary furnace had been fully completed. Lin Han got up and walked to the furnace to take a look. He frowned in surprise and said, "I remember that the furnace construction materials seem to require a certain amount of copper ingots, right? The copper ingots in the supplies I gave you yesterday should not be enough." Fang Jian smiled nonchalantly. "I found some copper blocks when I was distributing supplies before, but I had nowhere to use them. Now I have just enough to build a furnace." "All right, stop fussing and let's eat," Lin Han called out. Fang Jian rubbed his hands together and sat down. Looking at the bowl of python meat bubbling with oil and emitting a fragrant aroma, he was once again shocked by Lin Han's abundance of supplies and didn't know what to say. He wanted to say a few polite words, but after a busy day and night without food or water, his stomach started rumbling. Lin Han smiled and said, "Eat up, there's plenty." Fang Jian carefully picked up a piece of meat and put it in her mouth. The tender, melt-in-your-mouth texture, accompanied by extremely pure energy, instantly surges into every part of your body, dispelling all fatigue. After taking that bite, Fang Jian's eyes instantly reddened, and she almost cried on the spot. Just as the two were enjoying their meal. Snap! A series of extremely crisp cracking sounds suddenly came from behind the main house, not far from them. Lin Han suddenly stopped eating and looked in the direction of the sound. Almost at the same instant, the temperature in the territory plummeted. Even the surface of the bowl of freshly boiled soup in front of Fang Jian instantly condensed into a thin layer of white frost. The next second, the block of ice that was encasing Wankai shattered with a loud bang. A woo! A wolf howl, more domineering than ever before, resounded throughout the entire territory. Chapter 63 Wankai Awakens, Extreme Cold Bloodline. With that furious wolf howl, the ice behind the cabin shattered completely, sending ice shards flying everywhere. As the icy mist dissipated, a massive and imposing figure slowly emerged from behind the wooden house. Lin Han and Fang Jian's gazes simultaneously converged on that direction. At this moment, Wansai's physique has undergone a dramatic change. Its shoulder height is close to 2 meters, its body length exceeds 4 meters, and its broad and thick back is full of power. The wolf's originally plain white fur became even longer and smoother, and when it fluttered in the wind, the tips of the fur even faintly gleamed with a cold light. It looks rather mystical. The most significant change was in Wansai's limbs. As a frostclaw wolf, Wansai's paws have become even thicker, and its original horny wolf claws have completely transformed into crystal-clear ice blades. With each step it took, it left behind frost-covered claw marks on the ground. After Wankai came out, its dark green eyes coldly swept over Fang Jian, who was standing not far away. Just that one look down from above, that sense of superiority unique to first-order mutated creatures, made Fang Jian feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud, not daring to even breathe. However, the moment Wankai turned around and saw Lin Han, that terrifying beastly aura vanished instantly. Wah! Wankai let out an excited whimper, then suddenly took 4 steps and pounced straight at Lin Han. Seeing Wansai's evolved, enormous form charging towards him, Lin Han's eyelids twitched, and he quickly stretched out his hand and shouted, "Stop!" Wankai suddenly stopped 2 meters away from Lin Han, its icy claws carving deep furrows in the hard frozen ground before finally coming to a stop. Then, it lowered its huge head in a fawning manner and moved closer to Lin Han's hand. Its massive size was quite a contrast to Lin Han at this moment. Lin Han reached out and stroked the soft, slightly cool wolf fur, then glanced at Wankai. At this moment, a brand new entry has appeared under Wansai's original 2 entries. Extreme Cold Bloodline, purple, a rare mutated bloodline that grants a 100% boost to all base attributes. All physical attacks will be imbued with extreme cold attributes, dealing frost damage upon hitting a target. After observing Wang Cai's changes, Lin Han thoughtfully stroked his chin. He turned to look at the edge of the clearing, then walked straight over and hugged a boulder with both hands. After effortlessly lifting it high, Lin Han let out a low shout and, with all his might, slammed the giant rock down hard towards Wang Cai. "Wang Cai, catch it!" Wang Cai looked up at the sky, and with a sudden burst of power from its thick hind legs, its massive body leaped high into the air with surprising agility. In midair, it swung its right claw and struck the oncoming boulder head-on. Bang! Without any frills, the boulder in midair shattered into pieces in an instant. Even more terrifying, a thick layer of frost instantly formed on the cut surfaces of the shattered rocks, which then fell to the ground like hailstones. Sitting on the ground, Fang Jian was first shocked by Lin Han's terrifying strength, and then was so frightened by Wang Cai's all-crushing claw strike that he was completely speechless. Lin Han nodded in satisfaction, then turned and walked towards the towering reinforced wooden fence surrounding the territory. He reached out and applied the blue text he had extracted from Zhao Yi to the fence in front of him. "Wang Cai, try attacking this." Lin Han pointed at the fence and gave the order to Wang Cai. Wang Cai let out a low growl, took a few steps back, and charged out again with its massive body, its sharp claws slamming into the fence. Just as the attack was about to make contact with the wooden fence, an incredibly thick rock armor suddenly appeared, protecting the entire fence. Boom! A dull thud resounded, and the heavy armor swayed slightly, but it perfectly neutralized Wang Cai's terrifying attack imbued with extreme cold, leaving the fence itself unscathed. Just as I expected, Zhao Ye's attribute is a perfect fit for defensive buildings, making them even more powerful. Moreover, the test was conducted using the attack power of a first-tier mutated creature, which completely put Lin Han at ease about the defense of his territory. Just then, a sudden, abrupt rumbling sound came from the stomach and intestines. Wang Cai shook his head, his eyes fixed on the pot of boiling meat soup on the stove not far away, drool dripping down his face. Having just completed the first stage of life leap, Wang Cai's body is currently in a state of extreme emptiness. Seeing Wang Cai's greedy look, Lin Han chuckled and took out several large pieces of meat. Eat. After Lin Han threw the meat to Wang Cai immediately pounced on it and began to eat voraciously. However, as time went by, the smile on Lin Han's face gradually froze. Several large pieces of meat, plus a few more that Lin Han later took out from the warehouse, were devoured by Wang Cai in just a few minutes. After finishing his meal, Wang Cai lay down contentedly on the snow, revealing his round belly. Lin Han looked at Wang Cai, couldn't help but rub his temples, and sighed inwardly. After advancing to the next level, his appetite has become terrifying. At this rate, this guy will bankrupt him sooner or later. It seems that from now on, we'll have to let Wang Cai go out and find food on its own. Lin Han shook his head, put his mind at ease, and looked towards the vast forest outside the territory. The information Scarface had provided yesterday, the mysterious cave, came to mind. Wang Cai has also evolved to the first tier. With Fan Jian guarding the territory, everything is arranged properly. It's time to go and check out the cave. It was already evening, and after finishing her meal, Fan Jian was still busy in her workshop. Lin Han took out the 15 frost python eye scales and placed them on the workbench. Use these materials to forge me some armor. See if you can find anything you're missing. Upon hearing this, Fan Jian immediately put down what he was doing, took the scale, examined it for a moment, and then replied, Everything is in order, brother Lin Han, don't worry about leaving it to me. The next morning, Lin Han pushed open the door, and Fan Jian was still busy in the workshop, with many new items added to the room. Upon seeing Lin Han emerge, Fan Jian quickly stepped forward. He solemnly presented a piece of armor shimmering with silver light with both hands. Lin Han took the armor. It was cool and soft to the touch, but the moment he touched it, he felt an extremely tough texture. Ice scale armor. Quality, purple rare. Attributes, physical defense plus 80, heat resistance plus 80%, cold resistance plus 40%. Characteristic, when attacked by melee physical attacks, there is a certain probability that the extreme cold energy inherent in the ice scale will be activated, causing the target to be briefly stunned and slowed down. Chapter 64 Departure from the Cave. It's quite lively. Lin Han looked at the ice scale armor's luxurious attributes and nodded in satisfaction. The moment I put it on, a faint coolness spread throughout my body. The ice scale armor was extremely flexible, and there was absolutely no stiffness. Thanks to the increased cold resistance from consuming the frost pouch, coupled with the added attribute bonus from the ice scale armor, Lin Han felt absolutely no chill as he stood in the icy wilderness. Lin Han opened the system map and looked at the cave coordinates that Scarface had shared with him earlier. After confirming the direction, Lin Han called over Wang Kai, who was sunbathing nearby. Seeing the enormous creature charging towards him, Lin Han couldn't help but feel that Wang Kai was indeed giving off a bit of a sense of pressure. I instinctively wanted to touch the wolf's head, but when I reached out, I could only touch Wang Kai's neck. Just as Lin Han was about to take out the sled, his hand suddenly stopped moving. Especially when his gaze swept over Wang Kai's broad and thick back, which was nearly 2 meters tall at the shoulders. Lin Han couldn't help but mutter to himself, "This guy is so big now, wouldn't it be much more comfortable to sit on his back than in a sled?" The moment Lin Han had this thought, a miraculous scene unfolded. Wang Kai seemed to understand Lin Han's thoughts perfectly. Without the slightest hesitation, it bent its forelegs slightly and obediently lay down on the cold frozen ground, pressing its body down as low as possible. Lin Han's eyes lit up. He then realized that after Wang Kai evolved to the first level, the contractual relationship between him and Wang Kai seemed to have undergone some mysterious change. The human and the wolf have actually achieved a basic level of communication. Without hesitation, Lin Han reached out and grabbed the soft, long wolf fur around Wang Kai's neck. With a light leap, he steadily straddled Wang Kai's back. After settling in, Lin Han patted Wang Kai's neck. Wang Kai easily stood up, and Lin Han sat on it. His gaze immediately rose, and his view became incredibly wide. To test the limits of this mental communication, Lin Han did not speak aloud, but instead issued several simple commands in his mind. To the left. Back off. Stop. Without the slightest delay or deviation, Wang Kai's movements were like an extension of Lin Han's own body, precisely executing all his thoughts. Wow, this is even smoother than voice control! Lin Han couldn't help but exclaim. After making Wang Kai his mount, the sled became a thing of the past. Lin Han turned to Fang Jian, who was busy in the workshop, and gave him a brief instruction to stay in the territory and continue to improve it. Then he mentally issued the order to set off. With all its might, Wang Kai's massive body shot out of the territory like a bolt of lightning. Throughout the journey, Lin Han sat on Wang Kai's back and felt very stable, hardly experiencing any violent bumps. Moreover, compared to when he had to consider the weight and balance behind him while pulling the sled, Wang Kai's running speed at this moment was several times faster than before. What surprised Lin Han the most was that although Wang Kai had grown several sizes larger, its overall agility had not diminished at all when it moved through the dark and dense forest. Even at high speeds, it can nimbly dodge the intersecting tree trunks and huge rocks along the way. This speed significantly shortened what would normally take most of the day. The coordinates on the map were getting closer and closer. Just then, a muffled rumbling sound came from beneath Lin Han. Wang Kai, who was running at high speed, unconsciously slowed down and let out a whimper with a sense of grievance. Lin Han was stunned for a moment, then smiled helplessly. I forgot about that. After Wang Kai evolved to the first tier, although its combat power was terrifying, its bottomless appetite was also truly frightening. I ate so much meat last night and traveled so far, and now I'm hungry again. Stop. Lin Han patted Wang Kai, and Wang Kai immediately stopped beside a towering tree. Lin Han flipped over and jumped off the wolf's back. He opened the map and glanced at it. He was now less than a few hundred meters away from the mysterious cave marked by Scarface. Go find something to eat nearby. Lin Han patted Wang Kai's big head. After all, the little food he brought was not enough to even fill Wang Kai's teeth. Lin Han then instructed. Don't go far. Come find me over there after you've eaten. Understand? Wang Keting blinked affectionately, nuzzled Lin Han's shoulder, then turned around, its massive body leaping and bounding silently into the depths of the forest to forage for food. Watching Wakai disappear, Lin Han pulled his coat tighter to cover his ice-scale armor underneath, then set off alone towards the coordinates. As they got closer to their target, the snow on the ground became thinner and thinner, and the surrounding temperature seemed to rise slightly. When they were only about 100 meters away from the cave, Lin Han suddenly stopped. His gaze was fixed on the ground ahead, where the snow had completely melted and turned into a muddy mess. On that muddy ground, there were a lot of messy footprints. Lin Han felt a chill run down his spine, and his eyes instantly turned cold. Could these be footprints left by Zhao Yi and his group when they came here before? But Lin Han decisively rejected this guess as soon as it surfaced in his mind. Many days have passed since Zhao Yi and his group came here to investigate. Even though the temperature is high now, it will still drop when night falls. Under the influence of the extremely low temperatures and cold winds at night, even if it doesn't snow, the old footprints should have been frozen and weathered long ago. The footprints on the ground in front of us have extremely clear edges. These are clearly fresh footprints, and judging by their density, there must have been quite a few people. It seems I'm not the only one eyeing this place. Lin Han took a deep breath, slowed his pace, and silently followed the direction of the footprints to bypass a huge rock. The next second, the huge cave from which the scarred man was spewing hot air finally came into Lin Han's view. However, when Lin Han saw the scene in front of the cave entrance, he was suddenly stunned. It wasn't that there were any mutated wild beasts guarding the cave entrance, nor was there any scene of corpses strewn everywhere. Instead, several bonfires were burning brightly in the wide open space in front of the cave. Dozens of players, dressed in various colored winter clothes, were gathered in twos and threes. Some were eating dry rations, some were whispering to each other, and some were even shouting something loudly. In this silent, desolate, endless forest, the scene before us was as bustling as a small trading market. Chapter 65, Chunibya Lines, Purple Entry. Lin Han looked at the scene in front of the cave, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. The huge opening was continuously spewing out hot air, making it a natural heater in this sub-zero climate. A dozen or so survivors sat around the open ground outside the cave entrance, warming themselves by the fire, eating dry rations, talking in hushed tones, and some even exchanging their surplus wood and stones. After confirming that there was no danger, Lin Han stepped out from behind the boulder. Lin Han's footsteps also attracted the attention of several players on the edge. They glanced at Lin Han a few times, and seeing that he was all alone, they immediately looked away and continued with what they were doing. In this area, the cave has become increasingly well known, and players searching for heat sources come here every day. Since we're keeping warm here, the campfire in the territory only needs to maintain basic burning, which saves a lot of wood. So when players came over, everyone was already used to it. Lin Han walked unceremoniously to a fairly spacious campfire and sat down on a rock. Under the cover of the fire, Lin Han discreetly observed the crowd around him. Basic peeling, white. Cold-resistant constitution, white. Sewing expert, white. After scanning the area, Lin Han had a better understanding of the situation. While listening to the players around him sharing some information, Lin Han pretended to be warming himself by the fire. A series of rhythmic, heavy thumping sounds came from the edge of the woodland behind. The once noisy open space became much quieter in an instant. Everyone turned to look, their eyes unconsciously filled with a sense of awe. Lin Han looked in the direction of the sound and saw a group of 5 people walking briskly towards them. The 5 people were full of energy, and one of them was a woman with a cold expression. What is most striking is their equipment. Each person wears finely sewn animal hide armor, with even several iron plates embedded in their vital areas. "Who are these people?" someone next to Lin Han asked in a low voice. "You don't know him?" A man next to him, who was eating a grilled mushroom, quickly nudged him with his elbow and explained in a low voice. "Those are people from the largest level 2 territory in this area. The leader of that territory is called Qin Hai, and I heard he has an extremely rare purple attribute, making him terrifyingly powerful. Another person chimed in, his eyes full of envy. Yeah, Boss Chin's group went into that cave last week. It's really eerie inside. They say that people just disappear into thin air without a trace while they're walking around. In this area, only Boss Chin and his group have ever gone in and come out unscathed. Hearing this discussion, Lin Han raised an eyebrow, a strong interest piqued in his heart. The purple entry? It disappeared without a trace? Lin Han discreetly locked his gaze on the tall, rugged-looking man at the head of the group, and instantly activated knowledge of all things. The next second, the information that appeared on the system panel almost made Lin Han's usually calm expression break down on the spot. Player, Chin Hai. Chunibyu dialogue, purple when in battle and shouting out Chunibyu-style dialogue. A temporary all-attribute bonus will be granted based on the quality of the dialogue, and its fit with the current atmosphere, up to a maximum of 50%. If silence is maintained for an extended period during battle, all attributes will continuously decline. Hiss! What an embarrassing entry! Lin Han couldn't help but gasp when he saw Chin Hai's entry. Just as Lin Han was secretly complaining, Chin Hai and his group had already reached the front of the cave entrance. They were clearly familiar faces here. After nodding and greeting a few vendors, Chin Hai turned around, cleared his throat, and scanned the entire area. Everyone! Chin Hai's voice was full of energy, echoing across the open space. Today, our team plans to explore this cave again. Although it's dangerous, it definitely holds amazing treasures. Are there any like-minded friends, or brothers who want to make a fortune? Feel free to sign up and join us. The spoils will be distributed according to effort, and I, Chin, will never cheat you out of your share. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the entire open space fell into a deathly silence. Everyone lowered their heads in silence, some continuing to eat their dry rations, others poking at the fire. The treasure was certainly tempting, but no one present was a fool. Everyone knows that the cave is a death trap. Anyone who goes in will mysteriously disappear. Even a formidable figure like Chin Hai almost perished there. For people like them, going in would be pure cannon fodder. For most people, just being able to get some warmth at the cave entrance, and the supplies they needed at the trading point was already a great privilege. No one wanted to go and die. Seeing the unresponsive crowd, Chin Hai's hand, which was raised in midair, stiffened slightly, and the atmosphere suddenly became somewhat awkward. He sighed helplessly, a hint of resentment flashing in his eyes. He was extremely eager to uncover the secrets beneath the cave, but each time he ventured deeper, team members would mysteriously disappear. He then wondered if he could recruit more people. With more people, there would be more strength, and if everyone kept a close eye on each other, perhaps there would be a way to break the deadlock. Seeing that no one responded for a long time, just as Chin Hai was about to give up on the recruitment and lead the team directly in. I'm willing to go. A calm voice suddenly rang out in the open space. Everyone was taken aback and looked in the direction of the sound. Beside the campfire, a handsome young man stood up, calmly walked through the crowd, and stood before Chin Hai. A hint of delight flashed in Chin Hai's eyes as he looked Lin Han up and down. Brother, you've got guts. But this isn't a joke. What entry are you working on? Lin Han remained calm, casually reaching out to touch the crossbow hanging at his waist, and replied in a flat tone. White attribute, Hunter. Upon hearing that the entry was in white, the team members behind Chin Hai frowned slightly. Chin Hai pondered for a moment, but his gaze remained fixed on the crossbow at Lin Han's waist. With his keen eye, he could tell at a glance that the crossbow was an absolute gem, with its string tension and the fine iron material of the crossbow body making it incredibly lethal. The entry is SOSO, but your crossbow is pretty good. After pondering for a while, Chin Hai's expression turned serious as he stared intently into Lin Han's eyes. But I must warn you up front, this trip is extremely dangerous, and your life could be in danger at any moment. Have you thought this through? It doesn't matter. Lin Han patted the crossbow, his tone carefree. At worst, I'll just die. It's better than freezing or starving to death. Seeing Lin Han's resolute attitude, Chin Hai nodded heavily. Okay. count you in. After entering the cave, just follow behind us. I'm the captain of this team, my name is Qin Hai, just follow my orders. Lin Han nodded and then walked into Qin Hai's group. The surrounding players watched this scene and shook their heads in sympathy. In their eyes, although this young man had a good crossbow, he dared to go down into this cave with just a white entry, which was purely suicide. Qin Hai shouted outside for a long time, but no one was willing to join them, so he had to give up. Once the team was assembled, the group of 6 turned and walked toward the cave entrance that was spewing out hot air. Just as they were about to step into the cave, Qin Hai, who was at the front of the group, suddenly stopped. Under Lin Han's astonished gaze, Qin Hai whirled around, facing the sweltering heat gushing from the cave entrance, and pointed sharply into the deep, dark cavern, his voice low and forceful as he roared. "Tremble, you cursed, bottomless rift! Today, we, the judges of light, will crush this abyss of sin!" After shouting, Qin Hai took a deep breath, as if he had completed a sacred ritual, and waved his hand with great satisfaction. "Let's go!" Lin Han. It's really embarrassing. Chapter 66 Vanishing into Thin Air. As soon as you step into the cave, a strong sensation of hot and cold air colliding hits you. Outside, the temperature was tens of degrees below zero, but inside the cave, waves of heat were billowing out. This extreme temperature difference caused thick white fog to fill the cave entrance and the first section of the passage. Visibility dropped to its lowest point instantly. Even though some members of Qin Hai's team were holding torches, they could only barely see a range of about 2 or 3 meters around them. "Everyone, perk up and stay close." Qin Hai, who was walking at the front, gave a loud reminder and then began to arrange the team's formation with great skill. "De Kui, you lead the way with me. Xiao Yi, stand in the middle and keep watch on both sides. Little brother, you'll be the second to last. If there's any danger, just shoot an arrow, and we'll know which way it is." Qin Hai then turned to a burly team member and said, "Fifth brother, you're in charge of covering the rear. Follow behind the little brother." Upon hearing this arrangement, a hint of surprise flashed in Lin Han's eyes. He hadn't expected Qin Hai to be so kind-hearted. "Understood, boss." The burly man named Lao Wu walked behind Lin Han, patted the axe in his hand, and smilingly. "Brother, don't worry, go forward. I'll definitely call you if there's any danger." Lin Han smiled faintly, thanked him, and calmly took the crossbow in his hand. The group of 6 formed a long, single-file line and began to descend deeper into the rugged, slippery underground rift. As they descended, the thick white fog around them gradually thinned out. However, instead of the white fog, there was not the pitch-black darkness one might imagine, but rather a relatively gentle light. Lin Han turned his head and saw that the uneven rock walls on both sides were deeply embedded with a large number of stones that emitted a dazzling white light. The white light was not dazzling and had no color, but it emitted a comfortable warmth. "Don't look anymore, you can't dig out these stones," Qin Hai said without turning his head. "We tried it last time, and these glowing stones are completely integrated with the surrounding rock walls. They are so solid that even after an axe has dulled its edge, we couldn't knock off even half of them. The real light source is still further down." The column continued its silent advance downwards. The environment is becoming increasingly oppressive. Above you are sharp, upside-down stalactites, and under your feet are slippery puddles formed by melting snow and ice. The passage was sometimes wide and sometimes narrow, preventing the team from fully deploying their formation. What's even more terrifying is the omnipresent high temperature. Qin Hai and the others were wearing heavy winter clothes, which were now completely soaked with sweat. Everyone was panting heavily, and their nerves were on edge. Lin Han, however, remained completely unperspirant under the high fire resistance and constant temperature of the ice-scale armor, finding the temperature quite pleasant. After walking down for about 10 more minutes, the white light on both sides became so dazzling that we had to squint. Lin Han gripped the crossbow and walked second to last. All the way, he could clearly hear the heavy breathing of the 5th brother, who was half a meter behind him, and the plop sound of his feet stepping in puddles. However, just as the group was passing through a narrow rocky bend, The familiar panting and footsteps behind Lin Han suddenly disappeared. There was no warning. No screams. Not even the slightest sound of weapons falling or struggles. It was as if that burly man weighing over 180 pounds was wiped out by the air behind him the instant he stepped over the corner. Lin Han's pupils contracted sharply, and in the fraction of a second that the sound disappeared, he turned around alertly. All that could be seen were the stark white rock walls and the empty, slippery passageway. Half a meter away, there was no one in sight. The fifth brother had simply vanished into thin air. "Stop!" Lin Han shouted decisively. Qin Hai and the others in front stopped abruptly as if startled birds, and turned around abruptly. When the woman named Ono saw the empty passage behind Lin Han, her face turned deathly pale, and she instinctively gasped. "Where's fifth brother?" It suddenly disappeared right around that corner. Lin Han gripped his crossbow tightly, his tone unusually calm, his gaze fixed on the blinding white light behind him. An indescribable chill instantly shot from the soles of all team members' feet to the top of their heads. Even if they encounter a terrifying mutated creature, at least they can die knowing why. But the eerie feeling of seeing a living person vanish right under their noses without even seeing a shadow of the enemy completely shattered the team members' psychological defenses. "This place is too eerie. Boss, we can't go any further, we'll all die. Let's retreat." De Kuei's hands gripping his weapon trembled uncontrollably, his voice filled with fear. "Where to retreat to?" Qin Hai's eyes turned bloodshot. He roared and thrust out his spear to block their retreat. He knew very well that if the team lost their courage in the face of unknown terror, turning around and running away would be tantamount to leaving their backs to death, which would definitely trigger a one-sided massacre. "We must stabilize morale." Qin Hai suddenly turned around, facing the empty, pale passage behind him, and immediately assumed an exaggerated fighting stance. He gripped the spear tightly with both hands, his eyes wide open as if countless demons lurked in the darkness, and with all his might, he roared tragically and loudly. "The treacherous tricks of the abyss cannot stop the sacred fire that burns away evil. Our hearts are as firm as a rock, and we swear to defend the glory of light to the death." This incredibly embarrassing line suddenly exploded in the deathly quiet and oppressive tunnel. The veins on Qin Hai's forehead bulged, and an incomparably powerful fighting spirit erupted instantly, forcefully dispelling the despair and fear that permeated the team. "Form ranks!" Qin Hai roared. "Back to back, no one is allowed to be separated. Shrink the defensive circle to its smallest size. Even if we die, we must see clearly what is behind this. Charge down with me. We must find out what treasures are down there today." Under the terrifying aura emanating from Qin Hai's purple affix, several panicked team members forced themselves to bite their tongues to suppress their fear. The 5 people quickly stood back to back, forming a tight circle with no blind spots, and gritted their teeth to continue advancing deeper. Lin Han, who was secretly observing all of this, had a hint of admiration in his eyes. The fact that this team can remain rational even in dire circumstances shows they are truly battle-hardened. Under extreme mental pressure and suffocating vigilance, the group's formation resembled an iron barrel, struggling to move downwards. I don't know how much time passed. The passage ahead suddenly opened up, and a terrifying heat wave, almost suffocating, rushed towards us. The group rushed out of the narrow tunnel and arrived at an extremely large underground cavern. When they saw the scene before them, everyone, including Qin Hai, was so shocked that they held their breath. The walls of this vast cave were no longer covered with luminous objects embedded in the rock, but were instead covered with large patches of stones that emitted a blinding white light and astonishing heat. Chapter 67: The Bewitching Stone. A dead end? "What on earth is this thing?" De Kuei, panting heavily, wiped the sweat from his forehead and stared at the densely packed minerals on the cave walls, radiating blinding white light and astonishing heat, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. Everyone shook their heads. They had come all the way here in the scorching heat, and all they knew was that this thing was glowing and generating heat, but they had no idea what it was made of or what it was used for. De Kuei walked up to a rock wall and saw a stone with cracked edges that looked like it was about to fall off. He went over and gently tapped it with the handle of his axe. Clatter. The stone fell to the ground with a thud, and Dekui reached out and picked it up. Received, 1 bewitching stone. The next second, seeing the system notification pop up on his retina, he immediately turned to the others and excitedly shouted. The system says it's called something like bewitching stone. Ouch! Holy crap, it's so hot! This is what's generating heat! Upon hearing this, Qin Hai and the others' eyes lit up. Although they do not yet know the specific uses of the bewitching stone, this strange ore that can continuously emit high temperatures in extremely cold weather is an absolute treasure that can be exchanged for a huge amount of resources, just for its heat-generating function alone. Lin Han, who was standing at the back of the group, suddenly sharpened his eyes the moment he heard the words, bewitching stone. Bewitching stone. The core materials for building a constant temperature incubation room. Lin Han took a deep breath, suppressing his overwhelming joy, and sighed to himself. It's like finding a needle in a haystack, only to have it come to me without any effort. However, at this very moment, everyone was thrilled by the large expanse of bewitching stones before them. Hiss! A chilling, subtle friction sound suddenly came from above. Lin Han suddenly looked up, his gaze instantly locking onto the rock wall above. Red Shadow Lizard. Shadow Step, green instantaneous speed increased by 30%. The next second, hundreds and thousands of pairs of airy green vertical pupils opened simultaneously on the pale white rock wall. A chilling hissing sound instantly reverberated throughout the entire cave. Back off! Lin Han shouted in a low voice, instantly drawing his crossbow from his waist. But everything happened too fast. With a piercing whooshing sound, a dozen slender, dark red shadows on the rock wall instantly tore off their disguise. With the added power of the Shadow Strike attribute, they transformed into streaks of crimson lightning that were impossible to detect with the naked eye. Dekui, who was closest to the rock wall and still clutching the bewitching stone in his hand, couldn't even let out a complete scream before a shadow flashed past his neck. His burly body stiffened instantly, his throat was severed by extremely sharp claws, and blood gushed out. Immediately afterwards, 2 figures, like ghosts, bit into his shoulders, tearing off a large chunk of flesh. Dakui! Qin Hai's eyes were bloodshot with rage as he drew his spear. Kill these beasts! Avenge Dekui and Lao Wu! The remaining few quickly formed a defensive line back to back. However, there were simply too many of these red shadow lizards, and their speed was outrageous. They bounced back and forth between the rock walls and stalactites, constantly searching for weaknesses in the defenses. Just as a red shadow lizard leaped into the air towards Ono's face, about to succeed, a piercing sound of a bowstring vibrating rang out. A crossbow bolt pierced the crimson afterimage in midair with pinpoint accuracy. The immense kinetic energy sent the crimson shadow lizard crashing into the rock wall behind it. After a few struggles, it was completely dead. Ono broke out in a cold sweat and turned around in disbelief. Lin Han calmly held the crossbow, his fingers flying as he cocked, aimed, and fired, his movements fluid and efficient. Whoosh! 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 With the help of weakness insight, Lin Han was able to clearly capture the movement trajectory of the red shadow lizard. He almost never needed to aim deliberately. Every time he pulled the trigger, a red shadow lizard would inevitably fall to the ground. Qin Hai, who was struggling to defend himself in the front row, saw this scene and a look of shock flashed across his blood-stained face. This is actually the overwhelming power that someone with a white skill mark could exert? The accuracy was simply terrifying. He immediately looked at Lin Han with new respect. Even though Lin Han's killing efficiency was extremely high, more and more crimson shadow lizards emerged from all around the rock walls, their dense vertical pupils lighting up on the surrounding rocks like a green starry sky. The pressure on the defensive line increased dramatically, and the player's physical strength was being rapidly depleted. Damn it, I'll fight you to the death! Desperate, Qin Hai's eyes turned bloodshot. He plunged his spear into the skull of a crimson shadow lizard, then took a deep breath and roared deafeningly. Dark and greedy kin! Prepare to be punished by the holy flames! My blade is the spear that cuts through destiny. Tremble, you souls of the abyss! 3 consecutive lines of extremely silly dialogue exploded inside the cave. Qin Hai's attributes were instantly and forcibly increased to the maximum of 50%. He was like a tiger descending a mountain, forcefully carving out a vacuum zone from the approaching swarm of lizards. However, the good times didn't last long. Hiss! Just as Qin Hai was preparing to lead his team to break through, a sharp and terrifying scream suddenly came from the deepest part of the cave. In an instant, all the red shadow lizards that were frantically attacking around them stopped, as if they had heard some kind of command, and quickly retreated to the sides, respectfully lying down on the rock wall. Then, in the shadows at the end of the cave, a red shadow lizard, the size of an adult crocodile, and covered in dark red bone spurs, slowly walked out with heavy steps. Its vertical pupils, as if soaked in blood, coldly stared at the 4 humans surrounded in the center. With the appearance of the Lizard King, a terrifying pressure unique to first-order mutated creatures suddenly erupted. Clang! Ono slammed the axe in his hand heavily onto the ground. Under this absolute class suppression originating from the level of life, Qin Hai and his team members felt their breath catch in their throats, as if their bodies had fallen into an ice cellar. Their muscles stiffened completely due to instinctive fear, and they even lost the strength to lift their weapons. A dead end, a complete dead end. They were surrounded by a dense swarm of red shadow lizards, completely blocking their escape route. Directly ahead, the lizard exuding a terrifying aura was approaching with cold, unhurried steps, as if enjoying the desperate struggle of its prey before its death. Qin Hai was in despair. The anger on his face faded, replaced by a deep, bitter smile. He knew that no one would be able to leave this cave today. Brothers! Qin Hai, am so sorry for leading you all down this dead end. Qin Hai gave up resisting, turned his head bitterly, and looked at the team members behind him. Ono's eyes were red and swollen. She bit her lip, shook her head, and didn't say anything. She just closed her eyes in despair. Chapter 68 Crimson Shadow Lizard King, Instant Kill. Finally, Qin Hai turned his gaze to Lin Han, his eyes filled with deep regret. Young man, you are really capable. I underestimated you. It's a pity. I originally wanted to bring you into our territory. I'm sorry, this mess has ultimately dragged you down with me. After giving his last words, Qin Hai took a deep breath, forced his trembling legs to keep from kneeling, and prepared to face death. However, it was in this final, desperate moment that things were suffocating. Lin Han, who had been silently following at the back of the group, suddenly started walking. Under the astonished gazes of Qin Hai and the others, Lin Han remained calm and composed, casually passing Qin Hai, who had already given up resisting, and walked straight out from the back of the group. Are you crazy? Come back! Seeing Lin Han walk straight out from the back of the line, Qin Hai's eyes widened in horror, and he roared in despair. That's a creature far more terrifying in size than any other red shadow lizard. Qin Hai could sense that even with his attributes amplified, he might not last a single exchange against this monster. Right now, this young man with only white labels might not even be enough to fill a tooth gap if he walks up there. However, Lin Han seemed to have completely ignored Qin Hai's roar, steadily walking past the crowd and heading directly towards the Crimson Shadow Lizard King that exuded a terrifying aura. Hiss! The Crimson Shadow Lizard King looked at the human who dared to provoke it, a cruel mockery flashing in its eyes, and slowly opened its blood-red maw. But in the next second, Lin Han's eyes suddenly turned cold, and the aura of a first-tier revolver that he had been suppressing to the extreme was released without reservation at this moment. Boom! A terrifying pressure, far beyond what ordinary people could comprehend, instantly swept wildly outwards from Lin Han as the center. Just a moment ago, Qin Hai and the others were desperately waiting to die. Under this sudden and terrifying pressure, it was as if they had been hit in the chest by an invisible hammer, and even their breathing stopped completely. What's going on? Qin Hai's mouth dropped open, his mind completely blank. Faced with this aura, he even felt a sense of dread, like an ant looking up at a towering mountain. The once arrogant Crimson Shadow Lizard King, upon sensing this aura that posed a deadly threat, instantly lost its playful expression, replaced by intense vigilance and anxiety. It nervously flicked its tail, which was covered in bone spurs, and growled threateningly, but dared not pounce. Taking advantage of the Lizard King's momentary lapse in attention, Lin Han's gaze locked onto the Lizard King ahead. Red Shadow Lizard King. Level Tier 1. Concealment, blue when stationary, it can perfectly blend into the surrounding environment, greatly shielding itself from aura and heat detection. The moment Lin Han saw the panel, he immediately understood. Concealed. No wonder I couldn't detect its presence from the moment I entered, Lin Han calmly analyzed in his mind. Under the stunned gazes of Qin Hai and the others, Lin Han put the crossbow back to his waist, then pulled out a dagger that gleamed coldly from his leg wrappings. Then, he did something that no one could understand. Lin Han did not rush directly towards the Lizard King, but turned around and walked to the side of a red shadow lizard whose head he had previously shot with a crossbow bolt. Lin Han reached out and aimed at the corpse. Extraction successful. Obtained entry, fleeting shadow, green. Lin Han stood up and silently recited in his heart. Give, to oneself. Meanwhile, the already restless Crimson Shadow Lizard King felt greatly provoked when he saw this human dare to turn his back on him and rummage through the corpses of his own kind. Roar! The Lizard King was completely enraged. Its thick limbs exerted force, and its huge body instantly charged forward, accompanied by a pungent, fishy smell, as it frantically pounced on Lin Han. Hearing the commotion behind him, Lin Han slowly turned around. An extremely dazzling golden light suddenly rose from the blade of the dark blade dagger. Tier 1 light attributes skill, radiant flame. This sacred and supremely bright light instantly adhered to the surface of the dagger. Lin Han's eyes sharpened as he watched the Crimson Shadow Lizard King rush towards him. The next second, empowered by the Shadow Strike, attribute he had just been given, Lin Han's figure vanished from the spot at a speed several times more terrifying than that of the Crimson Shadow Lizard King. The Crimson Shadow Lizard King, which was charging towards Lin Han, only felt a blur before its eyes and completely lost track of its target. Before it could react, a beam of light, as bright as a shooting star in broad daylight, suddenly appeared above and to its side. Pfft! The dark-bladed dagger, burning with light, pierced through the Crimson Shadow Lizard King's proud, hard scales with ease, as if cutting through tofu, and disappeared into its neck at the root. The terrifying true penetrating damage erupted instantly, followed by the terrifying high temperature of the light flames raging directly inside the Lizard King's body. The Crimson Shadow Lizard King let out the most piercing and desperate scream of its life. Its massive body crashed heavily to the ground and rolled wildly. The wounds were scorched black by the flames, and the blood evaporated into a mist before it could even spurt out. After struggling for less than 3 seconds, the massive and imposing Crimson Shadow Lizard King convulsed and completely lost its life, its corpse still bearing the lingering platinum flames. Sold out instantly. Sold out instantly without any suspense. The Red Shadow Lizards, watching their invincible king being so easily slaughtered by this human in a single exchange, were now witnessing his brutal killing. The dense swarm of red shadow lizards that had been lurking on the surrounding rock walls, ready to pounce, suddenly let out terrified hisses. Under the terrifying aura of Lin Han, who was like a god of death, all the red shadow lizards' fighting spirit completely collapsed. They turned around and transformed into streaks of red afterimages, fleeing back to the dark crevices deep in the cave in a panic. In just over 10 seconds, the swarm of lizards that had just filled people with despair and suffocation vanished completely. The only sound in the vast underground cavern was the occasional burning sound coming from the Lizard King's corpse. Qin Hai, Xiao Yi, and the remaining team member were slumped in the center of the cave. They stared intently at the figure holding a dagger in the distance, their minds completely blank. Shocking, terrifying, unbelievable. All sorts of emotions completely destroyed their ability to think. However, what happened next left Qin Hai and the others, who were already incredulous, completely dumbfounded. Lin Han skillfully put away the dagger. Then, Lin Han pulled a pickaxe from his backpack and rushed to the rock wall covered with bewitching rocks. Bang! 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 With the power of terror at his command, Lin Han swung his pickaxe like a tireless and ruthless mining machine, frantically mining the strange rocks on the cliff face, sending stone chips flying and sparks flying everywhere. Received, 1 bewitching stone. Received, 5 bewitching stones. Received, 3 bewitching stones. Qin Hai, covered in blood, sat blankly on the ground, staring at the young man who had just saved everyone. Right now, he's bent over, enthusiastically chiseling stones into the wall. Chapter 69 Visiting. Inside the underground cave, stone chips flew everywhere. Lin Han chiseled off the most perfect bewitching stones from the rock wall one by one and stuffed them into his backpack. Then a notification popped up, ding! Backpack weight limit reached. Lin Han then stopped what he was doing, still feeling unsatisfied. He straightened up, turned his head to look at the huge corpse of the Crimson Shadow Lizard King lying not far away, pondered for a moment, and then decisively took out a few smaller bewitching stones from his backpack and threw them on the ground, making room for a few more compartments. He walked to the corpse of the Crimson Shadow Lizard King, extracted its entries, and then silently recited, "Decompose," in his mind. Decomposition successful. Received, 100 red shadow lizard meat. Obtained, 20 hardened crimson scales. Obtained, Tier 1 evolution core ×1. Looking at the reward notification in front of him, Lin Han nodded in satisfaction. This trip not only yielded the bewitching stone, but also a Tier 1 core for free, making it a truly lucrative venture. After doing all this, Lin Han turned his head and looked at Qin Hai and the other two, who were still standing in the center of the cave, as if they were petrified. Ahem, what's wrong? Aren't you going to collect some? This stuff is pretty good for heating and lighting too. Lin Han coughed lightly, breaking the silence. Upon hearing Lin Han's calm voice, Qin Hai and the other two were jolted awake as if from a dream. They looked at each other, their eyes still filled with extreme awe and fear. After all, the visual impact of Lin Han almost instantly killing the Crimson Shadow Lizard King was too strong. We'll pick them right now. Qin Hai swallowed hard, his voice still trembling slightly. He led Ono and another team member carefully to the rock face, where they began to work with tools to excavate some of the exposed rocks. However, the number of bewitching stones in this cave was so enormous that even after Lin Han had frantically mined them, the overall radiance and heat remained undiminished. Qin Hai and his group took out pickaxes and chiseled for a while before stopping. They were carrying the most basic white backpacks, with very few compartments, so they couldn't hold much at all. After filling his backpack, Qin Hai walked to Dekoi's body, his eyes slightly red. He remained silent for a long time, then sighed and said to the other two, "Take Brother Dekoi out of here. It's a pity about Xiao Wu, not even a trace of his remains was left behind." Ono nodded silently and, together with another team member, carried Dekoi's body on his back. Lin Han also walked over at this moment. Upon seeing this, Qin Hai immediately stood up straight and bowed deeply to Lin Han with utmost sincerity. "Young brother! I, Qin Hai, will never forget your great kindness today. If it weren't for your help, all of us would have perished here. It's just a matter of each getting what they need." Lin Han waved his hand and pointed to the ordinary red shadow lizard corpses on the ground. "Don't waste them, decompose these corpses as well." Qin Hai thanked him profusely once again, and quickly finished dissecting the remaining monster corpses. Afterwards, Qin Hai stood there, looking very conflicted. He gritted his teeth and thought for a while before finally raising his head. Qin Hai looked at Lin Han with anticipation. "Young brother, it's getting late, and this area isn't very safe at night. If you don't mind, why don't you come to our territory to rest for a while? It would give me a chance to properly treat you and thank you for saving my life." Lin Han glanced at his backpack, which was full of bewitching stones. He originally planned to head back directly, but then he thought that it wouldn't hurt to check out the ecosystem of other players' territories at this stage and also to find out about the surrounding situation. So he nodded slightly and agreed. The group followed the original path and walked out of the underground cave. The moment I stepped out of the cave, it was already completely dark outside. Without the sunlight, the terrifyingly low temperature swept in again, but fortunately, the area near the cave entrance remained warm. Most of the people who had gathered at the cave entrance to keep warm had dispersed, leaving only a few persistent solo players huddled around a few dying fires, occasionally peering into the misty cave entrance. Seeing Chin Hai and the others emerge from the thick fog, and with Ono carrying a mangled corpse on his back, the players were all startled and quickly gathered around. "Boss Chin, what happened?" A gaunt man stared at Dekue's corpse, his face filled with horror. Chin Hai sighed, his face full of heartache, and coldly glanced at everyone. "Those who want to live, stay away from this cave entrance. What's inside is far beyond what players can handle at this stage. Our team lost 2 elite members inside. If you think you're tough, you can go in and try." After saying that, Chin Hai ignored the group and led Lin Han straight into the depths of the forest. Only a few players remained by the campfire, looking at each other in bewilderment. Although their eyes showed fear, some still stared at the steaming hole, revealing an eager expression. After entering the forest, Lin Han slowed down his pace slightly. Suddenly, he felt Wang Cai's consciousness calling to him. Wang Cai had been wandering around the area for a long time, but still couldn't find Lin Han. Lin Han subtly used his consciousness to keep Wang Cai close to him and prevent it from showing itself. The next second, in the dark woods 100 meters away from Lin Han and the others, a huge white phantom silently flashed by. We trekked for about half an hour in the freezing night wind. Through the sparse tree trunks, Lin Han saw a large patch of bright firelight ahead. That is Chin Hai's territory. However, when he actually got closer, a clear look of surprise flashed in Lin Han's eyes. It was completely different from his vast third-tier territory. Chin Hai's second-level territory is not very large, and it is surrounded by only a simple wooden fence. But within this limited space, there were more than a dozen large and small wooden and stone shelters crammed together. A faint light shone from the windows of each shelter, and many torches were planted in the center of the territory, illuminating the entire camp. "Your territory seems to have quite a few people," Lin Han remarked casually after looking around. Chin Hai gave a wry smile and quickly explained. "Hey, it's just that it's too hard for solo players to survive in this kind of weather. I couldn't bear it, so I brought in people from the surrounding area. Everyone helps each other out. Some people are responsible for cutting down trees, and some are responsible for starting fires and cooking. Everyone does their job, which is better than fighting alone outside and freezing to death. Now there are 18 people in our territory." Ono, standing beside him, looked dejected and added in a low voice, "Now, there are only 16 left." Another oppressive silence followed. When they reached a short distance from the front of the territory, a small wooden house on the outermost edge suddenly made a noise. The wooden door was pushed open, and a little boy wrapped in a thick, tattered cotton coat peeked out. When the little boy could see who it was by the firelight, his eyes lit up instantly, and he shouted with delight at the top of his lungs. "It's Brother Chin! Brother Chin and the others are back safely! Everyone, come out quickly!" This clear shout instantly enlivened the previously quiet territory. More than a dozen doors were pushed open one after another, and men, women, young and old, all wrapped in winter clothes ran out, their eyes full of anticipation and joy as they greeted Chin Hai and his group. However, when the crowd surged closer and saw the mangled, cold corpse on Ono's back, the cheers throughout the territory came to an abrupt halt. A deathly silence fell over the crowd. Several players covered their mouths, tears welling up instantly. A sense of sorrow and despair spread rapidly through the crowd. "Don't look so gloomy!" With red eyes, Chin Hai clapped his hands suddenly, drawing everyone's attention. He forced himself to stay awake and shouted, "In this damned world, being alive is a victory! Dekue and Xiaowu sacrificed themselves for the territory. We must remember them forever!" With that, Chin Hai dumped all the dozens of pieces of crimson shadow lizard meat that he had dissected from his backpack onto the open ground in the center. Looking at the mountain of fresh mutated beast meat, the crowd's desire for survival was rekindled. "Not only did I bring back meat today, but I also want to give you all a special introduction to a benefactor. Qin Hai stepped aside with utmost respect, letting Lin Han pass first. Young brother! If it weren't for his rescue today, you would never have seen us again. He is the savior of our entire territory. Upon hearing this, everyone in the territory looked at Lin Han with extreme gratitude and awe, bowing repeatedly in thanks. It was nothing, don't mention it. Lin Han waved his hand casually, looking at the group of young and old in front of him, and said with a smile. Chapter 70 Dependent Territories. Under Qin Hai's arrangement, the group buried De Kuei's body in a patch of frozen soil behind the territory. Then, a huge bonfire was lit in the center of the territory. Everyone sat around the fire, with sizzling lizard meat skewered on sticks, the aroma filling the air. Qin Hai, holding a bowl of melted snow water, stood up and delivered a passionate speech, calling on everyone to continue to unite and help each other, and once again solemnly expressed his gratitude to Lin Han. After sitting down, Qin Hai looked at Lin Han and suddenly asked, I still don't know your name, brother? Lin Han turned to look at Qin Hai and blurted out, Lin Han. This sounds familiar. Come on, brother Lin Han, have some. Qin Hai laughed heartily and handed the roasted meat to Lin Han. Night was falling. After eating and drinking their fill, everyone went to Lin Han's side to thank him before returning to their shelters to rest. The bustling campsite returned to deathly silence. Beside the blazing, enormous fire, only Lin Han and Qin Hai remained. The firelight illuminated Qin Hai's face, which was etched with weariness and vicissitudes. He stared at the leaping flames for a long time, then took a deep breath, as if he had made some extremely difficult decision. Qin Hai silently stood up, walked into his house, and then came out with his backpack. He walked up to Lin Han, pushed his backpack towards him, and his eyes revealed a resolute determination. Brother Lin Han, I have a favor to ask. This is a small token of my appreciation. Inside are some rare materials and mutated beast pelts. Although I know these are nothing to you, without you, we would all be dead, and the others in this territory wouldn't live long either. Please accept these things. Lin Han looked at the backpack on the ground, his expression calm, and without any hesitation, he put it away. Seeing Lin Han's decisive and straightforward manner, Qin Hai's awe deepened. He took a deep breath, turned to look at the makeshift shelters in the distance, and said bitterly, Young man, that lizard today really woke me up. My so-called purple affix might not be as powerful as I thought. I want to live, and everyone in this territory wants to live. At this point, Qin Hai lowered his head with utmost sincerity. I'm willing to relinquish my lordship authority. Just say the word, and everything in this territory is yours. Stay here and lead us to survival. Lin Han didn't even lift an eyelid when faced with Qin Hai's request. He poked at the fire in front of him, his tone extremely indifferent. Not interested. Qin Hai suddenly raised his head, his face full of astonishment. I have my own territory. Lin Han looked at the leaping flames, his voice completely calm. Besides, I don't bring people who are useless to me. However, after experiencing the baptism of life and death, Qin Hai did not feel humiliated by those words. Instead, his eyes held a last glimmer of hope. Brother Lin Han, we don't need you to take us to your territory. Nor do we need you to stay here. We only hope to receive your protection. We are willing to become your vassal territory. I can submit an application to you in my own name. We will stay here, support ourselves, and regularly send you tribute. We only ask that you accept us as your vassal territory, under your name. Qin Hai's tone was extremely humble. He knew all too well how cruel this world was. Once he could latch onto the coattails of this mysterious big shot, what did he care about dignity anymore? Hearing Qin Hai's words, Lin Han raised an eyebrow slightly. Before he could even speak, a crisp system notification suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Received a request for a subordinate territory from player Qin Hai. Do you agree? Lin Han clicked on the system notification. A system agreement popped up instantly, clearly listing the details of the subordinate territories. 1. Subordinate territories shall submit 15% of their total output, including basic resources such as timber, stone, and food daily. The system will automatically deduct this amount and transfer it to the main territory's warehouse. 2. All map information, resource points, terrain, enemy locations, etc., discovered in the subordinate territories will be synchronized to the main territory in real time. 3. Technologies that have been unlocked in the main territory can be used directly in subordinate territories. Permissions can be set in the main territory. 4. Both members automatically enter the same subchannel for easier communication. 5. When either party is attacked, the other party will receive a system alert notification. 6. The main territory will not attack subordinate territories on its own initiative, nor will it allow other subordinate or allied territories to attack it. 7. The principal territory may unilaterally terminate the subordinate relationship at any time. Lin Han quickly scanned the terms, a hint of boredom flashing in his eyes. The 15% basic resource contribution is barely worth mentioning. As for intelligence and technology sharing, it holds no real appeal for him. Just as Lin Han was about to casually close the panel and refuse, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Etc. Lin Han paused. He recalled the stringent conditions for upgrading his territory from level 3 to level 4. Territory resident population, 2/10 not met. What if Qinghai's territory becomes a subordinate territory? According to the underlying logic of the system, the ownership of subordinate territories belongs to the main territory. So wouldn't these 16 players become his permanent residents in name only? Thinking of this, a barely perceptible glint of light finally flashed in Lin Han's usually calm eyes. Lin Han closed the agreement details and looked at Qinghai, who was anxiously standing across the fire, barely daring to breathe. Since you've put it this way, I'll give you a chance. After saying that, Lin Han moved his mind and directly pressed the agree button in front of him. Upon hearing this, Qinghai breathed a sigh of relief as if he had been completely exhausted, and his face broke into an expression of extreme joy. Thank you, brother Lin Han. From now on, the lives of our territory belong to you. Just as Qinghai was overjoyed and bowed in gratitude, a dazzling golden notification popped up on the system panel in front of him. Congratulations! Your territory has been successfully bound to your main territory. Lord information has been updated, please check. Main territory level, Tier 3 territory. Lord Pioneer Lin Han. The smile on Qinghai's face froze completely the moment his gaze fell upon the title in front of Lin Han. A pioneer? Lin Han? Lin Han? Lin Han, who has been the talk of the town among all players since day one. Lin Han, the first evolved being on Earth? Qinghai felt as if all the blood in his body had completely reversed at that moment. His scalp was tingling to the extreme, and his brain exploded. He stiffly raised his head, staring intently at the young man in front of him as if he had seen a ghost. Qinghai thought he had latched onto a powerful figure today. But he never dreamed that he had grabbed onto the biggest leg in the world. Chapter 71 Entry Fusion. Outside Qinghai's territory. As the night deepened, Qinghai watched Lin Han prepare to leave, his eyes filled with undisguised awe. Seeing Lin Han preparing to leave, Qinghai rubbed his hands together and respectfully tried to persuade him to stay. Brother Lin Han, no, Lord! I see that your territory is far from here, and it's pitch black outside. Why don't you stay here tonight and set off again tomorrow at dawn? Hearing Qinghai's seamless switch in address, Lin Han couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. No. After saying that, Lin Han didn't explain further, but simply waved casually towards the dark and deep forest. The next second, Qinghai's terrified gaze suddenly widened. A huge figure suddenly emerged from the dark forest. Accompanied by a suffocating sense of terrifying oppression, a massive mutated wolf silently stepped out of the forest. The giant wolf's eerie green eyes gleamed with a cold, ferocious light in the night. Faced with this aura, Qinghai felt his hair stand on end and his legs go weak uncontrollably. My lord, beware! My blade! Seeing Qinghai start shouting his cringy lines again, Lin Han quickly stopped him. Qinghai was somewhat surprised, but he saw no sign of panic on Lin Han's face. So Qinghai looked again at the white wolf that was slowly walking towards him. He instinctively felt that if the white wolf wanted to kill him, it would only need to raise its paw slightly to tear him to shreds instantly. Under Qinghai's gaze, the terrifying beast obediently walked to Lin Han's side and affectionately nuzzled Lin Han's palm with its huge head. Lin Han nimbly flipped onto the wolf's back, looking down at Qinghai. As if suddenly remembering something, he instructed him. I don't want any outsiders to go into that underground cave that produces the bewitching stones again, understand? Qinghai suddenly came to his senses and swallowed hard. Upon hearing Lin Han's words, he immediately pounded his chest loudly and guaranteed. Lord, rest assured. I, Qinghai, swear on my life that I will guard that mine to the death and never let any outsiders set foot in. Okay, I'm leaving. Lin Han nodded in satisfaction and patted Wang Kai. With a burst of strength from its limbs, Wang Cai's massive body leaped lightly into the vast darkness. Just as Lin Han had run a short distance away, suddenly, from the direction of the territory behind them, came Qinghai's powerful, hoarse roar, emanating from the depths of his being. Respectfully bidding farewell to our Lord. May the holy flames illuminate your path to conquering the abyss. We swear to defend your land to the death. Lin Han, who was sitting on the wolf's back, suddenly twitched his lips and nearly stumbled off Wang Kai. He sighed speechlessly. Why did this guy seem to be addicted to spouting those melodramatic lines? Could it be that he was too immersed in the role? After leaving Qinghai's territory, the surroundings were completely plunged into pure darkness where one could not see their own hand in front of their face. To get a clear view of the terrain, Lin Han pulled out a bewitching stone he had dug up in the mine from his backpack. As soon as it was taken out, the bewitching stone emitted a dazzling, pure white light, instantly illuminating the dark path in the forest. The astonishing heat emanating from the bewitching stone quickly dispelled the condensed cold air in the surrounding area. With this light source, Wang Cai's running pace in the dense forest became smoother. Sitting steadily on the wolf's back, Lin Han's thoughts began to settle, and he directly opened his personal panel. Actually, this was before we faced the Crimson Shadow Lizard King in the underground cave. The instant he extracted the fleeting shadow entry, Lin Han keenly sensed that his knowledge of all things seemed to have undergone some strange change. However, the situation was urgent at the time, and I later went to Qinghai's territory, so I didn't have time to check it carefully. The classification of entries by the all-knowing expert is very rigorous. Those entries that he extracted but did not assign to yet are all quietly stored in the entry library. Only the terms he chooses to assign to himself will be displayed directly on his personal panel. Now Lin Han's personal panel is a colorful display with all sorts of entries. However, his gaze froze when he looked at the panel. On the entry panel, 4 entries were emitting a peculiar resonance, constantly flashing and highlighting on the panel. The 4 entries are Hunter, white, swift shadow, blue, light as a feather, green, and flash shadow, green. Seeing the 4 flashing entries, Lin Han had an idea. He tentatively reached out his finger and gently pressed one of them on the virtual panel. The next second, a crisp notification sound rang in my mind. Highly similar terms have been detected in the current panel. The core talent mechanism has been triggered. The underlying rules can be parsed and reconstructed, separating and merging similar terms to elevate them into new, higher quality terms. Do you wish to merge them? Lin Han's eyes lit up. The merging of cognate terms? Confirm fusion! Lin Han issued the command without hesitation. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 flashing entries on the entry panel instantly moved out of their original positions. They transformed into 4 orbs of light of different colors in the air, and began to intertwine and merge rapidly. Not long after, a deep purple light slowly emerged in the air. Fusion successful. New entry obtained, Wine Chaser, purple. Lin Han held his breath and stared intently. Wind Chaser, purple, permanently increases movement speed by 40%, completely ignores terrain slowdown, expands perception range by 30%, and doubles speed at the start. Looking at the brand new effect of this term, Lin Han couldn't help but gasp. The combined term is far more powerful than a single term. The constant 40% movement speed bonus is already terrifying, but when you add the ability to ignore terrain's slowdowns and double the initial speed, it's just too brutal. Having tasted success, Lin Han excitedly began to examine the encyclopedia of all things again. However, after careful examination, he regretfully discovered that, whether due to the excessive number of extracted white entries or the overly complex categories, none of the entries in the database could produce a fusion reaction. It seems that this kind of fusion of terms not only requires terms of the same type or origin, but also requires a very high degree of compatibility between the terms themselves. Lin Han reluctantly closed the system panel. At this moment, Wansai's pace gradually slowed down, and it had already returned to the vicinity of the territory. Lin Han sat on the wolf's back, raised his head, and naturally looked towards his territory. However, when the entire territory came into view, Lin Han was suddenly stunned. He even rubbed his eyes, somewhat unable to believe his eyes. I was only gone for a day, so how come this territory seems to have changed again? Chapter 72 Server-wide Announcement. The countdown to the polar night begins in 7 days. Lin Han flipped off Wansai's back and stepped into the territory. At this moment, within the territory, Fang Jian was standing in front of a newly built house, hammering and tinkering, with a torch stuck in the ground beside him. Fang Jian was constantly adjusting the outline and details of the building's edges. Hearing the noise behind him, Fang Jian turned around. When he saw who it was, an excited smile immediately appeared on his face, and he waved quickly. "Brother Lin Han, you're back!" Lin Han nodded slightly, walked to Fang Jian's side, pointed to the several neatly arranged, completely unfamiliar new buildings around the fence, and asked, "Did you build all of these?" Upon hearing Lin Han ask about his masterpiece, Fang Jian immediately perked up. He enthusiastically led Lin Han to the nearest wooden house and introduced it. "Brother Lin, this is a storage room. I've divided it into areas specifically for storing basic materials and food. I noticed those storage boxes were taking up too much space in your room, so from now on we can store all our supplies here." Lin Han nodded. He hadn't cared about these things when he lived alone before, but as he accumulated more and more materials, he would indeed need a dedicated place to store them. Then, Fang Jian pointed to a semi-open building next to him, with a neatly arranged stone stove inside, and said with a hint of pride, "This is a kitchen I specially built. I've set up all the facilities inside. But Brother Lin Han, you might not believe it, but when I finished building it, I discovered that food cooked in this kitchen can increase the stamina recovery speed by an extra 10%. Lin Han raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. "It even comes with its own beneficial buff?" Fang Jian's ability in construction has indeed exceeded his expectations time and time again. Finally, Lin Han's gaze fell on a very small building in the far corner. The entrance to this building is 3 or 4 meters high, and its area is larger than Lin Han's own shelter. At this moment, Wang Kai was also circling around the huge building, sniffing it from time to time, seemingly very curious. Lin Han pointed to the large building and asked, "What about this? What's it used for?" Fang Jian scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly and chuckled dryly. "This is the nest I built for Wang Kai. But halfway through, I suddenly worried that Wang Kai might not want to live anywhere else. But the materials have already been filled in, so I've been hesitating about whether to convert it into another building." Upon hearing this, Lin Han couldn't help but chuckle. He turned his head, looked at the giant wolf swaying to the side, and casually asked, "Wang Kai, are you satisfied with this house?" Upon hearing that this was a nest built for him, Wang Kai immediately perked up his ears. It eagerly poked its enormous head into the opening, circled around inside, and then backed out, wagging its tail at Lin Han with great satisfaction, letting out a pleasant low growl. Lin Han turned to Fang Jian and said, "No need to change it, just keep it for Wang Kai." Upon hearing this, Fang Jian breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, Wang Kai suddenly came over, its huge head pressed right next to Fang Jian, and even nudged his arm with its wet nose, clearly very satisfied with the contractor who built it for him. Seeing the first two white wolves so close at hand, Fang Jian was so frightened that his whole body stiffened, and he dared not move. But after a few seconds of stalemate, he realized that the terrifying giant wolf did not show any aggression. On the contrary, it seemed to be trying to please him. Fang Jian then mustered up her courage and cautiously reached out to gently touch Wansai's neck. Since evolving to the first tier, Wansai's fur has become exceptionally soft and feels wonderful to the touch. Fang Jian gradually overcame his fear and became bolder. He couldn't help but stroke her for a few more times, and a somewhat addicted expression appeared on his face. While petting the wolf, Fang Jian suddenly remembered something and looked up to ask, "By the way, Brother Lin, a new sub-channel suddenly appeared in my system panel today, and a lot of people have joined it, all shouting 'Long live the Lord' and stuff like that. What's going on?" Lin Han casually replied, "It's nothing. Today, when I went to the cave, I encountered a team from a level 2 territory, and I took them in as an affiliated territory." Upon hearing these casual words, Fang Jian's hand, which was stroking the wolf, suddenly stopped, and his eyes lit up. "Brother Lin Han, this is way too exaggerated. In the short time it took to go out, he actually subjugated a territory with more than a dozen people and made it his vassal state." Immediately afterwards, Lin Han flipped his wrist and took off the backpack. Splash! With a dull thud, a large pile of ore was dumped on the ground. In an instant, a dazzling, pure white light burst forth, illuminating the originally dark territory as if it were daytime. At the same time, an astonishing heat wave spread outwards, instantly dispelling the biting cold within the territory. What is this?" Fang Jian was so startled by the blinding white light and high temperature that he took 2 steps back. "Bewilderment stone. The core material for building a constant temperature cultivation greenhouse." Lin Han shared the blueprints directly with Fang Jian. "The materials have all been gathered. It's quite late today, so let's stop here. We can build this constant temperature incubation room tomorrow, and those seeds can finally be put to use. Oh right, I remember there's some iron ore in the warehouse. We'll need 500 iron ingots to upgrade our territory, so let's get it out as soon as possible." Fang Jian looked at Lin Han and nodded repeatedly. "No problem, leave it to me." The next morning, Lin Han woke up right on time from his sleep. With the added benefit of the sleepiness attribute, he not only falls asleep extremely quickly and has exceptionally high sleep quality, but his wake-up time also becomes more precise. He stretched his limbs, pushed open the wooden door of the shelter, and went outside. However, when he stood outside, he couldn't help but frown. According to normal schedules and time calculations, it should be early morning, but there is still no light in the sky. It was still pitch black, with only the firelight shining through the window. "Why isn't it dawn yet? Is it going to snow heavily again?" Lin Han looked up at the dark sky, a shadow of gloom rising in his heart. And so, they remained in the darkness for an unknown amount of time. Finally, a sliver of light managed to tear through the horizon. The sun finally climbed above the horizon, and everything returned to normal. Seeing the sun rise as usual, Lin Han breathed a slight sigh of relief. At this moment, Fang Jian was busy working in the workshop, and Lin Han was about to go and check on the situation. But at this very moment, a server-wide announcement suddenly exploded in the ears of all players without warning. Server-wide announcement. Countdown to the arrival of the polar night, 7 days. Chapter 73 Rules of Survival in the Polar Night. Server-wide announcement. Countdown to the arrival of the polar night, 7 days. Duration of polar night, 30 days. The rules for survival in the polar night have been updated as follows. 1. During the polar night, the lack of sunlight causes a precipitous drop in base temperature, increasing the rate of fuel consumption for all fires by 100%. 2. As darkness engulfs the land, the light-fearing monsters known as Nightmare will awaken from the shadows. They lurk on the edge of darkness, accompanied by whispers powerful enough to shatter sanity. 3. Prolonged exposure to the whispers of the nightmare will cause players to suffer mental breakdowns, develop deadly hallucinations, and ultimately go completely insane. Always keep firelight on your territory and promptly eliminate any nightmare approaching your area. Nightmares are born from the abyss, and the long night is silenced by the pulse of ancient beings. In this 30-day realm of darkness, may your flame never be extinguished. Dead silence. Within seconds of the announcement ending, the entire endless forest seemed to fall into a deathly silence even deeper than before the arrival of an extreme blizzard. Immediately afterwards, all the chat channels were plunged into unprecedented madness and despair. A 100% increase in fuel consumption? Are you kidding me? My current wood supply can't even keep up with my normal daily needs. If it doubles, what am I supposed to burn? My life? What the hell is nightmare? It can even attack mines? This game clearly doesn't intend for us to survive. 30 days. A full 30 days without seeing the sun. Forget monsters, this oppressive environment alone could drive a person insane. Damn it, I'm not playing anymore. I'm going to have a tug-of-war with the roof beams using my neck. Who's near me? Coordinates, XXX, please, everyone gather some wood and form an alliance, otherwise we'll all die in the darkness. I'm quitting. Why did Blizzard manage to survive this, and then release this garbage? Let me go back. Faced with this sudden death announcement, countless people's psychological defenses completely collapsed. During those 30 days without light, the physical oppression and the mental erosion created a perfect double dead end. At this moment, a biting wind howled through Lin Han's territory. Lin Han stood outside the door, looking up at the dim, pale sun in the sky, which seemed to be swallowed up at any moment, and remained silent for a long time. In the workshop not far away, Fan Jian was still holding a piece of iron ore that hadn't been put into the furnace, standing frozen in place, completely dumbfounded. Fan Jian's voice trembled uncontrollably. Brother Lin Han, 30 days without seeing the sun, fuel costs doubled, and there's that nightmare thing, can we make it through? Lin Han slowly withdrew his gaze, his eyes showing no trace of panic or confusion. When he looked at Fan Jian was also staring at the dim sun, a hint of panic on his face. Stop looking at it, the sun won't shine any brighter just because you're staring at it. Lin Han walked over to Fan Jian and patted him on the shoulder. Now that the rules have been set, there's no point in complaining. Just follow the plan and do what you're supposed to do. Fan Jian watched Lin Han's retreating figure, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and continued smelting iron. Lin Han took out the bewitching stones that he had brought back yesterday, which emitted a soft glow and warmth from the storage box. With the greenhouse framework drawn by Fan Jian and the basic materials collected earlier, Lin Han immediately began constructing the constant temperature cultivation greenhouse. The winds outside were getting stronger and stronger, and the light of day was dimming at a visible speed, as if these 7 days were also a countdown to the passing of light. Finally, with the addition of the last piece of material, a cultivation greenhouse occupying a large area in the lower right corner of the territory rose from the ground within the territory. As Lin Han embedded the largest bewitching stones into the energy tank of the cultivation room, the entire interior of the building instantly lit up with an extremely dazzling white light. Lin Han pushed open the door and went inside. The moment the door closed, the cold outside and the howling wind were completely shut out. Inside the cultivation room, the bewitching stone not only emits a light as bright as day, but also releases a stable and comfortable temperature. In this world where everyone is insecure, this place is like an Eden that doesn't belong to this cruel dimension. After taking a quick look, Lin Han immediately went outside and dug up a large pile of soil from the forest. He then immediately rushed into the planned planting area with great enthusiasm, wielding a hoe to quickly loosen the soil. After completing all the preparations, Lin Han carefully scattered the seeds in different areas. Cabbage, tomatoes, potatoes, and wheat. Then, he took the purified water from the water purifier and watered the newly planted seeds evenly. This is the power of a constant temperature cultivation chamber. It requires no tedious daily maintenance, and no need to consider any planting issues. As long as the energy of the magic stone is maintained and the initial water and soil are provided, all the seeds will grow healthily. As the last drop of water seeped into the soil, Lin Han brought up the control panel of the constant temperature cultivation room to check the growth status of the crops. Reduction in the nursery. Potato seeds, currently in good condition. Estimated maturity time, 50 days, after benefiting from 30% growth reduction in the incubation room. Wheat seeds, currently in good condition. Estimated maturity time, 90 days, after benefiting from 30% growth reduction in the nursery. Looking at the long countdown progress bar on the panel, Lin Han's originally relaxed brows furrowed slightly. Even with the support of the cultivation room, and even if the external environment is extremely harsh, it will not affect this place. However, the objective laws of plant growth are still an insurmountable barrier. The fastest cabbage takes 40 days to grow, but the polar night that follows will last for 30 days. This means that once the polar night arrives, these crops will be unable to provide any real help. It's still taking too long. Lin Han secretly pondered. It seems I need to find another way to solve the problem of food consumption, or, in this endless forest, find something that can break this growth pattern. Just as Lin Han was looking at the planting area in front of him, pondering a way to break the deadlock. Bang! The door to the incubation room was suddenly pushed open roughly. Fang Jian was covered in soot and smoke, his eyebrows were half burned off, and he looked like a wild man who had appeared out of nowhere. But his eyes shone brightly against his dark face, and he held up an iron ingot in his hand. Fang Jian was so excited that his voice even cracked, echoing in the quiet incubation room. Brother Lin Han! 500 units! A full 500 units of iron ingots! All refined! Chapter 74 Level 4 Territory. The Tribal Era. Lin Han turned around, looked at the excellent quality refined iron ingot in Fang Jian's hand, and then glanced at his tired yet somewhat excited expression, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. 500 units? They're all gathered so quickly? Lin Han knew the iron smelting process was complicated. Even with the help of the entry, it was absolutely impossible for Fang Jian to produce 500 iron ingots in such a short time by himself with a primary furnace. Fang Jian scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly and grinned. Brother Lin Han, I didn't do this alone. I just saw that there were only 7 days left until the polar night countdown, and I was worried that it would delay your upgrade to a level 4 territory, so I asked in the auxiliary channel. As it turned out, a guy named Xin Hai was really enthusiastic, so I shared the furnace blueprints with him. I was originally planning to buy some iron ore myself and send it to them, but who knew they would just buy a batch of ore themselves through the trading channel. We started working on both sides at the same time, and that's how we managed to gather those 500 iron ingots. After listening to Fang Jian's explanation, Lin Han nodded in satisfaction. Without having to do everything themselves, the massive population base is gradually being transformed into real productivity, which is the right direction for the territory's development. Well done! Lin Han patted Fang Jian on the shoulder and casually brought up the system panel. The wood, stone, and 500 iron ingots needed for the upgrade, along with the independent buildings and permanent residents, are all currently lit up. Let's go outside. Lin Han, along with Fang Jian and Wang Kai, who had come over after hearing the commotion, arrived at the open space outside the fence. Although the sun was shining brightly, there was no warmth to be felt in the sky. Lin Han took a deep breath of the cold air, focused his mind on the word upgradable on the panel, and then pressed it heavily. Boom! As Lin Han's fingertip fell, the massive amount of resources piled up in the territory instantly transformed into dazzling streams of light. The earth began to tremble violently, and the first thing to change was the size of the territory. Just like before, it remained an invisible barrier, spreading wildly in all directions with overwhelming force. Those giant trees, hundreds of meters tall and bearing witness to countless ages, vanished silently into thin air the instant the barrier touched them. Fang Jian stared blankly at the shocking scene. Before Fang Jian could recover from the visual shock of this earth-shattering transformation, the physical reorganization within the territory reached its climax. The fire that was originally located in the main house was extinguished instantly, and then the level 3 fire pit was also instantly disintegrated. But at that moment, the land in the center of the territory suddenly rose up. countless boulders intertwined to form a 2-meter-high black stone fire platform with an extremely wide and heavy base, from which flames instantly ignited. At this moment, the core of the bonfire was suspended in the flames, bursting out with rolling heat waves. At the same time, the 500 units of refined iron ingots transformed into countless streams of light, plunging deep into the ground to form pipes. These pipes intertwine underground, eventually converging beneath the Blackrock Fire Tower to precisely deliver its heat to every building within the territory. The reinforced wooden fence rose from the ground with a roar, transforming into a stone and wood composite city wall that was 4 meters high and 1.5 meters wide. Its exterior was still covered with spikes, but its overall structure was much sturdier. On top of the city wall, several heavy defensive ballistae that required manual stringing automatically took shape, their thick bolts pointing diagonally at the endless forest outside the wall. Lin Han's original reinforced wooden house was also rebuilt into a sturdy 2-story building. Ding! Territory upgrade successful. Current level, level 4. New territory feature unlocked, Territory Insight. Territory Insight requires the construction of a watchtower to activate. Scans the fixed area, dispelling the fog of war and accurately marking survival resources and potential threats within the scanned area. Scan range, accuracy, and cooldown time will evolve as the territory level increases. New buildings unlocked in the territory: watchtower, heavy defensive ballista, stone and timber composite wall. Meanwhile, within Qin Hai's territory, Qin Hai and a dozen others were slumped on the ground, their faces covered in soot from the furnace, panting heavily from exhaustion. Upon receiving the commission from the main territory, Qin Hai took it very seriously, and immediately mobilized everyone to help. Just then, a notification sound rang in the minds of Qin Hai and all his subordinates. Announcement from affiliated territories: your main territory has advanced beyond its previous era and has officially been promoted to a Tier 4 territory, clan. Lord's blessing arrives. Your territory has unlocked the ability to build heavy defensive ballistae. Lord's blessing arrives. Your territory has unlocked the permission to upgrade stone and wood composite walls. Qin Hai sprang to his feet, staring intently at the information on the panel, his breathing instantly becoming heavy. Level 4 territory? Tribal era! Everyone in the territory stared in astonishment at Qin Hai, who was overcome with ecstasy. Ha! I knew it! Helping the Lord with his work would definitely be a win-win situation. Qin Hai's eyes were no longer filled with the weariness he had shown before. He immediately shared the blueprints for the ballista and city walls in the territory channel, roaring, "The Lord has taken us to new heights! Everyone stop resting, get to work immediately and arm our territory! Prepare for the arrival of the polar night!" Upon seeing the deadly defensive weapon, everyone in Qin Hai's territory erupted in hysterical cheers. At this moment, their loyalty to Lin Han reached an unprecedented level. The light gradually faded. Lin Han pushed open the sturdy door, and a wave of heat instantly hit him. Although the fire inside the house had died down, the pipes running beneath were still drawing heat from the Blackstone fire pit. Ascend the spacious lobby to the second floor, which is designed as a private space. Not only have the living facilities become more complete, but there is also an additional balcony that extends outwards. Outside, Fang Jian stared blankly at the makeshift shelter he had casually built. At this moment, his house and workshop were all reinforced with stones and logs, and a faint warmth emanated from the walls. This is practically a fortress. Fang Jian was so excited that he was almost incoherent. Wang Kai, standing to the side, was extremely excited. The rapid expansion of its territory finally gave it a wide space to move around. Since evolving to the first tier, due to its increased size, Wang Kai no longer dared to run wild in its territory. But at this moment, it took off running and frolicking on the flat ground, letting out bursts of joyful wolf howls. At this moment, in an area far from Lin Han's territory, a cold wind howled, sweeping through the lush vegetation. In this climate where even wild beasts hibernate, a disheveled and unkempt man walks alone through the snow. He held a rough wooden stick in his hand, and with each step he kept slapping the surrounding vegetation to clear a path for himself. What's striking is that the man has a strange container made of some kind of unknown crystal hanging precariously from his waist. Looking through the semi-transparent outer shell of the container, one could see a small but incredibly tenacious flame burning inside. At the very bottom of that flame lay a fire core. The man was walking forward, his steps uneven. Suddenly, he seemed to sense some faint fluctuation and stopped in his tracks. He slowly turned his stubble-covered face, his cloudy eyes fixed on his right. That's the location of Lin Han's territory. After a long silence, the man murmured in a hoarse voice. Level 4, territory? The next second, without any hesitation, the man decisively changed direction. He dragged the strange container holding the hearth of the bonfire, and strode quickly toward Lin Han's territory. Chapter 75 Fang Mu's Gratitude. While fierce winds raged outside the territory, a different scene unfolded inside the towering stone walls. Wang Kai ran wildly across the vacant land, which had expanded several times in size. Fan Jian stood inside his house, stroking the warm walls again and again as if caressing a priceless treasure, his face full of silly grins. Lin Han stood on the second-floor balcony, looking down at the vibrant territory below. His relaxed mood suddenly turned slightly somber the moment he brought up the system warehouse panel. Current resource reserves, 2,120 wood, 85 stone, 3 iron ingots. In order to upgrade to a level 4 tribe, the massive amount of basic resources accumulated before were almost completely depleted. Leaving aside the iron ingots and stone, the depletion of timber reserves at this critical juncture, with only 7 days left until the polar night, is absolutely a fatal sign. Lin Han opened the trading channel, and the screen before him confirmed his worries. With the announcement of the polar night rule that would increase fuel consumption by 100%, the entire trading market has completely collapsed and descended into a distorted frenzy. I need timber. I'll trade a fine iron axe for 100 units of timber. If that's not enough, I'll add 10 gene of animal meat. I trade my life for wood. I have a basic trap blueprint, just needed for a week's worth of fuel. Coordinates XXX, meet me in person. Stop dreaming. 30 days of polar night, who has enough wood to burn? Timber is life now, I wouldn't trade it for any amount of meat. Panic is spreading rapidly in the market. Timber, which is usually the cheapest and easiest to obtain, has now become a priceless treasure that all players are holding on to tightly, and refusing to let go of. Even if Lin Han were to use high-grade mutated beast meat to smash things, he would definitely not be able to obtain enough wood to support the massive consumption of the polar night in a short period of time. Buying won't work, we have to do it ourselves. Lin Han turned off the control panel and subconsciously glanced at the territory. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Wang Kai, who was frolicking and rolling around in the snow. It would be a terrible waste to use a first-tier mutated creature as a mount. A wicked smile slowly crept onto Lin Han's lips. Wang Kai, who was rolling around in the snow, suddenly shuddered and shivered violently. It looked up somewhat blankly, only to meet Lin Han's malicious gaze from the second-floor balcony. An ominous premonition instantly enveloped it. Lin Han turned and went downstairs, walking to Fan Jian's side and whispering a few words of advice. Fan Jian was stunned for a moment after hearing this, then looked at Wang Kai with shining eyes as if he were looking at a treasure. He nodded repeatedly, then turned and went into the workshop to get to work. A moment later, Lin Han walked up to Wang Kai carrying a large piece of succulent roasted meat. Eat up, eat more, you'll have to work hard later. Lin Han fed Wang Kai while stroking its head. Wang Kai, who is usually the most enthusiastic about cooking, suddenly found the roasted meat in his mouth tasteless, and even chewed it rather cautiously. Not long after, Fan Jian came over dragging a giant trailer frame made of thick logs and vines tied together. Lin Han patted Wang Kai and pointed to the wooden frame, saying to Wang Kai, "After eating so much, it's time to move around and digest. Go and cut down those trees." The direction he pointed was precisely towards the ordinary trees that had been enclosed within the city walls during the territory's expansion. "Oh, what?" Wang Kai cried out resentfully, but under Lin Han's threat, it still reluctantly walked to a tree. Wang Kai raised its huge wolf paw and casually slapped it down. Snap! With a sharp crack, the sturdy tree trunk snapped instantly and collapsed with a crash. Lin Han's eyes lit up. There was definitely a chance. Using the physical abilities of a first-order mutated creature to chop down trees is like a dimensional reduction attack. Keep up! Keep up! Fang Jian excitedly brandished his iron axe and charged forward. The following scene was very bizarre. Wang Kai was like a ruthless logging machine, slapping down a tree with each blow. Fang Jian followed behind, skillfully breaking down the trunk into standard timbers, and then carrying them all onto the huge trailer frame. In less than half an hour, the dozens of trees that had entered the inner circle of the territory were completely cleared away. Wang Kai stuck out its tongue and plopped down on the snow, groaning as it prepared to rest. Lin Han stepped forward, smiling as he patted its fluffy head. I know you're not tired. Fang Jian, hitch it up in the cart and let's go outside the city wall to chop. Wang Kai. And so, the once mighty first-order mutated creature of the endless forest, with a look of utter despair on its face, was hoisted onto a trailer by Fang Jian and walked out of the city gate with a long, drawn-out look back, beginning its miserable life as a lumberjack. After setting up the fully automated logging production line, Lin Han turned around and went back into the house. He lay comfortably in the chair, ready to continue browsing the trading channel to see if he could snag any bargains. When the trading channel was reopened, a ding sound indicated that a one-way trading request had been received. Lin Han casually clicked on it, and the next second, he suddenly sat up straight in his chair. Player Fang Mu has initiated a targeted trade request with you. Items for trade, 20,000 wood, 10,000 stone. Note, Brother Lin Han, I know the polar night is coming soon, and the price of wood in the trading channel has already skyrocketed. Several players from large territories just messaged me, offering to trade blueprints and weapons for the wood I have. But my sister's life was saved by that bottle of medicine you gave her. I didn't dare contact you before because I felt that sending a few thousand units of goods was simply not enough to repay your life-saving kindness. These materials represent most of my inventory. No matter how high the price offered, I won't give them to anyone else. These are reserved for you. Fang Mu sent the trade request a few minutes ago. Looking at these few paragraphs and the exaggerated tens of thousands of units of basic materials in the trade window, Lin Han fell into a brief silence. I wasn't wrong about him. Lin Han couldn't help but chuckle, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes, before decisively clicking accept. The storage box, which was almost empty, was instantly filled to the brim. After a long while, heavy footsteps came from outside the territory gate. Bang! Covered in snow, Wang Kai struggled to pull a trailer loaded with wood through the gate. As soon as it entered the door, it didn't even bother to untie the rope. It collapsed to the ground, its tongue lolling out, its face full of reluctance. Fang Jian followed beside him, looking like she wanted to laugh but dared not, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Lin Han walked over with a smile and ruffled Wang Cai's hair. All right, stop pretending. We don't need to cut down any trees today. Upon hearing this, Wang Cai's lifeless eyes instantly lit up, and he closed them with a relieved sigh. Standing beside the woodpile, Lin Han looked at the few reserves in his territory, which had been replenished once again, and the last trace of gloom in his heart was completely swept away. He raised his head, his sharp gaze fixed on the new building on the territory's building panel. A building that had just been unlocked with the level 4 territory but had not yet been constructed. Watchtower. Chapter 76 The Watchtower, A Long Road Ahead. Lin Han summoned the system building panel and focused his gaze on the newly unlocked building, the Watchtower. Requirements, 1,000 wood, 500 stone, 100 iron ingots, 3 bewitching stones. After replenishing the other materials, there was no shortage at all. But the 500 iron ingots that had been painstakingly collected had been completely drained. Lin Han had no choice but to turn to Fang Jian, who was still trying not to laugh, and say, Stop grinning like an idiot. Refine another batch of iron ingots, the sooner the better. Ideally, we should build the watchtower before nightfall. Upon hearing that there were new buildings to be constructed, Fang Jian immediately jumped up as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Leave it to me. I'll contact Brother Qinhai right away, and we'll start working on both sides at the same time. We'll definitely have everything ready before dark. Time flew by as the furnaces in both territories roared once more. Before we knew it, it had gotten completely dark. The sun disappeared, and the suffocating darkness and extreme cold once again enveloped the endless forest, while the howling wind howled mournfully outside the city walls. Brother Lin Han! All 100 iron ingots are ready! Fang Jian waved to Lin Han after receiving the latest batch of iron ingots from Qinhai. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Han nodded and walked straight to the open space in the northeast corner of the territory. With a slight thought, the outline of a magnificent tower, 15 meters high, appeared out of thin air in the night. Lin Han put all the materials into it. Boom! The earth trembled, and boulders and black iron intertwined and took shape in the void. The moment this magnificent stone tower was completely completed, the 3 bewitching stones were instantly activated in the fully enclosed observation room at the top of the tower. A dazzling, pure white beam of light pierced through the dense, inky darkness of the forest and shot straight into the sky. In this endless darkness, this light became the sole focal point. Meanwhile, in a dark, dense forest a few kilometers away from Lin Han's territory. Huff, huff! Heavy, disordered breathing echoed across the snow. A man, dressed in tattered clothes and with a thick beard and hair that made him look like a wild man, was tumbling and crawling through the snow. At his waist, a faint flame flickered precariously in a transparent container amidst the wind and snow. Behind him, chilling screams rose and fell. Countless pairs of eyes, gleaming with a bloodthirsty red light, flickered in and out of the dark forest, while the chaotic and heavy footsteps of a pack of beasts relentlessly pursued him from behind. Damn system! You son of a bitch! As the man scrambled to avoid the beasts behind him, he hysterically cursed. Why do others get a house to hide in at the start of the game, while I have to run all over the map with my core? This is so unfair to me! My energy was rapidly depleted in the low temperature, and my lungs felt like they were being burned. The man's eyes gradually dimmed, and despair welled up in his heart. Am I really going to die here today? Just as he was about to give up struggling, he suddenly raised his head. Suddenly, a dazzling white light pierced the sky at the edge of the night. That beam of light appeared so sacred in the darkness. The man's pupils contracted sharply, and a strong will to survive suddenly erupted from his previously exhausted body. Found it! Found it! Overjoyed, the man's eyes blazed with renewed fervor. He strained his legs and, despite his dire situation, gained even more speed, charging desperately toward the beam of light. Lin Han followed the spiral stone steps inside the watchtower to the observation room at the top. As he walked, he opened the control panel of the Level 4 core building. Watchtower. Function 1, Passive Warning, July 24th. Within a 5 km radius of the territory, any unauthorized player or creature entering the area will immediately trigger an alarm and activate the territory's defenses. Function 2, Territory Insight. Panoramic Scan, dispels the fog of war within a 10 km radius, scan range increases with territory level. Directional Scan, scans in a designated direction. The scanned area is fixed. Maximum detection distance, 50 km, scanning range increases with territory level. Detection accuracy, currently, only terrain, player locations, and their territories can be detected. Detection accuracy unlocks as territory level increases. Cooldown time, 7 days. After briefly glancing at the functions of the watchtower, Lin Han opened the system map. Lin Han had already familiarized himself with the map of the surrounding 10 kilometers during his daily hunting, so using a panoramic scan would be a complete waste. His gaze sharpened slightly, and he decisively selected the directional scan mode, pointing the probe directly in front of the territory. Activate Insight. Upon receiving the command, the bewitching stone in the observation room burst forth with intense light. When the distance was pushed to its limit, Lin Han selected an area and began scanning. But when the scan results came out, Lin Han's gaze instantly sharpened. In that area, there stood a very large complex of buildings. Its scale is even several times larger than Xinhai's second-level territory, which housed more than a dozen people. The system labels it as Level 3 territory. Such a large scale? It's definitely not something that ordinary players could gather together. Lin Han secretly memorized the coordinates, realizing that this was very likely a large, well-organized player faction. The scan paused, and Territory Insight immediately entered a 7-day cooldown period. Lin Han closed the control panel and was about to walk down the stone steps from the watchtower. Suddenly, the watchtower's passive warning function issued a system warning. Warning! A player target has been detected approaching from 3 kilometers to the left of the territory. A large number of mutated creatures are approaching. Lin Han raised an eyebrow and looked into the dark forest. He leaped quickly down from the watchtower and shouted to Wang Kai, who was dozing in the yard. "We've got a job." Wang Kai instantly opened its eerie green eyes, shook its body, and followed Lin Han toward the city gate. Fan Jian, who was working down below, saw this and without saying a word dropped what he was holding and scrambled up the city wall. He plopped down in the ballista on the city wall and pointed it in the direction Lin Han was facing. Guided by the early warning system, the guard towers slowly turned their arrows. In the silent darkness, the sounds of hurried footsteps and the roars of wild beasts grew ever closer. Lin Han gripped the dagger in his backhand, while Wang Kai lowered his body and let out a threatening growl. The bushes in front were suddenly smashed open, and a disheveled figure tumbled out. His thick beard and tattered clothes made him look like a complete savage. Just as he rushed out of the woods, the man suddenly looked up and froze instantly. A massive white wolf was staring menacingly at him, while heavy ballistae and arrow towers on the high walls had locked him in place. A young man was coldly scrutinizing him with a dagger in his hand. Faced with such a massive display, the man not only didn't panic, but instead, as if grasping at a lifeline, his legs went weak. He raised his hands high, and shouted in a hoarse voice. "We're on the same side! Big brother! We're on the same side!" At the same time, Lin Han's gaze swept over the man in front of him. Player Xinglu. The long road, purple you cannot obtain in initial shelter. Your campfire core will be placed in a specific container. Your power comes only from your footsteps. Each new area you reach, or each new creature, landscape, or wonder you encounter for the first time, these experiences will write a new chapter for you. The farther you travel and the more you see, the stronger you become. Repeatedly venturing into known lands will not grant you power. You cannot increase your strength through other means. Looking at the purple entry, a strange light flashed in Lin Han's eyes, but what he really noticed was the name at the top of the panel. Xinglu? Lin Han instantly recalled the know-it-all who answered all sorts of questions for players in the chat channel. It was also he who answered the question of the existence of first-order mutated creatures. Just as Fang Jian on the city wall was about to pull the trigger of the crossbow, Lin Han immediately raised his hand. "Stop, let him come over." Chapter 77 Xinglu. "We're on the same side. Big brother. We're on the same side." Xinglu raised his hands and scrambled to a spot only a dozen meters from the city wall. When he saw Lin Han raise his hand to stop the crossbow cart on the city wall, and the terrifying white wolf, his extremely tense nerves finally relaxed a little. But he didn't even have time to catch his breath. He quickly ran to a spot not far from Lin Han, turned around with an extremely terrified expression, and roared at the dark jungle behind him. "Watch out! There are wild animals behind us!" No sooner had the words left his mouth than the bushes in front of him were violently smashed apart, and more than a dozen huge mutated wild boars covered with black stubble rushed out like madmen. Their scarlet eyes were fixed on Xinglu, and they charged straight toward the gate of their territory without any pause. Lin Han calmly surveyed the group of rampaging beasts. Mutant black-bristled pig. Fat storage. Green increases the efficiency of food conversion into energy by 30% and reduces hunger rate by 20%. Then Lin Han's eyes turned cold, and he decisively gave the order to Wang Kai above the city wall and beside him. "Kill!" As soon as Lin Han finished speaking, Fang Jian, who had been poised to fire on the city wall, suddenly pulled the trigger. The thick, heavy crossbow bolt, carrying terrifying kinetic energy, instantly pierced the skull of the mutated wild boar charging at the front, pinning its massive body firmly to the snow. At the same time, Wang Kai also pounced out quickly, unleashing the terrifying power of a first-tier mutated creature, and smashed the spine of another wild boar with a single claw. Lin Han was not idle either. He drew his flame dagger, and the platinum light drew a deadly arc in the night. Under this brutal attack, in just a moment, the dozen or so ferocious mutated wild boars were completely wiped out, turning into a pile of corpses. Extraction successful. Obtained entry, fat storage, green dot. Lin Han placed his hand on the corpse to complete the extraction, and then skillfully dissected all the wild boar carcasses scattered on the ground. After doing all this, Lin Han turned his head and looked at Xing Lu again. Xing Lu was exhausted. He slid down the solid stone gate of the territory onto the snow, too weak to even stand up. His chest heaved violently like a bellows. Fang Jian, take him inside. Lin Han sheathed his dagger, and gave a calm order. Fang Jian immediately ran down from the city wall and half-carried, half-supported Xing Lu into the territory. As soon as you step into the city wall, you are greeted by the warm air emanating from the black stone fire pits and geothermal network. Xing Lu trembled, feeling this long-lost warmth and sense of security, and his eyes instantly reddened. Half an hour later. After helping Xing Lu tidy up a bit, Fang Jian then prepared a hot meat soup for him. After wolfing down the food and licking the bottom of the bowl clean, Xing Lu's complexion finally regained some color. They were then taken to Lin Han's room. Speak, what happened? Lin Han sat in the main seat, looking at the know-it-all channel in front of him, with whom he had only communicated once. Xing Lu took a deep breath and stared intently at Lin Han. He then activated the system and set his personal panel to public display. Entry, the long road ahead purple. You cannot obtain an initial sanctuary. Your power comes only from your own steps. Looking at the purple panel floating in midair, Lin Han's expression remained calm, since he had already seen it from the beginning. But Fang Jian, who was standing to the side, curiously came over. After he finished reading the detailed description of this entry word by word, his eyes widened suddenly, and he pointed at Xing Lu and exclaimed, So it's you, brother Xing Lu! I remember you! Before the extreme cold and blizzard came, I even messaged you privately to ask how to make a fish basket out of vines. The method you taught me was really useful. Fang Jian's excitement after recognizing the familiar face lasted only 2 seconds. When he looked at the description of that entry again, his excitement turned into deep sympathy. Your entry! Fang Jian sighed, her eyes full of pity for Xing Lu. You don't even give him a fixed shelter, this is too torturous. Hearing Fang Jian's words, Xing Lu sighed bitterly. Yes, it's torture. Xing Lu looked out the window with a complicated expression and slowly began to recount. From the first day I transmigrated here, I haven't had a single good night's sleep. While others were developing in the early stages, I could only walk day and night. When it got dark, I would tie myself to a tree with vines or hide in waist-deep snow grass, and I had to constantly add fuel to it, for fear that it would go out. Fortunately, I've traveled a lot and seen a lot of things, so the system unlocked a lot of hidden knowledge for me. By answering everyone's questions in the chat channel, I was able to exchange for enough resources to barely make ends meet. But before the last extreme cold and blizzard hit, I desperately begged people to take me in. When I found a territory, I offered all my possessions and pleaded with them to take me in, but no one wanted a burden. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to find an abandoned den of wild animals, sealed the entrance, and managed to avoid freezing to death. At this point, Xing Lu's gaze gradually hardened, and he looked directly at Lin Han. After the extreme cold and blizzard passed, I finally understood. If I want to continue on this path, I must seek the protection of a true powerhouse and hand over my core to him. Until one day, the system issued a server-wide announcement, you have become the first evolved being on Earth. Xing Lu's eyes gleamed with fervor and awe. From that moment on, I knew you were the one I was looking for. Only your strength is worthy of me offering you the core. But I don't know your exact coordinates, I only know you're in this area. These past few days, I've been searching aimlessly like a headless fly. Until today. Xinglu pointed outside. I sensed that someone had reached level 4 territory on the eve of the polar night. My intuition tells me that no one in this area could do that except you. So I rushed here as fast as I could. But who knew that when I passed the frozen lake, I accidentally startled a group of wild boars. The hearth of the fire was incredibly attractive to them, and they chased me like madmen. I could only run forward as fast as I could, and just when I was about to give up, I suddenly saw a white light, a sign from heaven. That was the direction of your territory. Therefore, please allow me to offer my core and join your territory. Xinglu's eyes were now even more fervent. After saying all this, Xinglu solemnly untied the transparent container containing the hearth of the campfire from his waist, held it in both hands, and handed it to Lin Han with expectant eyes. A brief silence fell over the hall. System prompt: player Xinglu voluntarily relinquishes his independent lord status, surrenders his core, enters into a subjugation contract, and applies to join your territory. Do you agree? Chapter 78 Dangerous Area. After listening to Xinglu's explanation, Lin Han thought to himself. So that's how it is. No wonder he knows so much knowledge and has mastered so much hidden information. No wonder that when I asked about information about first-tier mutated creatures in the chat channel, he was the only player who could give me an accurate answer. Lin Han's gaze became increasingly profound as he looked at Xinglu. Xinglu's value is absolutely immeasurable. After comprehensively analyzing all the pros and cons, Lin Han looked at Xinglu, whose eyes were full of trepidation and anticipation, and clicked, agree. System notification. Contract successfully concluded. Player Xinglu has joined your territory. As soon as he finished speaking, the transparent container in Xinglu's hand shattered with a loud crash. The core of his bonfire transformed into a stream of light, and precisely entered the huge black stone fire platform outside the door, completely merging with it. Seeing that his core had finally found an indestructible home, Xinglu breathed a long sigh of relief, as if a huge burden had been lifted from his body, and his long tense nerves finally relaxed. He finally has a place to live. Lin Han stood up. Fang Jian, take him outside, right next to you, and help him build a shelter. From now on, we'll all be on your side. All right. Brother Xinglu, let's go, I'll design a house for you. Just tell me what you need. Fang Jian readily agreed, and walked out of the house with Xinglu, who was so moved that he didn't know how to repay her. The hall returned to silence. Lin Han sat back down in his chair, and with a thought, he directly opened the system's map panel. Since Xinglu has officially become a member of the territory and has entered into a subordinate contract, the exploration data he obtained by measuring with his own 2 legs and through countless life-or-death crises was naturally synchronized to Lin Han's system map. The moment the map unfolds. Looking at the spectacular scene before him, Lin Han took a deep breath and couldn't help but let out a heartfelt sigh. Originally, his territory was the center of his limited field of vision, with only a dozen kilometers around it illuminated, and an area that he had recently explored using territory insight. The area highlighted on the map is now expanding outwards at an alarming rate. Mountains, glaciers, swamps, habitats of various mutated creatures, player territories. Countless intricate exploration routes clearly illuminate most of the endless forest within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. Lin Han looked at the enormous map that was completely filled in, and couldn't help but sigh. This guy has been to a lot of places. 6 days into the polar night, early morning. When Lin Han woke up, he went to the second-floor balcony and looked out at the sky. In the sky, the sun, which should have been radiating light and heat, now seemed to be covered with a thick layer of dust, hanging precariously on the horizon. The sunlight felt oppressive rather than warm. The length of daylight is being drastically compressed, and everything is preparing for the arrival of the polar night. Lin Han withdrew his gaze, came down from the second floor, and looked at the lobby on the first floor. At this moment, Xinglu and Fang Jian were already standing in the hall. My lord, you wanted to see me. Xinglu bowed respectfully, and changed how he addressed Lin Han. After a night's rest, and with no worries about the fire going out or wild animals attacking, last night was arguably the most comfortable night's sleep Xinglu had had since coming to this world. His wild, savage appearance had been completely cleaned up, and he had been dressed in clean clothes. His eyes were now filled with renewed energy and spirit. He has a rather refined and scholarly air about him. Lin Han nodded, opened the system map, and displayed it publicly. Then Lin Han pointed to an area 30 kilometers behind the territory, which Xinglu had marked with a large red X. Why is this place marked as extremely dangerous? Xinglu followed Lin Han's finger, a hint of lingering fear flashing in his eyes. Lord, that was a swamp. It was filled with eerie miasma year-round. I only glanced at it from afar at the edge, without even inhaling the gas, when I immediately experienced extremely strong hallucinations, and my body uncontrollably wanted to walk deeper into the swamp. If I hadn't bitten my tongue in time to pull myself out, I probably would have died there. Moreover, it was a very large area, and I was worried about accidentally wandering in, so I marked it to constantly remind myself. Lin Han nodded slightly and made a mental note of the place. It seems that the terrain in this endless forest is quite diverse. Then, Lin Han turned his gaze and pointed to a place more than 100 kilometers away from the territory, which was also the farthest place shown on the map at present, where a huge question mark was displayed. What about this area? It's such a large area, why is it marked with a question mark? Xinglu frowned and recalled for a long time, then suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed in realization. Lord, this is the place where I woke up when I first arrived in this world. At that time, I saw a magnificent building from afar, and I thought it was the shelter assigned to me by the system. But when I went over to take a look, I found that the scale of it was ridiculously large, and the city walls were more than 10 meters high. Xinglu lowered his voice, a hint of horror in his tone. But the strange thing is, there's no one in there. There's no sign of life, no footprints, no fire, not even a skeleton. It was like a dead city that the system suddenly created out of thin air. Later, after I drew the entry, I realized that this was not my shelter, and the initial shelter of everyone could not possibly be this big. This place is definitely not normal, so I simply put a question mark on it. Lin Han stared at the question mark, lost in thought. A magnificent territory devoid of living people, or even any trace of life? Moreover, it appears at the very beginning of the game. Such an illogical existence must be hiding some profound secrets. Lin Han kept this in mind, thinking he would have to go there sometime in the future. Afterwards, Lin Han casually asked about a few more distant markers, and Xinglu answered them one by one. Echo Valley. Crimson Flower Sea. The terrain and features marked by Xinglu are mostly very special. Fang Jian listened intently, completely absorbed. Finally, Lin Han's gaze fell on a deep green canyon area about 50 kilometers away from the territory, where Xinglu had marked it with several black X's. Here! Lin Han pointed to that place. Before Lin Han could finish speaking, Xinglu saw the location, his expression changed drastically, and he waved his hands repeatedly, warning in a very serious tone. Lord! You absolutely, positively must not go to this place. Lin Han raised an eyebrow. Oh? More dangerous than a swamp? Chapter 79 Get Some Fertilizer. Completely different. This place and the swamp are two completely different kinds of terror. Xinglu swallowed hard. It's a canyon. From the outside, everything looks normal. In fact, from a distance, the scenery is quite nice. I happened to be passing by there when I saw a mutated giant elephant. I decided to follow it to learn more about it, so I followed it all the way to the edge of the canyon. But the moment the elephant stepped into the canyon, countless vines shot up from the ground and tightly bound it. That was a mutated giant elephant. Its strength was immense. It managed to tear off more than a dozen vines with its own body. But Xinglu's body trembled slightly, as if recalling that horrific scene. But the speed at which those vines regenerated and grew was terrifying. The severed areas sprouted new barbed vines in just a few seconds. They burrowed into flesh and began sucking blood, and after that, the growth rate accelerated. The elephant didn't even struggle much before being sucked to its bones. Xinglu summarized with lingering fear. The vines in that canyon have an abnormal vitality. No matter what gets entangled in them, it will eventually be worn down to death. I dare not get too close. The information about that canyon has not been unlocked. I can only mark it, for fear that I might accidentally walk in one day. Listening to Xinglu's still frightened description, Fan Jian next to him shrank back in fear, as if she had been there herself. However, upon hearing Xinglu's words, Lin Han's expression gradually changed. He precisely grasped several key phrases from Xinglu's words. New ones grow in seconds, and abnormal vitality. This vine must have something special about it. Lin Han's gaze unconsciously drifted towards the constant temperature cultivation greenhouse outside the window. Even with the added benefit of a temperature-controlled greenhouse, all his crops now require a long period of several dozen days to mature. But what if he could use knowledge of all things to go to that canyon and extract a growth-promoting attribute from these mutated vines, and then apply it to the constant temperature room? Having figured this out, a glint of light suddenly flashed in Lin Han's previously calm eyes. Fan Jian Xinglu. Lin Han suddenly turned around, his voice carrying an unquestionable tone. Yes, the two said in unison. Keep an eye on the territory. Don't neglect chopping trees, smelting iron, and making equipment. Oh, and when you have time, go to the Bewitching Stone Cave. Qin Hai should still be there. When you get there, follow his instructions and bring back plenty of bewitching stones. Lord, what are you going to do? Xinglu stared wide-eyed as he watched Lin Han put on his equipment and bring along enough supplies. Lin Han pushed open the door, turned over and sat on one guy, saying, Go out for a bit, go get some fertilizer. Dozens of kilometers away, at the entrance of the Huisher cave. At this moment, dozens of players were densely gathered outside the cave entrance, all huddled together to keep warm. With the countdown to the polar night underway, temperatures have started to get colder and colder again. Everyone was desperately squeezing into the rising steam from the cave entrance, trying to draw warmth from it. The sound of steady footsteps came from the depths of the fog-shrouded cave. Soon, Qin Hai, along with several members of the affiliated territories, strode out of the cave. Their leather armor was covered in the pungent, dark red blood of the red shadow lizard, and some even had gruesome claw marks on their shields, clearly indicating that they had just been through a fierce battle. But unlike his previous disheveled state, Qin Hai's eyes now shone with a sharp confidence. Although Lin Han had already killed the Crimson Shadow Lizard King, a large number of ordinary Crimson Shadow Lizards still inhabited the lower levels. However, after these few days of training, Qin Hai has completely figured out the attack rhythm of these monsters. As long as they don't go deep into the bottom of the cave, they can move freely in and out of the upper area. Qin Hai threw the bulging animal skin backpack on his back heavily onto the snow. The backpack opened, and more than a dozen bewitching stones, radiating dazzling white light and astonishing heat, rolled out. The surrounding players' eyes instantly turned red, and they swallowed hard with extreme longing. In this countdown to the polar night, when fuel consumption is about to double and we will completely lose our light, these stones that can continuously emit light and heat without burning wood are practically a second life. Behave yourselves! Qin Hai snorted coldly, slamming the iron longsword he had commissioned Fan Jian to forge into the ground, intimidating several players who wanted to move forward. He looked around, raised his chin, and said loudly, The rules remain the same. If you want bewitching stones, bring something in exchange. High-level blueprints, rare materials, and fine tools. I'll give you whatever I like, depending on its value. A commotion broke out in the crowd, and someone shouted through gritted teeth. Qin Hai, don't go too far. This mine isn't yours to own. Why should only you be allowed to dig it, and why should we have to buy the blueprints that we risked our lives to obtain? Exactly. Let's all rush in together. I don't believe he can stop us. Faced with these scattered attempts to incite, Qin Hai sneered indifferently, stepped aside to make way, and pointed to the dark cave entrance. Stop? Who stopped you? If any of you think I'm going too far, you can go down yourself. Yesterday, That group that claimed to have a blue-level leader and forced their way in, now there's not even a bone fragment left. If you think your life is tougher than theirs, then go ahead." Upon hearing this, those who had been shouting instantly fell silent, a hint of apprehension and fear flashing in their eyes. Everyone present knew that the group of red shadow lizards inside was far beyond the capabilities of ordinary players like themselves. Only Qin Hai and his group were able to bring the stone out safely. Monopoly is something they justify with such confidence. However, everyone is just trying to survive in this hellish world. Qin Hai's tone softened slightly, knowing the principle of giving a slap followed by a sweet treat. "As long as you don't cause trouble here, you can feel the heat coming from this cave entrance as much as you want. I won't kick you out. But if you want to exchange for bewitching stones, take your things and line up." Seeing the group of players queuing up obediently to exchange for bewitching stones, Qin Hai was overjoyed. Being able to solve the Lord's problems is Qin Hai's greatest pride now. However, Qin Hai, who was busy counting the supplies, did not notice. In the outermost corner of the crowd, there were a few men wearing tattered winter clothes. Unlike the others, they weren't staring at the bewitching stone on the ground. Their eyes were fixed on the cave behind Qin Hai. The man at the head of the group coldly surveyed Qin Hai and his companions' equipment and numbers. He then turned his head and exchanged a subtle glance with the two people beside him. The group nodded in unison, made no sound, turned and left the crowded area, disappearing into the forest in perfect unison. Qin Hai seemed to sense something and looked up, but he could only see a few blurry figures disappearing into the wind and snow. He paid little attention to it, and continued to devote himself to this lucrative monopoly business. Chapter 80 Parasite, The Walking Dead. It is 20 kilometers away from the territory. Lin Han patted Wankai beneath him, signaling it to slow down. Amidst the howling wind, he keenly caught a muffled sound coming from ahead. Wankai understood and slowed his pace. Lin Han looked in the direction of the sound and, through the white snow, saw 7 or 8 players shouting hoarsely, frantically swinging their axes and desperately chopping down a giant tree that would take 3 people to encircle. The axe blades were dulled, and their hands were cracked from the impact, but they paid no heed, their eyes only on the wood that could allow them to survive a few more hours of the polar night. Lin Han glanced at it quietly, his expression calm. He then patted Wankai on the back again, and the two of them bypassed the crowd and continued on their way. 50 kilometers is not a short distance. In this endless forest, the despair and madness of ordinary players under the shadow of the polar night are unfolding scene by scene. A dozen kilometers further on, beneath a sheltered ice cliff, a fierce battle came into view. A 5-person team is engaged in a fierce battle in the snow with 3 or 4 ravenous mutated wolves in order to retrieve the carcass of a deer that has just frozen to death. Limbs and severed arms were scattered all over the ground, and the glaring blood stained large areas of snow red. A player's arm was ripped off by a wolf, but he seemed oblivious to the pain, using his remaining hand to desperately stab a dagger into the wolf's belly. Here, civilized morality is completely shattered, leaving only the most primal bestiality. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Lin Han suddenly grabbed Wankai and looked ahead. According to Xinglu's map, the narrow passage ahead is the only way to the canyon, the Gale Pass. As soon as you get close, a mournful howl of wind, as if the cries of thousands of wronged souls are piercing your eardrums. That was the sound of the wind being violently squeezed through the narrow mountain crevice. The wind inside the gale force winds was incredibly strong, whipping up large swaths of snow and mist on the ground. Lin Han lowered his body and lay on Wankai's back. The two of them, one human, one wolf, braved the fierce wind and stepped into the dark, windy canyon. However, after walking only a few hundred meters forward, Lin Han's gaze suddenly sharpened. Several large, dark figures appeared indistinctly in the snow and fog ahead. Those were several mutated snow apes, each a full 3 meters tall. But what Lin Han found strange was that these beasts, which should have been extremely ferocious, did not make a sound at this moment. They lined up in a row, walking like zombies towards the depths of the wind. That posture, as if controlled by something, exuded an indescribable sense of horror. Lin Han narrowed his eyes slightly, and his all-knowing vision instantly locked onto the last snow ape. In addition to its own attribute panel, a line of striking gray text jumped out abruptly. Status: the organism's brain has been parasitized, resulting in the complete loss of pain sensation and self-awareness. Its vital signs have been forcibly locked at a minimum energy expenditure state. Parasitic? Lin Han's heart skipped a beat, and a bad feeling welled up in his mind. Lin Han and Wang Kai followed cautiously behind these walking corpses. But just as the man and the wolf had followed for a few dozen meters, the mutated snow ape at the very back suddenly emitted a sickening, crackling sound from its neck. Immediately afterwards, its head twisted 180 degrees in a way that defied human nature, and its dead fish eyes, now grayish-white, stared intently at Lin Han. The snow ape's massive body seemed to defy the laws of physics, maintaining its posture as it pounced towards Lin Han. Court death! Lin Han snorted and lightly leaped off the wolf's back. Wang Kai, unable to suppress its inherent ferocity, transformed into a blur and charged forward. Wang Kai's bite force is now terrifying. With a crisp crack, Wang Kai bit off the snow ape's thick neck in one bite. At the same time, Lin Han's figure appeared like a ghost to the side of the snow ape. He drew his hidden blade dagger and precisely stabbed it into the snow ape's heart, twisting it forcefully. Bang! The snow ape's massive body crashed heavily onto the snow and remained motionless. Lin Han pulled out the dagger, only to find that the blade was not stained with blood at all, but with a very viscous, dark green liquid that emitted a pungent, fishy smell. Just then, a chilling scene unfolded. The snow ape, whose neck had been bitten off and whose heart had been pierced, began to convulse violently on the snow. Immediately afterwards, its limbs twisted and forced it to stand up from the ground, its head hanging down strangely in front of its chest, and it actually stood up again, swaying and pouncing towards Lin Han with its arms outstretched. This horrifying scene, defying all logic, made Wang Kai's hair stand on end. He took 2 steps back uneasily, letting out a low, wary growl. Lin Han's eyes instantly turned cold. Physical fatal wounds are completely useless against these zombies whose internal organs have already been emptied. Lin Han no longer held back, and the pure energy within his body instantly surged into the dagger. A blinding platinum light suddenly erupted, and the dazzling flames instantly enveloped the pitch-black dagger. Instead of retreating, Lin Han advanced, facing the charging snow ape, and slashed down diagonally with his backhand. The flames, carrying extremely high temperatures and true damage properties, sliced through the snow ape's chest as easily as cutting tofu. When the light came into contact with the dense, dark green fluid inside the snow ape's body, it seemed as if some kind of violent chemical reaction occurred. A piercing scream erupted from the snow ape's body, so sharp it made one's eardrums ache. Despite the absolute restraint of the light and flame, countless tiny green vines sprouted from the snow ape's body. At this moment, these green vines were like venomous snakes encountering their natural enemy, twisting and struggling wildly. But in less than 3 seconds, it was completely incinerated by the domineering flames. Once the snow ape's corpse lost its fibrous support, it turned into a pool of black ash scattered on the snow. At this moment, the snow apes that were originally walking in front turned around suddenly after hearing the commotion and rushed straight at Lin Han. After killing all the monsters in front of him, Lin Han put away his dagger and quickly led Wang Kai through the gloomy, windy pass. Upon reaching the highest point of the windy spot, Lin Han's view suddenly opened up. The basin dozens of meters ahead lies the forbidden zone at Xinglaku, Poison Ivy Canyon, which must never be entered. But when Lin Han finally saw the scenery around the canyon below, his brows furrowed deeply. From all sides of the canyon, countless dark shadows were converging towards the canyon entrance. Those dark figures were none other than different kinds of mutated creatures. Dozens of mutated creatures of varying sizes were staggering along, like walking corpses, forming an eerie procession as they mechanically made their way into the depths of the dark green canyon.